the board at Nottingham Forest. Just want to see how the team play as well, how they go about their business. We are underway. Nottingham Forest playing from left to right. First half towards the Gallowgate end. The pitch is splashed in glorious northeast sunshine. They're in the red shirts with the white trim, white shorts and red socks. And they've won a throw in an attacking position on the left-hand side. Jair Cunha and Nicolo Savona both come into the Nottingham Forest team, making first Premier League starts of the season for the club, in fact, having both joined in the summer. Ryan Yates makes a first Premier League start of the season in central midfield, and Chris Wood returns up front. Forest have given the ball away. Newcastle in the black and white vertical stripes have it just inside their own half. They're unchanged after their 4-0 win in Belgium on Wednesday. First time ball from Guimaraes is intercepted by Nico Williams. He clears, throwing for Newcastle. And Forest going for a back three here, Clinton, with Ryan Yates brought in ostensibly for Callum Hudson-Odoi. That says to me a more defensive approach.
You're 100% spot on, AB. It's definitely, he just come here maybe at the moment to get a draw and see if the game can open up. But yeah, it's down. Good battles on the pitch though. Elanga against Williams, one of his old players there. Williams has been good for Forest last season, so really good battles. And then obviously Elliot Anderson, you know, going back to his old club where he would have probably played quite a lot of football.
Yeah, the first Williams-Elanga skirmish has just taken place, and Williams won the battle against his former teammate, made the tackle and took a knock in so doing. Was looking for a free kick and didn't get it. Newcastle have worked the ball to the left-hand side of the field. 3 other Premier League games have kicked off at 2 o'clock this afternoon. As Steve has been explaining in the build-up to this one, you can listen to commentary of each and every one of them across the BBC network, but this is Newcastle-Nottingham Forest. That's Elanga's ball into the Nottingham Forest penalty area, cleared by Milenkovic. Guimaraes to Tonali. Elanga nearly in again. Voltemada gets a first touch, tumbles to the floor as he lays the ball off, and Forest are going to look to try and play out from a tight spot at left back here. Williams does well on the turn, clears with his right foot. Wood heads the ball up in the air. Yates gets his body in the way, goes to ground looking to win a cheap free kick. Referee Peter Banks is not interested in that, and Dan Burn misplaces a pass. Nottingham Forest intercept. That was the Brazilian Jair Cunha, who was playing at the FIFA Club World Cup for Botafogo this summer, joined Nottingham Forest along with the goalkeeper John Victor and the striker Igor Jesus, who is on the bench for Forest this afternoon. Attacking down the left here, Tonali steps in to intercept for Newcastle. Elanga's given the ball away. Here's Yates, little short pass to his left. Back they come, Nottingham Forest, to the halfway line. We are almost 3 minutes in. It's 0-0, and here's Elliot Anderson. Joined Newcastle as an 8-year-old. Eddie Howe was saying didn't want to sell him. I'm not sure Elliot Anderson necessarily wanted to leave. He's going to play a big part in Thomas Tuchel's plans, it seems, going forward, heading into the World Cup next summer. And here he is attacking his old club Newcastle and finding a pass as well. It's out to the right to Savona. Gibbs White tries to get a cross in first time, blocked and then cleared by Botman. Here's Anthony Gordon, gets a first touch of the afternoon. Long blonde locks flowing, tied back by the wide black headband. Trippier receives a pass on the right-hand side. Slides a diagonal ball towards Voltemada, just beyond him, and it rolls into the arms of Matt Sells. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Early stages at Everton Crystal Palace. Maz Faruqi.
And a chance for Jeremy Pino, forcing a save from Pickford in the second minute of the match. A strike from the D, with Palace winning a very early corner, which Everton didn't deal with particularly well. We've played 4 minutes here. Everton 0, Palace 0.
So commentary of that game available on the BBC Sport website and app at the moment. The second half will be in full on Sports Extra, because at the moment on Sports Extra you can listen to the Singapore Grand Prix. This is Nottingham Forest 0-0 at St James's Park. Gibbs White thundering forward, lays it off to the Italian Savona. So Savona is the right wing back here. Williams is the left wing back. The 3 centre backs are Jair Cunha, Milenkovic and Morato. Murillo is on the bench, having played in midweek, but he didn't last too long in the first half. Williams on the dribble for Forest down the left. Cross might have taken a slight deflection, loops in the air. Nick Pope, all in light blue, leaps and claims it quite comfortably. 4.5 minutes in. Early thoughts from Clinton Morrison.
Forest are starting well. They look comfortable in possession. I always think it's a risk when you're watching Andrew's teams, even at Tottenham. I don't really think he played many as a free at the back. That just shows me a manager that's under huge pressure and he don't want to open the game too early out.
Came here twice with Tottenham, Ange Postecoglou. First season in charge, lost 4-0. Last season, lost 2-1. So not a ground that holds many happy memories for him. 7th game in charge for Nottingham Forest, and so far it has been draws and defeats. 2 draws against Burnley in the Premier League and Real Betis. 4 defeats, looking for that first win today. There's a little pass from Malik Chow for Newcastle, forward to Guimaraes. Elanga's involved. Guimaraes is there in the inside left channel. Elanga wants it back. Morato sticks out a left leg, makes the challenge. He's caught by Elanga, who runs into him. That is a clash of legs. Both are down hurt, and actually Elliot Anderson sees that and decides to pass the ball out of play. And Ange Postecoglou immediately turns here. You can actually probably hear him on our microphones, which aren't too far away. He's in conversation with the 4th official, Rob Jones, and can't believe that hasn't been given as a free kick.
It's not a free kick. I don't know what he wants. Elanga's trod on the ball and accidentally run into Morata. It's not a free kick. We're going to hear a lot of him because he's under huge pressure, so we are going to hear. That's a frustrated guy who knows maybe his job's on the line at the moment.
What do you make of that, Clinton? Let's get that out of the way right at the start. So he's had 6 games.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nuno was very popular with the Nottingham Forest fans, did a great job and got them into Europe. There was nothing Ange Postecoglou could do about that. Has come in, he hasn't had Murillo, he hasn't had Aina.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know what? You can't judge someone after 25 games. I think the problem that Ange has is that Forest fans love Nuno, didn't want him to go, and they didn't really want Ange in there. They still wanted Nuno, so he's kind of the full guy at the moment. So it's up to him now to turn it around, which is going to be really difficult. Yeah,
difficult to do as well when some of the supporters, as we heard on Thursday night, are not convinced. Let's see how Forest go this afternoon. Sells, passes from his own goal line across to the right here. Savona plays back to Cunha. His clearance is blocked off Gordon. It goes out for a throw-in to Nottingham Forest. Aston Villa against Burnley. Tom Gale.
Villa 0, Burnley 0, early opening for the visitors. Neat link-up play first, Lyle Foster, who puts through Loom Chowner wide left of the penalty area, attacking the Holt end. He squared it, but nobody was there. Villa 0, Burnley 0.
Yeah, that's the thing with the 2 o'clock kickoffs this afternoon. 5 of the bottom 6 teams involved in those. 4 of those teams only have 1 win this season. Villa and Burnley are 2 of those. Newcastle and Nottingham Forest are the 2 others. And Wolves at home to Brighton. Wolves yet to win in the Premier League this season. Everton Palace on Sports Extra 2. Wolves Brighton is on Sports Extra 3. And Villa Burnley on the website for you at the moment. Here's Gordon. Speeding infield. Voltemada lays it off. Gordon again, central position, wide it goes to Trippier. You hear the applause ring round the ground. Finds Elanga in space on the right. Cross is deflected, and behind it goes for the first Newcastle corner of the game. Almost 8 minutes played. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0.
He's sharp, Gordon, isn't he? When you watch someone at home on the TV, but you actually watch him here live, the way he started that attack, and then they quicken it up. It's good defending in the end, but yeah, really good sharp play from Newcastle. 2
goals for him from the penalty spot in midweek. The stat going into this game in terms of Premier League goal involvements is none in his last 15 games for Anthony Gordon. He's lurking as a lone figure on the edge of the penalty area. Trippier goes deep with the corner, nodded down by Chow. Clearance goes straight up in the air. Gordon is underneath it, gets a little touch on the end of his right boot but can't control it. Hoiked in field there by Cunha. Trippier stoops and heads it back to Tonali. Wolves Brighton early stages. Chris Coles.
Wolves 0, Brighton 0. The first glimmer of a chance threatened by Wolves. Brighton losing their way in midfield. Hwang's low ball in just behind Strand Larsen. Wolves 0, Brighton 0.
And Brentford Manchester City is your 4:30 kickoff in the Premier League this afternoon. John Murray and Mark Schwarzer will bring you commentary of that. Burns' fast time ball is looking for Joe Linton. Milenkovic is there first, side foots it out of play, and that's a throw into Newcastle attacking position on the left.
You know what I like now? Games coming back now where the long throws are coming in. Look, every club's doing it, even the top clubs are.
Yeah, they're causing massive problems. Newcastle sense Nottingham Forest's recent weakness at set pieces. Burn is able to take a good long run to the touchline. High loopy throw, Voltemada making a nuisance of himself. Ball hits Morgan Gibbs-White. He tries to dribble out of trouble. He's dragged back there by Sven Botman, and that'll be a free kick to Nottingham Forest. So the Newcastle team then, let's quickly run through the 2 teams for you. Nick Pope in goal, Trippier, Chow, Botman and Byrne. Fabian Schär is on the bench. That powerful midfield 3 of Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton, Elanga and Gordon, with Voltemada through the middle, Livramento, Jacob Ramsey and Johan Wissa amongst the notable names injured right now for Newcastle. Ange Postecoglou getting some instructions on the pitch to Chris Wood, former Newcastle player like Elliot Anderson, who scored a hat-trick here actually in a 3-1 Nottingham Forest win,
that.
Boxing Day 2023.
Yep.
Under Nuno. Anderson back to Sells in light yellow, the Forest keeper. Off balance as he clears with his right foot. Gibbs White can't control it. Byrne pounces. Pokes it to his left to Gordon. Good skill from Gordon. Works space. Gets it onto his right foot. Rolls it across here to Trippier. One touch. Low pass. Joe Linton shoots straight at Sells. Sells pats it down and picks it up on the bounce. Clinton Morrison.
Yeah, it's a chance for Joe Linton. It's good football. It's Gordon again. He plays it into Trippier. Trippier, a good ball into Joe Linton. Third man run, but he doesn't hit it sweet enough and it goes into Sells' arms. But they're growing into this game, Newcastle are.
Here's Wood inside his own half, almost a loose ball. Yates chases hard and gets there first for Nottingham Forest. So they've got Sells in goal, Milenkovic, Morato and Cunha as the three centre-backs, Savona and Williams as the wing-backs, Yates and Anderson as the two central midfielders, and Doy, Gibbs White in support of Chris Wood. Here is Savona playing down the touchline closest to our commentary position in this first half. Cunha calmly side-foots a pass into midfield. Gibbs White has to scramble to keep a hold of the ball. Anderson does brilliantly under pressure from Botman and Guimaraes there. They know all about him. Running away from the pair of them. Still going Anderson. Run then made infield from the left by Williams. Anderson decides not to use him. Now he passes it forward to Dan Ndoye, the Swiss international. Williams involved, uses Ndoye again. He's one-on-one against Botman, decides not to take him on, plays it back to Williams, who gets that cross in. Dan Byrne is there, powers his header away, almost hits Voltemada in the face, tried to bring it down on the chest, couldn't do so. And Nottingham Forest very much in this game in the early stages. 12 minutes played. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0 on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. That was a clever little chest down from Gibbs White looking for the run of Ndoye. Newcastle able to break that up and Trippier's given it away. Anderson can't find Williams with the pass. Tonali holds off Williams and the free kick is given to Nottingham Forest. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Latest on the Singapore Grand Prix comes from Harry Benjamin.
Lap 43 of 62 here under the lights. It's George Russell in the Mercedes. Smooth sailing for the British driver, 4.2 seconds clear ahead of Max Verstappen. The Red Bull driver struggling though, with the two McLaren drivers closing in slowly. Norris ahead of Piastri.
Thank you, Harry. Commentary continues on Sports Extra. Here's Gibbs White, centre circle. Nicely worked by Nottingham Forest again, playing with a bit of confidence. Savona nutmegs Dan Byrne, speeds down the right, just outside the box. Crosses just headed away, and Doy tried to get that down to hit the shot, couldn't do so. And then Savona very unsubtly barges into Byrne on the edge of the box as they were waiting for the high ball to drop. And so that will be a free kick to Newcastle. Clinton Morrison.
Yeah, Savona could cause Byrne problems. I think Byrne's obviously a much better centre-half. I know he can do a job at left-back, but it's hard for a centre-back to go out to left-back when you're that size to be able to move your feet. So if you've got a tricky winger, you'd be looking to play down that side.
Premier League games so far, kicking off at 2 o'clock, all 0-0. Villa, Burnley, Everton, Palace, Wolves, Brighton, and here at St James's Park. This one has started well, though, and as you know, on a Sunday afternoon, whenever Clinton does a game, he promises goals. Elanga's cut back into the box. That's awkward there. Kneed away by Morato. Elanga wants to let that go for a corner. Was he able to do so? The assistant referee is looking all the way across the field there. Can't make up his mind. Has to leave it to Peter Banks, our referee. And he decides to give a corner, I think.
Surely the linesman, he's looking at him. He's looking right across. He has to help the referee out, Peter Banks. That's what they're there for. That's why people get frustrated with the official.
Anthony Elanga yet to score for Newcastle, so Nottingham Forest fans will clearly be fearing the worst on that front. The way football works, you can see them all there dotted around in their red shirts up high behind the goal away to our left. That Newcastle are attacking in this first half towards that giant Lee's stand. We might have
They can't even sort out their technology
issues.
They're always holding up the games. If I was playing in this day and age, the amount of fun and banter I'd have with the referees and the fourth officials, they'd think you're a nightmare, Clinton.
Yeah, I wonder if they'd see it as fun and banter. Right, we're sorted here. Linesman has the earpiece in, taking you to Villa shortly. Let's see what Newcastle can do with their corner. Approaching 15 minutes played in the first half. Another one floated deep. First header won by Newcastle, drops at the far post. Joe Linton's header brilliantly saved by Matt Sells, tumbling backwards. Last touch came off a Newcastle player and it's gone behind for the goal kick. So let's take you to Villa Park, Tom Gale.
Villa 0, Burnley 0. Burnley's Martin Dubravka with the first save here. Matty Cash corner, out swinger onto the head of Ensri Konza, 8 yards out, palmed away. Villa 0, Burnley 0.
So Newcastle causing problems here from the set pieces. 2 deep corners. First header that time won by Dan Burn. That's a good save by Matt Sells, isn't it?
It's a brilliant save, to be fair. You think it's in, and he claws it away. Very, very good save.
Highlights tonight, match of the day, BBC One at 10:30. That'll be followed by the women's football show at 11:45. As we were hearing earlier on, Tottenham's 1-0 win over Brighton has got them up to 3rd in the WSL table. Chelsea on 13 points, Manchester City 12 and Spurs 11. So Spurs moving just above Manchester United. Liverpool and West Ham yet to win in the WSL this season. Joe Linton's made a tackle here on Elliot Anderson, gives him a little cuddle for good measure as they wait for the ball to be thrown in by Nottingham Forest to get the game back underway. 15 minutes in, it's 0-0, and Doy on the turn. Tonali runs into him. Tonali was already falling. Both players were already falling. There is contact, and this time the free kick goes to Nottingham Forest. Just short of the halfway line, Ange Postecoglou in a thick blue coat with arms crossed on a beautiful sunny autumn afternoon in the northeast. Anderson comes to receive the ball for Forest. Back to Milenkovic, across to Cunha. Wants options here. Gordon closes him down. Cunha gets to the rebound there. Gordon is sniffing around again. Cunha just lobs it away with his right foot. And Doy controls the ball inside his own half. Sees Gibbs White in a bit of space on the right. Newcastle start to back off. Savona goes speeding past down that touchline on the right. Eddie Howe claps his hands together, wants a bit more intensity from Newcastle. Joe Linton intercepts, goes for a long ranger from just inside the Forest half, saw Sells off his line, drags it 15 yards wide of goal. Was never going to beat the keeper with that sort of strike. That is going to be a goal kick for Nottingham Forest, 0-0.
Yeah, he does well, Joe Linton, because he gets in front of Gibbs White, but he should just keep the ball there and just keep on driving. There's always going to be difficult technique to beat Sells from that distance.
Goal kick taken short. Morato plays it to Sells. Sells waits for Guimaraes to approach, then drives the ball forward with his right foot. And Doy tries to win the header, gets a glancing touch, chases that glance. He's the only one up there for Forest, wide on the left. Tonali beats him to it. Forest, though, have won it inside the Newcastle half, and Anderson drops the shoulder and glides past Tonali, still going up to the edge of the area. Was he dragged down? Peter Banks blows the whistle and says yes. Free kick for Nottingham Forest.
He's running the show, Anderson, to be fair, in midfield. I feel like Newcastle's midfield can't get near him at the moment. He looks outstanding, Anderson. Really good run there, and Elanga should have been stronger when the ball was played up to him. This is a good opportunity for Forest.
Yeah, how Ange Postecoglou could do with this. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Free kick for Forest. Gibbs White has the ball tucked under his right arm. Nico Williams is there too. Newcastle are setting up the wall. That penalty area away to our right is all in shade in front of the Gallagate end. Anthony Gordon is close by, just looking to see if he can hear what might be going on with those Nottingham Forest players, making sure they don't take a quick one. Gibbs White is very carefully placing the ball down on the turf like a place kicker here. And Nick Pope is trying to get the measurements right to the inch as the Newcastle wall in the black and white stripes is marched back towards him. Bruno Guimaraes down on one knee behind that wall. Nick Pope now over on the left-hand side of his goal, so the space is there if Gibbs White can get it up and down. Still in conversation with Nico Williams. And Peter Banks goes to have another word here with Kieran Trippier and Anthony Gordon. Trippier backs off. I'm not sure what he's unhappy about. I see. He was trying to come in from the angle and was arguing that he was 10 yards away, and Peter Banks again measures out the 10 yards and says, no, you're not, and continues to point at Trippier. The whistle blows. Gibbs White backs off 4 paces. No, referee's still not happy.
Yeah, it's Tonali and Yates there. Yates is trying to block Tonali, and Tonali's trying to get in front. He's pushing him, so the referee's having a word with him.
I've got my eyes on you, sunshine, says Peter Banks. Right, whistle blows. Free kick. Gibbs White with his right foot over the wall, straight at Pope. Punches it away towards the edge of the penalty area. Can Nottingham Forest get another ball back into the danger zone? Cunha scoops it back towards Milenkovic lofts a diagonal towards the left-hand side, chested down by Williams, falls to Ndoye, and then Ndoye heavily in on Guimaraes down, wins the free kick, and then he picks himself to his feet and waves his arms at the Newcastle fans, says, come on, we need your help here. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. What about Everton Palace first half, Maz Faruqi?
Chances for Jack Grealish, very comfortable along the ground for Henderson to gather, and Mykolenko then flashing over the crossbar from distance, and Gahey just now 6 yards out from a long Palace throw-in just for you, Clinton, forcing the save from Pickford. Still waiting for this one to bubble up. 20 minutes, 0-0.
Here's the giant German Voltemade to Trippier. Trippier lobs a high ball down the right-hand touchline. Elanga goes chasing after it. Morato heads it out for a Newcastle throw. Wolves-Brighton being watched by Chris Coles.
Is still 0-0. We've seen a red card for Vitor Pereira, the Wolves manager, making his way down below me, down the tunnel. He said something to the fourth official. Not too sure what. Not been that contentious, but he's off. It's still Wolves 0, Brighton 0.
If that's the earliest sending off for a manager this season, I imagine it probably would be. We're only 20 minutes into the 2 o'clock kickoff, so...
What, sent off so early? It's not like a decision's gone against him there, big decision.
The manager's under pressure,
and you
Clinton.
need exactly that out, and you need your managers on the touchline when you're under pressure like that.
Yeah, well, we saw Enzo Maresca sent off very late on last night. I was listening to that on the train up here. Late winner, second yellow card for the manager. Couldn't hold himself back, went charging down the touchline in celebration. Now there's been a goal at Wolves. Chris Coles.
Wow, what a few minutes. Wolves, they might not have a manager on the touchline, but they have the lead. And what a volley it is from Marshall Manetzi. Free kick into the area, found its way to Manetzi. He crashed it home off the crossbar, bounced off the keeper, into the net. Wolves 1, Brighton 0.
Commentary of that game over on Sports Extra 3. First goal in the 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League.
Ali, you know what it shows me? They don't need their manager on the touchline.
Oh, that's a good ball from Yates. First time volleyed pass into the path of Gibbs-White. Chased by Botman. Cross comes in. Back heel clearance from Chow. It hits Chris Wood. He couldn't control it. If that had hit him and just stopped dead, he would have had a great chance to score the opening goal here. But Forest have worked some good positions, Clinton.
Forest have been the better team. You can see why it's so quiet here at Newcastle at St James's Park. Never usually this quiet. It's a great opportunity. I think Chris Wood sees it late. As you said, if he stings that with his first touch, he scores. But good play from Gibbs-White and Ryan Yates.
Nottingham Forest only winning the league this season, came on the opening weekend. Chris Wood scored twice in the 3-1 win against Brentford. There's Voltemade, wins a free kick. Newcastle go quickly. Bit of urgency here from the home team. Joelinton plays it out to Gordon. Gordon goes past Savona with his pace, gets that cross in high. Milenkovic at the near post heads it away. I mean, Dan Burn's never going to get away with that. The ball was falling. He was probably going to win that in the air. And with Peter Banks, the referee, 3 yards away, Clinton, he takes both hands and shoves Gibbs-White to the floor. Just
naive defending. And Dan Burn's been very good this season, but it's proper naive defending. As I said, I don't think he looks comfortable at left fullback. I think his best position centre-half, but Botman and Thiaw have been playing really well recently, and obviously he got injury to Livramento, and Hall's only just coming back.
That's right, yeah, and Fabian Schär back from concussion. He's on the bench this afternoon, but Malik Chow, having signed from AC Milan in the summer, has started well at Newcastle. Voltemade's coming back from an offside position, and the ball goes behind for the Nottingham Forest goal kick. Matt Sells collects that ball, grabs it in both hands. He's in no hurry. Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall beneath us, making exactly the same point to the Newcastle players, both waving their right arms forward. I think they'll be best pleased with the way Newcastle has started this game, because they're looking to build a bit of momentum. Obviously got the big win in the Champions League in midweek. They're closing Matt Sells down here. He gets the ball away. Wood flicks it on. Botman's behind him. Chests it down to intercept. Across it comes to Tonali. Trippier already on the move down the right. Prompts Elanga to make a run ahead of him. Elanga keeps this ball in play. Williams tries to make the sliding tackle. Didn't make contact. Trippier's pass is blocked. Throw in for Newcastle. Quickly to Tonali. Elanga. First time ball to Guimaraes. Round the corner looking for the 1-2 with Elanga. Nottingham Forest intercept, and Chris Wood has lost it here and won a free kick. And again, frustration from Newcastle players and fans. Botman didn't feel there was too much in that.
Yeah, I think Peter Banks, he likes to use his whistle. I said it many times, and I'll say it every time I'm doing a commentary. But no one wants to see what the referees are doing. They're all interested in watching a good football match and letting it flow. I don't think that was a foul.
Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. 25 minutes gone almost. And the only time either keeper's been called into action so far is the Nick Pope save, the free kick from Gibbs-White straight at him. which he blocked. Now, Joelinton's header's gone backwards and Chow's under pressure from Ndoye. Chow gets a first touch on the ball, gets down to his own byline, is able to clear to Trippier. Trippier sees Tonali infield, passes it 10 yards to find him. Tonali bobbles a ball back to Trippier. He goes out for a Newcastle throw. First goal at Villa Park of the afternoon. Tom Gale.
Aston Villa 1, Burnley 0. It's a beautifully threaded pass by Boubacar Kamara. Donyell Marlon's through. He is forced slightly wide by Esteve, but he reverses the shot back across to Bravka. Aston Villa 1, Burnley 0.
So commentary of that game on the BBC Sport website and app at the moment. Second half commentary will be on Sports Extra. Villa 1 up on Burnley. Wolves 1 up on Brighton. Everton Palace is still 0-0. Joelinton tries to find Gordon in a very tight spot there. Gordon couldn't do much with that, and Nottingham Forest have it. Cunha goes back to his goalkeeper Sells. Sells gets underneath that ball, up in the air it goes, drops inside his own half, and Guimaraes just shepherds it out of play, and Dan Burn runs in to take the throw. Good physical battle there between Milenkovic and Voltemade. That really did look like they were trying to swap shirts.
Yeah, they did. He's good with his back to goal, Voltemade, but Milenkovic loves the physical contact, and that's what he wants. Don't like when strikers are going on the side of him, but if you're up against him, it'll cause you problems.
Yeah, Voltemade, as Julien Laurent was saying before the game as well, actually does like the ball into feet, likes to work with his feet and run at players as well. Newcastle in behind here. Elanga's cross nearly found Gordon at the far post. Savona's diving header miss. Gibbs-White gets a chance to clear from right back, pokes it past Burn, chases that touch. Joelinton comes across, barrels into Gibbs-White, knocks him over, throwing his Newcastle's way. High ball, that's a 50-50 between Anderson and Joelinton, and then Joelinton is through the back of Anderson, and Nottingham Forest win the free kick, and there's almost a little bit of afters, and Joelinton, I would say the term is putting himself about there.
Yeah, you know why? It's because he gives the ball away a couple of times and he's instantly frustrated. He just wants to go and loot, and he didn't realise it's at Anderson because he's probably his mate, but the tackle was a bit over the top there.
Yeah, he is a physical player, Joelinton, and Morgan Gibbs-White, actually I enjoyed that, Clinton. So there was Joelinton was always going to win that battle because Gibbs-White was off balance, but there was no sort of hard feelings from Gibbs-White. He just came over and said, good one, mate, I'll try and get you next time. You like to see the battle. And
yeah, because he showed him good shoulder strength. He kind of barged him off into the advertising boards.
Yeah, disappeared from our view off the side of the pitch, and yes, nearly a confrontation there between Joelinton and Anderson, and then as you say, I think Joelinton spotted who it was and calmed it down pretty quickly. First time ball from Anderson, excellent from deep, finds Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White slides the pass in field, cleared by Now for Chow, back to Gibbs-White. Yates made a run beyond him. Gibbs-White has held on to it for Nottingham Forest. Wide to Savona, back to Gibbs-White. Black and white shirts surrounding the Nottingham Forest man. Continues his run down to the right, and the pass is just beyond him. Goes behind for the Newcastle goal kick. Newcastle 0, Forest 0. Let's check in on the Singapore Grand Prix again. Harry Benjamin.
10 laps to go here at Marina Bay. George Russell continues to lead by over 4 seconds, but the battle for second is still heating up. Max Verstappen holds it, but Lando Norris is really putting on the pressure here on the Dutchman. The championship leader Oscar Piastri further adrift in fourth, but the battle for second not yet done.
Commentary of that continues on Sports Extra. This is Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0 on 5 Live. All of the stations available via the BBC Sounds app. That's where you'll find the Premier League review this evening on the Football Daily feed. Your weekend roundup of the Premier League football hosted by Rick Edwards. You can also listen to that live on the radio at 8:30 tonight. 6:06 follows the commentary of Brentford, Manchester City. Then it's the Wayne Rooney show from 8 till 8:30. And then the Premier League review. Elanga's made a run down the right. Newcastle thought they'd won a corner. Throw or corner here, Clinton?
I think it's a throw-on. Yeah, it's a throw-on, mate. Yeah, sorry, it's a throw-on.
They wanted the corner.
Yeah, they did want the corner.
They got the throw, but as you say, Clinton, equally dangerous now.
Yeah, definitely.
Trippier's waiting to take this one. We have Burn taking them from the left-hand side, but he's now able to use his height in the penalty area. Trippier decides to go short, skids one into the feet of Elanga. Passes back to Trippier. Guimaraes receives it on the right. Good cross on the half volley into the near post. Important header won by Jair Cunha. Making his first Premier League start for Nottingham Forest, the Brazilian. Gordon, curling ball again just beyond Burn. Headed away to the edge of the Nottingham Forest penalty area. And Ndoye. Touch takes him beyond Elanga. Elanga chases slightly half-heartedly there. Williams flicks a header away. Nottingham Forest win another free kick, and the frustration, you can hear it building inside the stadium. Ange Postecoglou claps with his hands above his head. I think he'll be pretty pleased so far.
I was just about to say, everything is going to plan. Well, Ange set up his team, and they're frustrating Newcastle. The fans are getting frustrated. They're arguing every decision. Dan Burn is getting caught out a lot of times by Gibbs White down this right-hand side. He's causing him a lot of problems, getting too tight to him, and he hasn't got the recovery pace. So that's where Botman has to help, and Gordon can help him out and do more in defensive duties. But yeah, good start from Forest.
The fact doing the rounds at the start of this game was Ange Postecoglou is the first permanent Nottingham Forest manager in charge not to win any of his first 6 games. Actually went back in the record books to see who the last one was. 1925, the start of the 1925-26 season. John Baines went 7 games without a win. Nottingham Forest have had 32 permanent managers since then. So those numbers aren't great, but this performance actually has been pretty decent from Nottingham Forest so far. And Yates has got to be careful. Pressured by Guimaraes, stuck an arm out, sort of panicked a little bit under pressure, has caught Guimaraes in the head. There will be a free kick to Newcastle. Guimaraes is making quite a meal of it. I mean, he definitely got caught in the head. I don't think there's going to be any more than that.
No,
Clinton.
Definitely not. I need to see it again because he does well, and it's a little elbow. Bruno Guimaraes I do not like when players are doing that. Like, I can understand there's a little bit of contact, but not for him to be rolling around and diving around like that. No chance.
Yeah, Yates was under pressure. He realised he was about to lose the ball on the halfway line, so he's sort of thrown his arms up in panic just to hold his man off. He gets a yellow card for it, and Guimaraes is running at speed, so that's definitely going to hurt.
It's going to hurt, but you're right, it definitely is, but not all the rolling around on the floor, and I think he's a top player, one of my favourite players, but it is a yellow card, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, I think that overly theatrical reaction is designed, isn't it, to make the referee think, oh, blimey, I should be, should be thinking about a red card.
Yeah, definitely.
But he hasn't done that, and VAR doesn't need to get involved. Villa 1, Burnley 0, Wolves 1, Brighton 0, Everton 0, Palace 0, and here it's Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Ipswich beat Norwich 3-1 in the Championship, and we've got 3 games kicking off at 3 o'clock in the Scottish Premiership this afternoon. Tonali chips the free kick towards the penalty spot. Byrne wins the first header, headed away. Joe Linton is there in his bright orange boots. Booed by the Forest fans up in the gods away to our left, and Gordon was expecting the run from Joe Linton down the left. Even if he'd been on that run, I don't think he was going to get to that pass, and it just drifts behind for the goal kick to Nottingham Forest. So Newcastle scored 4 goals in the week in the Champions League, but so far in 6 Premier League games it is just 4 goals, 2 against Liverpool, that fabulous performance with 10 men when they gave Liverpool a right scare and only lost it right at the death, and then Voltemada's 2 goals recently in the home win against Wolves and the defeat last weekend against Arsenal. So Newcastle in the Premier League struggling to create the opportunities and score the goals. Here's Ndoye, who's been excellent for Nottingham Forest since joining in the summer. Anderson's ball over the top down the left. Williams on the run, stretches out a right leg and controls it. Little back heel, Anderson's made the run on the outside, inside that Newcastle penalty area. That was 8 against 8 there. Tonali back, tackled Anderson, then he's fouled by Williams, went past him, and Williams is immediately booked for the challenge because Tonali was away there and Newcastle were on the counter.
Yeah, it's a battle because Anderson's been doing well. Tonali said, you're not coming to my ground and running the show. He did ever so well, and it's a good pace. I think he's one of the best midfielders around at the minute in that position, Tonali. Very good. And watching him live, really good. But Williams has to be careful now. If Newcastle get the ball to Elanga and say, take him on.
Best noise inside the ground so far in this game this afternoon. Live at St James's Park on BBC Radio 5 Live. We're live at the G-Tech Community Stadium at 4:30 this afternoon for Brentford against Manchester City. Then we're into the international football next week. Elanga's made a good run streaking away down the right. He's not going to be able to get to that ball in time, though. Williams knew that. He stopped the chase, and it's gone behind for the goal kick to Nottingham Forest. There's 11 minutes left in this first half. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0 in terms of that international football. Thursday night we've got full commentary of England against Wales at Wembley. That's a friendly. The following Tuesday, England in World Cup qualifying action away to Latvia. Commentary of that one as well. And don't forget the other home nations, you are able to watch their World Cup qualifying games on the BBC as Nottingham Forest pick up possession just short of the halfway line. A few short passes are exchanged, and then Williams, tackled by Joe Linton. Nottingham Forest get the throw.
He's frustrated, Ange, because the ball's come up to Chris Wood, and when you're Chris, you've got to hold it. When you're away from home, the centre forward has to hold it up, and he was letting him know there. Got to be stronger. He's got to be more reliable for his team.
Tonali's down. He's got a slight problem at the moment. So one member of the Newcastle medical staff comes on with the black bag and goes over to see what that is all about. You were making the point, Clinton, actually, just as we were about to kick off the game. You know, Eddie Howe talking about Elliot Anderson was desperately disappointed to lose him. I totally get that. I mean, trying to get into this Newcastle midfield three, I mean, he'd be a great option, wouldn't he?
Of course he would. You can definitely rotate. But Tonali, Bruno and Joe Linton, I think last season, name me a better free midfielder. The Liverpool will probably have a debate with the McAllister, Soberslai and Gravenberch, but I think as a free, those fantastic. They all complemented each other, but if you throw Anderton into the mix, wow, what a midfield that would be. Yeah,
would just give Eddie Howe extra options to rotate. 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. Latest scores with 10 minutes away from half-time. Villa leading Burnley 1-0. Everton and Palace is still goalless. Always had a feeling that one was going to be tight, Clinton.
Definitely. There weren't going to be a lot of goals in that, that's for sure.
Wolves 1, Brighton 0. Villa Burnley's on the BBC Sport website and app at the moment. You can get commentary of that there. Everton Palace on Sports Extra 2. Wolves Brighton on Sports Extra 3. And the Singapore Grand Prix on Sports Extra as we speak. And we're still waiting for Tonali to get to his feet. He's okay. Hauled to his feet by midfield partner Bruno Guimaraes. Applause from the Newcastle fans. And we'll wait for this game to get back underway. And the fixtures for Ange Postecoglou and Nottingham Forest certainly don't get any easier either after the international break. Home game against Chelsea. Then they play Porto in the Europa League at the City Ground. Porto have gone 7 wins out of 7 games at the start of their domestic season. And then away to Bournemouth, who started so brilliantly in the Premier League. Taking you to Everton Palace in just a second, and we'll do it now because Savona can't keep that long ball in play. It's gone behind for the Newcastle goal kick. Coming Maz Faruqi.
Oh, great chance for Everton for the opener, Ali. Ball looped in from Garner on the left to the far post to Barry, and he couldn't get the touch to get the ball under control, to get it on target. So it's still Everton 0, Palace 0.
Newcastle 0, Forest 0. Ball forward from Guimaraes, nodded down by Morato. Milenkovic plays it back to Sells. Voltemada continues the chase. Sells clears with his right foot, nearly turns into an excellent pass to Gibbs White. He tried to let that run across him and then it just got away from him. Possibly could have controlled that and kept that in.
Do you know what I've seen with Newcastle?
Oh, goal at Everton, Maz Faruqi.
And it's come for Palace. I was just talking about that great chance for Everton. They've gone down the other end, Palace, and scored. Daniel Munoz from the right, almost went underneath Jordan Pickford, and Palace are ahead. Everton 0, Palace 1, 38 minutes played.
How can I take him out of my fantasy team? I'll take him out of my fantasy team, and then he goes and scores. Listen, I'm buzzing. My team has scored, but I'm disappointed he scored.
Yeah, that was the joy and the despair wrapped up in one moment with Clinton Morrison there. I did exactly the same thing as well, Clinton.
Frustrating.
So you're in good company there. So Palace are 1 up at Everton, Villa 1 up on Burnley, Wolves 1 up on Brighton, and here we are, Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Botman controls a ball inside his own half, doesn't see any other option than to go back to Nick Pope. Couple of touches from the Newcastle keeper, slides his right foot underneath the ball, spinning away high down the right. And Morato leaps highest above Elanga, nods it out of play, and that'll be a throw-in to Newcastle, and it feels quite subdued inside St James's Park at the moment.
And you know what I was going to say before we had to go at Everton, Voltemada, he comes to the ball loads, and so there's not. Then these runners in behind. It's comfortable for that Forest back three. You got to keep moving him. He's been so static at the moment, and Gordon and Elanga have to do more as well.
Well, Gordon's just won a free kick 5 yards inside the Nottingham Forest half. That was a clever turn. He knew Savona was coming up behind him. The Italian didn't get there in time. Gordon just flicked the ball around the corner and Savona came through the back of him. Here's Botman. Botman to Tonali. Joe Linton passes back to the Dutch defender again. Botman forward here to Guimaraes. Hurried out of possession. Gibbs White keeps it in play on the right. Flicks a little pass back to Savona. 6 minutes remaining in the first half. Under blue skies at St James's Park, and Sells gives that everything. Thumps the ball forward with his right foot. Botman gets a foot to the ball, but it runs to Chris Wood. Wood's in the centre circle. Diagonal ball forward releases Yates. Williams sees an opportunity. Nico Williams down the left here, tries to take Trippier on. Cross comes in, Tonali slides in and intercepts. Nottingham Forest win themselves a corner. Newcastle 0, Forest 0.
They've been a better team. Listen, this is a proper away performance so far from Forest, and they look like they could nick something on the counter-attack. They defended in their numbers. It's flat. I think Newcastle need half-time. Eddie Howe could tweak a few things.
Yeah, in terms of the pressure on Ange Postecoglou, the performance, the nature of the performance today was always going to be hugely important, and so far so good on that front for Nottingham Forest. But what he will desperately want, what Nottingham Forest desperately want, is 3 points to go with it, a goal to start with at least. Here comes the corner from Williams. Pope stretches and punches. Elanga chests it down, pokes the ball further away to the left, and then just overruns it. He thinks that should have been a Newcastle throw. It's a Forest throw. In it comes. Gibbs White flick on. Powered away by Botman with his head. Good work from Voltemade. Controlled that well. Laid it off to Tonali. And suddenly Newcastle moving forward at speed. Here's Trippier. Trippier looking for options. Short ball to his left to Tonali. Tonali's low pass out to the right finds Guimaraes. Guimaraes bringing it in field, good vision, finds Gordon, edge of the box, Gordon towards Voltemade, tries to lay it back to the England winger, couldn't quite find him. Savona is there, back to Sells, has to stretch to keep that in play, clears, that'll go out for a Newcastle throw. Back to Villa Park, Tom Gale.
Villa 1, Burnley 0. Visitors have hit the target. Kyle Walker long throw, not cleared. Josh Cullen, his effort bounced right in front of Emi Martinez, but he was able to push it behind. Villa 1, Burnley 0.
The old long throw in operation at Villa Park as well. Talk of the town this season. Here's Chow, across to Botman. Football being played inside the Nottingham Forest half, which is away to our left. Tonali tries a little backheel pass to try and find Voltemade. Here's Joe Linton, 25 yards out, across to the giant German striker. Big handful of shirt from Morato. Peter Banks plays advantage. Elanga into the penalty area down by the byline. Gordon down on the floor inside the box. Cross comes in. Sell says that's mine. Leaps high in the air and catches it with both hands. It was quite a lot for the referee to keep an eye on there. Was right to play the advantage, though, I think, Clinton.
Yeah, Voltemade did well. Morata had a whole piece of his shirt, but he should go back and book him after that.
Yeah, hasn't done that, actually.
No, he hasn't.
2 bookings in the first half for Yates and Williams for Nottingham Forest. Byrne plays back to Pope. 3 minutes left in the first half. Here's Tonali, first time ball. Zips it forward to Trippier. Quickly up to Elanga. There you can hear the Newcastle fans getting excited. Elanga gets up to speed. Williams sticks with him. Crosses block. Still Elanga. Past Williams, but there's Morato. Clears it away with his left foot. Newcastle fans applaud the effort from their former Forest winger. Here's Trippier, wide on the right. 20 yards inside that Nottingham Forest half. Guimaraes gets the ball in a central position. Forward to Voltemade. Voltemade to Elanga. Wide to Trippier. Back to Elanga. Elanga's pass infield finds Guimaraes just outside Nottingham Forest penalty area. Left-footed strike, big deflection on that. Savona heads it away. Wood couldn't control that for Forest. It bounces in front of Gordon. Gordon is moving away from the Nottingham Forest goal, but he's doing that at speed. He turns, finds Guimaraes, and then Guimaraes' pass back to Tonali. Lost the momentum of the move. They've kept it going now. Wide it goes to the right. Here's Guimaraes, corner of the penalty area. Guimaraes, little flick pass down to the right to Elanga. Elanga's cross in, headed away by Morato. Pressure still up for Newcastle here. Ball's dropping inside that Nottingham Forest penalty area. Guimaraes has won it, looking to get a cross in, little cut back. Elanga lays it back, and Nottingham Forest eventually clears. Singapore Grand Prix latest, Harry Benjamin.
Lap 62 of 62. We're on to the final lap. George Russell is looking set for a magnificent win here. He has yet to put a foot wrong, with just a couple of corners left to run for George Russell. He will see the checkered flag first round the final corner for Russell, who wins the Singapore Grand Prix, his second win of the season. Max Verstappen holds off the pressure from Norris to take home second, Norris third, Piastri fourth, and with it, McLaren become 10-time world champions. They have won the Constructors' title. It's a magnificent day for McLaren, but a long debrief as to how their drivers have performed in this race. And George Russell, though, will be the happiest of them all, winner in Singapore.
All the reaction, as always, in the Checkered Flag podcast, available on the BBC Sounds app. Voltemade into that Nottingham Forest penalty area. Back to Joelinton, hits the shot, that's blocked. Tonali drives from the edge of the box. Wide it goes, behind for the goal kick. And Peter Banks steps into the penalty area and is just breaking up a confrontation between Guimaraes and Milenkovic, because in that move, Guimaraes went down. I think Milenkovic felt he was looking for a penalty. Both of them furious with each other. That's continuing. Referees split it up, and the players, both sets of players, are also trying to keep them well apart, and Guimaraes sensibly actually has moved away. 2 minutes of added time remaining, still Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Those last 2 or 3 minutes, Clinton Morrison, I think that's the best football we've seen Newcastle put together in this first half.
Yeah, it's the best football we've seen in the whole half, to be fair, and you don't expect that from Forest because it's a away performance. But for Newcastle at home, you heard the fans have been really quiet. It's one of the best places to come here, St James's Park. You've got to give them something to shout about. They moved it quickly, that's why our 1 and 2 touch, and created a few chances.
So goal kick for Nottingham Forest, still 0-0. Ange Postecoglou watches on, hands thrust deep into the pockets of that thigh-length, thick blue coat. Sells goal kick, travels a long way. Byrne heads it forward. Cunha heads it back into the Newcastle half. Byrne gets a glancing header on that. Botman is able to turn away from Wood. He's in the left-back position here. Chips the pass into midfield. Guimaraes with a volley pass to Voltemade. Touch, big man, says Clinton. And Newcastle keep coming. Guimaraes down again inside the Nottingham Forest half. No foul there. Cunha is back and clears with his left foot. Trippier's underneath it. That's a good touch from the little fella.
Yeah, it is. You expect that from Trippier, but Voltemade, he's good, you know.
Yeah.
He's got good feet, you know. He's not just good. Maybe if he improves in the air, he's the complete centre forward now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a very distinctive, unusual looking footballer. Obviously the long legs, socks rolled down, but I think any socks, even pulled up, actually would struggle to get to the knee. And it's the frizzy blonde hair as well, the tash. Gordon forward to Guimaraes. Joelinton sticks out a right leg, hooks the ball forward to the edge of the box. Tonali nods it down. There's only about 20 seconds left in this first half, still 0-0. Trippier gets the cross, handball surely, outside the penalty area. It's gone behind for a corner. Williams slid in. It looked to me like his arm was high. Corner rather than free kick though.
I think they're spot on now. I just think the linesman just said, well, basically it's not in the penalty area, so I'm just going to leave it and give it a throw.
Yeah.
But you're right, it should have been that arm a free kick.
I mean, if that's in the box, that's a penalty. 100%.
Yeah, VAR having a look at that, 100%.
Right, Newcastle get the corner. This is going to be the last action of the first half. Back with Steve Crossman shortly. 5 Live's Premier League Sunday. 0-0 here at St James's Park. Deep corner again. That's been the choice every time. Cunha flicks the header away. And Ange Postecoglou, I think, is going to be pretty happy with that first half performance from Nottingham Forest. Nick Pope made the one save from the Morgan Gibbs-White free kick, but the confidence has been up. The footballers look good. The Newcastle fans have been frustrated, Clinton, and it's only in the last few minutes that we've seen Newcastle really get going.
Yeah, I think Andrew will be happy with that first half. It's a proper away performance. I think they've been first class. They defended in their numbers. It's gone to a back 3, but it is a back 5 when they don't have the ball. And Newcastle's wide players in Gordon and Elanga can't get into the game. Voltemade's had his touches, but in the midfield 3 as well, that's where you need to release the likes of Bruno and Joelinton. But yeah, really positive performance. Newcastle can be better in the second half.
No goals as yet, but an intriguing watch at St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0.
Thanks both. We'll be back, of course, for second half commentary. Half-time at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Palace on course for 20 unbeaten, Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, and a pretty flat first half from an Everton perspective, Steve. Their best chance falling to Barry just before they conceded the goal, that coming to him at the far post after the ball was curled across to him from the left from Garner, and he couldn't make the most of it. And then almost immediately Palace went down the other end and scored. Sarr through the middle of the park, out to Munoz on the right. Pickford very quick to come out, too quick I think, and it was a simple finish past him for Daniel Munoz. I think we'd all like though to be part of the Palace fans' party at the moment. They're enjoying themselves over in that far left corner, despite the football not being the most memorable so far in this match, because at half-time it's it's Everton 0, Palace 1.
Wolves the only winless team in the Premier League this season, halfway toward changing that. Chris Coles.
And just about merited as well. They lead Brighton by a goal to 0 in what's been a cagey game. Great irony about the Wolves goal in that it came just seconds after their manager Vitor Pereira was sent off for, quote, irresponsible behaviour in the technical area. And as he was trudging down the tunnel, his team scored. Menetzi's stunning volley, brilliantly saved by Bart Verbruggen, who was then very unlucky to see it hit the bar, rebound back off him into his own net. So it will be a Verbruggen own goal. Brighton have been a bit subdued. but they were against Chelsea in the first half last week, and they turned it around to win 3-1. So we're far from done here. Wolves 1, Brighton 0.
Which leaves us with half-time at Villa Park. Tom Gale.
Aston Villa 1, Burnley 0. Unai Emery's side have a Premier League lead at the break for the first time this season. A fine goal from Donyell Marlin, defence-splitting pass from Kamara, and the Dutchman on the slide, slotting home his first of the campaign. Konza and Watkins unable to convert their efforts from close range. Burnley seen plenty of the ball, but only one attempt on target. Josh Cullen's skipping stone effort from 20 yards through traffic, well saved by Emi Martinez. Half-time, Aston Villa 1, Burnley 0.
Right, we're 15 minutes away from the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, so we'll be back in Paris shortly. We'll look ahead to our 4:30 commentary on 5 Live as well. We'll be in Brentford for the first time today ahead of their game with Manchester City. We'll get updates from the Cricket World Cup. Also, we'll look ahead to 2 games in the Scottish Premiership, all before second half commentary across the land on 5 Live, Sports Extra 2, 3 and the BBC Sport website. We will do all of that after the news with Dan Maudsley.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Steve. The Home Secretary has said that repeated large-scale protests have caused considerable fear for the Jewish community as she announced new plans to give police powers to restrict repeated protests. Shabana Mahmood said the government would allow officers to consider the cumulative impact of frequent demonstrations. But the former Labour MP, Dame Louise Ellman, who's Vice President of the Jewish Leadership Council, says more should have been done in recent months to counter anti-Semitism.
It's been building up, and people have seen what's been happening over the last couple of years, particularly over the last few months. I think it's been marches in the streets and cries of globalise the Intifada, which is in fact exactly what we've seen now in Heaton Park Synagogue in Manchester, and a growing concern about hatred.
Around 300 people have attended the funeral of Melvin Kravitz, one of the victims of the Manchester synagogue attack on Thursday. Mourners filled the cemetery forecourt to listen to the service over loudspeakers. The Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, is addressing her party conference in Manchester. She's revealing details about plans to set up a new agency that would deport 150,000 illegal migrants every year if the party wins the next election. The conference opened with a minute's silence to remember those killed in the synagogue attack. Israel says 900,000 people have been displaced from Gaza City as its military continues to launch strikes on the territory. Talks on President Trump's peace deal will take place in Egypt tomorrow. Sanam Vakil is an expert on the Middle East at Chatham House. She believes Hamas will try to keep some form of control in Gaza.
While they probably see the light at the end of the tunnel where they're not part of the picture, they're going to hold on for as long as possible and find all ways to be relevant politically and maybe even militarily if things don't go the way we all hope they do.
And Bitcoin has reached a new high, rising above $125,000. Gains in US shares have boosted the cryptocurrency's value, as has more sympathetic regulation under the Trump administration.
Hello, welcome to 5 Live Breakfast with Rach and Rick.
Let's talk about cricket now. The Women's World Cup well underway. England spinner Sarah Glenn.
It's been amazing watching the Lionesses and the Roses this year. Hopefully we can take a leaf out of their book and bring it here.
5 Live Breakfast
with Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
Lots of people getting in touch, and this one, I completely accept this. I love how competitive Rick gets, but up or down. You can actually sense Rick's blood pressure rising when he's question.
So glad our listeners can see through to the true Rick. Well, I enjoyed that. Yes, I did.
5 Live Breakfast.
Back Monday from 6.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sports with Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Half-times in the Premier League. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Second half coming up on 5 Live. Everton trail Crystal Palace by 1-0. You'll get that on Sports Extra 2. It is Villa 1, Burnley 0. That's on 5 Sports Extra. And Wolves lead Brighton by 1-0. Second half commentary of that one on Sports Extra 3. Full time in the early kickoff in the Championship was Ipswich 3, Norwich 1. So Ipswich up to 9th with the international break to come in the Women's Super League. Tottenham third in the table after a 1-0 win over Brighton. Other scores: Leicester 1, Everton 1, London City Lionesses 1, Liverpool 0, West Ham 0, Aston Villa 2. We are 10 minutes away from the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, John Hunt.
Some stony faces here, such is the importance of this race. The jockeys just preparing to get mounted. 17 runners going to post, including the favourite Mini Hawk. It's funny, Steve, Aidan O'Brien has just tried to break the tension, sharing a joke with two of his jockeys here, Christophe Soumillon, who rides Mini Hawk, and Wayne Lorden aboard Los Angeles. Japan have 3 very interesting runners. The Japanese racing industry have never won the Arc de Triomphe. Byzantine Dream, ridden by Oisin Murphy, looks to be their main hope. But perhaps the man they all have to beat this afternoon is the magnificent French trainer André Fabre, who has won this race for a record 8 times, bidding for a 9th here. He's got Saucy and Qualificar in the race, and also last year's runner-up is back again. That, of course, is Aventure, ridden by Maxime Guillon. A wonderful lineup. We're now just 10 minutes away from one of the world's great races.
And we'll be back with John for live commentary of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. Let's check in on India-Pakistan at the Women's ODI Cricket World Cup. Atif Nawaz.
Well, India have been bowled out by Pakistan for the very first time in a one-day international. They've been bowled out for 247 at exactly the 50-over mark. In the conditions, we think that'll be plenty of runs for India to close out this game, but Pakistan put in a very impressive performance off the back of their original loss to Bangladesh. It'll be an intriguing second half to the game in about 20 minutes or so.
Let's check in on the World Para-Athletics. Aled Sean Davis has won shot put gold for the 7th World Championships in a row in his event for athletes with lower limb impairments. His victory on the final day in Delhi gives Great Britain their 7th gold medal, and Ed Harry can tell us what all that means.
Davis has owned this event now, Steve, since 2013. He's also won Paralympic gold twice in Rio and Tokyo, and a silver in Paris last summer. That's a throw for athletes with lower limb impairments. Davis very much one of the veterans of this squad, but one of the new additions, Victoria Levitt, in her 200 metres, capturing a silver medal today after 100 gold earlier in the week. And Nathan Maguire in the last few moments, a bronze medal for him, his second bronze of the week. This one coming for the wheelchair racer in the 800 metres. That 26 medals overall, 7 of them, as you say, gold.
3 games in the Scottish Premiership about to get underway. Celtic in kind of uncharted territory. They're second in the league. Hearts are top, but can they close the gap today? They have got Motherwell. Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, providing they don't, Steve, have a European hangover, they could. 4 changes from the team that lost to Braga. Donovan Tierney, Negrin and Bernardo drop out. Motherwell, though, unbeaten, and they're playing a swashbuckling, take it to their opponent type of football, which they will not, says Johnny Curtumbras, abandon today. They make 0 changes. It's the same team that beat Aberdeen last week.
Rangers are 8th in the league, but they did finally get their first win of the campaign last week. Today they're at Falkirk. Kenny Crawford.
Yeah, Steve, both these clubs with just 1 victory from 6 Premiership matches so far. Falkirk in 11th, and as Rangers, as you say, Rangers in 8th. The Ibrox side 12 points behind current league leaders Hearts. On loan centre-back Lewis Nielsen, and on loan Swansea forward Kyrell Wilson come into the Bairns starting 11. As for under pressure, Russell Martin's Rangers. On loan Wolves defender Nasser Giga, midfielder Joe Rothwell, on loan Spurs winger Mikey Moore, and striker Bojan Majowski all start.
And we will also keep you up to date with the other game getting underway in the next 2 minutes in the Scottish Premiership, which is Aberdeen versus Dundee. Second half commentaries on the way in the Premier League of Newcastle Forest, Everton Palace and Aston Villa Burnley, with Wolves versus Brighton also available on Sports Extra 3. When they're done, we'll all be back together on 5 Live for Brentford versus Manchester City. John Murray.
Yes, and there's plenty to go at here, Steve, on what is a bright and breezy autumn afternoon, because we know that Manchester City come here on a 6-match unbeaten run now in all competitions, and if they are able to win against Brentford, they'll be just 3 points off the top of the Premier League. However, we know that Manchester United came here last weekend, Brentford beat them, and I think it's a very presentable start now that they've made under Keith Andrews, when there were plenty of doom mongers, weren't there, about what his prospects might be. It's 7 points from their opening 6 matches, and remember, Manchester City have been to Monaco and back this week. Brentford have had a clear week to prepare for this.
You think, John, that City will be looking at sort of events of the last 24 hours around Liverpool and thinking, all right, Arsenal have had a great start, but Liverpool are fallible. Maybe our expectations could be higher than some people thought.
Yeah, well, I think their expectations, Pep Guardiola's expectations, will always be first target, win the Premier League. And I doubt that has changed at all with the events of the opening weeks of the season. So there's a little bit of something coming together. And okay, Eric Dyer's late penalty was a bit of a setback for them in midweek, but yeah, you know, they could be very much in touch by the end of the day.
And Igor Thiago for Brentford, John. Looking forward to listening to him.
Yes, looking forward to seeing what he might bring to the party. What a start that he's made this season, with 5 goals in 6 matches that he's 7 matches in all competitions, and actually 5 goals from 6 attempts on target so far during the course of this campaign. He's a Brazilian. He's got a very interesting backstory. He's played in Bulgaria and Belgium, and now he's making waves in the Premier League, and he's got Manchester City in his sights today.
All right, John, thank you very much. So we'll be back with correspondent John Murray and Mark Schwarzer for full commentary of Brentford versus Manchester City. So we're all together on 5 Live for that at 4:30. Just a quick reminder of where you can go now, because second halves in the Premier League about to get underway. If you want the game between Villa and Burnley, which Villa are leading 1-0, that's on 5 Sports Extra. If you want Everton 0, Crystal Palace 1 in the second half, that one is on Sports Extra 2. Wolves leading Brighton by 1-0, you'll get that one on Sports Extra 3. Here on 5 Live, well, we've got the only goalless game so far, Newcastle versus Nottingham Forest. Forest playing pretty well so far, though, almost ready for second half commentary. Do you know what, Ali Bruce Ball and Clinton Morrison? I was all ready to throw back to you, but it looks like we've got a few seconds here. So
yeah,
because nobody's there yet. I mean,
but
it
players out yet.
It's very much time though, Ali, isn't it? So it's quite interesting.
Come on, lads.
Yeah, gives us time to talk about Forest performance, though, Clinton. As we said beforehand, the noises from within the corridors of power that Postecoglou needs a good performance. Halfway there to that?
Yeah, definitely. Listen, it's not vintage out of Forest fans, and probably the owner wants, but when you're not winning football matches, you need to stay in the games across the year, and that's what they've done. Solid defensively, and they've been a threat on the counter-attack, and that's the biggest thing. You don't want to open the game and come and play against a Newcastle team and be 2-0 down now.
That's Nuno-esque, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the Nuno blueprint, isn't it? Is soak up the pressure, hit on the counter.
And look how successful he was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, I can see some black and white shirts, Ali, so all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Just a reminder to our listeners as well, second half is about to get underway in all of these Premier League 2 o'clock kickoffs. Commentary here on 5 Live of Newcastle Forest, which is 0-0. Shortly, we will be taking you to Longchamp. John Hunt is going to bring us commentary of the big race of the afternoon in Paris, the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. So as soon as the time comes, we will be handing you over there. But you will not miss a thing this afternoon, wherever you're listening. So as Steve was saying, Villa Burnley now on Sports Extra. Villa lead Burnley 1-0. Palace 1 up at Everton. That's on Sports Extra 2. Wolves Brighton. Wolves lead Brighton 1-0 is on Sports Extra 3. And if you're an NFL fan, tonight at 9 o'clock, your commentary game this evening is the Commanders at the Chargers. There's NFL going on in London this afternoon, actually. Vikings-Browns is at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But we're about ready to go. We need the game to liven up a little. Ange Postecoglou certainly won't want it from that point of view in terms of what Newcastle have to offer. Neither manager has made a change at half-time, but it did feel a bit flat and a bit quiet, Clinton. And we don't often get here, and it's not you know, whenever you're listening to your radio and you think, blimey, St James's Park sounds amazing.
It does, and it's down to these players now. It feels like there's a little bit of a hangover from the Champions League game. So he might have to look to his bench.
It's a good point. Unchanged team, actually. Eddie Howe's named exactly the same team that won away to Union Saint-Gilloise, the Belgians 4-0, which was the early kick-off on Wednesday. Second half, Newcastle in the black and white vertical stripes, attacking the Gallowgate end away to our right-hand side. If you know St James's Park, the cathedral-like stadium that sits at the top of the hill as you make the walk up from the station. Glorious sunshine this afternoon, and Nottingham Forest in those red shirts with the thin white pinstripe down them, white numbers on their backs, white shorts with the red stripes down the side, and the red socks as Nick Pope clears with his right foot from the right back position for Newcastle. Ryan Yates, first Premier League start of the season for him for Nottingham Forest, captain in the side as well, wins a header. It's cleared downfield by Trippier and out for a Nottingham Forest throw. So Newcastle are Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman and Byrne as the back four, Guimaraes, Tonali and Joa Linton, Elanga and Gordon on the flanks, with Nick Voltemada through the middle, and Forrester Sells in goal. 3 centre-backs, Milenkovic, Morato and Jair Cunha. Savona and Williams the wing-backs. Elliot Anderson alongside Yates in central midfield, and Doy and Gibbs-White in support of Chris Wood. Here is Matt Sells in lemon yellow. Clears with his right foot. Gibbs White is not going to jump for the header. He's beaten in the air by Botman. And actually Botman's header's come off Gibbs White's back and gone out for a throw into Newcastle, which they've taken inside their own half, and they've worked it quickly across to Trippier. And you can hear Trippier barking instructions at Elanga. He played the pass to him. He was already telling him what to do with the ball. Clever touch by Tonali. Anderson is following him there inside the Newcastle half. Trippier knocks it down the line to Tonali. Lay off to Elanga. Little touch back to Guimaraes. Through the middle they go to Joe Linton. Better from Newcastle. Gordon tries to bring that under control. It wasn't easy.
I don't know why why are you coming in off the line when Joe Linton gets the ball? Stay out wide. You're a winger. You're not in the number 10 role. Stay out wide. Frustrating, because if he's playing for England, he's going to hug the touchline. If Tuchel says he needs to hug the touchline.
Yeah, in that England squad, from Newcastle's point of view, Dan Burn and Anthony Gordon, Elliot Anderson and Morgan Gibbs-White for Nottingham Forest. England play Wales on Thursday night. We've got full commentary of the game live from Wembley. Throw in Nottingham Forest. Peter Banks held play up for a brief second there. Savona then launches it down the right-hand touchline. Goes past Chris Wood. Quiet again inside St James's Park. Early stages of the second half. Botman forward to Joe Linton. Little ball between a couple of Nottingham Forest players. Finds Guimaraes. He's fouled. Elliot Anderson thought about delaying the restart of the game there. Realised it was going to be a yellow card and stopped. He was caught in the act. Here's Elanga. Low cross in. Oh, Voltemar to let that run. Gordon's shot. That's blocked. Ball runs to the edge of the box. Good strength and tenacity from Gibbs-White. Outside of his right boot, just flicks a pass to Savona, who's in the right wing-back position for Forest here. Chow intercepts his pass forward. Another ball goes into the Newcastle half. Nothing Gibbs-White can do with that. And so Botman plays it across to Trippier. To Botman again. Forward to Guimaraes, just short of the halfway line. Central position. On to Joe Linton and wide to Gordon. That's where Clinton wants him. Gordon down the left-hand touchline to Joe Linton. He's tackled by Jair Cunha, the Brazilian centre-back for Nottingham Forest. And that'll be another throw for Newcastle. Newcastle fans get it going, ramp it up at the start of the second half. Here's Trippier. Trippier's curling ball, controlled by Elanga, 35 yards from goal, out on the right. Trippier side foots a pass now to Tonali. Elanga and Tonali exchange a 1-2. Loads of Nottingham Forest bodies around to win the ball back. Here's Anderson driving forward as he likes to do, holding off challenges. Then Trippier's caught him on the Achilles there, just on the back of the leg. He's fouled him on the halfway line. Anderson's gone down, and that'll be a free kick to Nottingham Forest. He's been hugely impressive again, hasn't he, Clinton? Elliot Anderson today.
Yeah, he takes the ball ever so well in tight areas, and he drives with it. He backs himself to do it. I thought he was outstanding for England in the two internationals, the two games, and he deserves his call up again. Like, if he keeps performing like that, he could be a star at the World Cup.
Absolutely. Anderson picks himself up. Nottingham Forest restart the game. Anderson's first time ball goes past Chris Wood. Chris Wood, ever the willing runner, raises his eyes to heaven as the ball goes past him, then turns and chases and puts pressure on Nick Pope. Pope clears, headed forward into the Newcastle half. Botman is there. The ball thuds onto his chest. The giant Dutchman brings it forward. Trippier's made a good run for him. He wants Elanga to go whizzing down that right wing. He's given Elanga the ball. Takes on Williams. Gets that cross into the near post. Morato is there. Knocks it behind for the corner to Newcastle. Newcastle 0. Nottingham Forest 0. 5 minutes gone in the second half. Villa 1, Burnley 0. Palace 1 up at Everton. And Wolves leading Brighton 1-0 as well. And those games in the Scottish Premiership, 3 of them will be underway. So we'll keep you updated on those, and we'll be going racing shortly as well. The Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe about to get underway at Longchamp. Newcastle are taking the corner short. That's not worked. Trippier then has to compete for a 50-50. Anderson, as he caught Elanga. Elanga's gone down as if he has. No free kick given. It was right under the nose of the assistant referee. High clearance is awkward for Dan Burn, and Doy is pulling him back there. Burn just sticks to his task, wins the free kick, and just concentrates on what he had to do.
Yeah, it won't surprise me if Murphy comes on for Elanga. He's not been as good today as I've seen him previously.
Here come Newcastle with Gordon, attacking at speed down the left, cross in, that's awkward. Voldemort, what a save by Sells. Now, he cannot have known much about that.
I don't know if it is Sells or it's the actually block from Morata. You could be spot on, but because I think it's Morata who makes the mistake, and I think Voldemort should be scoring, but I think it's either a great block or a great save from Sells out. You could be right.
Well, need to see that again on the replay. I mean, Sells stuck an arm up, which is what made me think that the ball had hit him. But it was Morato's mistake from the cross that it just sat up for Voltemade, and he absolutely hammered it with his right foot. Looked destined for the goal at close range, and somehow Nottingham Forest have kept it out. Gibbs White is down. He's won a free kick for Nottingham Forest. Here comes the replay. I think you might be right, Clinton.
Because it's Morata that makes the mistake initially out. The ball in from Gordon's good. I don't know how they don't have enough bodies in the box. Yes, Morata. It is Morata block with the block. It is because I think Voldemort, he makes the mistake and then does ever so well with the block.
Yeah, Sells is not saving that. If it goes past Morato, Sells is going the other way. He's got absolutely no chance. Morato made the mistake and then made up for the mistake. Brilliant bit of defending in the end. Anderson, that was nearly a good ball to Ndoye. Ndoye was looking for that run in behind the Newcastle defence on the left. Chow plays it back to Pope. Pope clears up to the halfway line. Voltemade wrestling with Milenkovic. Ball is past Anderson. There's Tonali. Lays it back to Trippier. Guimaraes. First time pass is a good one. Tonali sees Elanga in space. Newcastle fans sense something is up here. Elanga into the penalty. Morata again sliding in. Makes the block corner Newcastle.
Shouldn't let him get back at him, Elanga. It doesn't look like he's sharp enough at the moment. He should not be letting him get back at him. Once he's ahead of Morata, he should be cutting across him and going at speed, but great defending from Morata.
And Morata has stayed down, so I think we might have a slight delay here before the corner. He's unlacing his right boot. The referee wants him to get off the field. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Let's take you to Longchamp, the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. Here's John Hunt.
They're through the first quarter of a mile here. Just had a real heavy shower of rain, but now the sun back out for one of the world's great races. And hot as hell for Jessica Harrington's yard, based in Ireland, goes on. Minnie Hawk got a great start, the favourite, now just reined back into second place. The most prominent of the three Japanese runners is going up for a share of the lead. That's Croix du Nord with Los Angeles, who was third last year, very close up as well. Quisisana is only just in behind those, and then comes Aventure, strongly fancied. Aventure, last year's runner-up, in a good position this time around. Alohiali is next. That's another of the Japanese runners. Kalpana on the outside for trainer Andrew Balding, one of two British runners in the race, is racing directly alongside Giavellotto, the other one trained at Newmarket by Marco Botti. The early back marker is Arrow Eagle. Gizora's well off the pace at the moment, so too is Lefard. Qualificar will have to come from right at the back end of the field, and Byzantine Dream under Oisin Murphy, the third of the Japanese raiders, is also 2/3 of the way down the field, racing alongside Sosi, who was last year's fourth. Taking up the running then, Croix du Nord racing through to the halfway stage. The Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe here, live on 5 Live. Byzantine Dream is just in behind those as one or two of them look around to try and make their move. Croix du Nord still with the advantage from hot as hell. Los Angeles, Minnie Hawk stalking them, going very strongly. Can she cap what would be a perfect year? Behind her is Dariz, who's got a very healthy turn of foot when good enough. After these, we've got Giavellotto and White Birch trying to stay on. Kalpana's now making ground down the outside with Quisisana and Aventure on the move as well. But Minnie Hawk bursts through, takes up the lead. They've still got a furlong and a half left to go. Minnie Hawk is being chased by Dariz, who's a length and a half away. Minnie Hawk driven out. Dariz is the only danger. Minnie Hawk being caught by Dariz. Dariz is starting now to get there on the outside. Minnie Hawk fights back in a thrilling finish for the Arc. A photo finish between Dariz and Minnie Hawk. The pair of them clear as the rain tumbles down again. That is a photo finish. It looks at first glance that Dariz may have gone up to keep the prize in France. Mikel Barcelona on board. Minnie Hawk fought all the way, but Ali, I think it's just Dariz. We'll confirm that for you shortly.
OK, thank you, John. The sound of thundering hooves in John Hunt's commentary, you cannot beat that on a 5 Live this Sunday afternoon. Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Back to John to get that confirmed result shortly. Newcastle have won themselves a corner. Quite a lot's gone on in the last couple of minutes or so. We had a VAR check on a potential foul from the last Newcastle corner. Dan Burn went down in the box. Morato and he were wrestling together. That one was cleared. We've seen the continued physical battle between Voltemada and Milenkovic. Voltemada was fouled. Free kick wasn't given. That's got the Newcastle fans on the referee's back. Here comes the corner. This time Chow is down inside the penalty area, and so is Dan Burn. Morato's involved again, and the referee's got to try and get a grip on this.
Unless he blows his whistle before it was taken, the free kick, if it's then taken in, he should then give a penalty if he feels there's a foul there. But if he had blown it before it was taken, then he's made the right decision. But you're right, Peter Banks has to get hold of this now.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things they said they were going to be particularly hot on, the officials this season, is the holding, the shirt pulling, the grappling. It's a nightmare, really, for the referee with the naked eye to try and keep an eye on the whole thing. VAR are there to help. Referee is speaking to both sets of players at the moment. We're waiting for this corner to be retaken. John Hunt, what news?
The Arc de Triomphe stays in France. Dariz is the winner, trained by Francis Graffard, ridden by Mikel Barcelona. Just and only just too strong for Aidan O'Brien's superstar Mini Hawk. Third place went to Sosi, and fourth was Javelotto.
Thank you, John. Newcastle corner cleared by Nottingham Forest. Still Newcastle 0, Nottingham Forest 0 on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Tonali pushes a pass down the line. That's better from Elanga. Beats Anderson. Gets the cross in. Morato's there. Heads it away. Falls to Anderson in the left-back position. Chips it up in the air. Gibbs White tries to get it under control. Joe Linton moves in and makes the tackle. Trippier plays into midfield to Chow. Chow is still forward in the Newcastle attack. Wide it comes to Tonali. Tonali's crossing beyond Voltemada, beyond everyone. And it's a chance for Nicolo Savona to get on the ball for Nottingham Forest and pass it into midfield. And then Gibbs White knocked to the floor by Dan Burn. No free kick. Burn finds Guimaraes, edge of the area. Curling shot! It's an absolute stunner from the Brazilian. Brunei Guimaraes opens the scoring for Newcastle. Morgan Gibbs White is down hurt. Ange Postecoglou looks on, hands on hips, wonders whether the goal might get overturned. But you cannot take anything away from the finish. The touch from Guimaraes, he looked up, he saw the far corner, and he found it. And Newcastle lead Nottingham Forest by a goal to 0.
Yeah, they want a foul. They think Dan Burn fouls Gibbs White, but forget about that. The VAR will have a look at that. Once Bruno Guimaraes gets into that position, the finish is outstanding. He just lends it and bends it into that top corner. What a finish, and what a player, by the way.
So Bruno Guimaraes celebrates the goal. Nottingham Forest continue their complaints. Ange Postecoglou is like a statue here. He has not moved since that challenge went in on Gibbs White. No foul?
Because look, when you see it again, I think Bruno gets a touch on the ball. And if Bruno does get a touch on the ball, Guimaraes, then it definitely ain't going to be a free kick. But once he gets into that, what a finish, by the way. Even though it's not right in the corner.
It's been checked, the goal's been given. Newcastle lead Nottingham Forest 1-0. You're right, it isn't right in the top corner. But it certainly beats Matt Sells, who went with the outstretched right arm, went with the outside arm as he was diving across to his left-hand side. Nottingham Forest are behind. Ange Postecoglou turns away from the pitch, shakes his head. His team have got to find something for him here. Everton Palace latest, Maz Faruqi.
David Moyes making 2 half-time Everton substitutions, Dibbling and Barry off for Alcaraz and Beto. But after a promising start in the second half as his side tried to get back level in this match, Palace are now building their way back into the second 45. We've played 59 minutes, Everton 0, Palace 1.
Commentary on that game is over on Sports Extra 2. Newcastle leading Nottingham Forest by a goal to 0 here at St James's Park. Guimaraes trips Morato. Free kick for Nottingham Forest. Latest from Villa Park comes from Tom Gale.
Villa 1, Burnley 0. Lovely build-up from the hosts, attacking the Holt end. 1-2 between Watkins and Marlin. The latter tackled in the box, fell to Rodgers. It was a Spider-Man spread from Dubravka to keep it out. It's Villa 1, Burnley 0.
So commentary of that game is on Sports Extra. Everton Palace is on Sports Extra 2. If you want Wolves Brighton, that's Sports Extra 3. Here's Chris Coles, who's watching that one for us.
Wolves still with that 1-0 lead over Brighton. 2 big moments in this game. Firstly, John Arias, big chance for 2-0 Wolves. 6 yards out, dead centre of the goal, blazed it over. And at the other end, Jorginho Ruter's volley finds Sam Johnston's save to keep the score at Wolves 1, Brighton 0.
Half an hour left to play here at St James's Park. Newcastle now lead Nottingham Forest 1-0. Newcastle with just 1 Premier League win so far this season at home against Wolves. Burns lost it to Savona. Savona's ball might find Gibbs White in the Newcastle penalty area. Burns stretches in, makes the tackle. Gibbs White on the floor, still finds time to make the pass. It comes back to Yates. Newcastle back in numbers now. The cross will come in from Cunha. Chris Wood's there! Oh, and he didn't get a proper touch on it. It leapt up in the air. He tried to cushion it home on the half volley, and Botman was able to head it clear 2 yards short of the goal line. Difficult ball to finish that, Clinton.
It is difficult, but the form Chris Wood was in last season, and he ain't been in that form this season. He finds the back of the net. It's a great ball into the box. Great ball, and he would have been offside. I'm just watching the replay. He would have been offside. Watching it there, and it is a difficult one, but he's got to get it on the half volley there. Golden opportunity.
Premier League highlights, match of the day tonight, BBC One at 10:30, available on the iPlayer 2, of course, so you'll be able to have a look at that Newcastle goal and the challenge on Gibbs White that led to it. Here's Ndoye's cross into the penalty, headed from Yates, is down into the ground and straight at Nick Pope. In the Scottish Premiership, Falkirk Rangers kicked off at 3. Kenny Crawford.
19 minutes gone, it's still Falkirk 0, Rangers 0, but so much action in this game. 4 minutes, Rangers had a goal disallowed. JD Gassama had the ball in the back of the net, but Mikey Moore on loan from Spurs was offside in the build-up, so that was disallowed. And then Falkirk giving as good as they're getting at the moment. It's Ethan Williams, with a ball in for Kyrell Wilson, who had a shot dragged wide. So Falkirk 0, Rangers 0.
Ball forward from Trippier is overhit. Elanga can't get that. It runs to Matt Sells. Sells gets Nottingham Forest moving inside their own half. Morato's ball up towards Ndoye, intercepted by Trippier and nodded down. Newcastle have possession. Ball wide to Tonali. Tonali into the feet of Elanga. Back to Tonali. Skips away from the challenge of Williams. Ball comes across to Joe Linton. Got a 1-2 with Anthony Gordon. Next break in play will take you to Brentford. Manchester City's our commentary at 4:30. John Murray is patiently waiting with the team news. Here's Guimaraes, the goal scorer, slides the pass through the eye of the needle here to Trippier. Trippier's ball to Elanga. Good couple of touches there. Gets it back to Guimaraes. Dummies the cross initially. Looks for the 1-2 with Elanga. And Nottingham Forest able to bring it away with Ndoye, who is fouled. Nottingham Forest win the free kick, but they need a goal. They're trailing Newcastle 1-0. Here's John Murray with that team news.
Yes, one change for Brentford from the team that started against Manchester United here, and that is Aya in for Ouattara, who's on the bench. So that very much looks like back to 3 central defenders for Brentford. And 3 changes for Manchester City from Monaco in midweek. On the bench today are Doku, Bernardo Silva and Stones. So the 3 who come in are Savinho, Mateus Nunes and Bob.
Did he say Doku's not playing?
No, I think Doku came in, didn't he?
He's
on the bench. Oh, you're right. You were listening. I wasn't.
Unbelievable. What a part.
He's not in your fantasy team, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Right.
Oh, my word.
There we go. Igor Jesus is coming on for Chris Wood. Ange Postecoglou. His Nottingham Forest team are 1-0 down. This is his 7th game in charge. He is yet to win one. He's making a triple change here because things have got to change. Callum Hudson-Odoi comes on for Dan Ndoye, and Amari Hutchinson is going to come on for Ryan Yates. So that is more of an attacking look now to the Nottingham Forest team. What's the latest in Celtic Motherwell? Gavin Wallace.
It's still 0-0 at the moment, Ali. We've played, 20 minutes or so. Motherwell really taking the game to Celtic, who seem to be struggling a little bit at the back, but they have had a couple of half chances themselves. 0-0.
OK, thank you, Gavin. Oh, goal at Villa Park now, Tom Gale.
Villa 2, Burnley 0. Ali and the Holt end would have enjoyed this. Morgan Rogers, shake of the hips. He lays in Donyell Marlin and he thumps it past Martin Dubravka. Aston Villa 2, Burnley 0.
Commentary continues on Sports Extra to Everton next. Maz Faruqi.
I really don't know how Palace aren't 2-0 up, Ali. Jean-Philippe Mateta missing an absolutely wonderful chance. He had lots of time, lots of space, and somehow put it right of the right post with Pickford way out of his area and all out of position. Still, Everton 0, Palace 1, 65 minutes played.
Still Newcastle 1, Nottingham Forest 0 here. 25 minutes to be played. Here's Elliot Anderson on the ball for Forest, back at his hometown club. Forward here to Igor Jesus, who couldn't hold on to it, but Anderson had continued his run and picks up the running for Forest, slides the pass down the right-hand side to Savona, back to Anderson again. Jesus calling for it, but Amari Hutchinson now gets on it. He was playing his football for Ipswich in the Premier League last season. He's tackled and he's got the last touch of the ball. So it's gone out for a throw into Newcastle. Palace still 1 up at Everton. We were discussing in the commentator's view Palace's brilliant start to the season. Well, continuation of form, actually, Clinton, from last season on this long unbeaten run. And John Murray dared ask the question to Ian Dennis, can Crystal Palace win the Premier League title? Are they actual contenders for the title?
No, I don't think they're contenders for the title. I'm not getting ahead of myself, so definitely not at the moment. But it would have been nice if Mateta had put that in after we bigged him up earlier, wouldn't it?
Squad strength, you think, for Palace?
Yeah, that's the problem of playing Thursday, Sunday. It's difficult.
Oh, good point, yeah. Turnaround is quick, but they're going well with it this afternoon. Here's Gordon down the left. Good running cross. Oh, very nearly found Elanga. Important header for Forest. Awkward for Gibbs White. Jumps as high as he can to win the header. He's fouled as he went for it. Guimaraes barged into him. That is going to be a free kick for Nottingham Forest. So we're in that situation, Clinton. We're talking about Ange Postecoglou. He's not been in at Nottingham Forest long. At the moment, he's heading for another defeat. But the performance today was going to be all important. The performance, I think, has been okay. It's been pretty good, actually.
Yeah, to come to St James's Park, it has been pretty good. It's been solid. They haven't been threatening, but now he's just brought on the 3 substitutions that will give them a different attacking threat. So they're going to try and get back into it. So I don't think it's been as bad as previous games that we've seen.
Yeah, front three is totally different now. Igor Jesus is the centre forward. Hudson-Odoi on the left. Hutchinson on the right. Chow wins a header for Newcastle. Trippier thumps it forward on the volley. Again, a wrestling match between Voltemada and Milenkovic, and the decision goes against Voltemada. Milenkovic ended up on the floor. Oh, that's awful, the free kick given away by Morato. Chance for Newcastle maybe to try and kill the game. Elanga's going past Morato there. He fouls him. He's had a terrible 30 seconds there. Gave it away from the free kick. Felt he had to make the foul because Elanga had beaten him all ends up, and Newcastle get a free kick just outside the penalty area over on the right wing. Everton Palace, back we go to Everton. Mas Faruqi.
Really good chance for the equaliser for Alcaraz, the Everton sub, running onto the ball on the left, hitting it with pace, the fingertips of Henderson tipping it over the crossbar. This match is really opening up now with 68 minutes on the clock. Everton 0, Palace 1.
So Everton 0, Palace 1, Villa 2, Burnley 0, Wolves 1, Brighton 0, and Brentford Manchester City commentary to come at 4:30. Aberdeen 1, Dundee 0. Latest scoreline in the Scottish Premiership. Aberdeen sitting bottom of the table without a win to their name, but lead at home at Pittodrie against Dundee. That game kicked off at 3 o'clock. Clinton Morrison is here, St James's Park. We're watching Newcastle 1, Nottingham Forest 0. We've got a quarter of the game left to go. We've got a Newcastle free kick to come. Tonali and Trippier have been deep in discussions there. Elanga has wandered over and he's lurking wide out to the right. But all the players really clustered in the middle of the penalty area on the edge of the 6-yard box. Tonali whips that ball in, it's headed away. Gordon is waiting. Gordon dummies, oh, clever dummy, little step over, fooled Hutchinson. But then he's tackled here by Jesus. So Nottingham Forest could launch something from deep here. Hutchinson's on his own, chasing that down the right. Gordon makes the block, and that goes out for a throw-in to Nottingham Forest. So it looks, Clinton, like Newcastle are about to make a double change. Probably the wide men. Well, Murphy and Barnes are coming on. So I'm guessing Gordon and Elanga.
Usually he can play Gordon through the middle, but he's not been one. I don't think the 2 wide men for Newcastle have been as effective as we've seen recently. So
yeah, Anthony Gordon coming off. He was going to take the long walk round the pitch like you're meant to do, but he actually said, I can't be bothered with that. I'm actually going to jog. I'm going to come off as quickly as I can. So off he comes at a jog. And yes, Anthony Elanga comes off too. Penalty at Celtic, Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, we had a VAR check for a handball inside the box. A bit confused as to whether McGregor or Iheanacho wanted to take it. Neither of them wanted the responsibility. But Kelechi Iheanacho now, he might go with this with his left foot. He's just got this angled run. The referee's bleeds whistle. Takes a stuttered run up, and he goes into the bottom right-hand corner. Kelechi Iheanacho for Celtic. Celtic 1, Motherwell 0.
Celtic win today takes them to 17 points. Hearts, after their win in the Edinburgh Derby last night with the late goal, are on 19 points at the top of the table. Aberdeen lead Dundee 1-0, and it's still Falkirk 0, Rangers 0. Free kick, Nottingham Forest. 4th Premier League game under Ange Postecoglou. First one a very tough one, of course, away to Arsenal, lost 3-0. Got the point at Burnley with the 1-1 draw. Lost at home to Sunderland last weekend, losing here against Newcastle, and the next 2 games, as we were saying in the first half, at home to Chelsea and away to Bournemouth. Chelsea have just beaten Liverpool, of course, and Bournemouth, who are having a fine start to this season. So it doesn't get any easier for Nottingham Forest Australian manager. Trippier and Tonali exchange a couple of 1-2s on the right. Guimaraes just knocked off the ball by Williams. Forest going to try and play out from tight spaces on the left here. Gibbs White, clever little chip. Anderson nods it down to Williams right by the touchline. I thought he kept that in. No, it's gone out. Throw in for Newcastle on the right. Leading 1-0. 20 minutes to play, and it's still going to be edgy here, Clinton, until they get that second goal. We'll hear from Clinton in a second. We're going back to Villa Park. Tom Gale.
Villa 2, Burnley 0. Hosts close to making it 3. Matty Cash 25 yards out, similar to the range of his goal against Sunderland. Strike deflects off Esteve, and it's full stretch save from Dubravka. Villa 2, Burnley 0.
So the Villa win would take them to 9 points. Wolves are leading Brighton 1-0. That would put them on 4 points. West Ham also on 4. Challenges flying in. Chow is down. He was caught by Jesus. Then Tonali was caught by Elliot Anderson. Anderson is going to offer him a hand to get him to his feet and sort of apologise. Not really. 19 minutes to play.
It was like, and usually Jason Tindall loves to say something, but he didn't say nothing to Anderson.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a respect there.
Yeah. I've just got to scribble down the yellow card for Morato as well, which I forgot to do. Murphy on as a sub, plays the ball in from the right, doesn't find Guimaraes. Milenkovic chased down by Voltemada. The Newcastle fans love the work rate there from their centre forward. Here's Joelinton, who was the club's centre forward a while ago, but has now very much found his home in this midfield. Barnes moving at speed. Guimaraes nearly found him with the return pass. Newcastle haven't got it away just yet. Milenkovic took it round his own goalkeeper there. Sells wanted it. Milenkovic had already touched it, and he was like a striker. He dropped his shoulder, beat his own keeper, and cleared it away for a throw into Newcastle.
Yeah, Selzy's got to come out early and just dive on the ball. I just feel he was worried there about getting kicked, and Milenkovic had to keep waiting. But the Voltemada and Milenkovic has been a great battle this afternoon, hasn't it? He's only young, Voltemada. I think he's only 21, 22 years of age. He's a real talent here.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, 23,
but was playing for the under-21s this summer.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, no, you're right. Newcastle has spent a heck of a lot of money on him, but he's started well. Tonali's corner comes in deep, headed away by Igor Jesus. Murphy first to the ball for Newcastle. Back to Trippier. All the Newcastle players have stayed forward. Trippier's diagonal finds Tonali. Lobbed effort with the left foot. Sell stretching, tips it over the bar, and it goes behind for another corner to Newcastle.
We see it's this season where Tonali scored a goal away. It was kind of like where he said it was kind of a cross. That was a cross. He was trying to put that back into the middle. But you know what? If it had gone in top corner, I would have said, I would try and go for that. Because he can get away with that because he's technically very good.
5 Live and BBC Sounds. Live at St James's Park. Commentary on Brentford, Manchester City to come. Newcastle 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Everton Palace on Sports Extra 2. Wolves Brighton on Sports Extra 3. The only place you can find those stations is via the BBC Sounds app. Here's Tonali with the corner. Again it goes deep. Nodded down into the 6-yard box. Voltemada's hit the bar. Joelinton's down on the floor. Sells come way off his line to make a block, and Nottingham Forest somehow survived there. Should really have been 2-0. Hutchinson's on the ball for them. Anderson's under pressure. Guimaraes clatters into him. He just couldn't stop. Knocks him over, and that is going to be a free kick for Nottingham Forest, who still trail 1-0. But Clinton, get your eyes on this little monitor on the left-hand side, because I'm not quite sure how Voltemada didn't score.
I think he doesn't realise. To be fair, he's got Milenkovic in front of him, and he's just trying to poke it with the outside of the foot. He's so unlucky. I think if he's not in front of him, he drills that into the bottom corner. So it's instinct, but he'll be disappointed. But he's really unlucky.
Yeah, you're right. Instinctive finish, stuck out a right boot, close range. A bit like the Gakpo finish yesterday for Liverpool, actually, from the Isak touch, just from that sort of range.
VAR checking something. Well, the referee was in his ear. He said he was checking, but I think he's cleared it now.
Okay.
Yep.
No action to be taken. We'll check on what that was. Just over 15 minutes to play. Here come Forest down the right with Savona. Savona's low cross could be a chance. Great challenge by Chow. Then another Forest player goes down inside the penalty area. That's Hutchinson. Referee's looking and thinking.
He was offside. The initial cross, he was
and
offside.
It's offside.
Yeah. Igor Jesus. Because you know what? I might thought that was a penalty on Hutchinson.
Yeah.
But I think he's offside. It goes too early, and he's looking as well.
Just seen Mile Jedinak appear on the Nottingham Forest bench. And that was another thing we were discussing in the Commentator's View. So the Commentator's View is Commentators in Conversation. It's a podcast that comes out every Friday. Best beards in football. And Jedinak and Ledley, when they played for Palace as a duo, as a midfield duo.
How good are the beards, by the way? They still both got it now, I think. I don't know if I ain't seen Ledley for a time. But
you see Jedinak's beard. I mean, that's still very impressive.
That's very good, very impressive. It suits him, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If he shaves that, he's a different man, isn't he?
A little bit of grey in there
now.
There
is.
It's like a cliff face you could almost climb. Penalty at Everton, Maz Faruqi.
Penalty for Everton. Illiman and Jai with the ball on the spot. A big pop at the cheeks as the referee blows his whistle. And he sends Dean Henderson the wrong way. And that's the equaliser for Everton. The substitute Irobunam brought down by Lacroix. Edge of the Crystal Palace area. The referee pointed to the spot immediately and Giles converted the spot kick. Everton 1, Palace 1, 76 minutes played.
Commentary over on Sports Extra 2. What about Wolves Brighton, Chris Coles?
Wolves still 1 up, very close to 2. Jurgen Strand Larsen has rattled the outside of the post. Well found on the left of the penalty area. Hit it well enough, but the post in the way. Still Wolves 1, Brighton 0.
Nottingham Forest trying their damnedest here to get back in the game, to see the ball, to sort of mount meaningful attacks, but they've got to concentrate on the defence now, because here's Murphy on the dribble, on the right, Guimaraes couldn't control it, Milenkovic was with him, just put the pressure on him, and it got away from Guimaraes and went behind for the Nottingham Forest goal kick. So 14 minutes to play. Newcastle 1, Forest 0. Dylan Bakwa, one of the summer signings, is coming on here for Forest, 23-year-old Frenchman who signed from Strasbourg. He's coming on for Morato.
What happens with players like McAtee? You signed him and he's hardly got any game time. He's a good young talent. Is he going to come to Forest and never get the game time that was, expected? I just find it strange. These young players go to play. Could have probably just stayed at Man City and sat on their bench. 12
signings in the summer. I mean, that's something else that Ange Postecoglou is working with as well. Not really signed for him, of course. Signed for Nuno Espirito Santo, who then obviously disappeared early on in the season. Here's Voltemada, who could have made the game safe for Newcastle, but hit the crossbar. Milenkovic plays across his own penalty area to Savona. Back it comes here to Gibbs-White. He's outside his own box. Forest have to find a way to get meaningful possession further up the field and create chances. Tonali being urged by the Newcastle fans to shoot. Plays it to Murphy. He does shoot. Straight into the body of Williams, who took the blow. Half-winded there. Gets himself to his feet. Gets back in a defensive position. Murphy adding a bit of zip down the right-hand side. Wonderful feet from Hudson-Odoi. He's absolutely skinned Trippier there. No chance Trippier's going to catch him now. Streaking away down the left-hand side. Can he find the bit of quality that Forest need? Left foot shot straight at Pope. Rebound comes out. Hacked away by Botman. Joe Linton leaps, heads it sideways and out for a throw-in to Forest. Attacking position on the right. 12 minutes to play, plus added time. Newcastle 1, Forest 0. Villa 2, Burnley 0. Everton 1, Palace 1. Wolves 1, Brighton 0, and Celtic 1 up on Motherwell in the Scottish Premiership, with Aberdeen leading Dundee 1-0. Ipswich beating Norwich 3-1 earlier on in the Championship. Here's Anderson to Gibbs-White. Lots of attacking players out on the field for Nottingham Forest, which is kind of the way Postecoglou wants it to be. That wasn't the plan from the start of the day. Needs must now. Gibbs-White, diagonal pass out to the right-hand side. This is Bakwa, latest substitute to arrive. Back it comes to Gibbs-White, whips his shot over the bar. Attempted curler for the far corner. It goes behind for the goal kick. Clinton Morrison.
Nice better from Forest, though, and you were right. We were right near that Hudson-Odoi skew. It was brilliant. He went past Trippier, and you know what he wanted to do? Come onto his favoured right foot and try to bend it, but Newcastle sent him down the line, and it should have been a comfortable save from Pope, but it's a bit better from Forest. At least they're now starting to work the goalkeeper.
Newcastle win takes them to 9 points. Villa win takes them to 9. Forest would still be on 5. Burnley losing would be on 4. Wolves would have put them on 4, so just squeezing up a little bit at the bottom. Another goal at Villa Park. Tom Gale.
The visitors have one back, Ali. It's Villa 2, Burnley 1. Direct from the corner, Harmon with the outswinger, and the substitute, Leslie Ugachukwu, maybe one of his first few touches with the header to get this very nervy in the closing stages. Villa 2, Burnley 1.
Just over 10 minutes to play here at St James's Park. 4 2:00 kickoffs this afternoon. Newcastle 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Brentford, Manchester City on the way. After that, it's 6:06 tonight, with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton taking the calls. And then we're into the international break. Monday Night Club there as usual for you tomorrow night, and 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Wrexham's Connor Cody the guest as Murphy's cross comes in towards the far post. Chow's effort brilliantly saved by Sells on the line. Again, I don't think he knew too much about it. Chow thought he'd scored his first goal for the club. Forest kept it out.
It's a great save from Sells. Tiao, it's a great ball in from Murphy.
Oh, there's another ball into... Who's that shooting? Barnes got into space. Flag stayed down as well. Hits Sells with a shot from the angle. Newcastle appeal for a corner. Referee blows his whistle, stops the game because Sells is hurt. That was Murphy's ball into Barnes. And I tell you what, if Newcastle don't win this game, 3 chances there, Clinton, they've had to win it. They've not been able to take them.
Yeah, the Tiao one is a brilliant save from Sells. The one from Harvey Barnes, he's got too much time. to think about it. He should be scoring, but another good save from Sells, and you're right. If they don't go on and win this game and Forest get a point, they'll miss 3 golden opportunities.
Yeah, brilliant save by Sells, you're right, because that was a deliberate stick out of the left leg to block it. Barnes' shot has just thumped Sells in the chest, and that's why we stopped the game. It was a bit like Nico Williams, he was winded. The drop ball goes to Nottingham Forest. They still trail 1-0, but they're still in this game. Voltemada's hit the bar, and Sells has made the 2 saves. Joe Linton nods the ball down here to Harvey Barnes, and the arrival of Barnes and Murphy has definitely added something to this Newcastle attack. Gordon and Lang are both busy in the Champions League in midweek and didn't quite have that zip about them this afternoon. Anderson has fouled Guimaraes' penalty. Anderson was past the ball inside his own penalty area. He lost control. Guimaraes made the tackle. Anderson lunged in, and the referee had no hesitation, immediately pointed to the spot. Nick Voltemada has the ball under his arm for Newcastle. Gordon took the penalties in midweek, but it might be a chance for the German to score for the 3rd home league game in a row.
Or does it? We never usually see the penalty taker grab the ball, though.
That's a good point.
So it could be. Listen, I hope he does take it, because for a striker who's been scoring goals, keep on scoring goals. But it might be Bruno that probably might take it. But yeah, kind of gutted Gordon's gone off, because he was in my team as well, and he's a penalty taker anyhow. I'm not having the best of afternoons.
Right, well, Voltemada's got the ball.
I hope he does take it out, though. I hope he does. I think centre forward should take it.
Jacob Murphy came over to have a word. Guimaraes is hobbling. I mean, he doesn't look able to take a penalty at the moment, but he's going to come and have the conversation. Strikers who scored in their first 3 home games for Newcastle, Voltemada's on 2 of the very best in the Premier League, Celeste Ferdinand and Alan Shearer.
Well, it does look like he's taking it, to be fair, because it don't look like it.
So if Voltemada scores this, if he takes this, and I think he's going to, he will join the list and will probably wrap up the points for Newcastle and make it another difficult afternoon for Ange Postecoglou and Nottingham Forest. Sells is taking an age to get back to his goal here. I don't even know where he's been, actually.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can't play in them areas. Anderson's a very good footballer, but he does take big risks in them areas. Sometimes in there you're going to get pressed there, just hook it around the corner.
Right, so this to score in his first 3 home games for Newcastle. He just flexes his neck muscles here. He's a confident lad, Nick Voltemada. Matt Sells waits on the goal line. Voltemada's looking at him with his right foot. Oh, top corner! What a penalty that is. What a striker Newcastle have got on their hands here. Home fans love him. Newcastle wrap up the win. Newcastle 2, Nottingham Forest 0.
Oh, that's a great penalty. I thought maybe he's going over the bar, but he's so confident. And fair play to him. 23 years of age. And people are saying, oh, they pay too much money for him. Nah, come and speak to me in a year or 2 years' time. It will be a snip. He's a very good striker. Not just the goals he gets, Ali. This is all-round game. Brilliant penalty, though.
Les Ferdinand, Alan Shearer, Nick Voltemada. There you go. That is a great list to join. Falkirk Rangers, there's been a goal. Kenny Crawford.
Yeah, and the visitors are happy now. It's Falkirk 0, Rangers 1. 42 minutes gone. Brilliant work down the left-hand side by on loan Marseille defender Derek Cornelius. He poked it across to the far post, and there was Bojan Majovski, the North Macedonian international, to poke in his 2nd of the season. Falkirk 0, Rangers 1.
And just like that, a goal at Celtic as well, Gavin Wallace.
There was a lengthy check, but it's a goal for the visitors. Stampadopoulos has just scored for Motherwell over that far side. It evaded everybody, and underneath Schmeichel, and game back on. Celtic 1, Motherwell 1.
Right, Newcastle 2, Nottingham Forest 0. Villa leading Burnley 2-1. Everton Palace is 1-1. Wolves lead Brighton 1-0. 6 minutes left, plus added time in this game. And here's Nico Williams. Let's get you updated with the other games as well. First to Molineux, Chris Coles.
Wolves are 5 minutes away from their first Premier League win of the season. It is very much attack versus defence as Brighton throw everything at this Wolves back line. They're in a back 5 again, and they're holding firm for now. Wolves 1, Brighton 0.
Hill Dickinson Stadium next. Maz Faruqi.
1-1 here. Everton, though, feel like the side more likely to go on and win this now if there is another goal. Grealish has really got an injection of pace now and some buzz about him down the left-hand side with an effort straight at Henderson a couple of minutes ago. 85 minutes on the clock here, 1-1.
Everton Palace on Sports Extra 2. Wolves Brighton on Sports Extra 3 on Sports Extra at the moment. Villa Burnley, Tom Gale.
Villa 2, Burnley 1. No hat-trick for Donyell Marlin and the hosts. He's been substituted. Unai Emery looking to shore things up. Victor Lindelof is on. Villa 2, Burnley 1.
And back to Molineux, there's been a goal. Which way, Chris Coles?
To Brighton. They have finally broken this resilient Wolves defence. Jan-Paul van Hecke from a corner, powered into the far corner, and Wolves, who had been so close to their first Premier League win, have been denied at the death. Wolves 1, Brighton 1.
Commentary on Brentford, Manchester City to follow on 5 Live's Premier League Sunday. Newcastle with 2 second-half goals here. Lead Nottingham Forest 2-0, and the problems deepen for their manager Ange Postecoglou, who's got the coat off in this second half, but it's the familiar position, hands deep in pockets, manager deep in thought. Ball is nodded back here to Matt Sells.
I don't think he should lose his job though. I literally don't think it. I still feel, listen, it's early and he's got a lot of new players, and Nuno would have the same problem of trying to embed all these new players into his system, so it's going to take time. They've signed a lot of players.
It's Clinton Morrison with us here at St James's Park. Gibbs White chasing a ball inside his own half, gets there first ahead of Jacob Murphy. 3.5 minutes here for Nottingham Forest to try and find 2 goals under both managers, Nuno and Ange Postecoglou. Bottom line is, if this is a defeat, 9 games without a win, the only win this season on the opening weekend of the season when all seemed rosy. They beat Brentford at the City Ground by 3-1. Anderson makes the run forward. Those look like tired legs. He was never going to get there anyway. It bounces once and it's into the arms of Nick Pope. Rolls it out to Tonali. 87th minute of the game. Double change coming for Newcastle. Well spotted Clinton. I can see Lewis Miley.
Asula, I think the other one is.
William
I saw him just come up.
Asula, young Danish striker, waiting to come on too. And this is going to be Newcastle's only their second Premier League win of the season. The other one came at home against Wolves, who they beat 1-0. Defeat so far at home to Liverpool and Arsenal this season, and 3 0-0 draws away from home. So the 2 young Newcastle subs wait to come on. We wait to hear whether there's going to be any more late drama in the other 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. Anderson's ball here to Hudson-Odoi, back to Anderson. Anderson across to Gibbs White on the halfway line, playing deep now for Nottingham Forest. Time fast running out though. Savona goes wide to Bakwa. Bakwa's got Hutchinson next to him. I think the players there's so many attacking players on the field now, they're sort of working out whose space is whose and where to go. Gibbs White's side foots a volley pass here to Hutchinson, because Hutchinson and Bakwa are both out there wide on the right hand side. Hutchinson sees Williams 35 yards out in a central position. Williams goes straight back to the right hand side to Gibbs White. Gibbs White ball finds Bakwa down to the byline. Cross comes into the far post. Murphy is there for Newcastle, has time to chest it down, no pressure as well. The ball bounces, clears it away on the spin. Cunha lobs it up in the air. Williams is there, back to Cunha, does well to chest that down. That came at speed. Gets it on the floor to Milenkovic and forward to Gibbs White. Nottingham Forest still giving it everything here. Hudson-Odoi has the beating of Trippier for pace. Goes streaking down that left-hand side, cut back into the penalty area. Layoff from Hutchinson is back to Gibbs White, just outside the Newcastle box. Anderson, wide to Hudson-Odoi, cross into the far post. Pope stretches and grabs it at the second attempt. 90th minute of the game. Newcastle 2, Nottingham Forest 0. Newcastle going into the international break on the back of a win. Next up for them, Brighton away, as Barnes chases a long ball forward, and Milenkovic just has enough to get a touch on it. Comes off one of the 2 of them, and Sells dives and keeps the ball in play inside his penalty area.
They might not get on. No, that's what you worry as a sub. When you know it's this late in the day, you're hoping there's 6 minutes of added on time.
There'll be a little bit.
Yeah, they will be.
At the end of the game. Chance for the 2 young lads to get on. Newcastle will fancy a third. Barnes
did say 6 there, you know.
Oh, right.
Listening to us, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, Barnes looks hungry for a goal. Voltemada keen for another as well. He's still working hard defensively. Eventually gives up the chase on Williams there. Here we go then, Clinton. 4th official Rob Jones about to hoist the board in the air. 6 minutes of added time. Clinton Morrison bang on, so slim hope for Nottingham Forest. Cross comes in from deep from Williams. Anderson leaps. Trippier takes a blow on the head. Yeah, it's a clash of heads between Anderson and Trippier. Trippier's down, going to have to stop the game here. And so as we move into added time, a chance for Newcastle to make the double change, a chance for Kieran Trippier to receive some treatment. What about Newcastle today, Clinton? What do you think?
Yeah, they came alive in the second half, but I just think that now they'll start going on a run. I think they might have Vissa back after the international break, so there'll be more competition for places. And then you've got Ramsey to come back as well, their big money signing from Villa.
He's close, I think, to return.
So when they got these players back, their squad's very good.
Yeah, Brighton away, first Premier League game when they come back. Then Benfica at home in the Champions League. Then Fulham at home, and then Tottenham in the League Cup last 16. Voltemada's coming off, standing ovation, has scored again. Fabulous penalty. And he's scored in his first 3 home games for Newcastle. Lewis Miley's coming on to replace him. Half-time at Celtic, Gavin Wallace.
1-1 at half-time. Any actual penalty on 28, cancelled out by Stamatelopoulos, diving header with 5 minutes to go at half-time. Not looking good for Celtic, who have been poor. Celtic 1, Motherwell 1.
It is looking good for Aberdeen for once this season in the Scottish Premiership, leading Dundee by 3 goals to 0. Falkirk Rangers half-time coming in just a second. Nottingham Forest have taken their throw. Hutchinson trying to keep the ball in play down by the dead ball line. Trippier is able to clear deep into the Forest half. Cunha is going to chase, and it goes out for a throw. So Falkirk Rangers being watched by Kenny Crawford.
Yeah, half-time Falkirk 0, Rangers 1. What a difference a goal can make. Up until the 41st minute, it was all looking rather disjointed for Rangers, but then Bojan Majowski popped up from close range to give the visitors a lead. Good set-up play by Derek Cornelius. Half-time Falkirk 0, Rangers 1.
4 minutes of added time remaining at St James's Park. This is where we stand in the 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. Villa 2, Burnley 1, Everton 1, Palace 1, Wolves 1, Brighton 1, Newcastle 2, Nottingham Forest 0. Gibbs White inside the Newcastle half. Cross to Anderson. Anderson back to Gibbs White. Newcastle now sitting deep. They've got Miley and Asula on. On the right is backward. Cross comes in. Jesus leaps, couldn't quite get ahead on it. Trippier lost that for a second between his legs. Eventually manages to scramble it away. And out for a throw into Nottingham Forest. Hudson-Odoi comes sprinting back. 3.5 minutes to play. They need 2 goals. Don't think that's going to happen. And Ange Postecoglou is going to have some more questions to answer at the end of the game. But as Clinton's been saying, 25 days in the job with very little time within those days to get some serious work done on the training ground with their involvement in the Europa League as well. Oh, late goal at Everton, Mas Faruqi.
And you can hear from the noise inside here, Ali, that it's a late winner in the 93rd minute for Everton. Jack Grealish, a scramble in the Palace area. They couldn't get it clear. Grealish quickest in the end to get it into the back of the net past Dean Henderson. They've come from behind to win this one in stoppage time. Everton 2, Palace 1.
You know what, Ali? I like Maz so much, but that was the one time I didn't want to hear from Maz. And in actual fact, I wanted to hear from her and say it was a Palace winner. But you know what? Oh, no, I can't even say it. No, I don't want to. I'm angry. I'm upset. I would have took the point at Everton. It was always going to be a tough game, though. It was going to be a tough game.
Long unbeaten run. Looks like it might be coming to an end. Closing stages commentary over on Sports Extra 2. Heartbreak for former Palace striker Clinton Morrison. Anderson's ball forward for Nottingham Forest. Trippier chests it down. Newcastle fans, some of them now heading for the exits. The points are in the bag. Job done. International break on the way. Couple of weeks' time until the Premier League is back. Nick Pope comes sliding out to the edge of the penalty area and falls on the ball for Newcastle. So into the last couple of minutes. Here's Botman, edge of his own penalty area. Tonali comes trotting towards him, so does Guimaraes. Guimaraes takes it away from Anderson. Passes off target, can't find Harvey Barnes. Goes out for the throw-in to Nottingham Forest. So it's going to be 1 point from Ange Postecoglou's first 4 games in charge in the Premier League and 7 games without a win. And going back to that stat about the 100-year thing, John Baines, the last man to go without a win as the Nottingham Forest manager in his first 6 games. Well, his run stretched to 7, and that is what Ange Postecoglou is about to do this afternoon. Here's Williams to Anderson. Anderson back to Cunha. Ange Postecoglou may well point at the challenge on Morgan Gibbs White that led to Newcastle's first goal. Nottingham Forest certainly appealing for the foul there. Igor Jesus held up by Murphy, lays the ball back to Hutchinson. It all seems in vain. Last minute of the game, Nottingham Forest trailing 2-0. Hudson-Odoi, ball at his feet on the left. Fancies taking on Guimaraes, manages to somehow muddle his way past him. Half stop by Trippier, still has it though. Back it comes here to Anderson. Anderson swinging, curling ball towards the far post. Backward nods it back into the penalty area. Botman powers a header away for Newcastle. We've got about 30 seconds to play. It's going to be another defeat, Clinton, for Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, it has been a bad start for them at the start of the season. So, yeah, they'll be really disappointed.
Gibbs White's ball forward is looking for Nico Williams, furthest forward in the attack. Guimaraes again, with what energy he has left, holding on to it, surrounded by red shirts, stumbles into a challenge. Now, could we get a late third on the counter? Jacob Murphy tries to beat his man on the halfway line, runs away from a tired Elliot Anderson, gets past Cunha, left-footed strike is straight at Sells. That could have been a magical finish for Newcastle. That is the end of the game, though. Newcastle take the points. Only a second Premier League win of the season for them. They've beaten Nottingham Forest 2-0. And the winless run for Ange Postecoglou goes on. 7 games in charge, yet to win any of them. 1 point from the first 4 Premier League games in charge. The performance was all important today as well. And certainly in the first half, Nottingham Forest impressed, but Newcastle, Clinton Morrison, too strong for them after the break.
Yeah, far too strong. Newcastle were nowhere near it in that first half. So whatever Eddie Howe said at half-time, good managers, you get a response from your players. They've got top players in there, and they were outstanding in the second half, in cruise control. Yeah, Forest didn't really create anything in the second half. He brought on his subs, and there was a bit of impetus in Forest. But yeah, it was always going to be hard to come here from St James's Park. But I don't think they need to be rash by getting rid of Ange just of yet. Like, you know what? The next international break in November, he's got time to work with these players, some of these players, even though most of them are internationals now, Al, so they'll be away. But you're right when you said it. He needs more time on the training ground.
Next 3 games, not easy for Nottingham Forest, but then no game at the moment is. Chelsea home, Porto home in the Europa League, and Bournemouth away. The 3 points belong to Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes and Nick Woltemade, the 23-year-old German who scored a fantastic penalty, sort of reminiscent of Alan Shearer in a way. Went for that top corner, not quite with the power, but the Newcastle fans have a new centre forward they absolutely adore. Newcastle 2, Nottingham Forest 0.
We'll be back with the two of you very shortly, guys. The full-time whistle's just gone at Molineux. Wolves still winless. Chris Coles.
And denied by a late goal against Spurs last week. Rinse and repeat against Brighton today. These are costly goals against for Wolves. Jan-Paul van Hecke's header from a corner in the 87th minute for Brighton, cancelling out Barbara Bruggen's own goal in the first half. Wolves had numerous chances to make the game safe before Brighton's equaliser. The best, John Arias blazing over from close range, and Jurgen Strand Larsen hitting the post. Brighton weren't offering anything particularly meaningful until Van Hecke's goal. 3 minutes from time, 7 Premier League games without a win for Wolves. Brighton now unbeaten in their last 8 against Wolves. Wolves 1, Brighton 1.
Crystal Palace's 19-game unbeaten run looks like it's about to come to an end at Everton. Maz Faruqi.
Yes, seconds away from ending. We think, Steve, we've played past the 8 minutes of stoppage time allocated at the end of the second half. Still Everton 2, Crystal Palace 1. That Jack Grealish goal, I'm not sure how much he meant it, but he got something on it in the Palace area in that scramble. Looks to have given Everton all 3 points in this match, and looks like they're going to keep the really impressive run going here at their home stadium. The Palace fans over in the far corner, who were bouncing at half-time, look very subdued now because, as you say, that incredible run that's stretched back unbeaten for them in all competitions back to mid-April looks like it's seconds away from coming to an end.
Burnley looked like they will head to the international break in the bottom 3 there at Villa. Tom Gale.
Aston Villa 2, Burnley 1, Steve. We're in the 98th minute and players stopped for a good 3 or 4 minutes. It's Emi Buendia. He's stayed down. We've had the stretcher on. Thankfully, the Argentine is sitting upright now. He's still on the deck. It was Zion Fleming, the Burnley striker, who was protecting the ball. As you do, you put your arm out. It did appear to raise upwards and hit the chin of Emi Buendia. He stayed down a long time receiving treatment. By my money, we've still got probably another 3 or 4 minutes of stoppage time to play once we resume, where it's currently Aston Villa 2, Burnley 1.
Back to Longchamp, John Hunt.
3 furlongs to run, Steve, in the latest of the big races on Arc Day. It's the Prix de l'Opera. This is for older fillies, and at the moment, Barnavara strolling along with the lead for Jessica Harrington, but being chased by Tamfana, Killian Queen, and also We Might Take the Long Way is also trying to mount a finish. Nick Rainey, the German filly, is trying to stay on in behind them, and so go to is one look. It's getting desperate now, a furlong to go for Barnavara. Barnavara as now out of the pack. See the Fire finishes off well. Barnavara's very game indeed. Barnavara from See the Fire as they bunch up to challenge as well. Barnavara, I think, just from See the Fire, and one look who also finished off very strongly indeed. There was no joy for Jessie Harrington in the arc itself with Hot as Hell, but I think her runner here, Barnavara, under Shane Foley, has just clung on to win by a head or so in the Prix de l'Opera.
They're still playing at Everton and Aston Villa. We'll let you know when the full-time whistles go. Our commentary game on 5 Live finished Newcastle 2, Nottingham Forest 0. Ali Bruce Ball and Clinton Morrison inside St James's Park. Right, Clinton, it's not a question of whether or not Ange Postecoglou deserves to be under scrutiny. The fact is, as we've learned, he is. So we knew going into this game, our understanding is that if they didn't either get a result or perform well, that could be that for him. So how would you describe their performance? Because that's what it is going to come down to for him now.
Yeah, see, it's a difficult one, to be fair, because even if you perform well and you lose the football match, I don't care. Football's about winning football matches. At the moment, they're not winning football matches, so pressure's going to be on the manager. And it looked like he set up his team to come here, because if he tries to go toe-to-toe with Newcastle, I think that the scoreline would have been more. So they were defensively nice and solid, tried to play on a counter-attack. But you knew, Crossy, as soon as Newcastle made it 1-0, the game was going to open up. And then the Forest would struggle because that's been their problem. But it was a problem when Nuno was here as well. Towards the back end of last season, they weren't winning football matches. They brought in a lot of players. It is going to take time, but I think it may be a bit too early to get rid of Ange. I always said, and we spoke about it before, these Forest fans didn't want Nuno to leave, so whoever came in, they were never going to want him.
Steve, that's the conflict as well for Ange Postecoglou, because if we're saying, in particular with his job on the line, if he's going to be judged on that performance, that's not really the way that we know his teams play. But he set them up today, a bit like Tottenham at the end of last season in the Europa League, to contain and play on the counter and make it uglier. And it was working for a while. Then obviously when they go behind, he has to change it and all the attacking players come on. But I think deep down, if he wants to be judged, and gets more time to be judged, he'll want his team to be judged the way that he wants them to play. So it'll be really interesting to see how he sets them up in the next couple of games, because like I say, those next few games are really tough. Chelsea and Bournemouth in the Premier League, and Porto, who are going great guns in the Portuguese League, they've got them at home in the Europa League.
You know what, Ali? You know what his best bet to do? If you're going to lose your job playing your way. Don't try to be different. He had to be different there, because he's, as I said, if you play the way you want to play, he's going to struggle. Because what he has to realise is, at Tottenham, when they're fit, he has Mickey van der Ven. He's one of the quickest around. And Romero, you can leave 2-on-2. Milinkovic and Morello at times, when it is the first paired choice, they're not as quick like that. So if you leave them 2-on-2, and you know what, he has got injuries. Ola Aina was one of the best right backs. He's out for a long time. Yeah. So it is difficult for him at the moment. He's got Zinchenko that's out. But you can't make excuses. And the owner won't have excuses, because the owner is very ambitious.
Thank you very much, you two. So Newcastle 2, Nottingham Forest 0, full-time score. We're in the 113th minute in 2 other Premier League games. They are just coming to an end. Let's go to Everton Crystal Palace. Is that it for the long unbeaten run, Maz?
It is. The full-time whistle's just gone, Steve. The 19-game unbeaten run in all competitions for Palace has ended dramatically here. Jack Grealish winning it right at the end for Everton. They had trailed to a Daniel Munoz goal, scored late in the first half. Palace should have been 2-0 up, but Mateta somehow put it wide, and then Everton drew level, an Njai penalty, and then Jack Grealish towing in the winner in second half stoppage time. Another game with Palace in the Premier League involved is decided in stoppage time with a winner, but this week it ends with them on the losing side. It's finished here, Everton 2, Palace 1.
So Everton 7th in the Premier League and Palace 5th. They will both drop one place if Manchester City win at Brentford in our 4:30 commentary. Nottingham Forest, after that defeat at Newcastle, are only just out of the bottom 3 because it's finished in that game between Villa and Burnley. Tom Gale.
Aston Villa 2, Burnley 1. Balancing Thursday, Sunday football, a 4th consecutive win for Unai Emery in 10 days. Clinical strikes from Donyell Marlin in each half, ending his 15-game wait for a goal across all competitions in Villa colours. The host defence, it's never really troubled until Leslie Ugachukwu headed home his first Burnley goal from a corner to make it a tense final 10 minutes or so plus stoppage time. Villa up to 13th, 4 defeats in the last 5 now for Scott Parker. Burnley remain in the bottom 3, a point below the dotted line. Full time, Aston Villa 2, Burnley 1.
Let's check in on the Women's Cricket World Cup, India and Pakistan. Melissa Story.
Well, it's been a tough start for Pakistan. They're 26 for 3 after 12, chasing 248. Maniba Ali, the first to go. In controversial circumstances, she was deemed not to have grounded her bat, but then wandered from the crease and then was sent off by the umpires. Kranti Goud with the other 2 wickets for India, with Sadaf Shamas going for just 6 caught and bowled, and Alia Riaz now just edging 2 slips for 2. This game has had it all. A bit of controversy, some pretty fiery moments, and a whole team of insect control in Colombo. Pakistan need 222 more from 38.
Right, let's bring you fully up to date then. The Singapore Grand Prix won by George Russell ahead of Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, whose championship rival Oscar Piastri finished in 4th. Football scores from earlier in the Women's Super League. Leicester won, Everton won, London City Lionesses won, Liverpool 0, Spurs won, Brighton 0, West Ham 0, Villa 2. The only game in the championship, big one earlier on, finished Ipswich 3, Norwich 1. In the Scottish Premiership, half-times, Aberdeen 3, Dundee 0, Celtic 1, Motherwell 1, Falkirk 0, Rangers 1. We will bring you the best reaction to those 2 o'clock results in the Premier League, and then it'll be all eyes on Brentford Manchester City in full in 25 minutes time. We'll do all of that after the news with Dan Maudsley.
It's 1 o'clock, and with your BBC News, I'm Harry Roy. The government says police will be given greater powers to restrict protests by allowing officers to consider the cumulative impact of repeated demonstrations. The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, says she's creating crystal clear guidance for officers. The move follows frequent pro-Palestine marches in central London. The Tory leader, Kemi Badenoch, says she'll back tougher powers, but that not enough has been done to address the safety concerns of Jewish people.
They don't trust this Labour government because they've seen all of them make many anti-Israeli remarks, support anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish action. They are very concerned. We believe in free speech, but that has to be within the bounds of the law. If people are using protest to intimidate, if they are using protest to incite violence, then no, it's not protest.
Meanwhile, the Home Secretary also says she's very worried about community relations in the UK following an attack on a synagogue in Manchester which killed 2 people. Israel has continued to hit Gaza with airstrikes overnight despite growing optimism that a peace deal can be reached. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he hopes to announce the release of all remaining hostages in Gaza in the coming days. Hamas has agreed to free them but wants further talks on other terms in the peace deal. Now, Bridget Phillipson admits that Labour will have to battle to fend off the rise of Reform UK, including here in the North East.
We know that we're in the fight of our lives where it comes to reform in the region and right across the country. And we've got big elections coming up, yes, in Sunderland, in local elections, and of course in Scotland and in Wales. So 2026 is going to be a big year.
That's the Education Secretary, Horton and Sunderland South MP and Deputy Leader candidate there speaking on the BBC's Politics North, which went out on air this morning. Meanwhile, Kemi Badenoch, who we've already heard from, is pledging to deport 150,000 illegal migrants a year if her party wins the next election. The Tory party conference in Manchester is underway. Now, drivers are advised to plan ahead before the next stage of improvements start on Newcastle Central Motorway. Lane restrictions and weekday overnight closures have been in place on the northbound carriageway since mid-August. But from tomorrow morning, the Central Motorway will be reduced to 1 lane in both directions during the day for the next 16 months. It's on the stretch between the Great North Road to the New Bridge Street roundabout. A section of the Tyne-and-Wear Metro is to close for a week at the end of this month to allow a new track as well as a junction to be installed. The closure is between Benton and Wallsend and will last from the 26th to the 31st of October, with a planned reopening on Saturday the 1st of November. Next to say replacement buses are going to be provided during the closure. Now, members of the armed forces have been permanently honoured at Sunderland's National Veterans Walk. Names of service personnel, both living and dead, are carved into granite slabs and placed around the cenotaph at Mowbray Park. Tom Cuthbertson came up with the idea after his son Nathan was killed in Afghanistan in 2008. He says it's a proud monument to those who have served.
It's such a magnificent turnout every time we open the fairs. It's such a great turnout. It shows you what people think of the forces, the families and that.
And in Formula 1, the 5 red lights have just gone out at the Singapore Grand Prix. Britain's George Russell qualified on pole position in what was a bit of a shock ahead of Max Verstappen in second and McLaren's championship leader Oscar Piastri in third. The Mercedes driver says it's one of the best poles he's ever earned.
Very unexpected, to be honest. It's been a weekend where I've been struggling for confidence. I had my first crash of the year yesterday, which knocked me back even more, but I saw my teammate performing pretty well through the practice sessions, which sort of gave me the confidence that there is performance in the car.
The weather for the northeast is still going to be windy. Those after effects of Storm Amy still around, but it will turn more cloudy as we move through the afternoon. Highs out there of 15 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, tonight it is going to remain cloudy but dry at first, and a few spells of light rain will move in from the west during the early hours of the morning as well. That is your latest BBC Radio Newcastle news.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Free kick in the middle of the park. Ilanga. Space for the cross. It's a good one, but Voltemada just couldn't get there. Tonali follow up. It's in. Sandro Tonali. It took a big deflection, but the Italian celebrates and gets the congratulations as Newcastle United take the lead in Brussels. Gordon against Sherpen from 12 yards. Newcastle United's penalty. Anthony Gordon from the right boot, bottom corner, sending the keeper the wrong way. Confidently dispatched by Gordon. The referee's whistle has been blown and Anthony Gordon scores for the second time tonight. Goes into the same corner, the bottom right. This time Sherpen went the correct way, but he couldn't get near it. Now Gordon's made a challenge on the edge of the area. Barnes on for Osula, and they've got a runner. It's Lewis Hall up the right wing. Osula could roll in. Barnes, he does. Harvey Barnes with a big opportunity, which he takes. And the substitute extends Newcastle's lead. Harvey Barnes is always good for a goal, and on the break they finish the opportunity. Gordon up to Osula, good centre forward play, and Barnes with a little chip finish past goalkeeper Sherpen at the near side. In the 81st minute, Union Saint-Gilloise 0, Newcastle United 4. The biggest Champions League away victory in their history. They found the net 4 times in Brussels. Hopefully a turning point in front of goal for the Premier League's lowest scorers.
Well, I think we've got to try and use it to be that for us. Goals breed confidence, that there's no denying that. If you are a free scoring team or you believe you can score in any situation, the energy levels, the feeling within the group goes through the roof. And we've had that here for a long time. This season's probably been the early season's probably been one of the only times where we've sort of struggled to translate that on the pitch. But I'm a firm believer that if you continue to do the right things, and we've got good players, that will come back. But of course the Premier League's different, so it's a different beast totally, and we have to continually prove that we can be the team that we want to be.
Looking for their second Premier League victory of the season in what is their 7th match of the campaign, up against a struggling Nottingham Forest. No win in the 6 matches under their new manager Ange Postecoglou. Good opportunity for Newcastle United, you would think, before the international break and 2 weeks without a fixture, to get 3 points to hopefully take them up the Premier League table. We'll bring you commentary right here on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app from 2 o'clock. Newcastle United unchanged for this one. Pope in goal, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne. Midfield of Bruno, Tonali, Joelinton, Ilanga and Gordon either side of Voltemada up front. There's no Lewis Hall today in the squad, and no Jacob Ramsey either, despite pre-match suggestions from Eddie Howe that the midfielder might be fit and available after 5 weeks out with an ankle problem. So the bench is Ramsdale, Cher, Lascelles, Barnes, Kraft, Osula, Murphy, Willock and Miley. Newcastle's goalkeepers and goalkeeping coaches are the only ones on the pitch at the moment, and a smattering of supporters inside St James's Park in the sunshine. We will hear from Eddie Howe in a bit more detail across the next hour, and we'll get the Nottingham Forest perspective as well. Let's say good afternoon to John Anderson. Ando.
Razor, how are you?
Very well, nice to see you. I just wanted to start today, before we talk about the match, Ando, by reflecting on the sad news from last night when it was announced that the former Newcastle player, former goalkeeper Willie McFall, who went on to manage the club in the 80s, had died at the age of 82. Now for 3 years in the 1980s he was your manager here at Newcastle United. What sort of man was he?
He was a great fella, Willie. He really was. He was very unassuming, very quiet, When I first arrived at St James's, he was reserve team coach, and he was just a great fella. Then became first team coach under Arthur Cox and then Jack, and then when Jack left, he got the manager's job. Finished 8th in his first season. Had a real good season, but he was very sad news when I heard it last night, because as I say, very unassuming man, just very quiet, just got on with it. He was a lovely fella.
A goalkeeper who won the Fairs Cup in 1969 with Newcastle United, so a key part of that legendary team. And then for 3 years in the 80s, Willie McFall was manager. Obviously had some fantastic players, didn't he, to work with in that time, but it wasn't always the most comfortable period in Newcastle United's history.
No, there was an awful lot going on off the pitch. Directors being people wanting directors out and chairman out, and it wasn't a great time, but as I say, his first season as manager, we finished 8th. He had Gaza, he had Beardsley, had Wadler for a spell. So it was, he was just black and white through and through as well. He'd been here a long time, as player, as reserve team coach, as first team coach, and then obviously as manager. He moved back home to Northern Ireland, but he came back. He used to come back for games. Seeing him a while back, and knew he hadn't been well, and he wasn't in the best of health, but saying that, it still came as a shock when the news arrived last night.
Well, we send our condolences to the family and friends of Willie McFall, the former Newcastle United player and manager, whose death at the age of 82 was announced last night. And Newcastle's players today against Nottingham Forest will be wearing black armbands as a mark of respect. It's BBC Radio Newcastle and an unchanged team today, Ando, which...
Not surprised. I'm not surprised, because obviously with it being an international break coming up, it's not as if you're going to play today and then have a game next Saturday, or a midweek game or what have you, so it doesn't surprise me that he's named an unchanged side, a side that went away and won so convincingly in the Champions League. It was a real good performance to score 4 goals. We need to translate that now into the Premier League against the Forest side, who since Postecoglou's come in have really struggled. He's come in, he's changed the way that they play. They've gone from being a side that sit in and break on you to playing a high line, to be more offensive, and it hasn't clicked into place yet. So I mean, there's rumours abound that if they were to lose today and lose badly today, that he could be sacked after 7 games. I mean, but that's Premier League football for you. It comes with the job. But yeah, things haven't gone well from there at all.
Could be the ideal opponent.
Could be, yeah, absolutely. You would think they got beaten on Thursday night in Europe, at home as well, so you would think their confidence is low. They know it can be hostile here, and when the crowd get going, it can be a tough place for opponents to come and play, especially a side that's low on confidence, low on belief. Hopefully we can put them to the sword this afternoon.
And Newcastle unchanged. Forest have made 4 changes from their Europa League defeat by 3-2 at home by the Danish club Midtjylland on Thursday night. That was the first European home fixture for 29 years for Nottingham Forest, and it obviously didn't go the way that they were hoping in what is a tough run under Ange Postecoglou. This is his 7th match in charge. He's made 4 changes. They line up like this. Matt Sells is the goalkeeper, named in the Premier League team of the season last year, Sells, and Forest undisputed number 1. They now play or seem to be moving to a 3-4-3 formation. The back 3 is Nikola Milenkovic, the giant Serbian international. Jair Cunha, 20-year-old Brazilian, hasn't played in the Premier League before, summer signing. He is in one of the changes at the back, and Morato, another Brazilian, continues as a left-sided centre half for Nottingham Forest. And across the middle, I've just been shown a note there just about Lewis Hall, by the way, why he's not in the Newcastle squad. He's just picked up a slight injury that requires further examination. It was a hamstring problem, that's why he's not involved today. So back to Nottingham Forest after we were interrupted there. On the right hand side, Niccolò Savona, who is an Italian under-21 international, a defender who can play as a wing-back. Ryan Yates comes in for his first Premier League start of the season, and Elliot Anderson partners him in central midfield with Nico Williams on the left. And then the front three described as 2 number 10s and then a striker. Dan Ndoye, one of their summer signings, effectively the player they brought in to replace Anthony Elanga after he came to Newcastle. Morgan Gibbs-White, who they kept hold of despite strong interest from Spurs in the transfer window, and Chris Wood is back to lead the Nottingham Forest attack. He's got 3 goals this season, including a late penalty the other night. Nottingham Forest bench: John Victor, the goalkeeper. Murillo, who has a slight injury, would normally start. Ibrahim Sangare, Callum Hudson-Odoi, Nicolas Dominguez, Igor Jesus, Brazilian striker who has 4 goals this season. Amari Hutchinson, who they brought in from Ipswich in the summer. James McAtee, another summer signing acquired from Manchester City. And Dylan Bakwa, another new player, a winger who was brought to Forest from Strasbourg. They spent £180 million in the summer for what is due to be a big season for them back in Europe, but it hasn't gone particularly well so far for Nottingham Forest. Change of manager and struggling. Newcastle United looking for their second Premier League victory of the campaign. It's interesting, isn't it, how they got 4 goals the other night, got 4 against Bradford. You'd say the standard of opposition much lower than what they would face in the Premier League. They've scored goals in the other competitions, but not in the league yet, and that's been a hallmark of Eddie Howe's Newcastle United: goal scoring, attacking play, being really good and exciting to watch. And they haven't been quite there yet in the Premier League. Could Wednesday night in Europe, could that help them get closer to where they want to be?
You would hope so. Look, you can only beat what's put in front of you. Beat Bradford comprehensively. Could have been an awful lot more. Could have been an awful lot more the other night. Okay, they weren't. Neither of those sides were of the standard of Arsenal. You know, I thought Arsenal were very good on the day, actually. Watched them again yesterday. I thought they were very good against West Ham as well. But good side. The 2 sides that we put forward by weren't of that standard, weren't of that calibre. But opportunity today, I feel. Can't remember the last time Forest kept a clean sheet. You know, they've conceded goals left, right and centre. I think I've seen something, was it 16 games, I think, since they've kept a clean sheet. So, you know, the signs are there. You would think that front 3, especially Elanga and Gordon, will have got a great deal of confidence out of the other night with the performances. You know, Elanga was on fire on that right side. Gordon looked back to his hungry best as well. Valdeneda, the goal, it's a sublime flick. You know, people say, "Oh, just hit him." Didn't just hit him. He knew exactly what he was doing. It was a great flick. You know, so look, it is an opportunity for us, as I say, against the Forest side, whose confidence is very, very low, who haven't adapted to the new manager, you know, and lot of pressure on him, a lot of pressure on his players to deliver. So, yeah, as I say, hopefully we can get our season really up and running here today.
As you mentioned, Anthony Gordon scored 2 penalties in Belgium. Anthony Elanga got the Man of the Match award, and then that flick from Nick Voltemade to divert the Sandro Tonali effort into the back of the net was given to Tonali initially, but then after looking at replays, it was clear that Voltemade got that touch, and a significant one and an intentional one too. And what it means is that Voltemade has scored for Newcastle United in 3 of the 4 games that he has started.
He does things on the pitch that you don't necessarily see coming, and in a sense that his feet and his ability to manipulate the ball in tight areas is very, very good. I think the players, most importantly, are beginning to understand his game on the pitch. As I said before, we had limited training time, so from that side we're not really doing a huge deal in between games to develop those relationships. It's on the pitch that it's happening, and you can see the lads really trust him with the ball, which is a great thing. I think when you're a player in that position, that your teammates want to give you it, they trust you, they know you're going to retain it in the best way possible. But his link play the other day, bringing in the wingers into play, was of the highest level. The psychology factor, the responsibility that comes with the position, not everybody can take that here. I felt immediately when I spoke to him he could, and that's sometimes a gut feel rather than any statistical data that you can get. And you look historically, the best, or the players in that position have had the best careers here, have all had that ability to absorb pressure and go maybe games without scoring, but still retain that belief in themselves. I think ultimately it comes down to that inner drive and that inner self-belief. It's absolutely crucial for any player in that position.
Eddie Howe talking about Nick Voltemade. Does seem like he can handle the role, any pressure that comes with it, the change from playing in Germany to coming to the Premier League in a big money move for a big club. Seems unflustered, and also, although he's a different type of striker to what they've had recently, John Anderson, we like what we've seen so far, don't we? The link play and then the towering headers.
Yeah, he's adapted really well. Sometimes you come from a different country, different league, different type of football. It can take time for you to adapt, but he's adapted well. He likes to come deep, he likes to pick the ball up, he likes getting on the ball. He's got really good feet, and as we heard Eddie Howe saying there, he retains the ball really well, brings people into the game and then moves away again, and and the fact that he's got 3 goals will only do his confidence the world of good as well. You think on what we've seen, you think he can just get better and better, and I think that's great for everybody involved. It's great for supporters as well, because weren't too sure what to expect. He's a tall, really tall, gangly individual, but he's got great feet. He's not embarrassed to have the ball. He'll have it in tight areas. Manoeuvres the ball really, really well. So as I say, on the evidence of what we've seen, you would think that he can only get better and better.
And Nick Voltemade's up front for Newcastle United in an unchanged 11 from the match against Union Saint-Gilloise in the Champions League in midweek. Pope in goal, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon, Voltemade. On the bench, Ramsdale, Cher, Lascelles, Barnes, Kraft, Osula, Murphy, Willock and Miley. Ramsey didn't make the matchday squad, still not fit after his ankle injury, and Hall has a hamstring problem that is being assessed, so that's why he is not part of things for Newcastle United today against Nottingham Forest here at St James's Park, live as always on BBC Radio Newcastle. And today you can also listen to our coverage from the Newcastle United angle through the BBC Sounds app, and if you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Let's get the opposition perspective now. Ange Postecoglou subjected to chants of you're getting sacked in the morning by his own supporters on Thursday after Forest lost to the Danish club Midtjylland in the Europa League. Postecoglou without a win in his 6 games in charge since his appointment to replace Nuno Espirito Santo, who is now at West Ham. I've been talking to Colin Fray, who is BBC Radio Nottingham's commentator for Nottingham Forest matches, and I put it to Colin that maybe this for Newcastle United is a great time to come up against a struggling Forest side.
Yeah, there were, which is very early, obviously, in a manager's tenure. 6 games in, but no wins in those 6 games. At times, during those 6 games, they've produced some wonderful football. They were great in Seville against Real Betis, particularly in the first half. They were very good against Burnley, and both of those games they drew. They had enough chances to win 2 games against Swansea in the League Cup and then conceded twice in added time to go out from a 2-1 lead. So there's been some high points without getting any results. And of course, what the fans want and what the fans have been used to over the last 4 years on a remarkable rise has been getting some results. And even in the down times when they weren't getting results, when they were really scrapping against relegation, they were really scrapping. And at the moment, you see a team which is clearly in transition between 2 polar opposite styles, from what Nuno had them playing and Steve Cooper before that to what Ange Postecoglou wants. And so while you can see flashes of it working, you can also see a lot of occasions where it isn't. That plus a combination of poor finishing has led to them not winning yet, which has led to a massive feeling of resentment amongst Forest supporters just at the moment.
And do you think those supporters are still emotionally attached to Nuno, given the job he did and the circumstances surrounding his departure?
That's a mixture because of the way in which he left. But what I would say is that what kind of unites, whether or not you're in the I still want Nuno camp, obviously it can never happen, he's now at a different club already. They snatched him up, West Ham, very quickly. But in the I still want Nuno to be Forest manager camp, or yeah, he engineered his own exit camp, what unites them is that what they can see is the problems that Forest now have on the pitch at the start of what should have been a real celebratory season with the return to Europe for the first time in 30 years. Everybody was excited about the start of the season, and for non-footballing reasons, that appears to have imploded. And that, I think, is the issue that's really frustrating Forest fans at the moment.
Finally, Colin, will you tell us just how good Elliot Anderson has been? Because he seems to be getting better and better, and Eddie Howe and Newcastle didn't want him to go, and at the pre-match press conference on Friday they were pretty straight about wanting to bring him back. One day it would cost at least double what they received for him to do that, I think, but he is flourishing, isn't he?
He really is. I'm keenly aware of the audience that I'm addressing here. Look, Forest have got the benefit of a fantastic player. I don't think I need to tell you or anybody else that. He is flourishing. I think the fact that he was getting regular football as soon as he joined Forest has helped him. Also playing in a regular position, I think, is helping him, because we all know how versatile a player he can be. But I think as a measure of the way he is maturing as a footballer, you just need to look at what he did in the England camp last time, and to come in and play his first 2 England games and win man of the match in both of those performances, I think spoke volumes about him. Mr. Consistent, week in, week out, churning out performances, and not everybody in a Forest shirt is doing that so far this season. He is. Nico Williams is perhaps another, but Elliot Anderson certainly is. And the other thing with him is he can, yes, he's in that defensive midfield position, but you can see him waltz around a player, you'll see him nutmeg a player, you'll see him produce that pass, you'll see him run into a space, you'll see him get into good positions. He's got a little bit of everything. And again, I know I'm not telling you anything that you don't know, but what I would say is that regular football in a regular position, I think, is really benefiting him, and he keeps improving, and long may that continue.
Total Sport North East.
Live from St James's Park.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And that's the Nottingham Forest angle from Colin Fray, who commentates on the club for BBC Radio Nottingham. Doesn't sound too confident, Ando, does he, about the match today?
No.
We'll go for them.
Sounded a little bit similar to when we spoke to somebody from Wolves. they had a similar outlook. Look, I hope they're right. I think Forest, they've got a good history, Forest. They've won European Cups, but for whatever reason, the previous manager, whether he orchestrated is a removal or whatever, new managers come in and he hasn't hit the ground running. Things haven't gone to plan, and the longer you go losing football matches as well, the more difficult it becomes, because all of a sudden the confidence goes from your players. You're not too sure, you're wanting that extra touch on the ball all the time. There's nothing instinctive about the way that you play, so it's a difficult time for Forest, difficult time for the manager, as we've already said, but I hope he gets it right, I really do, but obviously after today.
Big opportunity for Newcastle United to get their second Premier League win of the season. You can listen to the commentary here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. It's a 2 o'clock kickoff. We'll have more from Eddie Howe before the match gets started. United are unchanged for this one. Right now, 1:30. Let's take a look at the rest of the day's sporting action and reflect a little bit on what happened yesterday as well. With all the details, here's Colin White.
Matthew Racebeck, thank you very much indeed. And to Ando, 5 minutes and we will be back with Razor and Ando for the rest of the build-up and full commentary. This Newcastle game is one of 4 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League today. Aston Villa against Burnley, Everton against Crystal Palace and Wolves against Brighton, all kicking off at the same time. And then Brentford against Manchester City is the 4:30 kickoff in the Premier League. There's one game in the Championship today. It's already 70 minutes through. It's the South East Derby, and Ipswich are 2-1 up on Norwich. All the goals coming in the first half actually, but Ipswich 2, Norwich 1 with about 20 minutes to go there. That one kicked off at 12 o'clock. So too did all 4 games being played today in the Women's Super League. So Everton are 1-0 up at Leicester City. London City Lionesses, who've had a tough start to the season in terms of who they've been playing against, still looking for the first win. Drawing 0-0 at home to Liverpool though, with about 15 minutes to go there. Spurs, who've had a great start to the season, 1-0 up on Brighton. And Aston Villa leading 2-0 at West Ham. That after Manchester City beat Arsenal 3-2 yesterday. All 3 of our teams are involved in WSL2 action, and they all kick off at 2 o'clock today as well. Durham are away at Bristol City, Newcastle United are away at Crystal Palace, and Sunderland host Charlton at the Stadium of Light. The one game that kicked off at 1 o'clock in WSL2 has Sheffield United 1-0 up on Ipswich, but they are only about half an hour into that one. Yesterday in the Premier League there were just 4 games on the in the entire Saturday, just 2 that kicked off at 3 o'clock, one of which was Sunderland's 2-0 defeat at Manchester United. Mason Mount and Benjamin Šeško scoring the 2 goals for Ruben Amorim's side. Arsenal beat West Ham 2-0, that was the other 3 o'clock game. Spurs were 2-1 winners at Leeds, and Chelsea through Estevao in the 95th minute beat Liverpool by 2-1 in the evening kickoff. Non-league wise yesterday, a mixed bag. Gateshead were beaten 3-1 at home by Boston United. That was the lunchtime kickoff yesterday. They were already missing defenders Joe Grayson, Kenton Richardson and Ben Williams, and attacker Kane Adom through injury. Those were new injuries from the midweek result. And then Connor Pani was stretched off in the first half, and then Curtis Edwards limped off early in the second half as well, and it looked like a serious one for Connor Pani in particular. Not a good afternoon all round for Gateshead. Here is their manager Alan Armstrong.
I'm gutted for the lads, to be honest with you, and that's what I've said to them. Really proud of them, because there's a lot of good young players in there that are learning, and they've just had to deal with setback after setback due to injuries. Then I'm looking at the centre-back pairing during the game with Frank and Flinty, and I just had to have a chuckle at myself and just think what on earth is going on, but they just kept going, the lads kept going.
Talking of keeping going, South Shields now 10 unbeaten at the top of National League North. They beat Chorley by 2-0 yesterday. Dan Ward in the first half, Paul Blackett with a penalty towards the end of the second. It's been a brilliant start to the season. Here is their manager Ian Watson on conceding just 4 goals in their first 10 league games.
Yeah, we spoke about that when Carl and myself took the job. We spoke about how we wanted to be really sort of hard to score goals against, and Carl does a lot of work with the boys out of possession, so he deserves a lot of credit for saw that, and the boys really buy into what he wants them to do, and they run a lot for him. And we're aggressive without the ball, and we've got a real pride in not conceding goals, and that gives us the foundation and the base to go and be really good with the ball and try and dominate games with the ball as well.
You hear more from Alan Armstrong and from Ian Watson at half-time. Two of our teams through in the third qualifying round of the FA Trophy as well. Hebburn won 2-1 at Whitby, and Dunstan were 2-1 winners. A really good win against the team from the division above in Warrington Rylands. Couple of less good results in the NPL East Division. Blythe Town drawing 0-0 at home to North Ferriby. Actually, given where both teams are on the table, it's not a bad point that. Blythe Spartans, though, beaten at Grimsby Borough. To rugby union, Newcastle Red Bulls were at Exeter in the Prem yesterday, the first away match of the new era, but it ended in a 38-15 defeat. Alan Dickens is the new head coach, technically, after the midweek departure of Steve Diamond.
I am disappointed. I think at the end, George McGuigan spoke to the players, you've spoken on the TV as well, just about the frustration that we let them in through our errors. Obviously, that was a couple of at the line-outs where we got the opportunity to put them under pressure, and we just allowed Exeter to win the ball and clear their line. So that was one of the frustrations, but no taking away anything from Exeter. I thought they were pretty clinical today.
They're away to Sale on Friday night in what is as close to a derby as they get in the Prem, Newcastle Red Bulls. To rugby league, couple of big games today as well. It's the men's championship final, York Knights up against Toulouse at 2 o'clock. It's the women's Super League final as well, Wigan against St Helens. Kicks off at 5:30. The eyes of the horse racing world are on Paris today. More than £2.3 million awaiting the winner of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. It's the richest race in Europe. It gets underway at 3:05. Minnie Hawk, the pre-race favourite, trained by Aidan O'Brien. Andrew Balding's trained Kalpana is the main English hope. And in cricket, no handshake between the India captain Harmanpreet Kaur and Pakistan captain Fatima Sana ahead of their Women's World Cup clash that is currently in play in Colombo. They have just restarted after a long delay because of flying insects. It looked quite extraordinary, but as it stands, India still in their innings, 161 for 5. Pakistan yet to bat, so that one will take a little bit longer than expected. Right then, we are 25 minutes give or take, away from kick-off here at St James's Park. Newcastle United at home to Nottingham Forest in the Premier League. The rest of the build-up, and then full commentary will come from John Anderson and Matthew Racebeck.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Every day on the show we play a game called the Canny Cryptic Clue, and this morning, Pete in Blaydon, you've got the right answer. What is it?
Kielder Marathon.
Yeah, it did end with thong, actually. Slight poetic licence this morning. Am I right in saying you're doing the Kielder Marathon this weekend?
I'm doing it, and I'm doing it in short, not a thong.
Okay.
Because no one needs to see that.
That is good news. I mean, that's probably in the Running 101 guide. Don't wear a thong to do endurance events, I'd imagine, is it?
Oh, don't even imagine.
Even just thinking about it is making my bum chafe, to be honest.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport Northeast.
Matthew Racebeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And Eddie Howe's named the same team today that he selected against Union Saint-Gilloise on Wednesday in the Champions League. So that is Pope in goal, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Tonali, Joelinton, Ilanga, Gordon and Voltemada. No Hall in the squad, hamstring injury that is being assessed, and Ramsey isn't fit yet either. So Newcastle with one absentee in terms of Lewis Hall, and Ramsey not yet available, but it would have been a bonus to get him back today. They had been expecting Ramsey to be fit in time for Brighton in just under 2 weeks' time, which will be their next fixture following the 2-week break for international football that is coming up. Ando, do you remember the draw with Leeds at the end of August, 0-0 at Ellen Road?
Yes.
You remember the referee that day?
No.
You weren't too impressed though by the
yeah, he blew up for every year.
Yeah, it's the same referee today.
Oh well, it could be a stop-start game then, couldn't it? Any little contact is blow up.
Yeah. Peter Banks is the official in question from Merseyside. VAR is Chris Kavanagh. At Newcastle, bench of Ramsdale, Share, Lascelles, Barnes, Kraft, Osula, Murphy, Willock and Miley. And Nottingham Forest, Sells in goal. Back three of Milenkovic, Jair, Cunha and Morato. Across the middle, Sabona, Anderson, Yates and Williams. And the front three, Ndoye, Gibbs-White and Wood. 20 goals last season for Chris Wood, another Nottingham Forest player, the two ex-Newcastle boys, or two of them, Sells and Wood, earning a place in the team of the season for their efforts as Nottingham Forest had a terrific campaign, finishing 7th in the end. They qualified for the Conference League but ended up going into the Europa League because of the situation with Crystal Palace. They switched European competitions. Palace were demoted for breaching UEFA's multi-club ownership rules, so they're now in the Conference League, Forest in the Europa League. And last season, just thinking back to the game here, it was a crucial one. It was about 3 weeks before Wembley. They scored 4 goals in 11 minutes in the first half. It was a great turnaround, having gone behind early, wasn't it? They were a devastating spell where they produced those goals.
Yeah. But it's a strange one, isn't it? You know, they score 4 goals in that space of time. It doesn't happen very often. You don't see it very often. And I think it shows you when it does happen, teams just capitulate. You know, and but it was what it was. The same today.
Yeah, better than 2 seasons ago when Chris Wood got the hat-trick on.
Yes.
It was on Boxing Day, wasn't it?
Yeah, we didn't see that one coming either, did we?
No. I want to ask you about the defence again, Ando. We have talked about it a lot through the week on Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. If you've not listened to the show before, we're on Monday to Friday between 6 and 8. You can listen on BBC Sounds as well with the latest from Newcastle United and Sunderland. And Dan Burn at left back. Today it feels almost essential because there's no Lewis Hall, there's no Tino Livramento for the next couple of months either. There's no obvious left back in the squad. They've got 3 defenders on the bench. Kieran Trippier is playing at right back, so Dan Burn might have to do a job in that position for a bit longer, even though it's a position he's played in before, but then they moved him inside and he's been so good inside, but then so have the other two who are playing, Sven Botman and Malik Chow.
Yeah, the two of those have been superb. You know, Dan Bourne's been excellent since coming to the football club, but you just feel that Botman and Chow are the future. You know, they are the 2 centre backs going forward. Somewhere along the line he's going to have to make a decision, isn't he? You know, you would think that Hall will come back in at left back sooner rather than later. Picked up a bit of a knock in training this week, but you know, he's got a full international break to get through that, to get his fitness up to scratch. So you know, do you continue to play Dan Burn at left back? You know, it's going to be problems for the manager, there's no doubt about it, because you've got Fabian Schär coming back as well. You know, so all of a sudden you've got 4 quality centre backs, but you can only play 2 of them unless and he decides he wants to play with a 3. But we'll see. You know, it's a nice problem for the manager to have, but somewhere along the line somebody's going to be disappointed.
Burn, in the words of the manager, doesn't play like an out-and-out left-back in that position. I think we know what the concerns would be about him now, which maybe you'll talk about, but what are the upsides of having him at left-back or in the team?
The upsides is his experience. You know, he's a good communicator. And he's done okay at left back. You know, look, and Dan Burn will be the first to admit that he's not an out-and-out left back, but he can do a job there. But is it the answer going forward? You would say no. You know, Hall most definitely is the answer going forward, because we've seen what he's capable of last season before he got his injury. You know, you would say that boy's got a big future, but you know, Dan Burn will go in there and he'll do a job, he'll do what's asked of him, defends well. The only slight you would say is if he comes up against wingers who've got genuine pace, that could cause him a problem. But Eddie Howe wants him in the side, and to be quite honest, he has to play left back because there's nobody else there at the moment that can go and do that.
Warm-ups continue here at St James's Park with the outfield players finishing with some shooting drills. Nick Voltemada's just stuck one into the top corner. Well, we're used to seeing him head it in or flick it in. That was a good finish. And the substitutes are in a circle with a ball and then a couple of players in the middle trying to win it back. We've got 20 minutes or so until kick-off here on BBC Radio Newcastle, bringing you the match as always from the Newcastle United perspective, and you can listen to us today on the BBC Sounds app. Just scroll along the top, look for BBC Radio Newcastle, or if you want to listen to us on your smart speaker, if you have one, then ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Now in the Nottingham Forest team, there are once again 3 former Newcastle players. Matt Sells in goal, who very experienced now, 33, had a tough time here, didn't play that many games in the Championship season under Rafa Benitez. Chris Wood, who did an important job for Newcastle, didn't score the goals that he has for Nottingham Forest, though he is back in to lead their attack this afternoon, to play as the central striker. And then in midfield, Elliot Anderson. Eddie Howe didn't want to sell him and would quite like to bring him back to St James's Park. Anderson is in the centre alongside Ryan Yates for Nottingham Forest in a 3-4-3 formation. He's now an England international as well, the Whitley Bay born midfielder. 2 caps won in the last set of England games, and he's in the squad for next week's fixtures for Thomas Tuchel's team as well. He's played as a holding midfielder. We've seen him as an attacking midfielder, and also at times at Newcastle out on the wing. Eddie Howe is no longer his manager, but knows his game very well. What does Eddie Howe see as Elliot Anderson's strongest position?
Sims, all of those things really. I think it's very difficult to define one position for him, and it's not many players I can say that about. I think he's got unique strengths. So he's very good deeper, which we didn't really utilise him in that role because we played with one player deeper, but with Nottingham Forest he's played with 2, and with England he's played with 2, and he's done that really, really well. Definitely can see him playing higher up the pitch as well, as an 8 or a 10. He's very good in central areas, but also very good wide. He was really good for us playing wide left. So yeah, very, very talented player technically. I mean, can do anything he wants with the ball, and those players are very precious. The minute it was going to happen, or likely to happen, that we were massively selling him at a big discount, but the position we were in, we weren't in a very strong negotiating position at all, and it was that or a points deduction. So as I said many times, we had no choice but to make the sale, but it was not one we wanted to do.
And a sale for less than they thought he was worth. A pretty stark situation there. The way Eddie Howe put it, sell Elliot Anderson or be deducted points. That was where they were last summer. The moves really benefited him because he's playing regularly, Ando, but that versatility is one of the many things that Newcastle liked about him, because most of their players have performed more than one role in the team. Anderson being that. There'll definitely be some that would like to see him come back to Newcastle at some point, but his game has moved up several levels through playing regularly at Nottingham Forest, hasn't it?
I think if it keeps going the way it's going at Forest, come the end of the season, there'll be no shortages of takers for Elliot Anderson. From a selfish point of view, the move has really benefited him, because he's playing regular Premier League football, regular first team football. He's in the team week in, week out. Would he have been in the team week in, week out here? No, you would say not, because those 3 midfield players in there, that's his chosen 3. But he would have got game time, obviously, with Champions League games and League Cup games and one thing and another, but he would never have played as regular as what he's getting at Forest. And the fact that he's got those games, he's developed them, because you're only going to get better the more games you play. And as I say, come the end of next season, or come the end of this season, there'll be no shortage of takers for him, because he's developing into a top player.
Elliot Anderson for Nottingham Forest scored 2 goals, made 50 appearances for the East Midlands club. Starts in midfield today against his boyhood club, Newcastle United. And the other thing that Eddie Howe talked about regarding Elliot Anderson is the frustration at all the work that was done over the years by the academy staff, the coaches who nurtured him, brought him through, and how the PSR rules incentivise selling academy players that you have produced yourself, that you want to include in your team, and particularly in the case of Anderson, a Geordie as well. And then they go because that has the strongest result in terms of the numbers when it comes to PSR, profit and sustainability rules.
Yeah, look, they were forced into a corner. They were backed into a corner. Could they have got rid of anybody else? Well, we don't honestly know, do we? But you would say that Forest most definitely got the best of the deal. It was, I think, if you had been selling them in the open market, so to speak, he would have gone for an awful lot more. But Forest have most definitely benefited from it. And as I say, he's another one, who can just get better and better. He's still a young boy. He's already got into an England squad, played 2 internationals, got man of the match in both of them. So he can just go from strength to strength.
Moving in the other direction, albeit 12 months later, Anthony Elanga, now yet to score for Newcastle United in a competitive match since that move from Forest this summer, but he won the first penalty in the Champions League against Union Saint-Gilloise, and then Elanga was at full time picking up the Man of the Match award on Wednesday night.
Whenever he's played this season, I think he's had a number of big contributions. I think if you look back through all the games, he's had a number of moments that could have dictated the game. Very good crosser of the ball, whether that's early or whether that's working towards the byline. I think he's a productive player, certainly playing with good confidence and good rhythm. And like I've said many times with other players, it's about getting to know your teammates around you. It's so important with how we play, the relationship side. And I think with each game, he'll get better in that respect.
And Nottingham Forest themselves are playing in Europe. They've had a difficult set of results under the new manager. What do you make of them when you watch them? I don't know whether they're in transition with one manager out, a new one in, quite a few new players as well this summer.
Yeah, a very strong group of players. I mean, I think a slight change in style, which is interesting always to see from the outside. I think definitely more possession-based, quite free in their movements, a lot of rotations in the attacking areas. I think, as always with any football match, you look at the games and you think that could have gone either way. So I think they're very strong, and I think they've got a good balance to their squad. Ange's an outstanding manager with a really good track record. So we know this game's a pivotal one for us going into the international break. We know that our Premier League form is crucial to us. Yeah, it's a big match for us.
On BBC iPlayer,
I'm going to fight till the death.
19 celebrities are about to enter the traitor's castle. But this game doesn't care who you are.
I'm here to win. This is life or death, isn't it?
In here, their glamorous lives count for nothing.
National treasures, gone.
I want to win, I'm not going to lie. I want to win. It is a game at the end of the day.
The Celebrity Traitors.
May the worst person win.
Starts Wednesday night on BBC iPlayer.
Total Sport North East.
Live from St James's Park.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
About 10 minutes to go until kick-off, and as always with a 2 o'clock start, Ando, it's not quite the same, not quite as bad as a lunchtime 12:30 game, but slow, quiet, almost sleepy build-up. Not your favourite time slot, this, is it?
No, it feels a little bit flat, doesn't it? I think that's down to the kick-off time, because they haven't been able to get in and get their
loosen their throat, so to speak, wet their whistles. But look, you would hope as soon as the game kicks off that they will come to life again.
Yeah, moved to Sunday because of Forest's involvement in the Europa League on Thursday. They could do with turning that down a little bit, couldn't they? The public address system. It's come in at full blast and then some.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Obviously they played last Sunday as well, and the previous Sunday too, because Barcelona was on a Thursday night. I mean, the Thursday-Sunday thing doesn't always work for clubs. Newcastle shouldn't experience Thursday-Sunday too much, but Nottingham Forest are. And again, that could be another thing that you might have to factor into this. They made 4 changes, but it's not going well, and a lot of clubs just don't like that routine, that schedule of Thursday night,
strange,
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, you would think that it would be similar to Wednesday, Saturday, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Sides that play on a Thursday, for whatever reason, seem to struggle when they have to play Sunday games.
Newcastle United, Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Malik Chow, Sven Botman, Dan Burn, Bruno Guimaraes, Sandro Tonali, Joe Linton, Anthony Elanga, who had 2 years at Nottingham Forest before his move to the northeast this summer, scored 6 goals for them last season. Anthony Gordon, who is Newcastle's joint top scorer this season on 3 goals. Also with 3 goals, Nick Vontemada, who leads the line. And William Osula also has 3. He's on the bench, along with Aaron Ramsdale, Fabian Schär, Jamal Lascelles, Harvey Barnes, Emil Kraft, Jacob Murphy, Joe Willock and Lewis Miley. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app, live from St James's Park on a sunny and fairly mild Sunday afternoon at the start of October, start of autumn. Black and white flags are out, and at the Gallagher end, war flags have produced a giant surfer banner which is being passed up to the top of the stand, and there's one that is being passed down the Leazes end to our left hand side. It's the We Are United one at the Gallagher end, with all 4 of Newcastle United's club crests on, and at the Leazes end, black and white stripes, magpies and the blue star in the middle. Newcastle United, St James's Park, it says in white lettering on the black stripes. So the pre-match flag displays all about black and white today. Newcastle up against Forest, who have Sells in goal, Milenkovic, Jair Cunha, Morato at the back. Across the middle, Savona, Anderson, Yates and Williams, Ndoye, Gibbs-White and Wood are the forward players, and on the bench for the visitors, Jean-Victor the goalkeeper, Murillo, Sangare, Hudson-Odoi, Dominguez, Igor Jesus, Hutchinson, McAtee and Bakwa. Well, after returning from suspension, he played against Barcelona and then had to miss the Bournemouth match. Anthony Gordon is now fully available for Newcastle United, got 2 goals in Brussels, and Eddie Howe was hoping one of his most important players is starting to get back to his best.
Took the 2 penalties really well, and that's testament to the work that he does on those every day after training. He spends a lot of time working on his technique, but not only that, I thought his general play was very strong. He looked fit. I say that because the 3-game suspension certainly harmed his fitness. You see that against Barcelona a little bit towards the end of the game, but he looked fit, robust and technically very strong. Really good performance.
John Anderson, a fully fit Anthony Gordon is a really effective weapon for Newcastle United. It's only a couple of years ago he was the player of the season, and it was good to see him starting to look more like his old self after self-inflicted, of course, that interrupted and disappointing start to the season with the red card.
Yeah, look, his game is all about pace and endeavour and enthusiasm. said many a time, you know, he starts that press because when he goes, he closes defenders down, he closes goalkeepers down. That's the... Everybody else just follows suit then, you know, as soon as that's he starts it all off, and he's hugely important to us, you know. He must be a defender's nightmare because he's never out of your face, you know. He chase a paper bag for you, you know. His enthusiasm to close people down, his willingness to run, and he doesn't give defenders a moment's rest.
That front three of Gordon, Elanga, Voltemada, at the moment, do you think that is Eddie Howe's best option with Jan Wissa not available, and Harvey Barnes, who scored the other night as a substitute but hasn't hit the heights so far this season yet?
Well, he hasn't had a great deal of game time, has he? You know, look, I think we've spoke about young Anderson at Forest. The reason he's developing as a player is because he's playing regular first team football, game in, game out. Now, you need that. It's no good playing a game, then sitting out for 3-4 games and coming back in. You need a consistent run of games to get your form, to get something we already see, your fitness. You know, to get your fitness level in the Premier League up to standard. So, you know, at this moment in time, with Wissa being out, yeah, you would say that this is his number one front three pair, and I think especially the two wide players the other night with the pace, they frightened the life out of the Belgians. You know, they couldn't get close to them. So pace frightens the life out of defenders, Razor. It's as simple as that. It's the one thing that they hate playing against.
Bruno has won the toss. Newcastle will shoot towards the Leazes end in the first half. That's the goal to the left as we look out from the commentary box in the Milburn stand. Nick Voltemada turned and applauded the supporters, now takes his place on the halfway line as Nottingham Forest prepare to kick off in red shirts, white shorts and red socks. Goalkeeper Sells in yellow, and Newcastle United black and white stripes, black shorts and socks. Pope all in blue. Their 7th Premier League match of the season. The first 6 has yielded only 1 win. As they go into the next international break, they could be as high as 10th if they get another victory against an out-of-form Nottingham Forest team yet to win under Ange Postecoglou. And we're underway now on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds from St James's Park. Throw on the far side for Forest. From a ball up the pitch, from kick-off back to halfway, with the Brazilian defender Morato. Milenkovic, who's playing in the centre of the back three, finds Jair Cunha, and away by Savona. First touch for the Italian, given straight back to Newcastle United. Chow to Trippier, up to Bruno, helped forwards, Forest header, Elanga trying to win it back, cleared by Williams, out on the far side. Kieran Trippier with a throw at the east stand on halfway. Sandro Tonali back to Chow, and now Botman. Forest beaten at home by Sunderland last Saturday, 17th in the table. Newcastle 15th at the start of the afternoon. There are other games at 2 o'clock as well. Villa against Burnley, Everton Palace, and Wolves Brighton. United have got it with Tonali, and now Trippier on halfway. Chow to Botman, just to the left of the centre circle in his own half. Sven Botman to Bruno Guimaraes. Anthony Gordon's got a couple of yards on Savona, the defender. Doesn't take him on, comes inside, drifts in towards the centre, gives it to Chow, and up to the feet of Elanga on the right wing. Elanga's ball into the area was ahead of both Voltemada and Tonali. It's cleared by Forest. Now they've got it back, United, through Elanga, and it's cleared. And Ndoye for the visitors. Back to defend, and Williams does well under pressure to turn it clear. It's headed on by Wood. Bouncing ball. Yates challenges with Chow. Puts himself about Ryan Yates, doesn't he? Not a lot of finesse. Plenty of physical stuff. Newcastle won it, but now they are without the ball. Gibbs White for Forest in the middle. Over to Ndoye, one of their summer acquisitions, brought in from Bologna in Italy. Laid off and now up the left wing. Williams looking for Ndoye. Away by Newcastle, but given straight back to Nottingham Forest in the 3rd minute. Yates back to halfway to Milenkovic. No goals. Anderson comes to get it. Left side of central midfield. To the feet of Nico Williams, the Welsh international. He's got it again, Williams, on the far touchline. Anderson back to Morato, and Elliot Anderson with space in midfield and a pass that finds its way to Nicolo Savona. Gibbs White, low cross, blocked by Botman, cleared by Botman. And now Anthony Gordon the opportunity to move up the pitch, carries it 10 yards and then whips it inside to Bruno. Had his head up, Gordon played a good pass, and Bruno likewise into space for Trippier. Elanga up ahead, Trippier edge of the area, looking for Voltemada. It's in the hands of Sells.
Yeah, good play, good run, good defending, to be fair. Just got his body weight across Voltemada. Sells was able to come and pick up.
Brought out from the penalty area by Forest, and Anderson's come into the defensive third to receive it from Morato. Plays it back up there to Dan Ndoye. It's a Swiss international, and he's held on to it nicely. Brought Gibbs White into this move, and now Savona on the near touchline in the final third. Back it goes to Yates, closed down by Tonali. He plays it backwards to Milenkovic and Morato. Newcastle unchanged for this one, and everybody bar Voltemada is back to defend as Williams goes on the outside, hangs up the cross, which is easily claimed by Nick Pope.
Bread and butter. He's not naturally left-sided, Williams, and he's dug it out, but it's just one of those hanging crosses. It's bread and butter for Nick Pope.
Burn from left back up the line to Gordon, and now back to Botman, and Bruno sweeps it over to Trippier on the far touchline. Elanga inside to Voltemada, takes the first touch, lays it off to Trippier, and he finds Bruno, who drags it back and away from Chris Wood. Tonali just ahead of halfway to Burn, and back to Botman. Newcastle not forcing it. 0-0 in the 6th minute, keeping possession. Malik Chow. Bruno first time out to Trippier. Elanga has picked up a decent position, gives it to Bruno, then gets it back. Anthony Elanga, and a challenge from Morato. They're both on the floor in a heap. Referee Peter Banks lets play go on. Elliot Anderson puts it out. Seemed like they were both challenging for the ball.
Nothing wrong with the tackle, just two of them.
And they both went flying.
Yeah, they both went flying. Just broke between the two of them. Defender stood his ground.
Well, Elanga's back up, and Morato,
his knee could be.
It's a big lad, Morato, 6'4". Obviously had to get down to challenge
like
Elanga.
Twisted his knee.
They've got Murillo, who would normally play, another Brazilian, particularly good on the ball and bringing it out from the back, on the bench after sustaining a back injury. Landed awkwardly in the Europa League the other night. Morato is on his feet. Elanga throws the ball back in, returns it to Forest, and Morato to bring it forwards with a chip pass, looking for Wood. Chow makes the challenge. Nico Williams has it on the touchline. No goals yet on BBC Radio Newcastle. Back to Sells in the 6-yard box. Pressure on the ball from United. Gordon and Burn, and Gordon blocks Jay Cunha's forward ball. It's a throw not far from the corner flag for Forest, as Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall stand side by side. They must have dispensed with that rule that you can only have one coach in the technical area, because they're always at it. Ange Postecoglou on his own, hands in pockets, with his navy padded coat. Played back by United. Trippier brings it forwards quickly over the halfway line. Voltemada edge of the area. Elanga About 30 yards out on the touchline. Tonali exchanging passes with Trippier. Now Chow on halfway for Newcastle United. Botman. Byrne, short ball to Gordon, brought inside for Joe Linton. Back to Gordon. They've quickened the play here, and Voltemada to Tonali, and now Gordon again. That's nicely worked. Trippier up the line for Elanga. Now the chance to deliver the cross, and they get a corner kick out of this. Elanga's ball in, deflected behind at the near post.
Yeah, big boys will go forward. Watch Forest the other night. Didn't defend set pieces at all well.
Well, they do have height though. Milenkovic 6'5", Morato 6'4", Wood 6'3", but Newcastle, Voltemada, Byrne, Botman, Chow all in there. Trippier's corner. It's Chow at the back of the box who heads it towards the 6-yard line and away with a clearance. Gordon trying to keep the attack alive. Forest send it towards halfway. Trippier with a downward header to Tonali, and Botman under a bit of pressure was facing his goalkeeper, but saw a gap, plays it forward to Joe Linton. Bruno left of centre to the feet of Gordon. Could be a big afternoon for him. He's started well, lively, looking in the mood. A reverse pass to Joe Linton, out to Byrne, and stuck out of play by Milenkovic.
Good link-up play again, wasn't it? Movement's good.
Dan Byrne, long throw, about in line with the edge of the box in the 10th minute. Every red shirt back for Nottingham Forest. Botman, Voltemada, Joe Linton on the 6-yard line. Couple of Newcastle headers on the ball, and then a foul on Gibbs White. Whistle's gone from Peter Banks as he brought the ball away. In the meantime, the match has been stopped. Ryan Yates of Nottingham Forest has an issue, so they haven't taken the free kick yet. Yates is sitting down in the penalty area. The medical team were ready, but they are not required. Newcastle United 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Yates doesn't need treatment, and the match can resume. Milenkovic back into his penalty area to Morato, out to Williams. Inside to Anderson on the edge of the box. Gives it to Sells, flat-footed Sells, but he's got it clear. Gibbs White, that's a heavy touch. Dan Burns onto this and does well to find Gordon, who shifts it. Gordon, nicely done. Trippier, edge of the penalty area, low cross, Joe Linton! Straight at Sells, first time effort from Joe Linton, off the inside of his right boot. Anywhere else but that, and it's in. But it was straight at the keeper.
Yeah, he didn't really get a great deal on it, did he? Just scoops it up in the air with his left foot.
Chris Wood holding it up and then playing it back to Yates. Still in there, half Forest. In fact, they're in their own penalty area again now. Sells gets another pass, takes a touch, chips it towards the halfway line. Botman's got the better of Gibbs White in the air. It's on to Byrne, then Joe Linton. They look for Gordon, but Newcastle have lost it. Anderson with Bruno at his back plays a short ball to Jair Cunha. Gibbs White took it in a tight area, then Anderson gets away, approaching the halfway line. No goals yet. Elliot Anderson still carrying it. He's brought the ball a long way. Tonali goes to challenge, stops him making any further progress. He plays it back and then gets it again from Morato. Anderson to Ndoye, and Williams for Ndoye in the corner on the Nottingham Forest left. Botman out there with him, Trippier as well. Back it goes to Williams, sends it in with his stronger right foot. Byrne, big header away. Voltemada, it hit him on the chest rather than it being controlled, and Nottingham Forest win it back in the 12th minute. Morato, dink into the box to Gibbs White, chested down. Botman intercepts. Tonali takes it away out wide, gives it to Trippier. He's played it against Anderson. Tonali here with 2 red shirts on him is able to see it out for a Newcastle United throw, and they've given it straight back to Forest from the throw. Hasn't necessarily been the best start without it being terrible either.
No, it's been a cagey start, hasn't it?
Bruno trying to win the ball from Anderson. Joelinton now closes down Yates, but he plays it to Savona, and it's through the legs of Dan Burn, and the Italian wing-back is into the penalty area, half a header away from Botman. Then Tonali with an important block. Newcastle think Burn was fouled, and the referee...
Delayed reaction.
Took a couple of seconds and then decided he agreed. Whistle's gone, free kick on the edge of the area. Nicolo Savona, 6'4" himself, tall 22-year-old, showed good skill there, didn't he, to nutmeg Burn and come away with it. Newcastle, this is nice. Elanga and Bruno for Gordon, 5 yards outside the area. Elanga's on the left wing, taking on Jair Cunha. Plays a 1-2 with Gordon. Elanga left-footed cross, and I don't think that was quite the clearance that Morato intended. It's gone out. Newcastle think it's a corner, and the referee agrees, despite Nottingham Forest claiming a throw. And Ange Postecoglou.
How can the referee give a corner kick there? The linesman's looking straight across the line. It doesn't give it.
Postecoglou shaking his head, a smirk on his face. He thinks it should have been a throw. I think it came off the knee of the defender. And the decision is corner kick. 15 minutes, 0-0. Leeds' end of St James's Park. Oh, there's a problem now.
Again,
with the,
this is every week.
With one of the officials, part of their communications, their earpiece. Peter Banks, the referee, is just saying wait. It's the assistant on the near side, Eddie Smart, whose equipment isn't working. And now I think we're ready to go with the corner from the right boot of Kieran Trippier, clipped to the back of the box and headed over by Newcastle to Joelinton, saved by Sells, back over from Botman towards Joelinton near post, but denied, and then behind for a goal kick.
Kept it alive well, didn't he?
As he tried to follow up, Nottingham Forest cleared it onto Joelinton, and then out it went.
Save. Strong hand to it, Sells.
Williams inside, Anderson edge of the area. Tonali first to that. Just quicker to it than Ndoye. Some appeals for a free kick as Tonali went down. Nothing given. Newcastle trying to win it back on the far side. Williams through a gap to Anderson. Inside to Yates. Goes back to the left wing to Williams. There isn't anything on forward, so it's a short ball back to Anderson. Joelinton makes a challenge, and it's a throw. From a team that like to sit deep and counter-attack. You can see the difference in the Nottingham Forest style of play. A lot of short balls out from the back. Now a free kick awarded to the away side next to the halfway line on the left. Tonali, the guilty party. Milenkovic to Anderson. Back again to the big defender. Jair Cunha's clearance is closed down, and on the edge of the area he just gets it clear. Got away with it there. Up to Ndoye.
Oh, well played.
Holds off Chow.
Good touch.
And rolls it up the line to Gibbs White on this near right-hand side. Still 0-0 at St James's Park. Anderson, they've lost that to Joelinton, and he's seen the keeper off his line. And Joelinton, rather than lob him, has ended up just topping the ball, and it's gone, I don't know, about a couple of inches off the grass and wide. You don't often see goalkeeper out of his goal and somebody scoring in the bottom corner. maybe he did try to get underneath it but didn't quite get the technique right.
No, it didn't work, that one, did it?
Well, I suppose it could go down as a chance. He's had a couple of those. Joe Linton, the header, and the first time shot in the box. Trippier looking for Elanga, who can't hold it. Morato won it, and Anderson carries. Anderson, edge of the area, goes down. Oh, wow. Free kick awarded to Nottingham Forest. Wonder whether he went down a bit too easily there as the contact came in. It's on the left, on the 18-yard line. Peter Banks gives himself time before making decisions.
Soft.
Had a good look there. And gave it the way of Nottingham Forest.
A few black and white shirts around him, but he goes down easy enough, doesn't he?
He started well, Elliot Anderson. He's been on the ball, wants to make things happen. And discussions now are over who will take the free kick. Morgan Gibbs-White fancies it. Also have Nico Williams there. Anderson is in the D. Newcastle have got every black and white shirt in the box. And a wall comprising Byrne, Voltemada and Botman. It's a big one. Pope's by his left-hand post. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Nottingham Forest will be happy with the way things have started. Newcastle have to defend this. Don't want to be giving them any further encouragement or opportunities. Referee's not happy about something. Goes to the wall. Now retreats. He's pointing at somebody. There's pushing in the box. Tonali and Yates. It's always Yates when it's Nottingham Forest. Pushing Tonali, who pushes him back. Referee's gone to speak to them. Now the free kick can be taken. Williams ahead of the ball. Gibbs-White to the left of it. Morgan Gibbs-White pushed away by Nick Pope. Was an effort that lacked power right into the centre of Pope's goal, and he was able to repel it. Cleared as far as the halfway line. Diagonal ball forwards. That'll be a Newcastle free kick this time. Bruno fouled after he won it back, and then he swings the arms up. The Gallagher end calls for more noise, and supporters do as he asks. 20 minutes played. What do you think of the opening period, John Anderson?
Like the crowd sedate. It's been no real pace to it, has it? Some decent football being played, mate. Well played.
Botman up to Voltemada, held it well, used it well. Trippier lifted up the right wing. Morato is there with Elanga. Morato's header goes out. They can take a quick one here. Elanga does to Bruno. Back again. They get another throw. 25 yards or so from the Nottingham Forest net. Ball is with Kieran Trippier, and it goes back to Malik Chow. Botman in the centre circle. Gordon pulls out to the near touchline. Byrne up to Joe Linton inside to Tonali. They almost lost it, Newcastle, but Tonali found a pass back to Botman. And now Sven Botman rolls it forwards to Sandro Tonali, who knocks it away from one. Tried to drive on, but Jair Cunha has won it and then played it straight to Sven Botman. Anthony Gordon back to Dan Byrne. They are close to their own penalty box, Newcastle, and indeed Byrne gives it to Nick Pope. That's a firm kick away from Pope. Milenkovic is struggling with the ball under the challenge of Voltemada, but Forest have been able to bring it under control, and now Anderson back to Milenkovic in the centre of the back three. Sells at the edge of the area towards Gibbs-White. On his chest on the touchline, inside to Yates and back again to Gibbs-White. Brilliant from Nottingham Forest. Gibbs-White in the area. Chow makes the... wasn't quite a block from Chow. It was a flick away. And then it hit Chris Wood, and Kieran Trippier got back to clear.
Oh, his touch is awful.
probably
thankfully.
wasn't expecting it to come his way.
It's a great ball played in as well. They walk it well down this right side.
Bruno up to Voltemada. Elanga starts to make the run. Voltemada is tripped. Bruno takes a quick free kick square to Joelinton, and now he's on his way. Gordon taking on Savona on the outside. Gordon's cross. It's off the head of Milenkovic. Byrne pushes Gibbs White to the floor.
Yeah, try and disguise it a little bit.
And some frustration setting in. 0-0. Jair Cunha rolls it back to Milenkovic, and now to Sells. And that ball from the Forest keeper is straight to Dan Byrne, but forwards it goes. Voltemada was offside, and it'll be a goal kick. Newcastle United 0, Nottingham Forest 0 on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. If you wanted to listen to us through your smart speaker, if you have one, then just ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Unchanged today, United. Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon, Voltemada. And a goal elsewhere in the Premier League, one of the other 2 o'clocks. Wolves 1, Brighton 0. Trippier, the line for Elanga, right on the touchline, back to Trippier. Played against the shins of Yates, and a throw which is taken immediately. Tonali to Elanga for Bruno, back through for Elanga, but cut out by Williams, and now Wood. Referee again delays the whistle, gives the free kick. Eddie Howe puts his hands on his head.
This
and
is
along
exactly
with Jason
what he was
Tyndall,
like at Leeds.
Goes to the 4th official, Rob Jones, to complain about that decision.
This is exactly what he was like at Leeds. Every contact he blew up for.
Yeah, well, he hasn't changed his approach to refereeing, has he? And the evidence of 25 minutes today. Peter Banks, Joelinton here with Gibbs White. It's gone backwards from Joelinton's header. Chow's got to be quick, and Doy's all over him. Chow back into the penalty area, and then from the corner up the line to Trippier. Defended it well in the end after being put under pressure. Trippier against Williams. Hit his hand, but it's throw in. Have they given the free kick? They have given a free kick. But it was throw in only. Chow to Botman and Byrne. Gordon wants it to feet, gets it. Savona at his back, following him infield. Gordon turns and comes back out on this near side. Strong running from Gordon, looking sharp. Not a lot of movement around him though. Short ball back to Joelinton, on to Gordon. Did him no favours with the pass. And Forest with it, and start again with Sells. 0-0. Sliced that, Matt Sells. And Bruno Guimaraes has seen it out for a throw. What do they need to do better, Newcastle?
Need to quicken it up. Definitely need to quicken it up. It's too slow.
Another goal in the 2 o'clock kickoffs. Aston Villa 1, Burnley 0. Goalless here. Chow for Trippier. Elanga back to Trippier, and inside for Bruno. Elanga makes the run, and they get him in. Anthony Elanga's cross. Ooh, the defender went for a diving header, missed it, and then on the edge of the box, Byrne challenges for it, and Joelinton onto Gibbs White. Shoulder to shoulder, Newcastle throw taken immediately. Joelinton inside, given away to Anderson, and then they say it's handball off Elliot Anderson, and Joelinton fouls him. Nottingham Forest are going to get a free kick, and Peter Banks would like a word with Joelinton. He seems to have hurt himself in the process of making the challenge.
Was it challenge, was it?
He rather jumped into it. And now the referee is explaining things to Joe Linton, who does still appear to be hurt. Sent Anderson tumbling. Definitely hit Anderson's hand initially. Referee couldn't see that. Don't know why the assistant couldn't. Play continued. Now it's the Nottingham Forest free kick. They're trying to get Gibbs White in behind Dan Burn, which they have, but Botman was covering, and then Chow clears from the middle. Gibbs White has it again from that clearance. 0-0. Forest had some decent moments in attack.
Down this right side.
Yeah, Gibbs White.
They're getting in behind Dan Burn.
Savona again, it's overhit. Fortunately for Newcastle, it's overhit. And it's a goal kick. Pope rolls it forwards. Tanali comes to get it at the edge of the penalty area. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Bruno away from Anderson. And Trippier, Elanga made that run in behind. They didn't play the ball. And they go backwards with it. Bruno caught late there, was he? Referee let it go. Then Tanali was fouled and brings it back for the challenge on Bruno. Botman to Chow. Trippier moves into space. Gets it from Voltemada, who now gets back into the middle. And this is Elanga. Running with it. Elanga goes for the goal line and...
Good defending.
It's a throw next to the corner flag.
Yeah, Williams did well. Just kept his eye on the ball.
Kieran Trippier is going to send it in. Chow and Voltemada on the edge of the box looking interested. And there are players at the front of the 6-yard box as well. It doesn't go into the middle, it goes back to Elanga. Then Trippier. Now a chipped pass for Bruno, who sends over a good ball into the 6-yard box. It's away by Forest. Joe Linton brings it down nicely. Tanali now to Gordon. He lifts one in. Forest header clear. And then Ndoye controls. It's won back by Tanali. But then once again, the referee, after a couple of seconds has elapsed, brings it back for an earlier infringement, and it's a Nottingham Forest free kick.
It was exactly the same at Leeds.
It was Joe Linton, an aerial challenge on Williams. Half an hour played. He said they need to increase the pace and the tempo, Newcastle.
It's too slow.
Everything has that slow feel to it, doesn't it? It is a thing. It seems to be a thing on Sunday 2 o'clock kickoffs. Tanali. Anderson not giving him a second. Back to Chow. Botman looking for Voltemada. Couldn't hold it that time. Now Jair Cunha. Yates challenged by Bruno, down holding his face and rolling around. Free kick Newcastle United. Well, you can see why it's a foul, but the rolling around, yeah, well, because of the contact, but I don't know if it warranted that. Bruno's still down holding his face. Where was the contact from the arm? Did the arm catch him on the neck or something?
Caught him in the chest. He's put his arm out. I mean, he's boot Yates, yet Joe Linton cuts Anderson in half.
Inconsistent.
Well, he was inconsistent at Leeds. He was awful at Leeds.
Peter Banks is the referee. Newcastle United 0-0 with Nottingham Forest. Forest chanting about the Premier League, and they don't like it. You can see why the away support, good away support as well, pretty much full section in level 7 why they don't agree with that decision. Tonali lifts the free kick in. Byrne tries to head it on, and it's half cleared. Joelinton to Gordon. 3 red shirts there though. Gordon, he rolled it up the line for Joelinton, who held his position, and that move has broken down. Hasn't come together yet at St James's Park for Newcastle United. Goalless. Played 33 minutes, and trying to think of chances that they've had. The Joelinton shot, first time, comfortably saved by Sells, then the header that the goalkeeper was able to stop. That's about it.
Yeah, there hasn't been many.
Not seen much of Voltemade. He's had no service either. Langa's been quiet as well at the right hand side. Not been able to get him in behind. Here are Forest now with Nico Williams, and a back heel for Anderson, who carries it on but is tackled by Tonali. And then Tonali is fouled by Williams as he brought it away, and he's been yellow carded, and he is furious with the referee.
This referee's awful. He's absolutely abysmal.
Challenge, the foul on Tonali, is the cue for a loud rendition of his chant. Sandro ole ole ole. Needs to be more volume, but then there hasn't been a lot to get excited about yet. Maybe this. Elanga, they get him in behind into the corner, but the ball's beaten him. There's too much pace on the pass from Trippier. The right idea, but it was overhit, and goal kick for Nottingham Forest. And the Premier League's joint lowest scorers, Newcastle, are now the outright lowest scorers, because they went into this on 4 goals in 6 matches, which was the same as Villa and Wolves, and both Villa and Wolves have scored in their matches, which also kicked off at 2. And they've looked like a team that has scored 4 goals in 6.5 Premier League games this season.
Yeah, there hasn't been many chances, has there? Tonali's down.
And Newcastle's medical team are called onto the pitch. Sandro Tonali is holding left leg.
Left knee, is it?
The ball was out for a Nottingham Forest throw following a Joelinton challenge. Lewis Miley warming up. Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app, where we bring you every Newcastle United match exclusively live. If you want to send us a message about the game to be read out at half-time on X at BBC Newcastle, or through WhatsApp, put BBC at the start, and the WhatsApp number is 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Tonali still receiving treatment. Didn't quite see what happened leading to him going down, unless it was from the earlier challenge a couple of minutes ago. He was unable to keep playing. They're still looking at the knee or possibly thigh on his left leg. He's pulled up to his feet, walks over to the far touchline at the east stand. Hopefully he'll be okay to continue. Bit of a limp. Lewis Miley and Joe Willock now doing some exercises in the corner, while they make sure Tonali's okay. Newcastle have 10 players. It's 0-0, and they try and get the ball in behind Byrne, and it's Savona, but he can't keep it in. Right in the corner. Goal kick for Nick Pope. Played square to Chow in the penalty area. Now Trippier inside to Bruno, who on the half turn whips it away. Voltemade closing down the ball back to Sells. Out to this near side. Bernard pushed on. Botman came out to challenge. It got away from Gibbs-White, fortunately.
Just let it run. What was always going to go out of play.
Chow on the diagonal, but not quite enough of an angle on it for Gordon. It's a sort of pass Fabian Schär often plays. He's on the bench today. It's too straight, and it's with goalkeeper Sells. 38 on the clock. Sandro Tonali is back on. Chow wins a header in the centre circle. Anderson is on to the second ball. Savona now to Jair Cunha, and Sells away first time. Chow takes a touch with the inside of his right boot. Botman then controls and back to Pope. Botman goes square. Pope waits and then lifts it towards Elanga, but comfortably beaten in the air by Morato.
Not a great deal happening, is there?
And all the other games that started at 2 o'clock have a goal in them. Everton 0, Crystal Palace 1. Gordon, a flick and a spin away from Savona, who trips him. Free kick on the left, close to halfway. No further punishment. Botman with the ball, looking for Bruno. Player at his back, and it's Gibbs-White now for Forest as they win possession in midfield. Sells takes it out to the right-hand side of his area, and it's a powerful kick swung away. Botman's brought it down, but Chris Wood is there. It's a red shirt rather than a black and white one that collects the ball following Botman's touch, and now Yates to Williams, goes on the outside. Tonali sliding in, turns it behind. Nottingham Forest corner kick.
Yeah, kept it well, didn't they? Yates Yates wins it, feeds it left. First corner, is it the first corner kick of the afternoon for Forest?
Nobody on either post.
No.
Milenkovic around the back. Get hands on Dan Burn. The ball comes in now, and Pope gets a fist to it. That's a good punch, and Elanga on the near side tried to get away and then trod on the ball. Forest throw into the box, away by Newcastle. Voltemade on his chest. Oh, that's lovely. Measured cushion pass over the head of an opponent for Tonali. Newcastle getting numbers forward now. It's exquisite from Voltemade. 0-0 with 4 minutes to half time. Bruno finds Gordon, edge of the area, onto Voltemade, but it's hit him and rolled away for Savona. Not the best back pass. Sells on the stretch in a bit of a hurry because it was going to go behind for a corner. Has cleared it out for a throw. Burn back to Botman on the halfway line. Joelinton comes to collect. Chow just behind the centre spot. Onto Trippier. Elanga 10 yards ahead of him, gets it, then returns it to Trippier. Inside to Chow, not really finding a way through Newcastle. Here's Bruno up to Tonali, flicked it and it's blocked. Chow then wins it. Joelinton got options, one of them Voltemade to the right, having his shirt pulled. Play goes on. Trippier from Voltemade's pass, now Elanga back to Trippier. First time cross hung up to the near post, caught easily by Sells. The referee was right to let it go there, wasn't he?
Yeah, we had the ball in a decent area. on this occasion you give the referee a little bit of credit.
Byrne into his own penalty area, poke forwards to Chow. Still goalless at St James's. Trippier to the feet of Elanga. Opportunity to run at Williams. Knocks it. Elanga and keeps going. Turns. Comes inside. Never really in full control after the first touch when he knocked it and ran. Caused problems. Still low. However, Forest get it clear. And Bruno, Voltemada comes deep, gets it. Gives it to Elanga. 25 yards out. Wide to Trippier, back inside to Elanga. And now Bruno. Voltemada goes into the middle. Bruno goes for the shot, which is deflected and then headed away. And it's found its way to Gordon. He comes into the centre. That's a good ball from Gordon to Bruno. Back to Tonali, but it's away from him. Forward ball from Tonali to Trippier on the right wing. Now Bruno, just inside the area. Rolls in Elanga. His cross is headed clear from the near post. Tonali slides at the edge of the box. Bruno has it. The skipper in the penalty box trying to deliver. Elanga put out by Yates. It's laboured, but they are finishing the half on the attack, Newcastle. Bruno's ball to Tonali, back down the line to Trippier, inside to Bruno. This is better, Voltemada for Gordon. And the first touch allowed Morato to clear. Puts it into the stand. Elanga takes the throw. Trippier for Tonali. Now up the line to Elanga. What's happened? Two balls on the pitch. Referee's going to drop the ball. Right boot of Kieran Trippier, moved inside to Joelinton. This is Bruno on the corner of the box. Gordon, Voltemada, still Voltemada. Joelinton blocked on the way through to goal. Out to Tonali. Sandro Tonali, first time with his right foot wide of the left-hand post. And now there are some afters. Voltemada separating players. It's kicking off. I think it's Bruno. The referee wants to have a word. 2 minutes of additional time has been added. Newcastle United 0, Nottingham Forest 0. I didn't see what the flashpoint was, but they had a couple of efforts there. One blocked, it was goal bound, and then the other wide from Tonali.
Yeah, came to Tonali. He's capable of hitting them from there as well. Don't know what all that was about.
It's all been sorted out. Well, seemingly has been. Into the additional period then. Not a classic. Sells onto the head of Dan Byrne. Jair Cunha away. Burns flicked it back. Botman does well against Wood. And now chipping it into the middle for Bruno to Voltemada. Oh, what a pass that is on the volley to Trippier. Brilliantly done. Now Elanga leaves it for Bruno. And he can't get away. He's in the Forest half, facing the goal with 2 on him. And the visitors get it back and then clear. 0-0. Dan Byrne makes his way forwards. Gordon drops in. Chow now to Trippier, inside for Bruno. Botman's available just ahead of the centre circle. It's Gordon who's in front of Botman, who gets it. Then on to Bruno again, dragged back looking for Joelinton, lifted into the box, headed away. Tonali nods it down. Elanga on the corner of the penalty area. Trippier, the cross is deflected behind for a corner. There's some appeals for handball. Don't know whether it was in the box.
No, it wasn't in the box. Or
outside the box. Nico Williams when he blocked it. Yeah, he was outside. Probably did hit the hand, but it's corner. Might be the last piece of play in the first half. And from the right, Sandro Tonali, Dan Burn trying to get there, Forrest flick it away, and there is the half-time whistle from Peter Banks. It's goalless at St James's Park, and it hasn't been a particularly great game, John Anderson.
No, it hasn't been a classic. Hasn't been too many chances. I think we've been pedestrian in what we've been doing. Need to up the tempo. It's too easy for Forrest. Seeing the ball in front of them all the time, we need to get in behind them. They're getting a little bit of joy down their right, getting in behind Dan Bourne, but neither side have done enough, have they? Hasn't been. Sells had a save to make from Joe Linton header, but apart from that, it hasn't been a great deal in the game.
Finally, for the moment, are you surprised by the way that it's been? And just watching Tonali come off last on his own, looks like he's still a little bit sore from maybe from the treatment that he had, which seemed to be on a knee problem. We'll wait and see, and hopefully he'll be okay for the second half. But after the other night, the problems Nottingham Forest have had, the way that they are moving to a new style of play, that surprised that it's been like this?
Yeah, I expected more from us, I have to say. I thought after the other night we'd come into this, we'd be full of energy, full of buzz, but we haven't been. As I say, we've been very, very laboured in what we've done, but kicking down the hill second half, you never know.
We'll bring you that second half live right here on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app at the break at St James's Park. Newcastle United 0, Nottingham Forest 0.
Scott Meakin, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Now do me a favour, keep the screaming down to a minimum, because Naughty's boy band Blue are back.
It's really lovely to be back together, touring around. We got a new album out called One Last Time, but we got a brand new 25th anniversary tour happening.
It's a great milestone to have, being in this business, doing something we love. It's just a testament to us as a band and the music that we've created over the years that people still want to listen to and give us, the love that we've always had.
We've always thought that we've grown up with our fans and we've been their soundtrack. It's a great gift for us from the fans.
Scott Meakin, weekday afternoons from 2, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Goalless then at St James's Park at half-time. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson back with full commentary of the second half in about 10 minutes' time, and we're hoping for a little bit more entertainment in the second half. Newcastle with the better of the chances. Nick Pope hasn't had a single save to make, but Forest perhaps looking a little bit more dangerous going forward than Newcastle have. But goalless at the break, as Matthew Raisbeck told you during that game, of the 4 games in the Premier League that kicked off at 2 o'clock, it is the only one that is goalless. So Aston Villa lead Burnley by a 1-0. Malin, after 25 minutes, giving them the lead. Daniel Munoz has given Crystal Palace a 1-0 lead away at Everton, that coming just 8 minutes before half-time. And an own goal from the Brighton goalkeeper, Bart Verbruggen, gives Wolves a 1-0 lead over Brighton at half-time. The final game in the Premier League today at 4:30 is Brentford against Manchester City. The East Anglia derby took place in the Championship earlier on today. Jack Clarke, formerly of Sunderland, scored the winner for Ipswich as they beat Norwich by 3-1. It had been 2-1 at half-time. Jack Clarke getting what turned out to be the winner with about 13 minutes left. 4 games in the Women's Super League today. They have all finished already. They all kicked off at 12 o'clock. Today, Leicester City equalised late on to draw 1-1 at home to Everton. It's a first win of the season for London City Lionesses as well. A very late penalty, 89th minute penalty, giving them a 1-0 win over Liverpool. Spurs beat Brighton by a 0-0. Tandberg midway through the first half, the only goal of that game. And Aston Villa scored twice in the second half to beat West Ham United by 2-0. Games in the not the Championship anymore, the WSL 2, involving our 3 teams, all kicked off at 2 o'clock. The early game finished Sheffield United 3, Ipswich 2. In fact, I haven't quite finished yet. That's a 1 o'clock kickoff. They're into injury time. Ipswich are down to 10 players. Amy Andrews, former Durham and Newcastle striker, has scored twice for Sheffield United, who lead Ipswich 3-2 in the final minute or so. But the half times in the games involving our teams, Durham losing 1-0 away at Bristol City. Sophie Ingle with that goal. Newcastle United drawing 0-0 away at Crystal Palace. Palace did have a goal disallowed in that first half as well. And Sunderland playing at the Stadium of Light for the first time this season at home to Charlton Athletic, but Charlton it is who lead by 1-0 at half time. In the other games, Portsmouth 1-0 up away at Nottingham Forest, and Southampton, a little bit of a surprise, 1-0 up away at Birmingham City. We will bring you all the reaction to those, and of course to the Newcastle United and Sunderland men's matches on breakfast tomorrow morning with Matt Bailey. Non-league wise yesterday, plenty happened. Gateshead, it was not a good afternoon for them at the International Stadium. It was the early kick-off yesterday. When we got the team news, we realised that 3 defenders and a striker were missing. Joe Grayson, Kenton Richardson and Ben Williams, the 3 centre-halves, all injured. Kane Adom also injured. None of them took part, despite all playing against Morecambe in the previous game. Connor Pani, one of the makeshift centre-halves, was then stretchered off with an injury in the first half, and Curtis Edwards, so crucial to them in the middle of midfield, limped off early on in the second half as well. It was not a good afternoon all round. Here is their manager, Alan Armstrong.
I'm gutted for the lads, to be honest with you, and that's what I've said to them. Really proud of them, because there's a lot of good young players in there that are learning, and they've just had to deal with setback after setback due to injuries. We rock up on Thursday, loads more injuries, no fit centre halves whatsoever. We try to get a couple in, no joy, because it doesn't help that we haven't got the money to bring anyone in. So you work with what you've got. You ask Fenton John to play right back, Flinty centre half, Panny centre half, and to be honest, I thought they were brilliant. I thought they were really good. Were good value for our lead. We should have been 2-0 up. We should have had a clear penalty. And then Panny, what it looks like at this moment in time is ruptured his Achilles, which could be a season ender for him, which is unbelievable, because he's done so well and he's just grown in stature. Fingers crossed it's not, but it doesn't look good for the kid. And I think everyone was a little bit set back there. And then you look at, we're trying to hold on till half time to try and organise it. People might say you should have put Carl Johnson on. He's been really poorly for the last month, and he had 28 minutes in him max. So there's reasons why people never went on, why people aren't playing. And then I'm looking at the centre back pairing during the game with Frank and Flinty, and I just had to have a chuckle at myself and just think what on earth is going on. But they just kept going, the lads kept going, and disappointing with the goals conceded. But when you look at where attacking play, we could have still got something from that. We missed some really good chances, and I've got to look at the positives. There's no point in being down about all the injuries. We've got to deal with what we've got, and with that team that we're finished with, we're creating chances against the National League team with 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds on that pitch. So, like I said, proud of the lads, and the fans should be. And I get that they're frustrated, but they should be really proud of what they're seeing on there, because they're giving everything, and there's young local lads fighting for the shirt.
They are firmly mid-table, Gateshead in the National League, 14th, 5 points off the relegation zone and 5 points off the playoff places as well, having played 14 games of what is a 46-game season. South Shields, though, have played 10 in the league and are still unbeaten. A brilliant 2-0 win at home to Chorley, who started the game third as well yesterday. Dan Ward in the first half, Paul Blackett with a late penalty in the second means they are unbeaten in 10, 8 wins out of 10 as well. Just 4 goals conceded. I had a chat yesterday with their manager Ian Watson, here he is first of all, on whether they are where he thought they would be after their first 10 league games.
It's not something I really thought about, to be honest. When we came in, I didn't think where we'll be after 10 games. It was just kind of, we needed to come in and work with the boys and get them to try to buy into what myself and Carl want the team to look like, and that's all we focused on really. And then just trying to be as present as we possibly can and focus on each day and not really set any targets at all. Really, just be really present and enjoy what we do.
Nice to be top of the table, and I guess nice to keep another clean sheet against a pretty high scoring side in league table terms in Chorley as well.
Yeah, we spoke about that when Carl and myself took the job. We spoke about how we wanted to be really sort of hard to score goals against, and Carl does a lot of work with the boys out of possession, so he deserves a lot of credit for that, and the boys really buy into what he wants them to do, and they run a lot for him, and we're aggressive without the ball, and we've got a real pride in not conceding goals, and that gives us the foundation and the base to go and be really good with the ball and try and dominate games with the ball as well.
And just finally, you'll have heard Alan Armstrong there talking about the importance of the FA Cup from a financial perspective to Gateshead, obviously a club that you know very, very well. South Shields maybe not with the same restrictions on resources, but there is still huge prestige in being at your level and in the final qualifying round of the FA Cup next weekend with a chance to, who knows who you could draw in a first round game. Big weekend next weekend.
Yeah, of course. We really want to do well, and we want to progress in the FA Cup. And every single game, like, we're so privileged to work in this game and be part of this game. So we don't want to take any game for granted, and we don't want to not look forward to any game. We have to look forward to every game and understand how lucky we are to be involved in football. And if we don't do that, then we shouldn't be in the job. So just really look forward to every game, whether it's FA Cup, League, but we want to win, and we want to progress as much as we can.
So FA Cup yesterday, well done to Gateshead on their league victory. FA Trophy yesterday as well. Hebburn 2-1 winners at Whitby, and Dunstan 2-1 winners at home to Warrington Rylands in the third qualifying round. So they're both in the first round proper, the draw for which is made tomorrow. Newcastle Red Bulls were at Exeter in the Prem yesterday afternoon. The first away match of the new era, the first match since Steve Diamond departed as well. They ended though in a 38-15 defeat for the Red Bulls. Alan Dickens is the new head coach, or he's kind of been doing that job anyway, after, like I say, the midweek departure of Director of Rugby Steve Diamond. I
am disappointed. I think at the end, George McGuigan spoke to the players, you've spoken on the TV as well, just about the frustration that we let them in through our errors. Obviously that was a couple of the line-outs where we got the opportunity to put them under pressure, and we just allowed the Exeter to win the ball and clear their line. So that was one of the frustrations. But as you said there's no taking away anything from Exeter. I thought they were pretty clinical today.
And psychologically, what effect did the news about Steve Diamond moving on have on the players?
Look, there was certainly one of mixed emotions, but once that happened, they're professional, and in terms of psychological, we don't really know in terms of speaking to every single one of the players. But look, they're a professional group. We need to move on to the next game after today.
And the next game after today, obviously, is Sale. Yeah. A good side, as we well known, and they're going to offer a physical, abrasive sort of challenge, aren't they?
No, certainly, and I think if we watched that game against Bath last night, that was exactly what that was, and obviously the weather probably dictated that, and you know what you're getting from Sale. They want to come hard and want to be physical.
And there's a lot of players still on the not available list, so who are you going to get back for next week?
Not quite sure there. When you say not available list, obviously we've got players to come in who have been signed, and they'll add to the squad, no doubt.
How important, last question, Alan, is it to get something from this block of 5 games? Because it's 5 Premiership games, or Prem games now, back to back, and it'd be pretty easy to fall away from the pack unless Newcastle start to pick up points.
Hey, look, it's obvious. We enter every game, we want to win it. We want to be competitive, and getting something out of the next 3 games is what we'll work hard to do.
Alan Dickens there, the Newcastle Red Bulls head coach. Just one more thing to tell you about before we hand back to Matthew Raisbeck. The Formula 1, the Singapore Grand Prix finishing in the last few minutes. George Russell taking victory from Max Verstappen, but a 3rd place finish for Lando Norris and a 4th place finish for Oscar Piastri. Enough for 2 things to happen. One, McLaren have sealed the Constructors' Championship title, and the other is that the gap between those two at the top of the Drivers' title race has now been narrowed to 22 points. There is nothing between Newcastle United and Nottingham Forest as we get ready for the second half here at St James's Park. To take you through that second half in just a moment, Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you very much. And now we are ready for the second half, or we will be when the players emerge, because Newcastle and Nottingham Forest remain inside the changing room, 0-0 after 45 minutes. Hopefully the second half will be better, will be more enjoyable. We will see. Here come United. Doesn't look like there are going to be any changes at half-time. Tonali is back out there, which is good. And Nottingham Forest
make their way back onto the pitch as well. Red shirts, white shorts, red socks. Newcastle black and white shirts, black shorts, black socks. Referee Peter Banks, who's wearing blue and black shorts and socks, is making his way towards the centre spot with the ball under his arm. He gives it to Bruno. And he can kick downhill towards the Gallagher end, second half. Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Tonali, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon, Voltemada up against Sells, Jaya Cunha, Milenkovic, Morato, Savona, Anderson, Yates, Williams, Ndoye, Gibbs-White and Wood. Hopefully it will be more entertaining than the first half, John Anderson.
Yeah, it needs to be an improvement, need to up the tempo, need to create more.
Well, they've kicked off Newcastle and started positively. Tonali finding Elanga on the near side. He's played it in towards the box at an angle, but straight to a red shirt. Man of the match the other night. Looking for key contribution from Elanga today. He's not the only player, but things haven't quite come together, have they? Yet. Forest throw, Trippier header, Yates belts it forwards. Pope leaves his penalty box, takes a touch, not the easiest ball to control, and from the corner lifts it away. That's a header from Elanga straight to Yates. Trippier's got it and up it goes, and then out on the near side from Kieran Trippier's forward ball. On the bench for United, Ramsdale, Cher, Lascelles, Barnes, Kraft, Osula, Murphy, Willock, Miley, Forrest, Jean-Victor the goalkeeper, Murillo, Sangare, Hudson-Odoi, Dominguez, Igor Jesus, Hutchinson, McAtee and Bakwa. Sells outside the penalty area. Gordon closing down the defender Jaya Cunha, challenged by Byrne. Away it goes, then back to Sells. Both of these teams played European football midweek. Newcastle Wednesday, Forest Thursday. And there's been definitely a lack of intensity about the play today. United unchanged. Forest made 4 changes. Tonali, Anderson on his shoulder, gets it back from Trippier, then Tonali looking for Elanga. Little flick back to Bruno. Now Joelinton in space, and his pass towards Gordon, who's managed to bring it down. Voltemada edge of the area, challenge there from Morato. They get it clear, and Bruno with a ball out to the left wing that goes away from Joelinton and out.
No, it still hasn't been that spark, has it, so far? Only a couple of minutes gone in the second half, but we need to be better.
BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app, and going to be another Nottingham Forest throw on the far side in the right back position, flicked on. Botman is covering, decides to keep it in. Joelinton comes short to get it, scooped inside to Bruno, tries to get between two bodies, draws the foul, plays the free kick. Voltemada deep, sends it out to the right wing. Elanga, low cross from Elanga, it's come for Anthony Gordon in the penalty area and it's blocked. Gordon's effort blocked.
Got nothing on it though, did he?
Forest on the far side, up the line, challenged by, or an interception by Chow, and cleared. Second time around, Botman and Trippier at the back can bring Newcastle forwards again. They've been positive at the start of the second half. Joelinton with a ball that's behind Gordon, but then Gordon's pass for Joelinton's forward run gets him into a decent position, and he wins a throw 25 yards out on the far left-hand side. Malik Chow, centre circle. Kieran Trippier gets it up to Elanga, back Down the line to Trippier, inside to Tonali, Wood on his shoulder. Here's Elanga to Tonali, then Elanga again. Ball gets away from him. Elanga chasing back. Anderson caught by Trippier on the halfway line, and free kick is the decision. Sometimes Elanga's technique and control can feel a bit loose.
He hasn't got the space that he got the other night. He was afforded so much space the other night that Forest just aren't giving them that today. So if you're not doing it, you've got to do something else.
Williams to Anderson in between two Newcastle defenders, but it's now back to Pope, and they go long towards Gordon, headed away and then chested down by Sven Botman. That's a good ball for Trippier, and Elanga gets on his bike. Trippier rolls him in the corner. Elanga on the outside of Williams, and the cross turned behind by Morato. Trippier to take it, forwards he goes. Fifth minute of the second half. Trippier to Elanga and back again. The ball back to Trippier. Favoured the defender. Elanga's now trying to claim a foul, having challenged for it. It's sloppy play. Byrne being held by Ndoye, and the referee finally blows his whistle at the other end of the pitch, and Newcastle take the free kick, rolling it into midfield, and Joe Linton for Gordon gets his head down and goes, and is still going, Anthony Gordon, and it's a cross into the 6-yard box. Voltemada!
Oh, what a block that is!
They'd hit the defender and fell nicely for Nick Voltemada, and following up, right-footed, smashed it towards goal, and it's blocked. Maybe he should have scored, but great defending, big defending from Nottingham Forest, and it remains 0-0.
Huge chance. Wasn't the greatest defending in the world, but
free kick for Nottingham Forest. Challenge on the far side.
Yeah, Dan Burns just gone straight through the back of Gibbs White.
0-0 still on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app.
It was Morato who gave it away, but he made up for it with the block.
Anderson with a good ball, good technique to find Williams on the near side. Then Anderson looking to play it in behind Chow, but he read that situation, and Ndoye is with him. Chow back to Pope and away from the goalkeeper, long to Voltemada. Milenkovic has won it, then Tonali gets it back. Trippier to Bruno, onto Tonali, well played. Tonali for Elanga, two in the middle. This is a big moment. Anthony Elanga.
He's got to be quicker. He's got to whip it. He's got away, and he waits and he gives the defender the opportunity to get back and get a block in. He's got to do better now.
It will be a corner kick to Newcastle United, but it could have been more. And Elanga once again in a good position, but just not quite the right decision. Barnes and Murphy warm up along with Miley, and Newcastle think that Morato is just wasting time. Jason Tyndall is straight to fourth official Rob Jones. Morato seemed to require treatment, but then didn't, and then decided to tie his bootlace while he was down. 54th minute, Tonali out-swinging corner kick. Byrne goes down in the middle, Forrest head away, Gordon back in, Yates with a clearance, then Gordon again. Chow can't take it under control.
But it's
a goal kick.
It's all rushed. There's nothing. There's nothing being created. It's just...
Referee saying wait. Was there a possible foul on Dan Burn? Newcastle felt there might be. Referee telling Forest to wait. VAR are having a look. We don't have the graphics yet for a full VAR check, and now the match is going to resume while they had a quick look at that. Challenge on Burn in the box, 0-0. Tonali header. Voltemada, Milenkovic all over him. Well, 52,000 and Eddie Howe can't believe it. Howe with his arms outstretched, wondering why no decision was given there. It's gone for a Newcastle throw on the left wing. Now back to Botman on halfway. Diagonal ball towards Trippier, but beaten in the air by Nico Williams, and Dan N'Doye for Nottingham Forest on his way towards Newcastle's goal. Here's N'Doye to Williams, and it's a comfortable save for Nick Pope. Williams started that attack, got up in support, but his tame effort, left-footed, just inside the box, easily saved. 0-0. Bruno to Trippier for Joelinton in the attack, and Elanga here heads for the line, wins another corner. Well, that's a bit better for Elanga, a bit more direct in terms of making a decision and better control. They needed to do more, and they have done more in the opening 10 minutes of the second half. And that Voltemada,
a bit more intent about it.
And that Voltemada chance, the block, so crucial for Nottingham Forest. Looked like he was going to score again for Newcastle United, Nick Voltemada, and break the deadlock. Tonali's corner now. Chow's down in the box, and Burn as well, edge of the area. And, well, there is real fury in the stands at the way that Nottingham Forest are being physical with Newcastle United. The ball was played in, the referee stopped it. But if the challenge happens before the ball's in play, then there's nothing that can be done. Referee wants to talk to a couple of players, Dan Burn included. Now Newcastle turn on the referee just as the Forest fans did in the first half. As twice Dan Burn's been dragged to the floor. Ball wasn't in play, so they have to take the corner. Now they do from Tonali. Too high for Bruno in the middle. Trippier back out towards Tonali on his thigh. Nice first touch. Up to Elanga. Elanga has got away from Anderson and delivered the cross, but it's headed back out to the near side by the Forest defence, and Gibbs-White's lost it to Joelinton. Trippier here into Chow, who's in midfield. Gets it back from Joelinton. Played nice football there, Chow. Tonali chips it in, too high for Voltemada. Not one of Tonali's better deliveries. Bruno then gets it back from Gibbs-White, who stays down, but no foul. Dan Burn for Bruno. Bruno! What a finish! Bruno Guimaraes with a big moment and a big goal for Newcastle United at the Gallagher end. Curled it away from Sells and into the far corner. Gibbs-White was challenged in the build-up and stayed down. Forest appealed for a foul. Nothing was given. Burn carried Newcastle forwards and Bruno finished. And the captain in the 59th minute makes it Newcastle United 1, Nottingham Forest 0.
Well, that's the first real bit of quality, isn't it? Gibbs-White went looking for the free kick, didn't get it. Play goes on to quality finish.
Bruno with Gibbs-White. What do you think about that challenge? Because you've just seen it back. Is there a foul?
That could be looked at.
So you think VAR might overturn this? Bruno involved, both with the challenge. Goal is given. Goal awarded by Referee Peter Banks on field, and Chris Kavanagh, the VAR, decides that it doesn't need a review. So the original decision stands. Newcastle lead 1-0. And they needed that.
Yeah, as I said, it's the first real bit of quality that's been in the game.
Tonali now for Voltemada. He drags it back and is being pulled by Milinkovic. Now Voltemada takes the quick free kick out to captain Bruno, who's got it under control here, dragged it back and then lost out to Morato. He plays a quick one, referee's not ready. Ball was moving, he says. James's Park is close to full volume. Fans have been getting involved, getting annoyed about decisions and challenges. And that's often what helps turn things. You've seen it again, the build-up, the challenge. You've seen it from a couple of angles. Now Dan Burn is behind Gibbs White. Bruno comes in from the front, makes a challenge to push the ball away, but then comes in. There's physical contact with Gibbs White. Forest win it back at the other end, by the way. Here's Gibbs White in the box. Burn makes an important block. Danger's not clear though. Yates. And now a cross looking for Wood. Headed away by Botman in front of the post. Williams. Forest. He's offside, Savona. And now the flag goes up.
Chris Wood's had.
He had one last week against Sunderland that he put wide from a couple of yards out, and there he's headed it up, but not necessarily towards goal. It's more gone away from goal, like back across the box.
It would have been offside anyway.
In fact, he didn't head it, he missed it, it came off his leg.
Came off his heel.
Went to head it, looked like he was stooping trying to head it, and it hit his foot. Wood there does well on this occasion to find Ndoye just outside the penalty area, and Yates forwards from midfield heads it into the hands of Pope comfortably. Newcastle 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Just going back to what I was describing, the Bruno challenge on Gibbs White in the build-up to the goal. The more you see it, you seem more convinced that it should have been
it's
looked at properly.
No, I just think it's a coming together. You know, you get football and coming together. Not all coming together as a free kicks.
Forwards up the right, looking for Elanga, but picked up by Sells. Morato straight to Trippier, headed to Bruno. He takes a touch, and now Tonali. Elanga here, got a man at his back, finds Tonali again. Sidesteps one Forest defender, plays it to Joelinton, who gets a return ball from Gordon. Now Bruno on to Trippier. Newcastle United in a good position. Elanga in the penalty area, back out to Bruno. Voltemada wants it back stick. Bruno to Elanga. Oh, Elanga's hit his shin as he tried to play the 1-2. Now Ndoye gets a free kick. It's Tonali who blocked him off, although there was a bit of help there from Elanga. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. There will be Nottingham Forest changes. In fact, there will be 3 of them any moment. 64th minute. And now they are made. Chris Wood, his last involvement there. Bit of link-up play after he had that chance that came off his foot and went across the box. Replaced by Igor Jesus, the Brazilian international. Forest's top scorer this season with 4 goals.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It just hasn't happened for Woods today.
Ryan Yates replaced by Callum Hudson-Odoi, the pacey winger, plays off the left, and Omari Hutchinson, signed from Ipswich in the summer. He is on. Now what they've done is they've changed their forward line. Nottingham Forest, and they're looking for Igor Jesus immediately behind Chow. Nick Pope is there. This is Tanali. Got it in an area where he was surrounded by red shirts, but back to Trippier, and now Botman over to Byrne. Played against the Forest attacker, and away by Botman and out of play on the far side. Newcastle have a 1-0 lead. Milenkovic, Voltemada close by. Anderson finds a bit of space right side of central midfield. Sven Botman makes a challenge there on Igor Jesus. Elliot Anderson is quickest to react and has the ball. He's been everywhere, Anderson, hasn't he? Had a good game.
He's played well, hasn't he?
Hutchinson in the corner. He's left-footed, playing on the right. The little winger, but tackled there by the much bigger, physically imposing Joe Linton, and it's a throw for Newcastle at left back. Barnes back out warming up. Miley, Willock and Murphy. Joe Linton's got the ball from the throw back to Byrne. Voltemada can't get near it. Jay Acuna heads away. Joe Linton with it now. And Tanali up to Voltemada. Oh, helped on beautifully for Bruno. And then into the path of Gordon. Good Newcastle attacking play. Gordon for the goal line. Delivers the cross. Oh, Elanga was close. But Morato just got his head to it. Then Gibbs White got up and headed clear. And Bruno made contact in the challenge.
This referee is atrocious. He's awful.
1-0 to Newcastle, now 2-0 to Aston Villa. Daniel Marlon with both. Villa 2, Burnley 0. Palace still 1-0 up at Everton through Daniel Munoz's first half goal. And the own goal from the Brighton goalkeeper, Bart Verbruggen, means that it's still Wolves 1, Brighton 0. 4:30, Brentford versus Manchester City. Botman went for a challenge there, and the ball went through to the Newcastle back line. Now it's forwards. Voltemada trying to win it. And what's that free kick for?
No idea.
Forest take it, then they give it straight back to Newcastle. Trippier to Elanga, taken down by Morato, who will get a yellow card. Close to the corner of the penalty area. Just wanted to see Elanga get away and get into the box. Morato wasn't going to allow that to happen. Barnes and Murphy are being readied. It's scrappy and stop-start and frustrating because of that. The constant whistling of the referee. Free kick though, midway through the second half, and with a 1-0 lead. Just to confirm, Forest took off Yates and Doy and Wood for Hudson-Odoi, Hutchinson and Igor Jesus. And Gibbs White's dropped into the midfield. Ange Postecoglou watching with his arms folded. Never looks happy, no matter what the situation is, but you can understand why. 7th match in charge, and Newcastle are in front. Tanali takes the free kick. It's flicked away. Gordon's the player to get there, just outside the box. A couple of step overs. Oh, then tackled. They've got to get black and white shirts back here. Gordon lost it in a bad area. To be fair to him, he's made a block, and the ball's gone out. And it gives Eddie Howe the opportunity to make 2 changes. And Anthony Gordon is going off in one of them, replaced by Harvey Barnes. Jogs over to the near touchline. And in another straight switch, Anthony Elanga against his old club is leaving the pitch to be replaced by Jacob Murphy.
Yeah, it hasn't happened for Elanga, has it? Nowhere near the standards that he was at the other night.
Shake of the head from Gordon, looks frustrated with his afternoon. They're part of a combined effort that has, with 20 minutes remaining, Newcastle a goal up here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Joe Linton has fouled Anderson as he tried to give him the slip. 3 Forest players in the book. No yellow cards for Newcastle yet. Joe Linton's had a few challenges that maybe in their own right would have warranted a yellow.
Exactly.
Forest up this near touchline. Williams, who's under pressure, wasn't the best ball to him. It's gone out for a United throw. Trippier next to the bench. This is the 7th match in a 23-day period. Trippier and Tonali, lovely play, lifting the ball up, heading it to each other. They now look for Bruno up the line. Forest have it back, and Anderson to Williams. It's gone out, and it's a throw for Newcastle United, middle of the Forest half. Now they return in 13 days' time away at Brighton, and then it's 7 matches in another 23-day period. Just playing every 3 or 4 days at the moment, with Europe and the League Cup on top of the Premier League. Trippier to Voltemada, then back again. Can't hold it this time. And Gibbs White away, but chested by Chow. Uses his size to keep the ball. And Anderson has caught Tonali after the referee let play go. It's one of these where because this referee lets it go for 2 or 3 seconds, a bit like with the the delayed offside flag, that you let it go and someone will get injured because the whistle isn't blown immediately.
Yeah. But he's just a poor referee.
Murphy round the corner away from Bruno, who pushed on. Morato to Milenkovic, dispossessed by big Nick Voltemada. Back to Botman, burn on to Joe Linton. Here's Harvey Barnes for the first time since coming on. Can he do what he did the other night and have an impact, where he scored the 4th goal? Linking up with Bruno, Barnes in the area. Oh, and Forrest has gone behind for a corner. Got in a bit of a tangle at the back. Goalkeeper and Milenkovic. Newcastle corner kick on the left.
He's wanting his goalkeeper to come and pick it up. He's right as well. He should get there an awful lot quicker, Sells.
'73rd minute. Dan Burn and Nick Voltemada standing in front of the goalkeeper. Bruno round the back. Joe Linton makes his move to the front post. Tonali's corner. Header by Igor Jesus, the substitute striker. Murphy to Trippier, the furthest player back, centre circle, diagonal ball looking for Sandro Tonali. Oh, Tonali! Oh my goodness! Tonali volley off the inside of his left boot. It may well have been the sort of ball you expected to turn into a cross, but it very nearly dropped in and Matt Sells had to tip it over.
Yeah, he's trying to cross that, isn't he? He nearly catches Sells out, gets in behind. Good ball, Trippier. He's trying to play that across goal, gets it all wrong.
Well, Tonali there off his left boot, and now the corner he's going to take with his right, out swinger to the back of the box. Malik Chow, Voltemada, did that go in? No, it's hit the underside of the bar and come out, and the goal line technology says no goal. It remains 1-0 to Newcastle. Couple of opportunities in there, and now a free kick for Forest in midfield. Let's go back through that. Voltemada, he's had 2 big chances. One was blocked, and there it crashed off the underside of the bar as it came to him about, 6 yards out. hit the underside of the bar. The entire ball didn't cross the line.
No, big chance. Reacts well, doesn't he?
Yeah, in fact, it didn't even hit the line. It bounced down ahead of the line. Free kick for Nottingham Forest. 75 minutes played on BBC Radio Newcastle. You'll be able to discuss the match with us tomorrow night on Total Sport between 6 and 8. Forest, good cross from the right. They haven't dealt with it, United. Then there's a challenge in the penalty area. And some Nottingham Forest appeals. And it's offside. It's brought back for offside against Igor Jesus. Amari Hutchinson was challenged. But offside goes back to an earlier call rather than the tackle. So whether he thought it was a penalty or not, doesn't matter.
Yeah, he is offside.
Hutchinson was offside actually ahead of Igor Jesus. Correct decision.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
Byrne with a header. Bruno on. Voltemada has come off his shoulder, but he's tried to take it down under control and being wrestled, trying to fight his way back. Forest are able to give it to the goalkeeper. Sells. It took a long time over that, and then lifted it onto the head of Malik Chow. Tanali here for Jacob Murphy on the near touchline. Newcastle lead 1-0. Voltemada, ole, ole, ole is the song they have for him. Anderson with a trip on Joe Linton, but a role reversal there.
I'd love to know how many free kicks there's been in this game.
I'll try and find out for you. Murphy takes it inside. Nico Williams. Jacob Murphy's done well. Threads it through for Bruno, but eased out of it by Milenkovic. The strength of the big defender was what Nottingham Forest needed there, and they're making another change now. Dilan Bakwa, who was a forward they signed for 30 million from Strasbourg on transfer deadline day.
They've gone to a back four.
They've taken off Morato. Yeah. And played out short. Back to Milenkovic, swung away. Tanali header. Williams with a header. Then Tanali gets his boot to the ball. It finds Voltemada. And Murphy couldn't take it forwards under control. Forest have it back edge of the penalty area. Gibbs White. Tanali intercepts. Joe Linton looking for Tanali. Here's an opportunity. Sandro Tanali. Jacob Murphy. He could hit it. He does. It's blocked. Williams might have hit him just in the chest there. Jacob Murphy on the near side, given away, looking for Trippier. Hudson-Odoi with good feet to get away. Newcastle have to defend carefully here. Callum Hudson-Odoi into the penalty area on the outside. Hudson-Odoi, Pope spilled it, and Botman tries to clear. It's gone across the penalty box. Joe Linton's header and a throw near the corner flag.
Unbelievable feat.
Back in play, but they've gone back towards midfield and now halfway with it. Forest. 12 minutes remaining. There's one goal in it last season, but it was 4-3 this fixture. Now it's 1-0 in Newcastle's favour. Bruno Guimaraes the scorer. Elliot Anderson finds Callum Hudson-Odoi. I was just thinking, I hadn't really mentioned Hudson-Odoi, and then he goes and does that. Here's Gibbs White. The substitute Bakwa, and over the top from Gibbs White from just inside the area. 28 fouls committed in the match in total.
It seemed an awful lot more than that.
Do you want to know what the expected goals is?
Not really.
You're all right.
No, not really.
Okay, you can leave that one. It's not one of your favourite stats. Some of the metrics they apply. It's to do with chance quality, but they call it expected goals. This is Tonali. Murphy looking for Bruno. Forwards. Voltemada trying to get in behind Jaya Cunha, and the defender was struggling to deal with Voltemada's presence. It's a throw on the right wing for Newcastle, about 15 yards out. Burnley have pulled a goal back. It's Aston Villa 2, Burnley 1, and Everton have equalised against Crystal Palace 1-1 in that game. Kieran Trippier with Newcastle's throw, short to Joelinton. Nice control, back to Murphy. Great ball in! Oh, what a big save from Sells to deny Malik Chow a first Newcastle United goal. Sells just made the block, it hit him. He was in the right place. Now Murphy whipping it in. Barnes is in. Harvey Barnes, another big save from Sells. Murphy saw a gap, whipped it in to the near side of the box where Barnes made the run, and Sells was off his line. Barnes took it under control, released the shot, but the goalkeeper smothered.
Great save. It's a great run. That's 2 top saves he's made.
Chow with his left boot onto the left boot of Sells to beat it out, and then Barnes from about 8 yards. Sells got down and made the block at quite close range. Big goalkeeping. Newcastle 1, Nottingham Forest 0. But they could have had a crucial second there from either of those opportunities. Now given away by Forest. Joelinton to Barnes. Decides to go out to the left touchline, back to Byrne, chipped forwards. Voltemada chasing, gets there before Milenkovic, but didn't really have it under control. Now, Elliot Anderson, penalty! Elliot Anderson's given away a penalty on his return to Newcastle United. Voltemada had it in the corner, won back by Milenkovic, who played it inside in the box towards Anderson. But Newcastle got there first, and then the challenge from Anderson was a bit loose. He just didn't know that Bruno was coming in, and he clattered him. And Peter Banks has pointed to the spot, and Nick Voltemada, who wanted to take the penalties in Brussels in the Champions League on Wednesday, has grabbed the ball. But for a VAR check, it's a penalty for Newcastle, and Voltemada with the opportunity to score from 12 yards.
It's a nailed-on penalty. It just gets away from Anderson, doesn't it? Tries to retrieve it, and he just takes him out.
Matt Sells has come sprinting to the touchline to speak to a Forest member of staff. Maybe he's looking for information about Voltemada's penalty position, penalty technique. I think there's just been a yellow card for Gibbs White. Definitely a Forest player, could be someone else. We'll confirm that in a second. But having just had 2 big chances, saved by Matt Sells, Chow and then Barnes, and Voltemada hitting the bar and having one blocked in front of goal in the second half. They could have been further ahead already. Now they've got a penalty kick at the Gallagher end, and it's the new boy, Big Nick, with a penalty kick against former Newcastle United goalkeeper Sells, who's moving across his line. In the 84th minute, hands on hips, Voltemada, Gallagher end. Nick Voltemada into the top corner. What a confident penalty. Sells didn't even move, and Nick Voltemada has scored in his first 3 Premier League appearances at St James's Park, emulating Alan Shearer and Les Ferdinand. They are the only 3 players to do that in esteemed company. Their record signing, who has made an impressive start in black and white, and it might be the goal that delivers 3 points. It's Newcastle United 2, Nottingham Forest 0.
Oh, it's a quality penalty. it in that top right hand corner. Sells never moves. Boom. Brilliant.
The game here last season, do you remember Isak took a penalty and he almost Penenke'd it, and Sells didn't move either, and he was in the middle of the goal and it went over the top of it.
Yeah.
It was a curious approach in terms of the goalkeeping, because it was almost beyond him before he moved, and they didn't move either, but it was in the corner. He was never getting that. 2-0. I mean, they've had big chances in the second half, so it's good that they've finally been able to take one, even though it's come from the penalty spot, I think.
Yeah, Sells has made a couple of top saves. Been better second half. Mind you, they had to be fair, because
you might be able to hear the chant, and it's not coming from the Forest fans, or it might be, but it's definitely coming from the Newcastle fans and Ange Postecoglou. You're getting sacked in the morning. That's what his own fans were singing to him after they lost in the Europa League on Thursday. They also were singing in praise and support of former manager Nuno, who left his position after a breakdown in relationship with the owner, Evangelos Marinakis. Newcastle United 2, Nottingham Forest 0. 4 minutes of the 90 to play. Bruno and a Voltemada penalty. A good record against Nottingham Forest in recent times. It's looking like it's going to be 7 wins out of 8 against them, and 4 in a row. And Elliot Anderson gave away the penalty, but he's had a fine game in midfield, hasn't he? He's done very well. So unfortunate for him, but he's played to a high standard again.
The penalty, it's just got away from him. Little ball played into him, his touch was heavy, got away from him. Tried to retrieve the situation, just dived in.
Byrne with a header, Tonali a clearance, which takes a deflection off a Forest player on the far side, now into the middle. Gibbs White slid in and just beat Jacob Murphy to the ball, and now Nico Williams. Eddie Howe waving frantically at a couple of his players. They've made 2 changes, and there's going to be 2 more for Newcastle, Miley and Osula. They won't have long. Here's Anderson making a run. They try to find him with a left-footed ball curled in from the right wing. Pope picks it up, rolls it out to Tonali quickly. And they try and make their way forwards, but then they come back, Newcastle. Up to Voltemada. His first touch was good, but not good enough to keep in possession. Milenkovic nicked it. Looks like he's starting to tire. The German, that might be why Osula is going to come on next time the ball goes out. Only 2.5 minutes of the 90 remaining. Eddie Howe with some lengthy instructions for Lewis Miley. Hudson-Odoi's in the middle here for Forest, and Anderson out left wing. Up the line to Williams, back to Anderson. 2-0 Newcastle lead. Gibbs White in the Forest half in the centre circle. Savona here. And Bakwa intercepted by Tonali. It's Forest possession, and then they win it back again. And the 2 boys who have been waiting to come on are still waiting. Omari Hutchinson to Nico Williams, tries to get away from Bruno. Finds a pass to Gibbs White up the line. Forest trying to get one back, and a deep cross, Murphy on his chest, and he lifts it away. At this rate, Osula and Miley might not get on. Here's Williams back to Jair Cunha. Milenkovic out to Hudson-Odoi, away into the corner and away from Trippier. Hudson-Odoi into the penalty box.
Hutchinson laid off for Gibbs White and Anderson, and wide to Hudson-Odoi again. Deep cross caught by Pope, patted down by Pope, and then gathered at the second time of asking, and he rolls it out square. Osula looks up at the sky. They've been waiting there for a couple of minutes. Here's Harvey Barnes on a run, Milenkovic with him. Barnes takes control, and Matt Sells keeps it in. 30 seconds now to play. Eddie Howe's gone to William Osula with some instructions. He needs to get on the pitch to carry them out. Gibbs White back to Sells. Tanali closes down. It's on the far side in the corner for Forest. Played into Milenkovic. William Osula asks how long is being added. Gonna have to get the numbers board up before those two can come on. Williams into the centre. Equaliser for Brighton at Molineux. Wolves 1, Brighton 1. Late goal there. Newcastle 2-0 up here on BBC Radio Newcastle. A minimum of 6 additional minutes. Williams deep cross looking for Anderson. Trippier header. Will that go out? Yes, it does. And finally, we can make changes. Kieran Trippier's been caught in a challenge. We've now entered the first minute of the minimum 6. Here come the substitutions. Lewis Miley on for Joelinton, who somehow escaped a booking today.
Unbelievable.
And Nick Voltemada, 4 goals. He's their outright top scorer. He leaves the pitch. William Osula, his replacement. And Osula's got 3 goals himself. Did well for Barnes' goal in Belgium, didn't he, Osula, in the Champions League?
Yeah, he'll only get better and better, won't he? His penalty is a quality finish.
On come the 2 youngsters. And they have about 5 minutes to see out. Might play on a little bit longer, the referee. Hutchinson dispossessed on the goal line. Trippier away, and Osula full of running. Trying to get after that ball. Jay Acuna back to the goalkeeper. Osula goes off in pursuit and in hope of closing him down, getting it back. You're right. Dylan Bakwa on the right wing for Nottingham Forest. And Gibbs White, Miley in front of him, goes square to Anderson. All black and white shirts behind the ball. Don't want to concede one now. Here's Bakwa. It's a good looking cross. Trippier, it's hit him, and he's been able to scoop the ball clear out for a throw. Could have been a worrying moment, but Kieran Trippier reacted. Gibbs White now to Milenkovic. Savona up the line, and Bakwa taking on 2 black and white shirts. 93rd minute on BBC Radio Newcastle, and they are close to their 2nd Premier League win of the season. Gibbs White, edge of the area. Hutchinson, fair challenge. Miley for Bruno. Are they able to get away? On for Tanali, looking for Osula. Murphy has made the forward run. Osula plays it into the feet of Murphy. He's done well, wants it back. Oh, it's just missed him. And Gibbs White sliding in has helped his team out there, even though the clearance after Gibbs White's interception wasn't very good. And Chow is penalised for a challenge in midfield. Crystal Palace's unbeaten run looks like it's going to end. Everton have just scored a late second. 2-1 to Everton against Palace. Trippier takes control on his chest. Back to Pope. And plenty of height on that. It almost reaches halfway. Anderson heads on. Chow wants his keeper to come, and Pope does, near to the right corner of the box. Newcastle 2, Nottingham Forest 0. Remember, Total Sport back tomorrow on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds from 6, with plenty of reaction, and you can phone in to have your say on the match. And if you can't listen to the show live or want to catch up, search for Total Sport North East on BBC Sounds. It's a Forest throw on the right in their half of the pitch, back to Sells, who made a couple of big saves. But Newcastle have beaten him twice. And the Premier League's second best defence, Newcastle, with 5 conceded, only behind leaders Arsenal, who've led in 3. Crystal Palace have now conceded 5 with the 2 today. Looks like they're going to get another clean sheet. But still a couple of minutes remaining. Hutchinson for Forest. Hudson-Odoi. Level with the edge of the box. Bruno slides in, then Trippier makes a challenge. They haven't won the ball, but they've stopped the initial attack. Hudson-Odoi in possession again. Now Anderson, right-footed curling cross deep to the back of the area, headed over, then headed out by Botman. And United push up, and look who's leading the press in the 96th minute, Sandro Tonali. And how often do we see that in the dying stages? He's still full of running into the penalty area. Chow away, Botman away. Now Bruno wanting to go forwards. He's got 3 around him. It's back to Trippier. Now Murphy and Osula making a run. Murphy goes between 2 and still going. Jacob Murphy. Still Murphy. Might do it all alone. Jacob Murphy! It would have been a special goal. It was straight at Matt Sells. Osula wanted it just to be rolled in so he could go and have the chance to score. But that shot and that save is the last action in the match, and Newcastle United have their second Premier League win of the season. The final whistle is blown. They've beaten Nottingham Forest by 2 goals to 0 here at St James's, and they've moved up the table from 15th to 11th, and the Premier League standings have a better look about them from a United perspective. 2 goals in the second half. Captain Bruno Guimaraes with the first. Forest complained about a foul in the build-up. Nothing given. VAR happy. And then a penalty from Nick Voltemada after Elliot Anderson caught Bruno in the box. 2-0 John Anderson. And after the disappointment of last Sunday in the dramatic defeat by Arsenal, 4-0 away win in the Champions League, 2-0 Premier League home win. It's been a good few days with a couple of big results.
Yeah, big result. I mean, second half performance was better. Sells made a couple of top saves with his feet to keep the scoreline, but it was comfortable in the end. They bossed the second half. They needed to be better in that second half. That's exactly what they were. Deserved wins.
Yeah, the first goal, we did talk about it at the time. I think you understood why there was some Forest appeals, but VAR, who will have seen it more clearly than we have and more often, we're happy that there was no foul by Bruno on Gibbs White. And are you of that view now as well?
I thought it was just a coming together. But I would say you've seen them given, especially by this referee, who's an absolute nightmare, by the way. He just loves his whistle. But look, it wasn't. And it was the first bit of quality in that second half. Well, it's the first bit of quality that was in the game, because the first half was really poor. Second half we livened up a bit, and as I say, deserved the winner, to be quite honest.
And the penalty was a clear penalty. Unfortunate for Elliot Anderson, who played very well against his old club.
Yeah, no complaints. I mean, his touch has just got away from him, and he's just dived in. He's taken him out. No qualms about that whatsoever.
Baltimore took it away well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It was a penalty taken by a player who's confident. You know, you can see the confidence in him. I mean, he's just tucked it in that top corner. I thought he played well again today. Ball stuck. You know, they got close to him. He's getting more and more used to the physicality of the Premier League as well. And as we said beforehand, Razor, he's one of these that can only get better and better.
He did have a couple of chances, hit one off the underside of the bar after a corner was headed into his path, had one blocked in front of goal. They had other chances as well, Newcastle. Matt Sells with a couple of big saves. I mean, Nottingham Forest, I don't think they played badly. In the first half especially, they got in behind Dan Burn a couple of times. Didn't make the most of their opportunities. I mean, we're here to talk about Newcastle, but a quick word on Forest. I wonder whether Big Ange Postecoglou will still be their manager. Their next games are against Chelsea and Porto at home before they go to Bournemouth.
Oh, good luck with that. At the moments in that first half, especially down there right, they got in behind Dan Bourne, but as you say, didn't make the most of those opportunities. Second half, they struggled, couldn't keep the ball. Second half, they were penned in, couldn't get out. And we'll have to wait and see if he's still going to be in charge come Monday morning.
You could very easily get cut adrift, can't you, in the Premier League? So to get a win to take them into mid-table feels significant. And like I said, everything has a better look about it now. Now in terms of goal difference, that's positive. It's goal difference of 1. They've won 2 out of 7. 3 draws, 2 defeats.
Yeah. Needed to get that win. I mean, the win in midweek 4-0 away in Europe, to come back here and win 2-0 and keep another clean sheet. I mean, defensively they're sound, rock solid defensively. Just need to score more goals.
Well, they got 2 today, got 4 in midweek, so it is improving in front of goal, Newcastle, in that respect. Nick Voltemada now their leading scorer with 4. Bruno moves on to 2 for the season with his goal that put them into the lead here at St James's Park. Bruno giving them a 1-0 advantage midway through this second half, and Voltemada 6 minutes from time doubled the lead. You can react to the match on Total Sport from 6 tomorrow night on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Final score at St James's Park: Newcastle United 2, Nottingham Forest 0.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle. On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle,
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
BBC News at 4 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. The Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood says she's very worried about the state of community relations in the wake of the fatal attack on a Manchester synagogue. She said Jewish people had been made fearful by repeated protests about the war in Gaza, and she's giving police new powers to deal with demonstrations which take place on the same site week after week. Ruth Ehrlich is from the campaign group Liberty. She doesn't think more police powers are the answer.
Restricting people's right to protest is not going to prevent the kind of heartbreaking, horrendous attack that we saw on Yom Kippur last week in Manchester. What it will do is make it harder for people to make their voices heard, and this comes in the context of huge powers being handed to the police by various Home Secretaries, many of them over the past 5 years. Today's announcement is not going to help any of that.
About 300 people have attended the funeral of Melvin Kravitz, who was killed in the attack on a synagogue in Manchester on Thursday. The service was relayed over loudspeakers to crowds of people outside the venue. President Trump says it will soon be clear whether Hamas is genuinely committed to peace in Gaza. The group has responded positively to parts of Mr. Trump's plan for an end of 2 years of fighting, but has not yet agreed to disarm. Indirect talks involving both Israel and Hamas are due to start in Egypt tomorrow. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio told the American news network NBC that the release of hostages was the priority.
There now needs to be meetings which are occurring even as I speak to you now, and hopefully will be finalized very quickly on the logistics of that.
What that means is, who goes in to get them? Is it Red Cross? When do they show up, etc.? What place are they going to be? And the conditions have to be created for that to happen. You can't have bombs going off and fighting going on in the middle of this exchange.
Kemi Badenoch has defended her leadership of the Conservative Party, arguing that her approach will pay off eventually. She said she'd taken time to draw up a credible plan to tackle illegal immigration, accusing Reform UK of rushing out ideas which did not work. She told her party conference in Manchester that the UK must secure its borders and stop tolerating radical Islam.
We cannot import and tolerate values hostile to our own. We must now draw a line and say that in Britain, you can think what you like, and within the bounds of the law, you can say what you like, but you have no right to turn our streets into the theatres of intimidation, and we will not let you do so anymore.
Power companies say supplies have been restored to 67,000 homes in Scotland, which were cut off by Storm Amy. 21,000 properties are yet to be reconnected, with about 3,000 still cut off in Northern Ireland. At today's Formula One Grand Prix in Singapore, McLaren secured the Constructors' Championship for the year when their cars finished third and fourth. The race was won by George Russell in a Mercedes. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 4.
Thank you very much. Let's get the travel now with James.
Thanks, Gabby. The M6 in Cumbria, first of all, it's slow-moving southbound towards T-Bay services between junctions 39 and 38 because of an obstruction of some kind. And just north of there, the outside lanes closed between 44 and 45, Carlisle north to Gretna Green for emergency barrier repairs. On the eastbound M62 in West Yorkshire, 2 lanes are closed between junctions 24 Ainley Top and 25 Brighouse because of a 3-car collision. The A1 in Lincolnshire, that's blocked southbound at the Grantham South turn because of a serious crash involving a lorry and a car, causing queues from the Melton Mowbray turn. The M5 passing Bristol is down to 2 lanes between junctions 18 and 19. A car is overturned just south of the Avonmouth Bridge, and there are long queues each way, northbound slow past the scene. Anti-clockwise M25 in Hertfordshire is down to 1 lane, 23 to 22, that's South Mims round to St Albans after a car caught fire earlier on. The outside lane is open, and the A12 closed in Essex this weekend, northbound at 15 at 3 Mile Hill because of weekend works. And the M23 in West Sussex, that shuts southbound between 10 and 11 Crawley to Pease Pottage for weekend works. Queues start at junction 9, the Gatwick Airport turn. On the trains in Cumbria, buses are running instead of services between Barrow in Furness to Corkicle as there's a problem with the power supply, and buses are running instead of trains on Great Northern and Greater Anglia between Cambridge and Ely whilst emergency engineering works are underway. James Worley, BBC Local.
At 1, with the latest for Nottinghamshire, I'm Harry Stevens. The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, says dark forces are running amok in the UK following an attack on a synagogue in Manchester in which 2 people were killed. Ms Mahmood says she's very worried about the state of community relations.
The Greater Manchester MP, Lucy Powell, who is standing to be Labour's deputy leader, says anti-Semitism is on the rise.
People have been targeted at schools, at care homes, and the rise of anti-Semitism and Jewish hate has been palpable, and it has caused deep anxiety and fear. And we've got to be clear with people that you cannot hold the Jewish community accountable for the actions of a foreign government.
Well, police will be given more powers to restrict protests by allowing officers to consider the cumulative impact of repeated demonstrations. The Home Secretary says Jewish people feel threatened by frequent pro-Palestine marches. The Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, says she supports the move, but that the government should have done it sooner. At least 5 people have been killed in Russian missile and drone strikes on Ukraine. Poland scrambled fighter jets to protect its airspace during attacks on the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, close to their border. Our correspondent Gary O'Donoghue is in Kyiv.
What Russia is doing, apart from these civilian targets, is also particularly targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Of course, it's now autumn, we're heading towards winter. That could be a key strategic decision. And in return, Ukraine is also targeting Russian oil refineries.
Israel says 900,000 people have been displaced from Gaza City as its military continues to launch strikes on the territory. Hamas says it's eager to reach an agreement to end the war, but that it wants further discussions on a deal proposed by the US. The Israeli Prime Minister says he hopes to announce the release of all remaining hostages in Gaza in the coming days. Motorists heading into Derby tomorrow morning are being reminded the roadworks at Five Lamps are entering their second phase. A one-way system will be introduced as the outbound leg of Duffield Road and the inbound leg of Kettleston Road will be closed for the next 9 weeks. The chairman of an Amber Valley Football Club is asking for donations of outgrown football boots. AFC Mackworth and the Mackworth Estate Community Association have come up with the Boot Exchange, where it's hoped younger players will be able to swap their too small boots or trainers for some that fit free of charge. Dan Willis is chair of the club and says families with more than one aspiring player are really struggling with the cost of kit.
We hate the idea that children are priced out of football with the cost of living and the rising prices of football boots. You know, all of these top brands, they're not looking out for the children and keeping the costs low. They're just thinking of their margins, really. So for us, it's making sure that there is a platform for everybody to play.
Weather-wise, wind continuing, cloudy this afternoon, but it should stay dry for most of us. Highs of 15 Celsius, 59 Fahrenheit. And that, for now, is the latest.
Nottingham Forest. And Smith Town have won the League Rover Trophy. It's a goal! Andre Adams has got the wicket and Nottinghamshire are county champions. And Carl Froch has retained the world title. The Nottingham Panthers are Elite League playoff champions. Mansfield Town are promoted. Notts County are back in the Football League. Forest in Europe.
The home of live Nottinghamshire sport. BBC Radio Nottingham.
Good afternoon from the sunny northeast. This is Match Day with David Jackson on BBC Radio Nottingham from St James's Park as Nottingham Forest look again for a first win under Ange Postecoglou, this time against a Newcastle side which has only won once in the Premier League this season but did score 4 in the Champions League this week. With the team news, Colin Fray.
4 changes from the team that was beaten by Midtjylland in midweek. There are also 4 changes, incidentally, from the team that played last week against Sunderland and also lost. So in come, perhaps surprisingly, the headline news: Jair Cunha for a first Premier League start. In fact, for his first Premier League minutes, the young Brazilian comes in on the right side, we would imagine, of what looks like a 3-man back three, with Nicolo Savona also coming into the side, and we'd expect him to play as a right wing-back. Ryan Yates is recalled to the starting lineup and gets the captain's armband, and Chris Wood comes in up front in place of Igor Jesus. So Matt Sells is in goal. The back three: Jair Cunha, Nikola Milenkovic and Morato. So no Murillo, although he is on the bench. Nicolo Savona at right wing-back with Nico Williams on the left-hand side. In between them, Elliot Anderson and Ryan Yates. Yates coming in for Ibrahim Sangare, who's on the bench. Savona, incidentally, effectively for Callum Hudson-Odoi, who's also on the bench. And then the front three are Dan Ndoye, Morgan Gibbs-White and Chris Wood, who, as I say, comes in for Igor Jesus. Plenty of familiar names amongst the substitutes then. Murillo, Sangare and Hudson-Odoi, as I've mentioned. Nico Dominguez, Igor Jesus, Amari Hutchinson, James McAtee, Dylan Bakwa, and the goalkeeping sub is John. Now, Newcastle won on Wednesday night in the Champions League 4-0 away at Union Saint-Gilloise in Brussels. They're unchanged. Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Malik Chow, Sven Botman and Dan Burn the back four, Bruno Guimaraes, Sandro Tonali and Joe Linton in midfield, and Nick Voltemada through the middle up front with Anthony Gordon on one side and Anthony Elanga on the other.
Commentary today, as always, on digital radio. You can hear it on 103.8 and 95.5 FM as well. And also, you'll be able to hear it on your smart speaker today because it's on BBC Sound, so you can listen through your phone or however you want to listen today. Also, this afternoon, it's Aston Villa against Burnley, Everton take on Crystal Palace, and it's winless Wolves against Brighton, all before Brentford v Manchester City at 4:30. And in the Championship, Ipswich are 2-1 up over Norwich at half-time. Before kick-off here, we'll assess what's going wrong for Forest at the moment, and Ange Postecoglou will tell you why he continues to be optimistic about the long term. Beautiful sunny day here in Newcastle. A bit of a chill in the air, but you might expect that at this time of year. And a great view out onto a lovely looking pitch. No sign of any of the Forest players out there just yet. Brian Laws is alongside us for commentary on BBC Radio Nottingham today. Brian, first of all, we need to get talking about the team that Ange Postecoglou has picked, because there's a couple that will particularly raise eyebrows, none more so than Jair Cunha, 20 years of age, only played 45 minutes of football so far. That was the second half at Swansea, in which they conceded 3 goals. This is a big call, isn't it, to put him into a back three today away at Newcastle?
Absolutely. I think it's it is a bit of a gamble. I've got to be honest. I think throwing a youngster in at this stage, particularly in a stadium of this magnitude, and the support that they have behind them, the noise, and it could be a freeze moment, or it could be, well, a relish moment. We're not sure what we're going to get with that, but it is a bit of a gamble. And the stakes are high today. There's no question about it. There's been too much going on for us not to actually say the stakes are high.
Yeah, and a big call in midfield as well. We'll get into the stakes potentially of today in a moment, but there feels like a big call in midfield. Sangare had, for me, his best game for Forest in midweek, and some great incisive passing forward passes into the attack, which led to a couple of the goals that were disallowed for Forest. He's left out, and Yates gets put in. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Yates is a more robust player, I would think. Where his heart is. It's firmly in the city, in the team. Homegrown. I think there's all that ingredients that maybe Ange might be trying to get himself involved with, and the fact that the team needs some spirit. He will certainly give that in abundance. Not just as working on his own, but he's a communicator, an encourager. He's one that will probably be needed in a game of this magnitude. I don't see it as a shock, although I have to say I do agree. I think Sangare is probably one of his better games. Some of his passing range and incisive passing into Woods' feet, for instance, on a couple of occasions were excellent. Yeah. It's the best I've seen him. However, there is moments in his game where sometimes I think he needs a bit of a rocket up him sometimes, just to say, come on, I need a bit more. But Yatesy, for me, you never have to do that with Yatesy. No. The rocket's already there. The rocket's already there.
Absolutely. Right, more from Brian Laws to come. Kick off at 2 o'clock today, of course, as Brian alluded to there. Today's match does have a big feel, largely because of what happened on Thursday night, of course, in the Europa League. It started with so much hope, excitement about a first home European match for nearly 30 years, but by 10 o'clock there were boos and calls for Ange Postecoglou to be sacked after Forest conceded that late third goal against Midtjylland.
It's Dario Osorio charging forward, and he's laid it forward towards Biscoff, who rolls it in from the edge of the penalty area, and it's 3-1 to Midtjylland. And listen to this. This is the Forest fans towards Ange Postecoglou. The Forest fans' patience appears to have snapped.
I'm thinking, well, where's your ideas, mate? What are you doing? You've just got no idea.
Gutted, disappointed, fuming. We don't feel like he's invested in us as a club. We don't feel any affinity to him whatsoever, and he's not getting any reaction out of the players.
How we have gone from the heights of last year to this, fans arguing amongst themselves. I love the owner Marinakis for what he's done to the club, but this is firmly on him. If you're going to replace Nuno, fair enough, replace him. But then, if you're spending 180 million on players, go and get a quality manager. There were 2 managers here that we could have gone and got, but this guy, I feel sorry for. This is another McLaren. This is another Alex McLeish. I'll be amazed if he sees the Chelsea game. The fans have just had enough, already.
There's elements of football there, and I think there's some really attacking play that we've not been used to before. So, but I don't know. Let's bring back Nuno.
Angel. Sack him in the morning. Sack him in the morning. Rubbish stuff. That wasn't very good, was it?
Obviously, players don't want to pay for him. The system just don't seem to be working. They don't look like they've got a clue what they're doing.
It was embarrassing, and yeah, it's heartbreaking. I think it just takes a little bit of time. I think the squad is fairly new in many ways.
Get him out! Get that Aussie out!
And I think we just gotta keep with him personally.
Get him out!
And just do the right things.
That's the worst I've seen them play this season. I think the worst defensively. And now we're blunted in attack as well. I don't understand the tactics. Nobody wanted Postecoglou in the first place. Nuno, in my opinion, created his exit by publicly criticising twice the owner, so he knew how that was going to end.
In the morning.
But Postecoglou isn't the answer. Who thought that the man that nearly got Tottenham relegated last season, only because the 3 promoted clubs were so bad, who thought that he was the right answer for Forest is not.
Just some of the supporters leaving the City Ground on Thursday night and voicing their opinion. It seems utterly extraordinary, Colin Frey, that Ange Postecoglou was only appointed in the last international break, and before we've even headed into another one, less than a month later, that this can even be a serious conversation. But here we are, no win in 6 games, and it seems like the manager's under pressure.
I mean, I don't think there's any doubt he is under pressure. The problem is, for Ange Postecoglou, or for anybody who was going to come into this Forest side, they needed to hit the ground running. They needed wins quickly, because they needed to persuade supporters largely, but players as well, that their way is the right way. And I think that's the fact that they haven't got any wins, the fact that if you add in as well the bigger picture of this season that should have been really exciting for Forest fans, has been one thing after another really on a negative side, even from before the season started. It's viewed really as a bit of a self-implosion. Now, the way to have recovered from that quickly was to get some wins quickly under a new manager, and unfortunately Ange Postecoglou hasn't been able to deliver that yet, hence the fans' anger. Completely understandable given what an even keel the club looked to be on until sort of June-July time, certainly from the outside anyway, that you can understand the fans' anger. And I mean, the only thing that's going to sort it is wins. And I'd say wins plural, because even if Ange Postecoglou was to win today here, and therefore you would assume that nothing would then happen during the international break and he'd be in charge for the Chelsea game, is it going to be any different if they start losing to Chelsea? I think he needs wins plural to start to be able to win those supporters around.
And seeing Evangelos Marinakis in the crowd that night and thinking that he was looking around and seeing the fans not only calling for Ange Postecoglou's head, which a few games in, and hearing it so vocally, you're getting sacked in the morning at your own manager, is extraordinary in itself. Hearing them then chant for Nuno's name, you wonder what kind of impact that could have on him and any decision he might want to make.
Well, he's not one that will like to lose face, I'm sure, and it will be seen as a little bit of losing face. It will have to be an admission that it was the wrong decision if there is to be an early move against Ange Postecoglou. But on the other side of the coin, Evangelos Marinakis doesn't like to be seen as the bad guy. He likes to have been right in the eyes of the supporters, and so therefore, if the supporters are kind of blaming him for the decisions to A, sack Nuno, and B, appoint Ange Postecoglou, then I think that will be the overriding emotion, the avoidance of trying to look like the bad guy in their eyes, rather than the loss of face with perhaps making a wrong decision. And for many people at this stage, who knows what might happen this afternoon. But for many people at this stage, I think that the quick, clean break is probably seen as the best way forward. But Ange Postecoglou and the players may prove that wrong by turning up this afternoon, playing well, and going on from there. I do have a bit of sympathy for Ange Postecoglou, given the way he came into the job, given the fact he had 4 away games first up, and given the fact that in 2 or 3 of the games that he's played so far, they've done enough to win. I wouldn't say that in the last couple. I mean, against Sunderland, probably with that Chris Wood chance at the end, should have got a draw. But they created bagfuls of chances against Swansea and should have won. They created bagfuls of chances against Burnley and should have won. And they created bagfuls of chances against Real Betis and should have won. And even if they win 1 or 2 of those, I think it's a different feeling around the place, and it's a different conversation. So there's a bit of sympathy with him there, because he can't put the ball in the net, and his team are getting into the positions to score the goals and just not scoring the goals. Obviously, defensively, there's issues, because they're so far off looking like they can keep a clean sheet at the moment. That needs a lot of work. But in terms of the forward play, they're creating chances to win games, they're not taking them. So a little bit of sympathy on that front. But he needs a win. Forest need a win.
All right, we'll speak to Brian Laws about it in just a moment. First of all, let's hear from Ange Postecoglou. Colin went to see him this week and asked him how he'll now go about trying to turn Forest's dismal run of results around.
You just got to front up, and face what you're facing. There's no point hiding or shying away from the challenge that's in front of us. We're obviously in a tough period, and when you're in tough periods, you got to really be strong and stay true to sort of what you believe. And we had a really disappointing night last night. We've done our review, we've given the feedback to the players, and now our focus has got to be squarely on Sunday.
Has it surprised you how hard it's been? I mean, there's obviously the mitigating circumstances of coming into a new squad, loads of games. I mean, to put it into context, I think your first full training session ahead of Arsenal was 3 weeks ago today. So much seems to have happened. With those mitigating factors and no pre-season and all that sort of stuff. But has it still been a bit more difficult than you expected?
Difficult in terms of results, not in terms of the way the players have adapted to sort of what we're trying to do. I thought, if anything, it would be the opposite, that maybe got a couple of results, but there wouldn't be as much evidence of us sort of changing the way we're playing. So obviously that, the positive result is what's eluded us up until this point, and ultimately that's the side of the ledger you don't want to be on. If probably in terms of the mood around the place, if we'd won a couple of games and probably hadn't played as well as we did, then maybe the mood would be different, but the football challenge would be greater. I just feel we're really close to changing that. So that's where my sort of focus lies.
Is it fair to say that for any head coach or manager going in, the sooner they get a win, the better, in terms of having the players believe in the system, if you like?
Sometimes, but I also think that it's what you do in the difficult times that counts more, because when things are going well, everyone sort of, it's rainbows and sunshine, but it's when the going gets tough that your beliefs get tested, your unity gets tested. What's more strong and more compelling is if you can get through that period, that's what gives you then the kind of real belief for long-term stuff. Winning just to ease pressure or change perceptions that doesn't last. Eventually you get caught up in that. So for me, it's how you deal with the inevitable tough period that will come, whether it's at the start, in the middle, at some point a tough period will come. How you deal with that is much more important than sort of trying to alleviate any sort of pressure.
And you were mentioning in the press conference that you've had tough spells like this before and been able to come through them. So I guess those experiences are useful in these kind of times.
Absolutely, yeah. And, that's what I sort of fall back on to, like I said, to walk into the training ground today and show everyone that it's tough, but it's not permanent. We're very close, like everything else. You've just got to chip away till you get to the point where things turn. So, it's really important. I can draw on my experiences, and because of my experiences, I want to transmit that to the players, the staff, anyone else who may be in this moment is kind of looking for a way out. There certainly is one, and I've done it often enough to know which way we need to go.
What would you say to those who are saying that you need a win? There's already talk. I mean, like I say, with 3 weeks after your first training session, there's already talk potentially about your future even here. What would you say to those who say you've got to go to Newcastle and win on Sunday, for instance?
Well, I mean, I think you need to win every week. I don't, if people think, a win is going to change me or who I am or the way I feel, then, I've never wedded myself to that. I think at every club I've been, I've gone through really tough times. I enjoy those tough times bizarrely because I know that once we get out the other side, there's good things that happen, but you need to go. It's necessary. We need to win on Sunday, not because it eases any pressure on me, but because hopefully turns our fortunes around that we get to become the team that we want to. Because as I said, every tough time I've been through, the story's ended pretty well. That's what I want to do here.
Ange Postecoglou talking to Colin Fray this week. Brian Lawsey said the other night after the game on BBC Radio Nottingham, I'm a big boy, I can take it, I've been through these sort of times before, but I mean, it's so early on in a spell when he's trying to win over supporters, when he's trying to convince players that the changes he's making will have a long-term benefit, but they're not seeing any short-term benefits and getting any wins. That's got to be a hard sell, hasn't it?
Oh, it's a massive. I mean, it's the selling point of anything going forward is a winning formula, and players buy into it. They buy into winning, and they'll apply whatever you want them to apply if it's a winning formula. If it week in, week out doesn't gain you a win, this becomes less belief, and then they'll start thinking about, well, and I'm sure everybody in Nottingham have been saying the same. Look, the wheel wasn't broken.
Yeah.
Let's not go away from that. So why are you dismantling it in the first place? Now I understand that, Nuno played in a certain way, and he was happy to allow the opposition to have more possession, and it was a low block, and we counter-attack, but we counter-attack with venom and purpose and precision that would gain his points in games, because keeping clean sheets gives you an opportunity to score one and win, but
they needed to score 3 at the minute.
But if you are, for whatever reason, the owner Marinakis has decided to part ways, and he wants a more attacking side. Therefore, he's gone down the avenue of appointing Ange. Then, because that's his style, so you are actually now trying to employ that style onto a team that's been playing a different way. In the season, we're talking about no pre-season, straight in it. So transitionally, I do see elements of Ange's style coming out. I actually think we have created more chances, and you're right, we haven't finished them, but in creating the chances, we've left ourselves wide open.
That's the problem, isn't it? Even if you can see an attack, and the first half of Betis is the perfect example, you can see what the end goal is for Ange Postecoglou. But if in the short term, because see the 13 goals in 6 games, there's more than 2 a game, and they're soft goals.
Yeah, I've got to say that half of the goals that we've conceded so far this season have been avoidable.
Yeah.
And avoidable by what I mean by is organisation, the basics. We aren't doing the basics right. From set plays, we're not doing the basics right. We're not defending it well. And I'll look at some of the goals that, they're not manufactured out of some brilliantness from the opposition where you've gone, wow, that's a great set play. The basics, that we've been dealing with week in, week out previously, and yet somehow, for instance, the Sunderland, okay, they give a free kick against it shouldn't have been a free kick in any way, but it was just a simple lob over the far side, and when you're defending that, Sunderland players trying to block one of your players, you don't get blocked. You don't accept that. You move them, you shift them, and allowing a player just the freedom to run around the back. That is schoolboy stuff from my point of view. And the same with we concede early, from a free kick out wide, and a simple ball going in. First header was contact was made, but generally the first contact that's made, it's not normally a goal, it's the second phase. Switch on, be ready. And you know, I didn't think we were ready. We looked flat, and they're the bits that concern me. And we're playing against a Newcastle side that they thrive on set plays, let me tell you. You know, Eddie Howe, I've known Eddie for a long time and matched up with him many times, whether from Bournemouth all the way through his career. And we used to do so much homework on his teams, because he had so many varieties of set plays that his teams were so well organised at set plays, particularly attacking. And it was a little change here, there, that would catch you out. And we had to almost cover 20 of his set plays to make sure, be aware of that. You know, he is, you know, he's very determined in thinking this is an opportunity for him to score goals. And you've got two players in their team, 6'6". What are you going to do with them?
Yeah, get balls in. Baltimore and Dan Burn if we can get up. All right, Brian Laws, thank you for the moment. 1:27. Well, another man to watch out for Forest today is Newcastle winger Anthony Elanga, formerly of Forest, of course. Here's his boss now at Newcastle, Eddie Howe.
Whenever he's played this season, I think he's had a number of big contributions. I think if you look back through all the games, he's had a number of moments that could have dictated the game. Very good crosser of the ball, whether that's early or whether that's, you know, working towards the byline. I think he's a productive player, certainly playing with good confidence and good rhythm. And like I've said many times with other players, it's about getting to know your teammates around you. It's so important with how we play, the relationship side, and I think with each game he'll get better in that respect.
Well, Eddie Howe was also asked again about Elliot Anderson this week, sold by Newcastle to Forest, of course, to help them comply with PSR, and it's something which clearly continues to frustrate the Newcastle boss. Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's on my mind every day, but there's certain reminders and certain moments that didn't sit right with me then, doesn't sit right with me today, and that we as a football club were forced to make a decision that we didn't want to make. And a player that had given everything to rise through the ranks here and to try and play for Newcastle, that was sort of ended by financial restrictions. So, but it's happened, and you know, as I said, we wish Elliot nothing but success. It's nothing at all to do with him. It's to do with the restrictions we were under.
That's Eddie Howe on Match Day from BBC Radio Nottingham. Matthew Racebeck's here from BBC Radio Newcastle. It's interesting, isn't it? Eddie Howe, every time they're about to play Forest, he gets asked numerous questions about Elliot Anderson and seems very happy to talk about them. But I do wonder if his form, not just for Forest but for England particularly in the last window as well, has been a big talking point up here.
It has, and it probably just reminds the Newcastle fans of what they lost last summer, and it was a really difficult deal for the club to do. But as Eddie Howe has explained, it was sell Elliot Anderson for probably less than he was worth then, and that value has increased significantly since, or be hit with a points deduction. And if they'd had a points deduction last season, then they may well not be playing Champions League football now. They also had to sell Yankuba Minte to Brighton last summer, and they got through by the skin of their teeth when it came to PSR and complying with the regulations. From a football point of view, they wanted Elliot Anderson here, but what he's had at Nottingham Forest that he didn't get at Newcastle really, and that was largely because of having other good players in midfield, but also he had an injury for 4 or 5 months of his final season here, his regular football in one position. So he's got that at Nottingham Forest. Newcastle couldn't offer him that, and even right now with Bruno Tonali and Joe Linton in midfield, they probably still couldn't offer it to him. Maybe that will change in the future if they try to go back in for him. What about a man who's gone in the opposite direction then? Anthony Elanga played very well in Belgium in midweek in the Champions League, but generally, how's he fitting in? Well, he's electric, extreme pace. Sometimes the end ball isn't quite there. Newcastle in attack are in transition in terms of individuals and personnel, with Alexander Isak now at Liverpool eventually. Very controversial and still a bit of a sore subject here. Callum Wilson left as well and went to West Ham. They haven't seen Johan Wissa because of injury, so Nick Voltemada's playing. We think Elanga could be perfect for him because if he can get out, use the pace and deliver, Voltemada at 6'6", 6'7", gets on the end of it. What we've seen from Elanga is definitely a willingness and a good attitude. He seems to have a smile on his face all the time. The fans have taken to him. The numbers aren't quite there in terms of goals and assists, but he won a penalty in Belgium in the Champions League and got man of the match. So he is improving, and I think Eddie Howe and his staff will want to work with him because they see that there's room for more development.
It's interesting you talk about that transition, and obviously the Isak saga over the summer is going to be a big reason for that, but only one league win so far this season, and that a narrow victory over Wolves here. It feels like that might not tell the whole story. You've had some incredibly difficult fixtures in the early part of this season, so are they better than that would suggest?
Yes, I think in the first month, if Alexander Isak hadn't been on strike and had been playing, they would have won the first 3 games. That was what was missing, a centre forward. They were playing Anthony Gordon out of position, and it just wasn't right, it wasn't working. Now they've got Voltemada in, they're waiting for Wissa to get fit, so they're learning about new players. I think the incoming transfer business they did was good, but obviously the summer was dominated by the Isak saga, which affected them on the pitch and also the club generally off it. Anthony Gordon's been suspended as well, but is now playing, scored a couple of penalties the other night. Him coming back is key. The back four is good, it's pretty settled. They've got Malik Chow playing at centre-back, a new player. Nick Pope's been in excellent form. This midfield 3 complement each other brilliantly. They are excellent. It's that front 3 where the change has been, and they've struggled to score goals. They're the lowest Premier League scorers, and that's not like Eddie Howe's Newcastle. They're normally really good to watch, really attacking, loads of goals. But 4 in Belgium the other night. Hopefully they can take that into the Premier League. And finally, Voltemada up front. Look, he's big, but he's very good on the floor. But if they get it into goal-scoring areas, we've seen already twice against Wolves and against Arsenal that, yeah, he's pretty good at towering headers as well. They like what they've seen from him. Their record signing at £69 million, and on the early evidence, it's going to be a good investment.
Matthew Rosebeck from BBC Radio Newcastle, thank you very much indeed. We'll recap the team news next.
Uniform from 7-2 requesting backup immediately.
On BBC iPlayer.
Smashy, smashy, breaky, breaky. I think it's called forced entry.
Eat, sleep, police, repeat.
The Guineas are a cancer. When they take over a town, they get everywhere.
We have an imminent, incredible threat.
The BAFTA award-winning drama returns.
It's going in, you need to get them out. What?
Extract.
Go, go, go!
What was that? It's illegal. You're very sexy when you're angry. Just gorgeous altogether.
The new series, Off Blue Lights.
How's life?
I have a feeling it's about to get a lot more complicated.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
1:33 match day with David Jackson here. Newcastle Forest on the way from 2 o'clock with the team news. Here's Colin Fray.
4 changes from the team that was beaten by Midtjylland on Thursday night for Forest. They include a Premier League debut for Jair Cunha. The 20-year-old Brazilian comes in for Murillo at the back. Murillo, though, is fit enough to at least be amongst the substitutes. So Jair Cunha is in for Murillo. Nicolo Savona will play as one of the wing-backs with Nico Williams on the other side. He's effectively into the side for Callum Hudson-Odoi. Ryan Yates comes in for Ibrahim Sangare in midfield, and up front Chris Wood in for Igor Jesus. Those 4 who miss out from the starting lineup all on the bench. So Matt Sells is in goal. It's a back 3 of Jair Cunha, Nikola Milenkovic and Morato, with Nicolo Savona and Nico Williams the wing backs. Then in between them, Elliot Anderson returning to St James's Park, and Ryan Yates, who's the captain. And then in the forward positions, Morgan Gibbs-White and Dan Ndoye supporting another former Newcastle man, Chris Wood. The bench in full: Murillo, Sangare, Hudson-Odoi and Jesus, joined by Nico Dominguez, Omari Hutchinson, James McAtee, Dylan Bakwa and the goalkeeper John. Newcastle unchanged from the team that won 4-0 away in the Champions League in Belgium in midweek.
Commentary on the way then from 2 o'clock, 103.8, 95.5 FM, digital radio and on BBC Sound. So you will be able to hear this on your smart speaker. You'll hear Morgan Gibbs-White's views on the rotation policy before kick-off, and more from Ange Postecoglou as well. Forest have scored 3 goals in each of their last 2 visits here to St James's Park. We'll look at last year's unsuccessful trip in a moment, but first the somewhat happier Boxing Day match here in 2023, which was all about Chris Wood.
Almiron, as he tries to square it, gives it away to Montiel, and now Forest try and break with Sangare finding Gibbs-White. Trippier tried to trip Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White still goes on towards the edge of the box, rolls it into Elanga, tight to the 6-yard box, squares it back, and Chris Wood taps in. Wood scores for Forest. What a break that was! Superb break, one end of the field to the other, and Forest are level just before half-time. Elanga up to halfway, helps it on towards Wood. He's caught late, but Wood, left edge of the penalty area, gets on the end of it, beats one, chips it. Yes! Oh, what a finish! Yes! What a goal from Chris Wood! That's brilliant! Forest striker. The former Newcastle man gets his second of the afternoon and puts Forest in front. Great run from Elanga, fantastic ball from Elanga in behind the defenders, and Wood with an awful lot to do. Tight angle, left edge of the penalty area, beat his man, and then had to look up and chip it beyond Dubravka, who was trying to close down the angle at his near post. But Wood found the far post. Lovely little delicate chipped finish from Chris Wood from the angle, and Forest are 2-1 ahead at Newcastle. Murillo chips it forward and Chris Wood is on his own down the inside left channel. Wood on a hat-trick, sidesteps Dubravka and thumps it in. It's 3-1. The flag stays down and Chris Wood's got a hat-trick. Murillo with a peach of a ball down the inside left channel, and Chris Wood was all on his own. He was given the freedom of Newcastle and said thank you very much, I'll take that. Thumps it home from the inside left channel. It's a Chris Wood hat-trick on his return to St James's Park, and Forest are 3-1 ahead after an hour's play.
Boxing Day 2023, a game that really kick-started Nuno's time as head coach. How Ange Postecoglou could do with something similar today. Well, last season Forest were somewhat swept aside by Newcastle in a crazy first half, but fought back with late goals and in the end narrowly lost 4-3.
Here we go. Hudson-Odoi has picked the pocket of Murphy and shoots from a long...
Yes!
Resist.
There you go.
Low into the corner. Hudson-Odoi takes it off Jacob Murphy in Newcastle territory, ran centrally, and from about 5 yards outside the penalty area just looked up and measured his shot. It curled away from Nick Pope low into the bottom corner, and 6 minutes in with their first real attack, Forest are in front. Murphy beaten in the tackle by Hudson-Odoi, who did everything himself, went on, looked up and put it low into the corner. Fabulous goal from Callum Hudson-Odoi, back in the starting lineup, his fourth goal of the season, and Forest in front at St James's Park 6 minutes in. And Willock forward into Isak inside left channel, who shoots. 4! Forest are falling to pieces here. 4-1 Newcastle, and they've now scored 4 in 12 minutes. Anderson, right-footed corner, near post. Elanga got the flick, it comes to Wood, back post.
Yes!
Milenkovic,
yes!
back heels it in, and Forest have a goal back. It's Nikola Milenkovic who scores 18 minutes into the second half. Anderson's corner, Elanga's flick on at the near post. Wood recycled it beyond the back post, sent it back into the 6-yard box, and Nikola Milenkovic was there. Elanga sends Hudson-Odoi away and takes the corner near post, and that flicks out towards Gibbs-White. Hits the shot, and then it's tucked in off the rebound by Ryan Yates. Forest have scored again as we approach the 90-minute mark. It was shuffled towards goal by Gibbs-White. It was deflected out straight to Yates, and from close range, Ryan Yates has bundled home Forest's third goal, and as he does so, the fourth official holds up only 3 minutes of added time. That is all there's going to be at the end for Forest to try and now find an equaliser.
Match day on BBC Radio Nottingham. David Jackson here. More from Brian Laws and Colin Fray before kick-off. You'll hear from Ange Postecoglou, as well as Ange Postecoglou makes changes again for the game here today. 4 of them this time. Speaking before the midweek game against Midtjylland, Morgan Gibbs-White had this to say about the Reds boss's rotation policy.
We were going to be playing Thursday, Sunday and enough every single week, and obviously depending on how far we get into the competition, but we could be playing that throughout the whole season, which is what as a team we want to do. And I feel like you have to accept that there's going to be rotation. We're going to need every single player in the team, whether that's starting or whether that's coming off the bench, because the gaffer's made a real clear point that the people that are coming on off the bench need to make an impact and they have to try and win us games. And I think it's just basically down to how many games are coming up, and it's going to be difficult, but it's something that we've asked for. It's something that we want, and like I said, we can't let this opportunity get ahead of us.
Morgan Gibbs-White. Now, the the history to Ange Postecoglou's rotation policy really dates back to his time at Spurs, because he feels that he played players too many games, they picked up injuries, and then was bringing players in who hadn't played for ages, and then they ended up picking injuries and didn't have the level of form that they wanted to. So Brian Laws, this feels like another thing with Ange Postecoglou that's long term a good plan. You can see why he's got it in mind long term, but he's got to be careful, hasn't he, of how much he uses at the moment, because it's difficult for the players, for the team to gather any momentum when, even when they show promise, for instance like they did in the first half against Betis, and then there's 5 changes to the team for the weekend, then it's difficult for those players in the short term to really kind of build up momentum.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're used to, I suppose, that from last season's point of view, it was a settled side, wasn't it? That's why you got results week in, week out, and players prefer that. You know, if your team's winning, you're staying in the team, you know what's happening, and it's quite easy to pick it, and I'm sure we found it very easy to name the team before we even seen the squad, and we'll be very rarely that will be out by 1 or 2. But now we've gone into Europe, it does add a different layer. And we've seen many times where new teams formed that they've gone into Europe for the first time in a long time. They have found it very difficult because it's that rotational thing that they've all thought that the only way forward is to do that, to use the whole squad. That's what you've got a squad for. It's not necessarily what your first 11 is, it's what you finish with at the end of it. That matters, you know, what ends the game, you know, to win the game. And I think it's it's difficult one to get your head round as a player, but one that I think it's been talked about and said, look, this is what's going to happen, and it's relatively been accepted by the players. I haven't seen anybody sulking about it, but as you say, if you're not picking up points, it doesn't formulate any kind of confidence in it either, does it?
I guess what he's also got this season, which was perhaps different to last season, was that he's got more players who would expect to be in that first team, players who've been signed for 25, 30, 35 million pounds, who would be expecting to be in that team, and if they found themselves out for 3, 4, 5, 6 games in a row, then you may start to then have grumblings behind the scenes. So he's got to try and manage that, hasn't he? Whereas Nuno probably didn't have that last season. The players who were on the bench kind of knew their position, understood their position, because the first 11 were winning, and so that's fine.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the transition is we've gone out and bought first team players, but we can't fit them all in, and it's a headache. You know, I've been there. It's a headache. You know, you're trying to keep and appease people, to, you know, keep them bubbly and be feeling part of the actual process, and to be part of the process you want some game time. And so the only way he you know, Ange has learned from his Tottenham days that if you continually keep playing the same ones, you're going to break them, and I'm afraid that, you know, the modern game is, you know, that's what happens, and that's why he wants to implement the changes and squad rotation. But it hasn't shone brightly at this moment in time because it's not got no consistency with it. We've got nothing to build off it because we're not getting the results, and all of a sudden does he panic and start thinking, do you know what, I'll have to just go and revert back to just to get some wins, you know, because what's more important at this moment in time is not so much rotational, because you might not be here to finish the rotational. You've got to get wins under your belt. That's the modern day now that we live in. You know, I cannot believe that we're actually discussing and talking about a manager of his ilk to even warrant talking about losing his job and you're getting sacked in the morning. What is all that about? I hate it. You know, but that's the modern society we live in. It gives him a freedom of voice, which obviously hits the main people that are making decisions. That's in the owner, and he doesn't like it. It's just, it doesn't sit with me really with that. I'm suppose on the manager's side of things, of that side, because you need time. If you want to make change, you need time. Unfortunately, time's not one of the main factors in this decision, is it?
No, let's hear from him actually, Ange Postecoglou, before kick-off, starting with his views on the latest England call-up for midfielders Morgan Gibbs-White and Elliot Anderson.
Yeah, really good. I think, like I said, it is important. You know, every time it's a year out from a World Cup. I think players know how important it is. You're in and around the squad. Elliot did so well in the last England camp, and he's been great to work with. Look, both for him and Morgan, the one thing I will say about him there, it's not for the want of trying that, that we haven't won games of football, because they're given everything they can. And, maybe part of it is just them sort of easing the burden on themselves a little bit and sort of allowing their teammates to help them and getting us across the line. But, delighted for both of them. I think Igor Jesus has been called up as well for the Brazilian team, which is great. So I think always international football is really important to guys, and pleased for all there.
And while we're talking about Elliot Anderson, big day for him, obviously, a Geordie through and through, and was at Newcastle from the age of 8. So big day for him, but a big day generally for the club. Big game.
Yeah, it is a big game. Newcastle away is always an occasion for sure. The crowd get behind them, and it's a great atmosphere. And they're with Eddie now for a few years. They've been pretty settled, so they've got a core group of players there that have got a good understanding. So great challenge for us, but also a great opportunity. If we're looking for something to sort of turn our fortunes around, getting a result that up there would be would definitely be a positive step.
And is that one of the keys to getting out of a slump, if you like, if you want to call it that, to see these games not as daunting but as opportunities?
Yeah, I think so. And again, I guess the manner in which you do it, I always feel is important too, because I get everyone saying just get a win, but if you get a kind of scratchy, lucky win, then is that going to be convincing for me? No, it's not. If we can get a win though, play like we have in the last 4 or 5 games, playing the same kind of football, but being better in key moments and win the game, then absolutely, I think that changes things very quickly.
I think a scratchy, lucky win would go down very nicely today with Forest here away at Newcastle. Colin Frey, no doubt Ange Postecoglou needs a win, that's obvious, but I wonder to what extent does he need a win today?
I mean, I think it's, given what happened with the supporters the other night, I kind of think it's difficult to see him still being there if they've not won today or got a result today. I mean, I think you've got to be realistic about it. I don't think you can suddenly say we expect you to go to win at Newcastle. I think a reasonable expectation today would be to play well, defend tightly, and come away with a point. I think if you'd done that under normal circumstances, if none of it had happened and Nuno was still here and Forest did that today, I think you'd say, okay, that's a good result. And I think you've got to judge what happens today on that basis. I think you've got to be fair. You can't just expect to say, well, unless you go there and win 3-0, you're going to lose your job. You've got to be realistic, I think. But I just think the veracity of the fans the other night, that was raw anger towards Ange Postecoglou, and that's difficult for him, even on a personal level, I think. And I know he fronts it out very well and says I'm a big boy, I can handle it. I know that, but it must do on the inside. And I go back to what I said a little bit earlier in the programme. If they whatever happens here today, if they start to lose against Chelsea, is there anything to say it's not going to happen again? Will Forest fans be happy with a win here? I think, as I asked that question, I meant it hypothetically, but I think actually some of them would be, because I think there are some that are still with Ange. They can see signs. So if Forest were to improve here and still produce some of that attacking football, but be a little bit more sound defensively and improve, then maybe he can start to win people over without winning a game. Whether he can win a hierarchy over, I think that's probably a different question.
There wouldn't be so much speculation about his future, would there, if there wasn't an international break coming up? It feels like this is almost like a point where they've got this game and then you think, well, there's 2 weeks there. It feels almost like a break, and this was when it changed last time.
It's become a thing, hasn't it, in football, and the fact that there are 3 of them early every season is not a good thing for managers. I think it's not good for the longevity of managers, because I think and you can understand why it happens, because obviously it gives hierarchies of football clubs, talking generally now, not just about Forest, but it gives them a time to make that change, to give a new manager a couple of days to sort of get himself settled, if you like, probably with half the squad still away, and so you can understand why it happens. But from a manager's point of view, anywhere across the top 2 divisions, probably anywhere across Europe, it must be an absolute nightmare to have these 2-week breaks coming up once a month for the first 3 months of the season, when if you're not going well, there's always going to be speculation. So I agree with you. I think it might not be happening. You know, if they were at another Europa League game away from home on Thursday night, for instance, I would imagine it wouldn't quite be quite as intense, the speculation. But this is what we're faced with. It is a 2-week break, and therefore there will be speculation.
Brian Laws, I wonder what it's like from a manager's point of view, because Ange Postecoglou keeps saying about, fans are entitled to an opinion, but I can take it, it's fine, and not really thinking about that, and his mind is on a higher plane, if you like. He's thinking about the long term and how the players are taking on his style and all that kind of thing. But when he's surely got to try and also balance that with the need for a short-term result, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Listen, we can, as managers, and we're all we can wear a mask, and we do call it a mask. For whatever you feel inside, you're always you're not going to show that feeling to the outside, because that shows that it's affecting you. So and just saying all the right things, but let me tell you, it's affecting him. Of course it is. He's human, and his feelings will be hurt. There's no question about it. When you hear that from your own fans, that hurts, no question about it. So how do you stop all this nonsense? Because like I said, it's the size we live in now. How can you actually do that to a manager within 5 games? How can you do that in his first part of his tenure when he's trying to implement? You've got to look deeper at this now. I think you've got to look deeper and say, hang on a minute. If your owner has done the due diligence that he should have done, and which he will have done, then he believes in all his might that he believes Ange is the right person to take the club forward. Then it should be. It's a bit like the transfer window. I actually think that once you've got your manager in place, there's a window of opportunity that you've got for transfers with sales. I think it should be exactly the same, where the manager is there until the next transfer window, and it would maybe help stop all of this anger, and let's stick with him and try and help him through it if there is some difficult times.
There's a lot of people been pointing at other managers who've started poorly. Iraola, for instance, at Bournemouth, where only picked up a few points at the start, and trying to adopt a big change in his system, and it's then worked a lot longer term. We're talking long term, about being 10 games in, and for Forest only being 6 games in. So is that a sign, when you look at someone like Bournemouth, where you go, a bit of patience beyond a month could actually pay benefit?
Yeah, I think there is patience, but unfortunately the patience is very thin on the ground, isn't it? Because we've had such a good season last year, and to see where we are now,
it's that contrast, isn't it?
It's that contrast.
Yeah.
Had we have been, mediocre last year, and we're transitioning again this year to hopefully at the long term be better. But the fact is, the bar was set really high. I just think sometimes, when the wheel's not broken, and I know you want to implement things, but maybe implement them slower. Maybe if Ange just say, I'm sticking with what was, because we started the season with that. Let's stick with it, and I'll slowly implement little fragments of change that hopefully come the end of the season, you'll see that Ange.
Well, we'll see if there's some change on display here at a noisy St James's Park. Huge flags out at each end here. The Forest fans away to our left in the upper tier are looking down at huge amounts of black and white flags being waved. The atmosphere, as always here at St James's Park, is lively and noisy. You're about to hear the whole Premier League match live on BBC Radio Nottingham. Newcastle against Forest is on the way, remember, on BBC Sound, so on your smart speaker, as well as 103.8, 95.3 5FM and digital radio. Your commentary team, the former Reds defender Brian Laws and Colin Frey.
Here's Anderson breaking forward.
Oh,
and he fires it in from just outside the penalty area. Elliot Anderson scores a first Forest goal. Chris Wood, Trent End, runs up now. Right foot, low into the corner. Another hat-trick for Chris Wood. Into the bottom corner from the edge of the penalty area. Wouldn't you just know it? It's the Forest captain, Ryan Yates. In it comes, and header by Milenkovic is in! Nikola Milenkovic scores his first Forest goal! Hudson-Odoi cutting in onto his right foot. Yes! It's in from Callum Hudson-Odoi! It's a wonderful, wonderful break!
Nottingham Forest on BBC Radio Nottingham, the home of live Nottinghamshire sport.
Well, as always, fabulous atmosphere at St James's Park. That's one thing that's never in doubt. That's a huge banner that David Jackson was referring to a moment ago, away at the Lees' end, away to our left-hand side, being run across from right to left as we look at it towards this near side. It covers almost all of the lower tier of that massive Lees' stand to our left as the players break away. Forest go towards that end as local hero comes on the loudspeaker system, and way up in the gods on, I think from memory from previous seasons, level 7 I think is where the Forest fans have to get to, away at that Lees' end, away to the left hand side. A massive stand, and they're right up in the gods. Very, very high vantage point behind that goal, but a very good following despite Forest's recent woes to support the men in red this afternoon. Forest red shirts, white shorts and red socks. Newcastle, of course, black and white stripes, black shorts and socks, and among their number, just down in front of us, getting his final instructions, Anthony Elanga. The £55 million signing, well 52 initially, from Forest this summer. Forest themselves showing 4 changes in their side that lost in the Europa League on Thursday night. Out go Murillo, Hudson-Odoi, Sangare and Jesus, all on the bench. In come Jair Cunha, Nicolo Savona, Ryan Yates and Chris Wood. Back 3 in front of Matt Sells is Jair, Nikola Milenkovic and Morato. Nicolo Savona, the right wing back, Nico Williams on the left, Elliot Anderson and Ryan Yates, the captain, in the middle of the park, and then Morgan Gibbs-White and Dan Ndoye supporting Chris Wood up front. The bench, Murillo, Ibrahim Sangare, Callum Hudson-Odoi, Nico Dominguez, Igor Jesus, Amari Hutchinson, James McAtee, Dylan Bakwa, and the goalkeeper is John. The referee today is Peter Banks from Merseyside. Chris Kavanagh is on VAR, and Rob Jones is the 4th official down in between the 2 technical areas, where Eddie Howe stands at the moment, but no sign of Ange Postecoglou. He must have gone and taken a seat in the dugout. Judging by where the TV camera's pointing, I suspect that's exactly what he's done. As Forest are about to get us underway. Ryan Yates is going to kick us off. Forest playing towards the Gallagher end in the first half, away to our right hand side.
From the BBC sounds on your smart speaker.
Once again, Yates to get us underway. I'll give you the Newcastle side as soon as I get a moment, but it is unchanged from the team that won 4-0 in the Champions League against Union Saint-Gilloise in midweek. Yates kicks us off in nice sunshine, autumnal feel. Still plenty of wind outside the stadium, but not so much inside, as Forest work it down the left-hand side where Dan Ndoye has started, and he wins his side a throw, only about 25 yards up from the Newcastle byline. Gibbs-White more right-hand side. I suspect that they'll both kind of tuck in the system Forest are playing, because the width will be provided, you would think, by the wing-backs. And the ball is played back into Forest's own half. Newcastle on a high press. closing down Jair Cunha, and then Savona, who clears to halfway, and it's collected by Botman for Newcastle, and then Malik Chow into the feet early of Bruno, tried to help it on first time. Bruno Guimaraes cleared by Nico Williams and out for a throw. Newcastle have Nick Pope in goal, back four from right to left of Kieran Trippier, Malik Chow, Sven Botman and Dan Burn. Midfield three of Bruno Guimaraes, the captain, Sandro Tonali and Joe Linton, and then Nick Voltemade through the middle, the 6'6" German, and he's flanked by two Anthonys, Gordon and Elanga. So like Nico Williams felt he was clipped as he tried to play a 1-2 on the far side. There's Ange Postecoglou out towards the edge of the technical area now. A little shake of the head because I think he thought that Nico Williams was clipped as well. And the ball is with Bruno Guimaraes finding Anthony.
Some people, because even in the final stage, if all the stages goes on 15%.
To halfway for Chow, and he gives it to Anthony Elanga. Elanga's ball across the edge of the penalty area is cleared by Milenkovic, but straight to Trippier. Bruno Guimaraes for Tonali, for Elanga again. Milenkovic wins the next challenge too. Then Dan and Doy gets a foot in. He's going back towards his own corner flag as he gives it to Nico Williams. Under pressure from Voltemade, but turns nicely and clears onto the head of Wood. Wood gets up and wins the header, and then Yates goes down. Again, Forest and Ange Postecoglou thinking that he was fouled. I'm not sure he was this time, as Jair gets a good challenge in on Joe Linton. And now Gibbs White turns away from Anthony Gordon and feeds it to Dan and Doy just inside his own half. Drops it back for Morata with the early ball down the left-hand side, looking for Nico Williams, who brings it down. Elanga's backtracked. Williams tries to roll it infield to Ndoye, who then challenges Elanga as he won the ball. Anderson swaps passes with Yates, and then Yates rolls it back to halfway for Milenkovic. Now Anderson again. Number 8 on his back, same as the age at which he joined Newcastle United. And he rolls it back to Morata. Then Yates on the turn, gives it Anderson again. Anderson driving through the Newcastle half and turns it wide right for Savona. Down the line, he plays it to Gibbs White, tries the early cross on the turn. Botman is in the way. And now Forest have to work back as Anthony Gordon threatens to go on the counter. He's rolled it out into the middle of the Newcastle half for Bruno Guimaraes, who gives it to Trippier. Trippier down the right-hand side, already halfway inside the Forest half. Cuts infield slightly, ball into the penalty area looking for Voltemade, but can't find him. And it's collected by Matt Sells. 3.5 minutes gone. Let's get a word from Brian Laws. It's been quite the start. Not heard from you yet, Brian?
Well, I'm just taking in.
Did you get a word in edgeways?
Yeah, I couldn't get a word in edgeways from you, Colin. Anyway, but yes, it's been a reasonably good start. Although I can understand Andrew's disappointed with a couple of decisions already that Peter Banks has not really given. I think there's a couple of strong challenges that really should have got a free kick for. But maybe is that an opening from the referee to say he's going to not let the game just be stop-start all the time?
Here's Savona down the right-hand side after some strong work from Ndoye. Rolled backwards now to Yates. And Yates just tucks it back to halfway again for Milenkovic. And now Morata, 12 yards or so inside the Newcastle half. Now Williams out in the bright sunshine, now into the shade from the Gallagher end away down the left wing. Fires over the cross, looks too close to Nick Pope, and it is. And Pope makes a comfortable catch. Yeah, but a positive start from Forest.
I think it's been a really positive one. You know, the crowd are feverish, as you well know here, and Newcastle they sort of started the game really in a half a gear at the moment. They're just trying to sort of match up with Forest really. There's not been a lot going on either end of the halves, but I think it's important that Forest try and just get their footing in the game as quickly as possible.
There's Dan Burn for Newcastle, left-hand side on the halfway line. And now into Tonali, who lays it off for the German, Malik Chow. Now Elanga, 10 yards inside the Forest half, infield to Bruno Guimaraes, gives it back to Elanga. Good tackle by Morata, but that's going to hurt. That's hurt both of them. It might have been a bit knee to knee.
I'm surprised again.
I think Ange Postecoglou's furious that a free kick wasn't given against Elanga.
I think it's a foul. I actually think it's a foul. Elanga's pushed the ball too far, and he's clashed right in. I think it's Milinkovic who's gone down. No, it's Moretto who's gone down. And I think it's one of them where it's just clashed into his knee. And normally he would get a free kick, but that's 3 now. That Pierbanks is not actually given. Does that suggest that he's going to let the game flow, or try to let the game flow? But he's got to remember, if that's not a booking or if that's not a free kick, he's got to let a lot go.
It's not in the 70th minute either.
No.
It's going to be a Newcastle throw, and the referee is just telling Anthony Elanga that he needs to throw it back to Forest, which he has done. Morato's okay, decides to not let it run for a goal kick and instead turn and chip it forward towards Wood. He's managed to find Nico Williams despite being under pressure from Chow. Ball is back now with Sells, tight to his goal line, under pressure from Voltemada. Laid it off for Jair Cunha. Now Savona for Cunha again, who sees his clearance blocked by Anthony Gordon, and it goes out for a throw. Newcastle almost furiously quick in closing Forest down deep inside their own half. Forest managing to do enough to get a throw. Savona down the line towards Gibbs-White, gives it back to the Italian, who clips it up to halfway, asking a lot of Dan and Doy to get there though, ahead of Chow. And now here's Trippier down the Newcastle right. Forward into Forest territory he goes. 0-0 the score, 7 minutes played. No scares at either end so far. Tonali for Newcastle. Infield. And then back to Chow. Now Botman, the other centre half for Dan Burn, playing at left back today. Anthony Gordon flicks it infield towards Joel Linton. They played a neat 1-2. And now here's Gordon again. Out to the right hand side for Trippier. Trippier down the line for Elanga, who's got away from Nico Williams and crosses deep off a deflection for a corner as he was closed down by Moretto.
Yeah, that's what you get from Elanga, don't you? You get the pace, you can get round the back of your defence. On that occasion he's got around it, but Milinkovic was out there very quickly to block it, but he obviously given a corner. This is the area that we've been concerned with in terms of how they defended set plays. This will be the first test of the afternoon.
Kieran Trippier from the right hand side, 8 minutes played, 0-0 at St James's. He's drilled this deep towards the back post. Chua wins the header and cleared away by Milinkovic. And Dan and Doy battling for it, and Jair gets a boot to the ball to clear towards halfway, but it's Newcastle who have it back again. Botman for Joel Linton, a lot of space for him, 10 yards or so all around him as he runs into the Forest half. Now Bruno Guimaraes to the left hand side for Anthony Gordon. Gordon tracked by Savona for Joel Linton, who finds Byrne, who tries to give it back to Joel Linton, and across gets Milinkovic to turn it away for a throw to Newcastle, which is about level with the edge of the Forest penalty area. Byrne to take.
Dan Burn with a long throw. You think Dan Burn could throw it and probably get on the end of it?
Hurls it in from the left hand side. Dan Burn almost reaches the penalty spot, and off a couple of ricochets it falls for Gibbs-White, who, as he's trying to turn, was fouled by Sven Botman. And now Yates has gone down inside the penalty area. I wonder if it was one of those ricochets that I mentioned. I wonder if it was close range into
I think he's
face
caught,
or neck area.
Yeah, I think he's caught. Again, Dan Burn, really high looping long throw that landed right in the centre of the 6-yard box. And there's Yates there being pushed, as you said, by Voltemade, and I think he's been pushing it or squeezing it on his neck. Again, it's a little bit of a mismatch in terms of player height, but you've got to deal with it.
Anderson strokes this back to Matt Sells, who clears under pressure. Gibbs-White tried to get there ahead of Botman, but then lost it to Byrne. And here come Newcastle again with Anthony Gordon on his right foot, cutting in. Lays it across to the right now for Trippier. Low ball, and Joel Linton, first time side foot hit, is straight at the goalkeeper. And Sells is able to make the save. It's the first effort on goal for either side. It comes 10 minutes in, it remains 0-0.
Yeah, it was a nice little square pass from Trippier, and Joe Linton's hit it first time with his left foot, but straight at Sells. Thankfully, Sells handled it well, but it's the first shot in anger.
Here is Sells clearing again under pressure from Voltemade. Botman nods it down and away from Gibbs-White on halfway. Joe Linton turns it round the corner. Well won by Jair Cunha. Gets it back again now from Savona, the 20-year-old Brazilian. Jair Cunha, first Premier League minutes today. Plays this into Gibbs-White in the middle of his own half. He gets help from Elliot Anderson, who's away from a couple with a lovely little sway of the shoulders and the hips. And still going into Newcastle territory. Faced now by Sandro Tonali, so he goes backwards to Morato, having made up a lot of ground for Forest. Gets it back again and feeds it into Ndoye's feet. And now here's Williams well forward, giving it to Ndoye left wing. Dan Ndoye turns it back for Williams. Williams gets it onto his right foot to whip over a cross, but Byrne heads it away easily from Gibbs-White. Voltemade can't keep hold of it. Forest have it back again with Milenkovic. He finds Nico Williams down the left. Williams into Ndoye's feet, turns it back for Morato. Morato chips it forward inside left. Gibbs-White tries to chest it down to Ndoye, knocked away by Botman to Tonali. Tonali then leaves it for Trippier, who gets a bit lucky. Trippier, he gave it away to Anderson, who couldn't then control it, and it's out for a throw on the far side for Newcastle, their right. 12 gone, 0-0. Forest win it back again with Milenkovic straight from the throw. Anderson turns nicely, wriggling away from challenges, and tucks it back to halfway for Morato, who knocks it square to Cunha, 10 yards inside his own half. Cunha for Milenkovic. Now Anderson again, turns away from Bruno Guimaraes, plays a ball round the corner to Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White for Yates, who moves it quickly right-hand side for Savona. Savona nutmegs Dan Byrne, and he's got some space to run into down the right-hand side. Can he deliver the cross? It's headed away to the edge of the box from towards Ndoye, and then Tonali gets a foot in. Ball is allowed to bounce on the edge of the box, and Savona is judged to have pushed Byrne, and it'll be a free kick for Newcastle on the edge of their own penalty area. It remains 0-0. Nice little bit of footwork from Nicolo Savona down the right hand side.
Yeah, he was. I think you've seen Dan Byrne, he's just nicked it through his legs. Dan Byrne couldn't really get away from him, so he ended up Savona taking it all away, but his main cross from his right foot just a little bit under hit.
Anthony Gordon for Anthony Elanga, both the wingers on the left hand side at the moment. Elanga rolls it into Gordon. They played a 1-2 around Jair Cunha, and his cross Elanga is kneed away, I think it was, by Morato, and then Cunha stops that, going for a corner, I think. Well, I mean, that's crazy officiating, because the assistant referee couldn't see it, so he didn't put his flag up. The referee had no idea. They looked at each other for 10 seconds or so.
He's guessing,
and had a complete guess as corner. Well, surely if you don't know in that instance, you go throw.
If you're not certain, you don't give it. If you're not certain, and Banks was looking at his assistant over the far side, and he's obviously not got anything indicated. No, he didn't put his flag up at all.
And if he doesn't put his flag up, then surely it's not a corner. There's an issue now with one of the assistants on this near side, who's lost contact with his earpiece or something. So Rob Jones, the fourth official, is helping him out, and we all have to stop while they wait for that. I can't believe they've given a corner for that. I mean, what you would say is with Dan Byrne there, a throw near the corner flag is virtually a corner anyway, so it might not have been much difference, but it just seems a really odd decision to give. Here's the corner from Trippier, back post, headed across the face of goal, and at the back post, Joe Linton tried to head it in. Good save from Matt Sells. And Forest at the end of it end up with a goal kick after Sells made a very good save at his near post.
Again, it's that set play freedom again. First man header against Newcastle United, isn't it? That's the thing that concerns you, is they're getting to the ball first, and that's the second corner they've had. So it's definitely going to be a threat and a problem for Forest going forward.
Yeah, so that's first contact and second contact from that corner, which sees Joe Linton have the second, and Another good save from Sells. And now Forest have it 10 yards inside their own half. It remains 0-0. As Bruno Guimaraes, I think, just catches Elliot Anderson a little bit. The referee again has waved play on.
He's been very lenient, hasn't he? Like I said, I hope if it's the same in the first 5 minutes, it's got to be the same in the 90th.
Dannon Doy is then fouled. Referee tried to let play go on. He was fouled by Trippier, and this one the referee has given. And a Forest free kick on halfway. With 16 minutes played. Anderson takes, rolls it backwards to Milenkovic, and then gets it back. And now it's with Jair Cunha, who's put under pressure, and the ball spins off Anthony Gordon back towards the edge of the penalty area. Good turn though from Jair Cunha away from Voltemade, and a clearance which is well picked up under pressure by Dannon Doy. Good control, rolls it to his right for Gibbs White, 10 yards inside the Newcastle half, holds things up and plays a 1-2 with Anderson, but it's a bit short, and Joel Linton nips in and then for some reason tries to shoot from 10 yards inside the Forest penalty area.
Yeah, I think Joe Linton, he got his head up and seeing Sells was off his line. I think he was trying to do that, trying to get over his head, but
it's just hit it all along the floor.
Yeah, he obviously misjudged that and mishit it as well. But again, it's that just little sloppy bit of passing there between Gibbs White and Anderson. Anderson's played him a little 1-2, but Gibbs White really didn't want the ball, and that's where Joe Linton nicked it. I thought he would had the audacity to try and chip Sells, knowing he was off the line, but failed miserably.
Milenkovic, biggest pardon, Morato wins it well, and now Anderson strides forward, and he's still going towards the edge of the penalty area, and he's clipped, and that is a free kick.
Great run from
Anderson.
Anderson.
Couple of yards outside the box.
Great run from Anderson. Jigged in with 2 or 3 Newcastle players. He's been probably one of our most consistent players. Him and Williams, I think they've both been the most consistent players so far this season. They've kept the levels really high and the standards really high. And Anderson again showing why England have chosen him and put him in the squad. He is so good with his feet.
Chris Wood seems to be not too happy with him just at the moment, Elliot Anderson. Maybe he was I'd need to see the move again, but maybe Chris Wood was in a more open position perhaps, and he wanted a pass from Elliot Anderson. But as it is, Anderson continued his run towards the edge of the box, and it's a free kick, which is only a couple of yards outside the penalty area. It might only be 1 yard outside, and it's just 2 or 3 to the left of the D.
But when you look, Colin, when you look where Gibbs White's taking, if he's going to take let's say a right footer over the wall, he has got 3 players there over 6'4".
Yeah,
that's a hell of a big wall.
Yeah. Botman, Byrne, Voltemade,
and to get it up and over that distance when you're on the edge of the box, that's near impossible. It can happen, but it has to be some skill set.
19 minutes played. Free kick then for Forest just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Now what's happening here? Bruno Guimaraes has gone down on one knee at the moment. He's in behind his 3 massive man central wall, but just on one knee. And Morgan Gibbs White stands over the free kick, and Morgan Gibbs White chips it, and Nick Pope has to punch it away. It's on target from Gibbs White. Savona tucks it backwards for Jair Cunha, and he sends it back to halfway for Milenkovic. Milenkovic chips it away towards the left hand side. He's looking for Williams. He chests it down towards Ndoye, who's just caught Bruno Guimaraes inside the Newcastle penalty area, and it'll be a free kick for Newcastle. 20 minutes played. Forest with an effort on target. He's done well to get it over or through or round the wall or whatever he did.
Yeah, he's gone down the side of the wall,
just where the keeper.
Yeah, just where Yates was, and Yates moved out the way, but it was straight at the keeper. So the keeper really had his wall set up really nicely. Forced Gibbs White really down the central area. But again, you've got to try and get to the wide areas to give any chance of scoring a goal against Pope.
0-0 it remains. 20 minutes played in the sunshine at St James's. And a throw to Newcastle on the far side there, right, as they play right to left in this first half. Elanga challenged, and it goes out for another Newcastle throw. Kieran Trippier preparing to take. Throws it backwards towards Malik Chow, German international. Signed this summer, nearly 35 million from AC Milan. And he's alongside the £32 million man Sven Botman, who's been here at Newcastle for 3 years or so now, and plays this into the feet of Tonali. Tonali on the turn, but lost control of it, and now Jair Cunha has it. He's in a right wing position at the moment, and he's played a poor pass in towards Chris Wood. And Newcastle able to collect, but they go back towards their goalkeeper Nick Pope, enabling Jair Cunha to get back into position. Milenkovic gets his head to it, goes backwards. Morato then gets his head to it and heads it coolly to his left for Nico Williams, who finds Anderson, sends it back for Milenkovic, and Milenkovic all the way back to Sells. Again under pressure from Voltemade. Sells has clipped it away right hand side. Gibbs White controls on his chest, and brilliant. Then plays a lovely 1-2 with Ryan Yates and gets Gibbs White away into the penalty area. Early ball in, back post, and Chris Wood couldn't control it, and Newcastle able to clear. Wonderful football, lovely 1-2 between Gibbs White and Yates. Gibbs White controlling the clearance from Matt Sells on his chest, and then before it had hit the ground he just stabbed it infield to Yates, who first time sent it back into the path of Gibbs White down the right hand side. Early ball in, picked out Wood, but just behind a defender, and I think probably Wood didn't have much sight of it and therefore couldn't control it. But here's Joe Linton coming the other way for Newcastle, gives it to Anthony Gordon. Gordon taking on Nicolo Savona down the left hand side and fires over the cross, and it's headed away at the near post by Milenkovic. Byrne then pushes Gibbs White, and Forest get a free kick, which is halfway inside their own half. Some promising moments here for Forest last 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes, it was. Gibbs White played a lovely little 1-2 round the corner, down the side, and then he nipped into the box. I wasn't sure whether he was going to run into the box and maybe get a shot away, but he chose to play it across the 6-yard box early. It's went past it or through the legs of a Newcastle defender, and I think Chris Woods just was not ready for that, and he ended up really ricocheting off his knees.
I think Trippier had just made the run in front of Wood, hadn't he?
Yeah.
And then I think that just took all of Wood's vision away, and so when it came to him it was really quick. Didn't have much time to react.
But they're getting the numbers in the box as well. I think that's what's been impressive so far. Whenever Forest have got forward or got into the last third, I've seen at least 3 to 4 shirts going into the 18-yard box.
It's the voice of Brian Laws on BBC Radio Nottingham, as this is headed on by Wood towards Gibbs White, but blocked by Botman, and so Newcastle have it again halfway inside the Forest half. Right hand side it's played for Elanga up against Williams. Elanga rolls it back along the line, and then Yates is in the way of Trippier, but it goes out for a throw which Trippier takes quickly. Elanga trying to get a 1-2 going with Bruno Guimaraes, but well read by Williams, and then Wood holds on to it strongly and is fouled by Botman. Now it's Newcastle's turn to be angry. And
Peter Banks has gone from not giving free kicks to giving
everything.
What's going on here? You know, I don't mind if you're going to stick with it all the way through, but if you are saying that's a foul, we've had 6 other fouls in front of that.
Yeah, lasted about 10 minutes, didn't it? The not giving fouls idea. And back it goes for Matt Sells, all in yellow. Away to our left. Long clearance. Joe Linton's headed this backwards, and Dan and Doy trying to get ahead of Malik Chow. Chow just knocks it away from him towards the corner flag, and then completes the clearance down the line to Trippier, who has to stretch to get that back from Tonali, and was that handled by Williams? I think it was. And it's a free kick for Newcastle halfway inside their own half.
Yeah, it's a clear handball. That if he was in goal it would have been a decent one. Unfortunately he wasn't in goal.
Byrne towards Anthony Gordon, who's being tracked by Savona deep into his own half, but then turns and gets back up to halfway. Forest had plenty back. It's a good wall of red. And then a foot in from Gibbs-White, nicks it away from Gordon. And Savona backwards for Jair Cunha, sends it all the way back to Sells, and Sells has rather sliced this clearance, gone right up in the air. Savona underneath it, so too Bruno Guimaraes, and it is allowed to bounce out of play. Byrne takes the throw quickly in towards Voltemade. Right old wrestling match going on between Voltemade and Milenkovic.
It's been a good contest so far, and I have to say Milenkovic has been the better of the two. It's been a good contest. Voltemade.
Newcastle have worked it out the other way this time, down the right. Elanga for Trippier, midway inside Forest territory, infield to Bruno, who gives it now to Elanga on the overlap. Elanga's cross whips through the Forest penalty area and comes all the way out the other side, and Gibbs-White gets it under control and then nutmegs Dan Byrne, and cross gets Joe Linton and just cleans him out. He's cleaned him out. He's nowhere near the ball, Joe Linton. And then Anderson does well to win it back. Oh, and then Joe Linton's had a hack at him as well.
That's got to be a yellow card. That's reckless.
That's two from Joel Linton in the space of a few seconds, and he's really lucky to get away with the first one. And now it's absolutely clattered into Elliot Anderson.
That's got to be a yellow card. Any day of the week, that's a yellow card.
I'll bet, except on a Sunday is the phrase that comes in here. Yeah.
There you go. And you wonder why fans get annoyed, managers get annoyed, players get annoyed. If you lack consistency, we're okay from the referee's point of view if you are consistent from start to finish, and if you want to let the game flow and you're going to the niggly fouls, fine. But when it goes beyond that, there's got to be a reprimand, there's got to be a yellow card.
Oh, what a ball that is from Anderson to Gibbs-White down the right hand side. Early ball in then from Gibbs-White is knocked away by Chow. Well won back by Yates, gives it back to Gibbs-White just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Right hand side now for Savona. Savona holds it up, gives it back to Gibbs-White. Gordon comes from the blind side to try and win it back, but they've played a 1-2 down the right hand side again, and it's just over hit for Gibbs-White, and it's out for a goal kick, which Newcastle have got on with quickly. They're getting some success, Forest, last few minutes.
Especially down this right hand side where, no disrespect, Dan Byrne's not a left back, and he can get exposed from that little quick movement.
And the Newcastle fans are starting to get a little bit restless. 28 minutes in, it's 0-0 on BBC Radio Nottingham's match day. As down goes, well, first Bruno Guimaraes and then Sandro Tonali. It was Guimaraes who was fouled by Anderson. And they've worked the free kick short. Voltemade turns it right hand side now for Trippier and then Elanga. Elanga down the right with Trippier in support. Nico Williams gets a challenge in, and that's out for a throw, which is only a couple of yards from the corner flag. And over goes Kieran Trippier to take. 16 minutes to go until half time. Goalless at St James's Park in the Premier League. Forest have given as good as they've got so far. Trippier throws backwards to Elanga, 20 odd yards out. Back wide right for Trippier, and down the line now for Bruno Guimaraes to whip over a cross, headed away well by Jair Cunha. And now here's Sandro Tonali picking it up and gives it to Anthony Gordon, who floats over a cross which is headed away by Morato this time, and Doy gets a touch to it ahead of Elanga and then clears. Elanga got a little piece of that, then Nico Williams headed it on and looked like he was fouled, and he was.
He gets who from?
Aerial challenge, and that is a free kick.
How many more?
Joe Linton again. That's 3 or 4 incidences where sometimes what accumulate to give a player a yellow card. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that we should be handing them out like confetti, but
well, he was lucky to get away with the last one.
Yeah. Any next infringement surely has got to be thought. It's a serious thought process here.
He was also lucky to get away with the one just before that, as not even given as a foul. It was It was a shoulder-to-shoulder thing.
On Gibbs White, yeah.
But the ball was nowhere near. So you can't just go around pushing people over with any part of your body on the football pitch if the ball's not near. Forest have it with Elliot Anderson in the middle of the park, just on the edge of the centre circle. And the ball is worked backwards to Cunha, then Yates. Down goes Bruno Guimaraes. I think Yates saw him coming. And he turned into him. And there might have been a suggestion here that
he's put his arm out.
He's put his arm out. He sort of stepped into Bruno Guimaraes. He saw him coming. He was trying to turn to protect the ball, but he put his arm up into Bruno's sort of neck area, if you like.
It may be a yellow card.
I think it's forearm rather than elbow, but it was certainly a little bit high, and Ryan Yates is booked for that.
Yeah, I can see where that's coming from. Because I think Yates was really he knew he was coming, and he's put his arm out to stop him from moving into his space, but his arm was a bit high. It's caught him across the ear.
I don't think the Forest fans too impressed with Yates' booking, just on the basis that there hasn't been a Newcastle one for, particularly I guess you'd say, Joel Linton so far in the game. Free kick Newcastle on halfway, just into Forest territory. Tonali takes into the penalty area, up gets Milenkovic, wins the header, and then Jaya Cunha heads it out. Not too far though. Joe Linton's getting booed by the Forest fans. Here's Anthony Gordon, and he's just knocked that straight out of play, thinking Joe Linton had gone on the overlap when he hadn't. Goal kick remains 0-0 here, 32.5 minutes played. Elsewhere, Aston Villa are in front against Burnley. Daniel Marlon has the goal for Aston Villa, and Wolves are leading Brighton, which has gone down as an own goal by Bart Verbruggen, the Brighton goalkeeper. Vitor Pereira, the Wolves manager, has already been sent off in that game, but his side leads 1-0. Here, Forest drawing 0-0 with Newcastle, as Dan and Doy holds off the challenge of Trippier, and Anderson floats this forward down the left, looking for Nico Williams, who's onside, controls it and turns nicely, then back heels to Anderson, into the inside left channel he goes, and Tonali makes the challenge as Anderson was turning. Tonali's then caught by Nico Williams, and immediately protests his innocence, does Nico Williams. It won't help him. He's followed Yates into the notebook very quickly.
It looked like Tonali run into him. Tonali's running into him. Oh, just looking at the replay here.
I mean, I have to say, at full pace.
Well, actually, Nico Williams has pulled out of the challenge, but Tonali has left his leg dangling, so it catches him.
That would explain Nico Williams' reaction.
Yeah, because he definitely withdrew his leg.
Yeah.
So there was no contact from his point of view.
Just clipped forward by Trippier, looking to get Elanga away in behind Forest, but even with his pace, he's not going to keep that in play, and it's out for a goal kick. And 34 minutes have been played. It's interesting, isn't it? There seems to be a little bit of a little bit of talk around football at the moment about some of the bookings that are being given, because of course you can never appeal a booking, but they come with suspensions. And Nico Williams has now got 4 already this season in the Premier League, so one more and he is suspended, but he really shouldn't have got that one.
No, I don't think so, but unfortunately Peter Banks was not in a great position. He couldn't really see. He just sees Tonali, who looks like he's been taken out, cleanly out, and when again, actually that was.
And you accept that,
Pedology.
You know, that's going to happen sometimes, but I just wonder if they need to, I don't know, have some sort of, maybe there'd be too many, but some sort of appeals process against a yellow, I don't know. Anyway, we've got a little stoppage here because Sandro Tonali has gone down. Forest are going to have a throw when we resume, which is about 10-12 yards inside their own half.
I've got to say, other than a couple of little moments within the game, I think they've handled it quite well, Forest. You know, there doesn't seem to be a nervousness on the team. I think it, you know, so far, you know, it's still a long way to go yet, but I don't get a vibe from the team themselves that they're nervous or they look like they've not won in 6 games. They look like they're
perhaps better drilled today.
Yeah, maybe.
So far?
Yeah, you could call it that. Still, I'm nervous when it was a set play because I still see little mismatches all over the place, and I seen Ndoye marking Chow on the box, and he's not even facing the ball. He's just grabbing him like you know. And they're the kind of things that the officials are trying to stamp out for any misholding. You know, especially if you're not facing the ball, they tend to give penalties for them. So you've got to be very, very careful.
Ryan Yates in long conversation over on this near side with Rob Jones, the 4th official, and pointing towards the area of the pitch where Joel Linton committed those fouls a few minutes ago.
He's probably saying, have a word with you, mate.
Yeah. It's going to be Tonali's okay, but he's had some treatment, so he's off the field at the moment. I'd say he's okay. He's a bit ginger on that far side of the field as that ball is sent long down the Forest right, but Nicolo Savona can't keep the ball in play, and it runs out for a goal kick for Newcastle. 8 minutes to go in the first half. It's 0-0. And that Sells with a couple of saves to deny Joel Linton, and Nick Pope having to save a Gibbs White free kick. At times the goalkeepers have been called into action so far. Here's Sells drilling a ball towards the right hand side for Gibbs White, who just allowed it to run across his body, and in so doing ran out of room. And it's out for a throw. Taken backwards by Byrne to Botman, and he finds Malik Chow. Chow with a long ball forward, which is straight to Matt Sells. And Forest will accept those all afternoon. Sells picks it up, now drops it at his feet. Anthony Gordon quickly closes him down. He clears up towards Wood, but Chow wins the header against Chris Wood, who's not really been able to get in the game at all. He's not had much service to speak of. He's going to have to try here though. No, he's dropped deep, so Chow is able to win that easily and cushion it back towards Botman, and he gives it all the way back to Pope. Gibbs White closing down Nick Pope, who clears long towards Elanga, met in the air powerfully by Morato, and out it goes for a Newcastle throw on the far side. For his last action for a couple of weeks. They come back for against Chelsea, and then Porto in the Europa League as Savona trips Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon with his back to him. It was a neat little move, given the shimmy, turned him onto the right hand side, and Savona was caught wanting there. In the end, took him out for a free kick.
Challenged by Jair Cunha on Bruno Guimaraes, and then Gibbs White keeps the ball in play on halfway. Savona goes backwards for Jair Cunha, and he tucks it back again towards Sells. Sells clears down the middle of the pitch. Botman gets a touch to it, but that only presents it to Chris Wood, just about on the centre spot. Wood turns, lays it slightly to his left and ahead of him for Yates, who keeps it moving left hand side. This is Williams well forward on the overlap. Williams with a low ball in near post, and Tonali slides in to stop it from getting it to Dan Ndoye, and Forest get themselves a corner. Neat football again.
Yeah, it's been good again. They've been composed. They've been neat with the passing as well. Woods has regained possession in that mid-third, and then just played a nice little ball out wide to Nico Williams, who's trying to get a cross in. First corner of the game,
and it's Williams who's going to take from the left hand side, right footed. Plenty of red shirts in the 6 yard box. In it comes from Nico Williams, punched away by Pope towards Elanga. And Elanga was trying to get away from Nicola Savona, but just clipped it from one foot onto the other, so it's a Forest throw. Savona takes in towards Gibbs-White, tries to lift it over Botman with his head, can't do so, and then Voltemada finds Tonali cleverly by lofting it over the head of Yates, and now Newcastle get moving as Forest hurtle back into their own half. Trippier finds Tonali, and Tonali out wide to the right hand side. This is Bruno Guimaraes with 4 minutes to go until half time. 0-0. Now Anthony Gordon, little ball into Voltemada, well won by Jair Cunha. Now Gordon quickly put under pressure, puts Savona under pressure. He gives it back to Sells. Sells clears, goes out into touch. Byrne takes the throw quickly, backwards to halfway for Sven Botman. Botman finds Joe Linton just inside the Forest half, and the Brazilian turns it out to Chow. Now for Trippier, then Elanga, back to Trippier once more, and Chow again, and then Botman for Bruno Guimaraes into Tonali, well won by Morato. Ball doesn't quite break for Dan and Doy, it's sent forward again, and Newcastle still have plenty forward. Morato tugging the shirt of Voltemada, but the referee waves play on, and it's forward towards Elanga. Elanga lays it off for Trippier to cross from the right hand side. Sells comes near post and claims, and gets the ball under control.
Yeah, it's a real contest there, isn't it? Up front.
Yeah, Voltemada this time up against Morato. Normally it's been Milenkovic.
They're not letting them any freedom at the moment. They're making sure they're touch tight for sure. I think at the moment Forest have suited with the three central defenders.
Elanga, chance to run against Williams down the right hand side. Williams gets back at him, and Elanga, he did well, Nico Williams, and then the ball is cleared by Morato. Postecoglou looks a little bit forlorn at that clearance though from Morato, because it's just presented Newcastle with the ball back, and after a good spell from Forest, Newcastle just regaining the impetus, albeit 0-0 with a couple of minutes to go until half time. Here's Elanga, 25 yards out, rolls it infield to Bruno Guimaraes. He's turning and shooting, and that's deflected and then headed away by Savona. Chris Wood has knocked it back towards his own penalty area though. It's ended up gone left wing for Newcastle and Anthony Gordon. He's found Bruno Guimaraes. He touches it backwards but beyond Tonali. You can hear the Newcastle fans not happy with that. He's got it again, Bruno Guimaraes, right corner of the Forest penalty area. Feeds it down the line towards Elanga, who crosses, cleared away again by Morato's head. Foot in from Ndoye on the edge of his own penalty area, but Bruno Guimaraes wins it back off him. A little ball into Elanga again. He's laid it off for Yates to clear. And out it goes into touch. Forest just a little bit, not quite desperate, but getting towards that stage at the end of this first half. Is Bruno Guimaraes again, right hand side. Now Trippier infield to Bruno again. Voltemada lays it off towards Anthony Gordon, and Morato has to make the challenge this time on the edge of the box. And out for another Newcastle throw on the right. Elanga takes quickly backwards to Kieran Trippier. Last minute of the first half, 0-0 the score. Down the line again towards...
Two balls on the pitch. I think the referees have to stop it.
So I'll take the throw again.
It's drop ball.
Because they've had to stop it, they won't take the throw again. They'll just have an uncontested drop ball from where Newcastle had it. It's rolled infield towards Joe Linton. And in towards Gordon, who's held up. Voltemada holds it up and feeds it back to Joe Linton. His shot is blocked. Comes out for Tonali to drive from a corner of the penalty area. And Yates and Bruno Guimaraes just have a little bit of a coming together, chest to chest. Nikola Milenkovic wants a piece of Bruno Guimaraes as well. And the ball ended up well wide of the target in the end from the shot from Tonali.
Well, he's asking for the both captains to have a chat now. He's bringing the two captains in together. Getting Yates in.
Yeah, they happen to be the two who were chest to chest just a moment ago.
Yeah, Peter Banks is indicating, I want to see the captains. Basically telling him Enough's enough.
Most cursory of words.
Yeah. But again, it's a little flurry of attacks from Newcastle, but everybody's trying to do their jobs, and they're getting their foot in, keeping compact, and it's really Newcastle desperate shooting at the moment. They're snatching at things, and that for me, that tells me that Forest have been handling it pretty well, and they want to get in at half time, certainly as they stand.
Good header forward from Cunha. Wood goes chasing after it, but Botman is there first to chip it into the middle of his own half, and then Bruno Guimaraes and then Boltemara with nice touches, and forward towards Bruno Guimaraes again, but he's well challenged, and then Jair Cunha whacks it away from the edge of his D. Kieran Trippier goes to retrieve. We're playing 2 minutes of added time, and we are 1 minute into that, and Tonali finds Botman, and he gives it to Chow just inside his own half, down the right hand side now into Forest territory. Trippier rolls it infield for Bruno Guimaraes, now square again for Anthony Gordon, into Bruno Guimaraes again. Joe Linton helps it forward, cleared by Nico Williams. Come back though towards Alanga down the right hand side. Trippier on the overlap, he crosses, appeals for handball against Williams. It goes out for a corner. Williams already booked.
I know, he's got to be very careful. Williams is lunging in. He's gone last ditch tackle. It has hit his hand, there's no question about it, but again it's a natural position of where his hand is. It's slightly above his body when you're sliding in, so therefore he wouldn't be given anything for that
corner. Trippier to take, 2 and a bit minutes into added time, deep towards the back post, headed away by Jair Cunha. Forest get first contact on the corner, and up in the gods, away to our left hand side. There's really good applause from the Forest fans who've made the long trip to the northeast, and they've seen their side defend stoutly and cause Newcastle problems going the other way as well. At the break at St James's Park, Newcastle 0, Forest 0. Couple of saves in the first 15 minutes for Matt Sells to make, both of them from Joe Linton, one straight at him, the other he had to dive away to his right. Close range header from Joe Linton. It was the second header that Newcastle had won after a corner, but that really, after 15 minutes, was the last threat Newcastle had until the last few minutes of the half, where they laid a bit of siege to the Forest penalty area, but at the end of it only had a Tonali shot well wide of the target to show for it. At the other end, Forest have caused 1 or 2 problems, particularly down the right hand side. Gibbs White widest right down the Forest attacking line, taking on Dan Burn, and they've got some success down that right hand side. Gibbs White had a free kick straight at the goalkeeper after 20 minutes, and it was down the right hand side that Forest produced one of their best moments. Gibbs White and Yates combining with a 1-2 to get them away from Burn. Gibbs White's run and low cross in towards Chris Wood, but he saw it late behind Kieran Trippier and couldn't control it. There have been some other good moments down the left-hand side as well. Elliot Anderson probing, Nico Williams getting well forward as the wing-back down the left-hand side. And at the break, Forest a good value certainly for their clean sheet. It's 0-0 at half-time.
Yeah, I think I have to say, I think Ange will be quite happy with that performance in the first half. They're certainly getting a little bit of joy from this right-hand side, absolutely. I think there's Savona and Gibbs White have sort of linked up quite well. And Dan Burn, because he's not sure whether to go to Savona or Gibbs White, he's ended up really in no man's land, and I think that's what they're exploiting, because Anthony Gordon is not tracking back, he's not giving him any support, so he's isolating him and he's getting a 2v1 situation, and that can be exploited a little bit more maybe in the second half if that maintains, and Anthony Gordon doesn't do any tracking back, because I'm sure the manager will be having a few words with him. But it has been positive. They've tried to move the ball quickly. They've tried to get the numbers in the box as well. On a couple of occasions they have had opportunities to cross the ball. I've counted 3-4 red shirts in the edge box. That means that they've got a purpose of wanting to get into the box. The quality of the ball maybe is a little bit lacking, but there's certainly endeavour there. And I think the three at the back look solid. They've dealt with a big guy up front. Milenkovic is basically reined him in, made sure he's touch tight all the time. Moretta and Cunha have dealt with the rest, and I think it's looked okay.
He's done well, hasn't he, Jair Cunha, the 20-year-old Brazilian? First 45 minutes of Premier League football away at Newcastle with all their attacking talent. He's done well.
I think he's doing all right, and I'll tell you why. He's read a couple of little moments where he's used a bit of pace as well. He's got a little bit of pace about him. He looks athletic, and I think he's certainly bedded into the game pretty quickly. He's not showed any signs of nerves, and that's a good sign for us. And like I said, that's the first half. Well done. I'll give you another well done if you continue in that same vein in the second half. But yes, it's been if you're looking as a neutral, it's been a pretty average game, because nothing exciting has happened at either end really. There's been little moments, but we're away from home at the end of the day, and we're probably the more satisfied of the two managers.
Absolutely. Thanks to Brian Laws. More from him in the second half. Forest more than holding their own really here at St James's Park at half-time. It is Newcastle 0, Forest 0.
Colin Fray, Brian Laws, thank you. This is Match Day on BBC Radio Nottingham. David Jackson here. We'll relive what happened yesterday to Notts County and Mansfield in Leagues 2 and 1 in a moment. But first of all, in the Premier League today, a few other games kicking off at the same time. Aston Villa 1-0 up over Burnley. Daniel Marlon with the goal there. Crystal Palace, Daniel Munoz has scored for them away at Everton. They're 1-0 up at half-time. As it stands, they'll go second, still unbeaten this season. That will take them above Liverpool, who are out of form at the moment, having lost 3 in a row. And Wolves have had their manager, Vitor Pereira, sent off, but they are beating Brighton by 1-0. That's gone down as a Bart Verbruggen own goal. We'll look at what happened yesterday in the Premier League, including another defeat to Liverpool in a moment. And as I say, look at a victory for Notts and a draw for Mansfield. All of that on the way in a moment. It's 8 minutes to 3.
1986, a man fearing for his life walks into a church seeking sanctuary.
It's a matter of life and death for me.
There he stays for 2 whole years.
Virage is in danger of a monstrous injustice, and that is what this sanctuary is all about.
The government called him a fraud, and it all kicked off a culture war.
He is a criminal. This is a place of God, and yet they hide a man like that.
There was no doubt whatsoever. Death was all around them.
From In Detail, Sanctuary. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
Match Day.
BBC Radio Nottingham.
So, Mansfield started yesterday in a game away at Reading, starting the day in 12th, and they ended the day in 12th as well. A decent point, though, a 1-1 draw for Nigel Clough's men. You'll hear what Clough made of it in just a moment. First of all, this is the goal that put them 1-0 up early on.
A really scrappy start from both sides. There's Rhys Oates. Oates getting away from his man and goes round wing. And then we'll fire a ball across the face, and there's Mariah Welsh, and he'll turn it in. And Mansfield Town are in front in the 7th minute. It's Nathan Mariah Welsh coming in from the far side. In fact, it might even be Tyler Roberts with the last touch. And it's Roberts who's got the goal. And Staggs from nowhere with a swift break down the left-hand side. There were a couple of kindly ricochets before the ball fell nicely. And Tyler Roberts, who scored last week, gets his second Mansfield Town goal, just deflecting it from close range past Joel Pereira, and it's Reading 0, Mansfield 1.
Nigel, I would imagine that feels like 2 points dropped.
Yes, we should have got 3 points today. We should have either kept the clean sheet, or we should have gone on and got a second goal in the second half with the situations and chances that we had.
Dream start, lovely work down the left by Rhys Oates, and a lovely finish.
Yeah, there's not many. I said to turn around to Dom Dry on the bench, said probably only you and him could finish that. To be on the move and just a little deft touch over the goalkeeper, 2 in 2 for him, showed his quality again.
And as somebody once said, 1-0's always a dangerous scoreline.
Oh, definitely, and it's just the quality. That's all it was. Nathan should have done a bit better on the touchline, not gone on slid in. But then it's a good layoff, and Liam's a bit disappointed. I think it just sneaked through somebody's legs and crept into the corner. But I thought we were pretty comfortable up to that point.
And even then, you looked to be the side. I mean, Dickov added something down the left.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you get the fresh legs on with Joe and Max, and we looked a real threat again. And then if you can just get some quality into the box for Dom, you know he can finish.
Nigel Clough, Mansfield manager, after a 1-1 draw at Reading. As for Notts County, 6 unbeaten now at home, and they've won 5 of those. Yesterday, a convincing 3-1 win over Oldham at Meadow Lane. And actually, Martin Patterson's men were 3-0 up in that game.
Jones takes the throw in quickly. Jatta crosses towards the back post. Oh, it's in! Yes. And Notts lead. Alassane Jatta will claim it. It took a deflection, took it up over the goalkeeper and in. After 7 minutes, Notts lead by a goal to nil. Sutton and Jatta tangling with each other. Jatta coming out on top. Oh, lovely footwork. Jatta still going. He goes to ground, but it's a good tackle. Now Hall will try a shot. Yes. That one's in. And Tyrese Hall's got 4 in 4. And Notts double the lead. The ball's up in the air, taken down by Kai Payne. Hall is very quick on him, and he sets Jatta away. He's in behind. He's through Jatta, a tight angle, left-footed. Sabar is in. He goes through the goalkeeper, and Notts have got a third. And Jatta, with now his trademark celebration, goes and sits on the advertising boards with his back to the Kop.
Martin must be happy with that. Another win at home.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic response from the group after Crewe. Dare I say the pain that we felt after playing ever so well but getting nothing out of it, which is football. You know, I didn't sleep that night, got up early and thought, right, 2 home games, let's win them. And that doesn't necessarily mean you are, but it's important that the mentality of the group coming Monday morning, we attack these 2 games. I don't care about what cup it is, it's a game at Meadow Lane with a Notts County shirt on, so I'm delighted that we've got 2 home wins.
Yeah, impressive stuff for Notts and Martin Patterson, the Magpies head coach. So in the Premier League yesterday, I mentioned Palace winning today could put them second. That would take them above Liverpool because they lost again yesterday. 3 defeats in a row, starting with a defeat to Palace, of course, away from home. Then they lost at Galatasaray in the Champions League. And then yesterday, a 2-1 defeat at Chelsea. Moses Caicedo putting Chelsea ahead. Cody Gakpo equalised, and then young Estevao scoring 5 minutes into stoppage time. That's normally Liverpool's trick, scoring that late on, but Chelsea winning 2-1. Here's their assistant head coach, Willy Caballero.
We are so happy about the result, about the goal in the last second. We've been doing everything inside the changing room because we deserve. The effort that all the players put inside the pitch today was incredible.
So Arsenal are top at the moment. They won 2-0 yesterday against West Ham. Goals from Declan Rice and then a penalty after half-time from Bukayo Saka. Here's their head coach, Mikel Arteta.
Today was the day to capitalize in what we've done the last 2 months because we had some very difficult fixtures, some big injuries. On top of that, a lot of players that have managed because they were coming from long-term surgeries as well. And overall, I think with today's win, we are in a really good position.
A 2-0 win as well for Manchester United yesterday. Mason Mount scoring early, Benjamin Sesko just turning a neat cross in to make it 2-0 before half-time, and that was how it finished at Old Trafford. Here's Ruben Amorim.
When we are not playing well, we are defending well. We are being competitive. We are focused on the game. Today was not a perfect performance. We had our moments, but we were competitive and really focused during the game. And we need to win these kind of games with clean sheets.
So Manchester United winning 2-0 victory for Ange Postecoglou's old side Spurs away at Leeds. Matthijs Tel and Mohamed Kudus getting the Spurs goals for Thomas Frank's side.
We needed a win. I think the last 3 games definitely a draw, so that feeling to get over the line to get 3 points I thought was big, but also in the respect for Leeds and Ellen Road, who haven't lost here more than a year.
That is Thomas Frank now in charge of Spurs, of course. This is match day on BBC Radio Nottingham. Goalless here at St James's Park between Newcastle and Forest. The second half on the way with Colin Fray and Brian Laws shortly. It's approaching 3 o'clock.
On BBC iPlayer.
Your bathroom is bigger than my entire flat. Someone has to live in a house like this, why not you?
From the producer of Fool Me Once.
You've got money, power. I don't trust you. I think you're getting a little carried away.
The Guest.
It's scary. Stop lying!
Watch all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Match day.
BBC Radio Nottingham.
David Jackson here. A reminder, no football next weekend, by the way. Not only Forest missing out because of an international break, but Notts County and Mansfield both having their games called off. Notts were due to play Swindon, but have had a few international call-ups, so have called that game off. And Mansfield match against Plymouth also postponed that because Plymouth had 4 players called up for international duty, and so both of them miss out. So there'll be no match day next weekend. There'll be a long match day the week after that, though, because Forest playing Chelsea in a lunchtime kick-off, and Notts and Mansfield then both kicking off at 3 o'clock. So no match day next weekend. There is sport every night on BBC Radio Nottingham, though, within the game from 6 till 7, and you can get Forest news whenever you want on the BBC Sport website. If you just search for Nottingham Forest, there is a page dedicated to Forest, to which you can subscribe and get all the latest news. And you can do similar on BBC Sounds as well to get all of the Nottingham Forest content, whether that be interviews, pre-match and post-match, or our Shut Up and Show More Football podcast. If you just search for Nottingham Forest on BBC Sounds and subscribe to that, you'll get notifications as soon as there's anything new for you there. Here at St James's Park, the Forest subs are out there warming up in their blue bibs. No signs that there's going to be any changes as yet, and now Dan Burn leads Newcastle out with Anthony Elanga and Joel Linton just behind him as we get set for the second half here. Goalless at half time. Here we go for the second half on match day from BBC Radio Nottingham with Brian Laws and first Colin Frey.
Yes, I think you'd say from a Forest perspective encouragingly goalless at half time. They looked a more solid unit, shall we say, than perhaps they have in some games that have gone past up to now. And they'll need to continue to be that in the second half, because you know there'll be an onslaught coming from Newcastle at some point, at least during this second 45 minutes. No changes. So Matt Sells in goal, back three of Jair Cunha, Nikola Milenkovic and Morato. Nicolo Savona, the right wing back, Nico Williams on the left, Elliot Anderson and Ryan Yates in between them, holding in midfield. Morgan Gibbs-White on the right, Dan and Doy on the left, and Chris Wood through the middle. In the attacking positions, Newcastle ready to get us underway in the second half. They're attacking towards the Gallowgate end in the second period, away to our right-hand side. And referee Peter Banks blows his whistle. Forest subs, by the way: Murillo, Sangare, Hudson-Odoi, Dominguez, Jesus, Hutchinson, McAtee, Bakwa, and the goalkeeper John. As the Forest fans belt out Mullif Kintyre from the Gods away to the left-hand side. And their side wins a throw, which Nico Williams is going to take deep inside his own half. Nick Pope in goal for Newcastle. Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne the back four. Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton in midfield. Elanga and Gordon on the wings, and Voltemada through the middle up front for Newcastle. They have Aaron Ramsdale as their substitute goalkeeper, as Nick Pope is near his corner flag here to clear this down the line, but has done so. Elanga, though, could only head infield to Yates. Yates heads over Wood, and then Trippier puts it out of play for a Forest throw just inside the Newcastle half. Remaining subs for Newcastle: Fabian Schär, Jamal Lascelles, Harvey Barnes, Emil Kraft, Will Asula, Jacob Murphy, Joe Willock and Lewis Miley. 0-0, minute into the second half. Nico Williams to take down the line. Kieran Trippier heads it away, brought down nicely though by Anderson, rolls it backwards to Morato, and Morato sends it back deep into his own half for Sells, who's outside his penalty area to play this to his right for Jair Cunha. He gives it to Savona, who was quickly closed down by Dan Byrne, who's very high up the pitch in the early stages of this second half. This is cleared towards Gibbs-White and headed off Gibbs-White and out for a Newcastle throw, which is thrown over the head of the England man into Tonali, who helps it on towards Trippier, and he gives it to Elanga. Socks up above his knees. Now Tonali for Trippier, put under pressure by Ndoye and Anderson, and then Yates, but they've worked it well to Bruno Guimaraes and now Joe Linton 10 yards inside the Forest half. Forward towards Anthony Gordon. Morato steps in, good challenge. Guimaraes has sent it away towards the left wing, but Joe Linton won't be able to keep it in play, and so it'll be a Forest throw midway inside their own half. Brian Laws.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a scrappy second half start. Newcastle are still finding their way in the game, but Forest still look like they are forming a nice little partnership at the back there, and they look solid. And again, there's an urgency about them. As I said earlier, they don't look at this moment in time like a team that have not won in 6 games.
Savona throws down the line, right hand side, but Chris Wood was surrounded by Newcastle players. Ball is now with Sven Botman. Joel Linton infield towards Bruno Guimaraes. Wood gets back and, well, I mean, Guimaraes went down, but I'm not sure Chris Wood.
It's nowhere near
much at all.
There's nowhere near the kind of fouls that were given in the first bit.
Elanga, low ball across the penalty area for Anthony Gordon to dig a shot out, but that's blocked by Cunha, and then Gibbs White turns the ball nicely towards Savona down the right hand side, looks for the return ball. That comes back to Savona off Malik Chow's challenge. He sent this long towards halfway, but it'll be collected by Botman. Forest not able to keep the ball very much in the opening 3.5 minutes of the second half. Newcastle seeing a lot of it, particularly this man, Bruno Guimaraes, to Joel Linton. Now Anthony Gordon down the left hand side, further left wing now for Joel Linton, who's made the run ahead of him, held up by Jair Cunha. It's the challenge in on his fellow countryman, and it's out for a throw, and Dan Burn turns it back to halfway. Botman for Chow for Trippier down the right flank for Elanga, tucks it back for Trippier again. Little ball infield towards Tonali for Elanga, neat 1-2, but then Anderson takes it away from Anthony Elanga and drives forward. Elanga trying to get back to him, and Anderson was just fouled. Took the referee a long time to give the decision, but he did.
Yeah, it's caught him right on the ankle as well. Yeah, Anderson's done so well. He picked the ball up and he's starting to run through, penetrate the midfield, but then he's just done a quick check back, and then he's caught a Newcastle boot flying into the back of his Achilles there, which caught him.
I think it was Trippier rather than Elanga that caught him. Certainly felt it. Here he is turning the ball forward, but it's in between Ndoye and Wood, and Chow sends it back to Nick Pope. Wood goes chasing him down, but Pope clears comfortably away from him onto the head of Cunha, who heads it back into the Newcastle half, brought down by Botman on his chest. Pings the ball out to the right hand side for Trippier, who tells Elanga to get running ahead of him. Feeds it into Elanga's path now. Nico Williams to close him down, but he's got the crossover. Well, he got it past Nico Williams. He didn't get it over because Morato was the next man to knock it away for a Newcastle corner 5 minutes into the second half. Danger as always from set pieces.
I think this is where Newcastle are the biggest threat at this moment in time, is their set plays.
Voltemada and Byrne are 6'6", Botman and Chow are 6'4". Well, corners taken short, and Gibbs White and Anderson get back and do the defensive work. Cleared away high into the sky. Byrne underneath this. Dan and Ndoye trying to run around him, and Byrne is he's basically too big. He just made his body as big as he possibly could, and he just couldn't get round him. Dan and Ndoye fouled him. Free kick. Now Anthony Gordon down the left hand side, taking on Savona, fires over the cross. 6 yards out. Oh, and it spun right into the path of Voltemada.
How has he saved that?
And that's a save, I think, from Matt Sells.
How has he saved that? I want to see that again, because that was it.
It was
Voltemada. I don't know how he's missed that. I don't know how he's missed that.
It's brilliant from Sells, standing up big. It was presented to him on a plate because Morato cut the cross out, but as he did so, it just fell straight to Voltemada. He's about 6 yards out, and he's hammered it towards goal. That has to be a foul by Dan Byrne on Gibbs White.
Let's give it.
It is.
Maybe when I get a replay on that one.
Incredible
that previous
save
one
from Matt Sells to deny Nick Voltemada. It's Newcastle's best chance of the game, presented to them by Morato.
Oh no,
did Morato
block it? Yeah, I thought it was Sells that saved it. It was that quick.
Oh, well played to Morato then for getting back and making up for his own error.
He's recovered for sure.
That's a great Pinged pass by Anderson out towards the left-hand side for Nico Williams. He's got it back again. Now he's trying to find another pass for Ndoye, who kind of seemed to go on the outside, but then threatened to go on an inside left channel run. As Milenkovic knocks this ball away again from Voltemade. It evades Anderson though, and they've got Tonali away quickly down the right, and now Elanga in some space, inside right channel into the penalty area. Morato gets back and blocks him as well.
Brilliant again by Morato. That's a couple of occasions where he's done it, late blocks. He's hurt himself at the moment. Elanga getting some stick off the Newcastle fans because he had a good 10 yards in front, and how's Morato got back. He's done superbly well, slides in to block it, but in the meantime he's caught his ankle. He won't want to go off, certainly won't want treatment, because he will have to go off at that stage. The defence need him in, so he needs a little minute just to maybe get the feeling back on his ankle.
Well, he's trying his hardest to not get treatment here, is Morato, and I think Peter Banks is, or you can hear what some of the locals make of it, I'm sure.
If you want me to translate, Colin, I can always do that for you, mate.
Only translate some of the words, won't you?
Yeah.
Here's Tonali, right wing corner, and it's headed away by Chris Wood, not very far. Gordon knocks it back in, and then Yates wins a powerful header, and as it's sent down the inside left channel for Newcastle, it's just seen out by Jair Cunha. Well, Forest are knowing that they're in a bit of a battle at the moment. 9 minutes into the second half, it's still 0-0.
The only words I could actually translate for you is man. The rest is unrepeatable.
Morato seems okay after what's been an interesting first few minutes of the half for him. Now the referee's told Forest that they can't take the goal kick yet. He had his hand to his earpiece. He must have been checking something, but it was the most cursory of checks, and we're underway. And Nico Williams clears up towards halfway for Wood. Nodded away from him. Milenkovic wrestling with Voltemade.
How's he not getting?
No foul given.
I just don't get Peter Banks. You know, you've set your stall out in the early part of the game by letting things go. Then he's given free kicks for something that's really soft. And then that's, you've got Milenkovic all over the Newcastle player.
Well, that's a good header from Nico Williams, which releases Dan Ndoye. Ndoye into the Newcastle half. They're getting back now, the black and white striped shirts, but here's Ndoye down the left-hand side, rolls it into the path of Williams, who gets a tame shot away. He's sort of caught underneath his foot a little bit, Williams, and it was easy for Nick Pope. 10 gone in the second half. It remains 0-0. It's good work from Nico Williams. He won the header and then was on the end of the ball into the penalty area as well from Dan Ndoye. Here's Elanga, right wing. He crosses, blocked by Williams, and it'll be another Newcastle corner. Joel Linton calling for more noise from the Gallowgate end. Away to our right-hand side, which Newcastle are attacking in this second half on BBC Radio Nottingham's match day. 11 gone. Corner for Newcastle. They're going to Tonali to take, and Elanga offering the short option at the moment, with only Elliot Anderson looking after the pair of them. It's almost a little bit of a gamble that Tonali is going to send it in long, and he does. Two players go down on the edge of the penalty area. In fact, two Newcastle players have gone down.
Dan Burn's got arms around him. He falls to the floor. Morato's not happy, thinking he's played the game. They're all holding each other. The thing is that the referee can only apply the rule if the ball hasn't got in, and Dan Burn went down before the ball was kicked.
Dan Burn and Morato being spoken to now by Peter Banks.
Look at this holding here. You can see them. They're both holding each other.
I mean,
and Morato
two
takes
Newcastle
two players out.
fell over each other, but I think Morato was holding Dan Burn at one point in the middle of all of that. Anyway, here's the corner from Tonali, and Jair Cunha heads the ball away from the penalty area. Trippier sends a half-volleyed ball back to Tonali down the right-hand side. Tonali for Elanga, who gets away from Anderson and crosses and headed away near post again by Morato. Brought down by Anderson, who lofts it over the head of Tonali and finds Gibbs White, but he loses control of it. And Newcastle have it back again. Joel Linton from Chow. Chow now for Tonali down the right-hand side. Tonali with a little dinked cross through the penalty area, across the edge of the penalty area, and Savona with time to get it clear to Gibbs White. Gibbs White, he's clattered. He's absolutely clattered Gibbs White. And now it's Bruno Guimaraes to shoot, and that's in. And VAR will have to look at that to see if there was a foul on Gibbs White, which freed up the ball. Bruno Guimaraes from 25 yards, maybe a little bit less.
Surely VAR's going to look at that. They'll look at that build-up, I'm sure. That's what you can see all the Forest players around Peter Banks saying, hang on, what about this foul on Gibbs White? Leading up to that shot. You can see Ange Postecoglou is not happy, shaking his head.
At the moment,
now whether there's VAR on this, are they checking it?
VAR will have to look at it, because the foul in inverted commas, the challenge on Gibbs White, is what freed up the ball for Newcastle to play one pass and then lay it into Bruno Guimaraes.
Yeah, he got sandwiched in between two players.
Dan Burn carried it forward, and then Bruno Guimaraes chipped it into the net from just the top of the D, and the goal's been given. But it's a very, very quick look from VAR. But Bruno Guimaraes has given Newcastle the lead. 13 minutes into the second half. It looked like a foul on Gibbs White, but referee Peter Banks said no, and his VAR Chris Kavanagh has agreed with him. And in winning the ball off Gibbs White that way, Newcastle then go in front. Here's Voltemada inside the centre circle, well challenged by Milenkovic, and no, he isn't. Free kick is given against Milenkovic. Here's Bruno Guimaraes, and Morato wins it, and then is fouled by Bruno Guimaraes. And Morato takes the free kick quickly, but too quickly, says the referee, because the ball was moving. They're cheating again, apparently.
Man.
Because they took the free kick too quickly. Here's Morato taking the free kick short this time to Yates, now into Wood's feet. Wood, though, has tried to lay it off first time to Anderson, but it's run out of play. So an hour gone, and Forest resistance is broken at St James's Park. Controversy about the goal again. Kind of.
Well, actually, it shows Guimaraes. He's actually got his toe to it first before he clatters into Gibbs White. Maybe that's why they allowed it to continue.
Here's Savona nicking the ball off Dan Burn well forward and turns it across the edge of the penalty area for Gibbs White, who had to really check his stride to take it in his stride, but now he's found Savona again. Now Yates. Newcastle have got men back. Yates ball backwards towards Jair Cunha, who crosses towards Chris Wood, who sends it towards goal, but he's kind of miskicked it. Still not clear yet. Savona has to leave that because he'd have been offside. He does leave it, and then the flag goes up anyway.
Woods again. He's had another opportunity. This is a clear opportunity. Not sure if he's offside or not. He looks like he was okay. He's off.
Yeah, he's offside.
Yeah, so but doesn't make any difference though. Again, last season Woods is sticking them in the back of the net.
Yeah.
He's missed a number of chances this season so far, and maybe that's playing on his mind.
It's well won by Williams, and then Wood lays it off nicely from Morato's through ball to Ndoye wide left. Ndoye's cross. Yates with the header from about 16 yards out is straight at Nick Pope, and it remains 1-0 to Newcastle with 62 minutes played here at St James's Park. Bruno Guimaraes with the goal, chipping from the top of the D towards the top corner, not quite in the top corner. It's a long ball forward, which is going to go all the way through to Matt Sells in his penalty area. He bowls it out to Nico Williams, tucks the ball back to Morato. It's a bit aimless with his clearance this time. Trippier for Tonali, halfway inside the Forest half, right hand side. Tonali skips away from Williams' challenge, rolls it square to Joel Linton, leaves it for Anthony Gordon, back to Joel Linton again. And here's Joel Linton once more, finding Malik Chow. Chow forward towards Bruno Guimaraes, who's measured a lovely pass down the right hand side for Trippier. He finds Elanga inside the penalty area, lays it back for Bruno Guimaraes to Elanga again, but his layoff is under hit, and Dan Ndoye wriggles through 2 or 3 challenges, and then he's taken out with a forearm to the side of the head by Sandro Tonali, who's claiming his innocence.
Looks like we're
Ryan
making
Yates got booked for something similar in the first half. Free kick Forest, it will be, and here come...
There's 3 changes.
3 changes for Forest, all made on 63 minutes. We're going to see Igor Jesus come on. We're going to see Amari Hutchinson, and we're going to see Callum Hudson-Odoi. Jesus for Chris Wood is the like-for-like swap up front. We're going to see Ryan Yates replaced by Callum Hudson-Odoi. Morgan Gibbs-White gets handed the captain's armband by Yates as he runs off the field. And Amari Hutchinson for Dan Ndoye. So Hutchinson and Hudson-Odoi will now be the wide players. Gibbs-White in a deeper role alongside Elliot Anderson in the midfield. And we'll get restarted with a Forest free kick from 20 yards inside their own half. Slightly left of centre, Morato takes straight towards Igor Jesus, but too far ahead of him and collected by Pope. Here's Tonali, told by several thousand Geordies that he had a man on. That man was Morgan Gibbs-White. He turned away from him, but then Dan Byrne's clearance is closed down by Hutchinson. Hutchinson against Dan Byrne is going to be an interesting little battle over the next 20 minutes or so. If Forest can get Omari Hutchinson the ball, and he has a chance to run against Dan Byrne. I don't suppose he wants the ball in the air very much, Omari Hutchinson, but if he can get it on the floor and run at him. Here's Jesus holding it up on halfway, but then tackled by Botman. Ball though breaks for Elliot Anderson. Across halfway he goes. He's got Savona outside him. Here is Nicolo Savona. Hutchinson is taking up a position inside right channel. Here's Anderson. Now Hutchinson has it near the corner flag, as he's challenged by Guimaraes, and the ball goes out of play off Hutchinson last, so it'll be a throw for Newcastle. It's Joel Linton, I beg his pardon, that made the challenge. And Dan Byrne taking his time over this throw, throws it in to Joe Linton. Now Byrne clears to halfway, well won by Cunha in the air. Hutchinson brings it down and is clattered into by Dan Byrne. Nothing given. Byrne comes away having hurt himself in the contact, but Bruno Guimaraes sends it forward towards Anthony Gordon, who's testing Jair Cunha for pace and gets his crossover towards Elanga, but headed away by Morato and then away by Gibbs-White. And then the foul is given against Bruno Guimaraes for a foul, jumping into the back of Morgan Gibbs-White. 21 minutes played, second half. Newcastle 1, Forest 0.
Guimaraes there just going in again. He's coming a little bit late on Gibbs-White. It was a free kick. Gibbs-White had a clear header. But again, it shows that Ange wants to make change, wants that positivity. He's changed the whole 3 going forward with pace.
Up gets Jesus and wins the header well. Almost comes to Hudson-Odoi, but not quite. Knocked away from him. Another wrestling match going on between Voltemada and Milenkovic. Free kick given against Voltemada, and the Newcastle fans go crazy, and then Morato's taking it too quickly and giving it away, and now Elanga down the right-hand side is fouled by Morato. And that's going to be a yellow card for Morato.
Yeah, that's unnecessary because Morato's trying to do a quick free kick to get things going, but he made a real hash of it in the end, giving the ball back to Newcastle. And as you've seen there, Elanga there had the freedom, knocked it past him, and Morato's just taking him out on the edge of that box.
Yes, 18 yards out and halfway between the penalty area and the touchline. Slightly closer to the penalty area than touchline. And three standing over the free kick, but one of them is Dan Burn. He'll move away to take up his position. I think he was just asking Tonali where he's going to put it. Just over halfway through the second half.
Or the other way around.
Forest 1-0.
Or the other way around. Dan Burn says, I put it in a certain
just
position.
Put it there.
Yeah, because I'm going to be there.
Still three of them. Elanga, Tonali and Trippier. Trippier now moves away. Elanga and Tonali, though, still standing close to the free kick. Sandro Tonali with his right foot to curl it across and head it away near post by Gibbs-White. Comes out for Anthony Gordon, who's turned away from Hutchinson, but then loses out to Jesus. Jesus wins it. For a moment there was a quick break on, but he was quickly closed down again. He's won a throw instead for his team as he plays it off Gordon. And now a change for Newcastle, who are going to bring on Jacob Murphy and Harvey Barnes. So double change. Anthony Gordon's afternoon is over. Scored a couple of penalties in midweek in Belgium, of course, in the Champions League. But he's done for this afternoon. And Harvey Barnes, who also scored in the Champions League, he's going to replace Anthony Elanga. So there'll be no goal-scoring matchup for Elanga against his old club today.
Yeah, it's a strength in depth as well when you look at, replacing pace for pace, like for like.
Anderson fouled halfway inside his own half, so Forest get a free kick. Elsewhere in the Premier League, Daniel Marlin's got a couple of goals this afternoon for Aston Villa. They lead Burnley 2-0. Crystal Palace are winning again at Everton. Daniel Munoz's goal in the first half. And Wolves still lead Brighton by a 0 by courtesy of Bart Verbruggen's own goal in the first half. Nico Williams tries to help this on towards Hudson-Odoi left wing, but can't keep it in play under a challenge from Kieran Trippier. And it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. As Elliot Anderson tries to win it, does get a foot in, and then Forest inside their own half here, having to play some neat football to get themselves out of trouble, and in the end they can't quite do it. It was all very tight towards this near touchline, and Nico Williams couldn't keep it in play. So it'll be a throw for Newcastle, which Kieran Trippier is going to take down the right hand side, gets it back from Voltemada, who then turns into Anderson and so loses it. Morato gives it to Gibbs-White, tries to send it forward towards Jesus. Jesus fouls Chow, then Anderson catches Tonali. And waits to shake his hand and pick him up. Foul had already been given for the first one by Hugo Jesus. 26 minutes played, second half. Last 3 or 4 minutes have just gone away with nothing really happening, just very scrappy and stop-start. Milenkovic under pressure from Voltemada. I don't think he was told he had a man on. He was coming from behind him, was Voltemada. Stabbed it away from Milenkovic, and now it's left-hand side for Harvey Barnes. Lays it off for Bruno Guimaraes, tries to get the return ball inside left channel, and Milenkovic wanted to shepherd this back towards Matt Sells, and it didn't quite have the pace on it, so in the end Milenkovic decided, no, I'll take responsibility for this and smack it out into touch.
Yeah, as if in doubt, he probably wanted to leave it for Sells, but it was too dangerous. He's ended up making a decision to get out of play. He's better off doing that. You can't leave things hoping it's going to happen. You've got to make it happen. And if it's not on, don't do it.
He couldn't keep it in play though. I thought he'd knocked it away for a throw, but it had actually gone across the line for a corner, which Tonali takes towards the back post. Igor Jesus gets up and it's a powerful header away. Jacob Murphy, the substitute, cushions it back to halfway. And then a long ball forward, finds Tonali, and a great save. Long ball over the top from Trippier. Tonali running onto it to volley it towards goal, side foot, just to steer it towards goal, and he thought over Matt Sells, and Sells jumped high to tip it over his crossbar and away for a corner. Good save, Matt Sells. It remains only 1-0 to Newcastle.
Yeah, listen, first and foremost, what a magnificent ball from Trippier over the back of the defence of Forest, and Tonali there, his volley right foot. I'm sure he was trying to go across the 6-yard box, but in the end he nearly scored.
Here comes the corner from the right hand side, nodded down, loose inside the penalty area. Voltemada's hit the underside of the bar, still loose, and now Forest can take it away from the penalty area with Omari Hutchinson running away with it. Voltemada close to a second goal. Now Anderson is bundled into yet another foul by Bruno Guimaraes. Joe Linton goes down, we'll have a stoppage, Forest will have a free kick. Voltemada close to getting Newcastle 2-0 ahead after this latest corner, nodded down back post into the 6-yard box it went. He was just stabbed towards goal by Voltemada, underside of the bar, and eventually away to safety from Forest, and it remains 1-0.
Yeah, Voltemada there, he's just flicked it there, it's hit the top crossbar straight down, it's definitely not over the line. It's given Forest a bit of a lifeline, but you can see Newcastle trying to seek that second goal. Probably the second goal would kill Forest off. Forest have really been toothless going forward in this second half. Not really had a chance at goal.
That's a good ball though from Elliot Anderson down the right for Savona. Savona with the early ball in, looking for Jesus. Knocked away from him. Hutchinson has it under control and is bundled into from behind. Oh, flag goes up for offside.
No, that's
Forest bench absolutely furiously appealing for the penalty, but it's a penalty which won't come if Omari Hutchinson was in an offside position earlier in the move. As the ball was played, slid through by Hutchinson into the penalty area, and then actually Jesus was the recipient of the ball. He was onside, but off the challenge on him, it spun off to Hutchinson, who was in an offside position. If he hadn't have been, that's a clear penalty, isn't it, by Dan Burn, which incidentally wasn't given by Peter Banks, and the flag wasn't up at the time, but that was pretty clear. But he was offside, so it didn't matter, and this is good work by Gibbs White, sending it back to Matt Sells inside his own penalty area, and Sells clears hastily. Shaw wins the header though against Hudson-Odoi. I don't think he's got a kick yet since he came off the bench.
We're penned in at the moment.
And Newcastle pushing for a second goal.
We're only having little small reliefs of pressure. Newcastle, since they've scored, definitely have stepped up a little bit of the tempo. They're a lot sharper on the ball.
Here's Murphy stepping inside away from Nico Williams and stabs it down the inside right channel into the penalty area, but too far ahead of Bruno Guimaraes, who's levered off the ball. Here comes another change for Forest. This is Dylan Bakwa to come on. 76 minutes, and he is going to replace Morato, who's had a bit of a mixed second half, but by and large a good game. Morato.
So I reckon that's going to 4-4-2, don't you?
Ange Postecoglou has just told his defenders that. He's just holding 4 fingers up towards them to say that's now a back 4. With Milenkovic and Jair Kuna in the middle of it. Here's Voltemade giving it to Jacob Murphy, can't control, and it's cleared by Savona down the right hand side. It comes back to him now from Gibbs-White, chips it forward and straight to Tonali. Gibbs-White trying to win it back, but it's Tonali again running forward, lays it off for Jacob Murphy. He shoots, and that's blocked pretty much at source by the breadbasket of Nico Williams, who's had to get back up quickly, but he's gasping for breath just at the moment. Now that's well done by Callum Hudson-Odoi. Skipped away from Kieran Trippier, and he's away down the left hand side. Now what can he do with the ball? Into the penalty area he goes, still going, takes his man on the outside and then hits a shot near post, which is saved but not held, and Joel Linton heads it away out for a throw on the far side. First time that Hudson-Odoi's touched the ball, I think, since he's come on the pitch, and it was dancing feet to get away from Trippier, and a surging run, and then a shot near post, which was dealt with by the goalkeeper. Here he is again, Hudson-Odoi.
Yeah, it was a great run, there's no question about it, and he's just travelled about 60 yards. And the one thing that he wanted to do is try and get on his right foot, but when he did that, Jesus ran across his pathway and stopped him from really going on his right foot. In the end he went with his left, but he was straight at the keeper.
Gibbs-White pings the ball out to backward down the right hand side, into the penalty area he goes, stabs it back for Gibbs-White, who hits a shot from the edge of the box but over the crossbar. And out for a goal kick, and it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. Forest best moments for some time as time begins to tick away. 11 to go.
Yeah, we've got to take risks, haven't we now? Going to a 4-4-2 would probably give us a bit more joy, especially in the wide areas. We've certainly got pace to burn. Need to utilise it to get round them. Got a 1v1 versus Trippier and Burn.
It's one by Jair Cunha in the air, this, and then Hutchinson blocks the attempted pass through by Savona, but it comes back to him. Now Voltemade battling with Jair Cunha, who just stabs it out into touch. And it goes out for a throw, which Kieran Trippier is going to take from the right hand side, level with the edge of the penalty area. Eventually, 10 minutes to go, 1-0 down Forest. Here's Jacob Murphy crossing, back post, and a great save again from Sells to deny Malik Chow this time. Point blank range, Chow running onto the cross and just steering it towards goal. And again it's saved, and this is forward towards Harvey Barnes, who is inside left channel and saved again by Sells, and it hasn't even gone out for a corner. And then Barnes fouls Nico Williams, and in any case the referee had stopped play because Matt Sells, having made yet another save, is winded by that last one to deny Barnes down the inside right channel, and it still remains 1-0.
Yeah, again Sells has kept us in the game, there's no question, with his feet there from Chow. He's coming on that back post, a little volley, ball was coming in the box, and then again we had Barnes, who just nicked it on the 18-yard line, swiveled to take a shot, smashed it straight into Sells' midriff. We're certainly hanging on at this moment in time.
Joel Linton for Harvey Barnes again down the left hand side, faced by Savona, goes backwards to Byrne. Byrne chips one down the left wing again. Voltemade going across to battle with Milenkovic. Milenkovic takes it away from him, gives it to Elliot Anderson. Oh dear, Anderson has slid in on Bruno Guimaraes, having lost control of the ball.
Let's give a penalty.
And that's a penalty to Newcastle. And of all people, it's Elliot Anderson, who's been excellent again. He's cramped up, maybe that's what did it, because he just lost control of the ball inside his own penalty area, having been given it.
And
then he's absolutely scythed into Bruno Guimaraes.
Yeah, there's no question. He's taken him right out. Guimaraes just nicked the ball off him. He's seen it. Anderson's first touch wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. And his next one was lethal.
Nick Voltemade has got the ball in his hands. Scorer of 3 goals so far. Matt Sells has come running all the way out to have a word with the goalkeeping coach Rob Birch on halfway.
He's just give a yellow card to Anderson as well. Sells is trying to play a little bit.
He's probably going to get booked as well here, Matt Sells.
Well, he's not supposed to leave the area, is he? But he has the. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get a yellow card.
And he's been told just to retreat to his line. Voltemade, a 6'6", blonde-haired German, prepares to effectively seal the game for Newcastle with 7 minutes to go. Sells runs up and down his line, side to side, one way then the other. Voltemade stands hands on hips, now moves up and strikes the ball right-footed and chips it towards the top corner. And he has scored a 4th goal for Newcastle and a 2nd goal of the afternoon. It's Newcastle 2, Forest 0.
It's been heading that way. They've been putting pressure on, haven't they? Newcastle have been seeking that 2nd goal. They certainly haven't sat back and just sat on the 1-0 lead. They've been hunting down Forest, especially in this second half. There have been long periods where Forest couldn't really get out their half. Hence the reason why Ange has made the changes to try and change the front 3. We've had glimpses, we've had a couple of little moments with Doy, Gibbs White, but Sells has kept us in the game with 2 magnificent saves. But the penalty he had no chance with. That's top bins, that right in the top corner, and giving Sells no chance whatsoever.
Chipped to Matt Sells' right, pretty much into the roof of the net. Nick Voltemade, and it's 2-0 Newcastle, and Forest have only got 6 minutes plus added time to do anything about it. And they're in possession again, back inside their own half with Jair Cunha, but Newcastle had launched a bit of an onslaught.
There we go.
I think the Newcastle fans have been waiting to taunt Ange Postecoglou with this all afternoon. They've had to wait a long time before they're sure enough to do it. As Forest win it back again just inside the Newcastle half. Here's Nico Williams trying to burst through players and has done. Finds Igor Jesus down the left-hand side. Now Hudson-Odoi, faced by Jacob Murphy. Rolls it infield towards Gibbs White, middle of the Newcastle half, back to halfway for Milenkovic, now Savona, and now backward down the right-hand side into Hutchinson. Forest fans still backing their side away to our left. Here's Gibbs White with the ball through to Hudson-Odoi, but overhit. And out for a goal kick it goes. 4.5 to go.
That's what we're averaging at the moment as well, 2 goals a game, which shows that's tell you that you've got to score 3. And do you know what probably typifies us going forward is Woods there with his volley, when he had an opportunity to side foot that ball in the back of the net,
and it went square.
And that's just why he's off sync. That's where the goals were coming from last season, and his first instinctive thing was he'd put it at the back of the net, there'd be no hesitation. But he seems like he must feel under pressure to score, and therefore he's not relaxed in front of goal. He's uptight, he's missing. We seen the other day against Sunderland, he missed an absolute glaring City with his header, which he's normally deadly with as well.
Anderson forward down the Forest right-hand side, flipped forward though by Tonali. A handball by Anderson, but then he's found Gibbs White, who has to slide, but he has slid and kept possession for Forest. And now Williams rolls it back for Milenkovic. Lewis Miley and Will Asula coming on for Newcastle for the closing stages. Here's Bakwa for Forest, chipping this forward towards Anderson, but just overhit it as he tried to curl it through, with Anderson making the forward run. And quickly Newcastle have bowled the ball out again, and here's Sven Botman, the Dutchman, forward towards Voltemade. Can't get away from Milenkovic. He's handled him well for the afternoon, really. I was going to say most of the afternoon. Can't exactly handle him from the penalty spot. Still managed to get his goal, the German. Here's Jair Cunha. 2.5 to go. Newcastle 2, Forest 0. And Ange Postecoglou's run without a victory is going to go to 7 games, barring some sort of extraordinary miracle here at St James's over the last 5 minutes or so. Gibbs White switches it out to the right hand side, just inside the Newcastle half. This is Bakwa running infield and laying it off to Gibbs White again. Gibbs White tries to stab it through to Bakwa. It does come to him via Tonali. And now here's Hutchinson, wide right. Bakwa ahead of him, midway inside the Newcastle half, and cutting infield, and gives it to Nico Williams. Williams sends it back to the right for Gibbs White. Gibbs White down the right hand side for Bakwa. Bakwa rolls it forward to Hutchinson, who hits the byline and turns over the cross. Jacob Murphy chests it down and coolly turns and clears. Jair Cunha is to it ahead of Voltemade, and then Williams gives it him back. He has to chest it down and lay it off for Milenkovic. Milenkovic for Gibbs White. Hudson-Odoi down the left. Gibbs White's seen him and finds him, and he's knocked it past Trippier and takes him on towards the corner flag. Now rolls it back in towards Hutchinson. He lays it back for Gibbs White, who's 25 yards out. Square for Anderson. Back it comes to Hudson-Odoi on his right foot to curl over the cross. Too close to Nick Pope, who's got hold of it, bats it down into the floor, and then grabs it on first bounce. And we're in the 90th minute, and Newcastle lead 2-0.
Yes, that was the best moment we've had going forward for quite a while.
Sent forward this towards Harvey Barnes, who's trying to beat Milenkovic to it, can't do so. And the ball squirts off the challenge between the pair of them back to Sells. He's had to make a series of very good saves in this second half as well. As Gibbs White turns it back to the Belgian again, and Sells out wide to the right for Savona. Back infield to Milenkovic, and he finds Jair Cunha. Cunha for Williams. Williams running diagonally through the centre circle, rolls it away towards Bakwa. Bakwa running at them, but not much support out there. 6 minutes of added time there'll be. Dylan Bakwa tucks it backwards now for Nico Williams to cross deep, back post, looking for Elliot Anderson. Down goes Kieran Trippier. Clash of heads between the two of them. Anderson's holding his head but hasn't quite gone down. Trippier has. Anderson goes to pick him up.
There's a slight little collision at the back post there. Anderson's trying to get up above Trippier.
Here come the changes. Asula and Miley. Miley's replacing Joel Linton. Managed to get through the game without being booked, Joel Linton. In fact, no Newcastle player has been booked in this game. And Voltemade is replaced by Asula. They're liking him up here. 4 goals already in his Newcastle career.
Well, 4 and 5 is a brilliant start. I think there's only 2 players that have actually achieved that in the first 5 games of the season, and that one of them is Alan Shearer. Some big boots to follow there, but certainly Voltemade, he looks like he's full of early doors.
Hutchinson runs into 2 Newcastle players, sent long down the right hand side. It will go out of play just about. A few yards inside the Forest half. Shai Acuna takes the throw backwards for Sells. Closed down by the new substitute Asula. The Dane. I think now Milenkovic. Shai Acuna maybe just cramping up a little bit.
Yeah,
the ball is away on the far side, the right for Dylan Bakwa. Bakwa stabs it down the right flank for Hutchinson. Hutchinson turns away from goal, recycles it into midfield for Gibbs-White. He finds Anderson. Anderson for Gibbs-White again. Gibbs-White down the inside right channel for Bakwa and Hutchinson, who combine well. Now Bakwa with the cross, looking for Jesus, but it's just over his head. It's neat football, but again there's no end product from Forest. Hudson-Odoi takes a throw quickly. We've already played 3 of the 6 minutes of added time. Gibbs-White for Milenkovic, and Milenkovic now for Savona down the right hand side to Bakwa once more. Looked lively since he's come off the bench, Dylan Bakwa. Faced by 2 here, near the edge of the penalty area. And rolls it backwards for Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White inside right channel for Hutchinson. Goes down in the challenge with Dan Byrne. Didn't look much wrong with that. The referee waves play on, and Bruno Guimaraes lofts it towards Tonali. Tonali now for Asula. Asula keeps it moving right hand side for Jacob Murphy. Newcastle looking for a 3rd goal. Gibbs-White slides in and intercepts, but Forest still haven't got it clear because Savona's clearance is blocked and comes back to Gibbs-White again. Jesus fouled by Malik Chow.
And you're wrong again! You're wrong again!
And it'll be a free kick for Forest. Gibbs-White wants to get on with it quickly. Will Asula won't let him. And now here's Anderson for Nico Williams. Back to Elliot Anderson again. Curls one down the left wing, looking for Hudson-Odoi, but Trippier intercepts, gives it back to Pope. Slices this very high, and it's got all the way to halfway. Anderson heads it forward again, and that's going to get all the way into the penalty area for Pope, despite the attempt of Jesus to get on the end of it. Newcastle leading 2-0, and we are 4 minutes into the 6 of added time. Here's Bruno Guimaraes trying to find Barnes on the far side, but knocked away from him, out into touch. Forest throw, Savona for Gibbs-White, back to Savona and all the way back to Matt Sells. Gives it to Jair Cunha, strides out of defence, gives it Hudson-Odoi, who tried to turn it on first time, but a little bit aimless and easy for Newcastle. Pope clears out towards the right for Trippier. Hudson-Odoi intercepts and wins it well. Now Williams for Anderson on halfway. But we're kind of playing out time. Last minute of added time. And Forest 2-0 down. Good ball from Jair Cunha to Igor Jesus, 10 yards inside the Newcastle half. Gives it now to Hutchinson, who's left wing with Hudson-Odoi alongside him. Gives it to Hudson-Odoi. Wide left, level with the edge of the penalty area. Faced by 2. Gets past Bruno Guimaraes. Rides the challenge of Trippier. And then turns back onto his left foot. Then back along the line he plays it to Anderson, who lofts over the cross deep beyond the back post. Bakwa heads it back across. Headed away firmly by Botman. Milenkovic goes and retrieves. Bakwa again down the right hand side, infield towards Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White chips it forward, looking for Nico Williams, who's centre forward position at the moment, but Newcastle clear. Bruno Guimaraes held up by Gibbs-White. Williams then with a challenge. Referee waves play on as Williams goes down. Jacob Murphy takes on 2 of them and gets through 2 of them, and then takes on Jair Cunha as well and shoots straight at Matt Sells. One of the more comfortable saves that Matt Sells has made all afternoon, but it ends in defeat for Forest at St James's Park. They've been beaten by 2-0. A lot of controversy about the first goal, when Morgan Gibbs-White might have been fouled in the build-up, but Bruno Guimaraes from the top of the D curled one into the top corner, just shy of the hour mark. An hour in which Forest had looked pretty solid against the questions that Newcastle were posing for them. Then Newcastle got better and better after their first goal. They grew in confidence as the game went on. Sells had to save really well from Tonali. Voltemada hit the bar. Sells saved again from Chow and then from Barnes. And then when Anderson's heavy touch saw him have to dive in on Bruno Guimaraes, he conceded a penalty, which was chipped in by Nick Voltemada with 7 minutes remaining to give Newcastle their second goal and all 3 points. Ange Postecoglou's wait for a first win as Forest manager goes on. It's 7 games now. It's a disappointing 2 draws and 5 defeats. They've been beaten by 2-0 at Newcastle. Brian Laws.
Yeah, I'm afraid, when you look at it and analyse it, I thought the first half was, pretty solid performance from a Forest team who obviously previously had not won in 6, and it didn't look like a team that were void of any kind of confidence. And in the end, they were okay. They made Newcastle work extremely hard to get a couple of half chances. Sells didn't have much to do. Neither did both goalkeepers, to be fair. But they had a lot of good possession, and I thought there was some areas of positivity going forward, particularly down the right-hand side, and where we had Gibbs White, who was causing problems to Dan Burn on this right-hand side. But the second half, of course, the turning point is always going to be the first goal, and the first goal obviously went to Newcastle. Was it under controversial circumstances? Slightly. I get where Gibbs White's coming from. The ball's coming into him and he got sandwiched in between, but actually on replay Tonali touches the ball first before he clatters into him. Maybe that's why they've carried on, and VAR have not got involved. But the finish was excellent from that moment, and that was when it was so difficult going forward, where we're going to get the next goal from, and it was typified by Woods' lack of confidence in front of goal. It's just epitomising us at the moment going forward. We don't look like we're going to get goals, and that's the worrying part, because we're averaging we're leaking 2 goals a game. No matter which way you look at it, that's the alarming statistics that actually are hurting Forest at this moment in time.
Yes, it's another 2 goals today. The entire squad has just gone across to stand and applaud the Forest fans way up behind that goal away to our left at the Gallagher end. Ange Postecoglou stood just behind the squad, who were in a line virtually across the edge of the penalty area, and applauding the fans as well. But it's anguish and disappointment on the faces of those in red shirts as they leave the field again, and more questions about the future of Ange Postecoglou as his run without a win at the start of his Forest tenure goes on to 7 matches, and Forest as a whole remain without a win since the opening day of the season. It's a goal in the second half for Bruno Guimaraes and a penalty for Nick Voltemada, which has done the damage today, and it's finished at St James's, Newcastle 2, Forest 0.
Colin Fray and Brian Laws, your commentary team on BBC Radio Nottingham here at St James's Park this Sunday afternoon. Colin will head and get reaction for you, so you will hear from Ange Postecoglou at some point in the next hour to another defeat, as Colin says, 7 matches for the Reds head boss. Now head coach now without a win. So we will talk more with Brian Laws shortly about what we've seen here. Elsewhere in the Premier League, it's finished at Molineux 1-1. Jan-Paul van Hekke equalising for Brighton on 86. So Wolves 1, Brighton 1. Everton are now beating Palace. Palace led in the first half through Daniel Munoz on 37, and Iliman Ndiaye penalty on 76, and Jack Grealish has now scored 3 minutes into stoppage time. So Everton 2, Palace 1 is the latest. Villa 2, Burnley 1 now. 2 goals for Daniel Marlon for Villa, but Burnley have pulled one back late on. Both of those matches well into stoppage time. At 4:30 today, it's Brentford against Manchester City in the Premier League, and in the Championship earlier, Ipswich beating Norwich by 3-1. in the East Anglia derby. It's BBC Radio Nottingham, approaching 4 o'clock now.
Uniform from 7-2 requesting backup immediately.
On BBC iPlayer.
Smashy, smashy, breaky, breaky. I think it's called forced entry.
Eat, sleep, police, repeat.
The Guineas are a cancer. When they take over a town, they get everywhere.
We have an imminent, incredible threat.
The BAFTA award-winning drama returns.
Let's go in and you need to get them out. What?
Extract.
Go!
What was that? It's illegal. You're very sexy when you're angry. Just gorgeous altogether.
The new series, Off Blue Lights.
How's life?
I have a feeling it's about to get a lot more complicated.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Match day.
BBC Radio Nottingham.
Good win for Nottingham Forest women, by the way, this afternoon at the City Ground. They're playing in the second tier these days. They're up to third now after a 4-1 win over Portsmouth. They were 1-0 down, 2 of those goals coming in stoppage time at the end of the game, so a terrific victory. Congratulations to them, a 4-1 win. This is David Jackson here at St James's Park, where Forest have been beaten by a couple of goals to nil. I thought it was very interesting, Brian Laws, at the end. Colin mentioned that all the players together had gone over to applaud the Forest supporters. Now, what had actually happened before that is that a few players had gone over on their own, Callum Hudson-Odoi included, and applauded the supporters and sort of done their thing. And then just as they were on their way off, as other players made their way, Morgan Gibbs-White called them back and said, we need to all be together here. And I thought that was really interesting. From the man who was wearing the captain's armband at the end, he was very keen for a show of unity and togetherness, to applaud those supporters together and say, look, thank you for your support and the noise that you've made up there. And yes, we've lost today, but look, we are together, and very much wanted that image, I think, today.
I think you need to show that unity, in front of people. Because obviously there's a lot of questions that the supporters and I'm sure everybody else is wanting about where we're going to go from here. What is it that's going to turn Forest season? We can look at it in a lot of different ways, but it's still early in the season. A win takes you 3 or 4 places. It's so tight. We know it's like in the Premier League, teams can go 7-8 games and not win. I've seen that. It can be normal in some circumstances, can't it? And we've experienced it at Forest on a number of occasions. But I just think the worrying part is it's a new manager, no bounce. That's the worry, that we're not getting that bounce. And as I mentioned before the kick-off, if we're looking at change, and that's what we are, we're looking at a change of personnel, but a change of style. That's hard to transition in the season, to get that across and make that work. It's got to be implemented probably really slowly, and I'm not sure whether I'm just asking too much of it too early. Because you can see a glimpse of it. We are, in terms of attacking wise, we're definitely getting to the last third of the pitch more often than we have done in the past. So therefore we are certainly concentrating on that area, but the one gleaming problem we have is we're conceding goals. And okay, there wasn't one from a set play, it was more a case of a bit of fortune in terms of the ball falling to a Newcastle player, but it's been finished extremely well. It's what ignites Forest going forward. They need some positivity, and when your strikers, he's off form. I don't think we can argue that, can we?
No, I mean
in terms of his goal ratio and his goal chances, he doesn't.
They're not finding him in the position as they were last year, I would say. If you think when they had Anthony Elanga last season, and the tactic was quite clear, you'd get Anthony Elanga in, you'd get him down to the byline, you'd cut it back, and Chris Wood's excellent at finding that space. He's not really been given those opportunities this season that often, has he? First game of the season when he got his couple of goals, and he got his penalty the other night, which is a bit different, but he's not really been given those opportunities now, which is his bread and butter, isn't it? Crosses into the box, but he's not had that.
No, but Woods is, his majority of goals were first-time touches, first-time finishes in the 6-yard box. That's where he's his deadliest, isn't it? Whether it be with his head or his foot. He's missing them now.
He did the other night, absolutely.
He missed another one today.
Yeah.
And like that instinctive, that ball's coming in and he just slots it away. He's lost a little bit of that. I'm not proportioning the blame on
Chris Wood. No.
On Chris Wood, but we need goals for sure to alleviate the pressure on the defence, and take away the. Unfortunately, we are shining the light on the defence because that's where the goals are at the moment, and that's, like I said, that's the concerning bit. And whilst there's an international break, you'd always think, well, there's an opportunity now. Regroup. Can we get some training sessions together, and can we get his philosophy across again? Reinforcements. But the truth of the matter is, on international break, when you've got a lot of players away, you'll not see them till next week on Thursday.
When there is going to be a lot of talk about Ange Postecoglou's future, of course, but when a manager is sacked, there's the last game, usually you get a feel for it, don't you? And with all the talk about Nuno and his relationship with Evangelos Marinakis, that game against West Ham felt really bad, and you thought this could trigger a conversation here. Now, granted, that third goal against Midtjylland, that moment and the fans turning felt like that moment. Yeah. But today, the goals they've conceded felt like a foul on Gibbs White. Ball's broken free and he's smashed it into the top corner. For the second, Elliot Anderson is, he's a bit unlucky and has given away a penalty. So this wasn't a performance, either in attack or defence, that felt like the players had given up on the head coach or weren't playing for the head coach, or that it didn't feel like a sort of performance that leads to a sacking, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the first half, as a whole, the first half performance, when you were at Newcastle, hostility, crowd on your back, their expectations, I thought we dealt with Newcastle really well, and we looked like a team that weren't void of any ideas or in a position where they've lost 6 games or not won 6 games. Sorry. So that gives you confidence to think, okay, he's changed the formation. He's there's no panic there. They look like they're well drilled. But goals change everything, doesn't it? It weakens your philosophy. It weakens your confidence, and players' mindsets will change automatically because when you just concede, it's like, where are we getting the goals from? Whereas when we conceded last year, I always felt we've always got a chance.
Yeah. Defensively today, I mean, Milenkovic had a battle and a half with Voltemada, and he gave as good as he got, and he won pretty much every one of those battles, really. Milenkovic, I thought, was great. I thought Morato, until he had a mad minute where he took a free kick quickly, which gave the ball away, and then committed a foul, which gave Newcastle a free kick in a dangerous area. Apart from sort of a mad minute or two, I thought he had his best game for a while in defence as well. Jaya Cunha, young lad in defence, didn't look like it was his first appearance in the Premier League. I thought he looked pretty decent as well. On the flanks, you look at Nico Williams, always been impressive. Elliot Anderson playing well in midfield. Defensively, it felt like they were, like under Nuno, it felt like they were putting their bodies on the line to stop the ball going in. It felt like there was a bit more of that again today, which we've not necessarily seen loads of recently.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they were throwing the bodies in for sure, in the first half as well as the second half. They blocked a number of shots, so they are putting their body on the line. It's just not happening for them for whatever reason. It's just not happening for them, and we're scratching our heads, thinking, hang on a minute, we're now looking at, can we save our season? It is at that pinnacle moment where you think, hang on a minute, before the season started, I was looking forward to the season. I really enjoyed last season.
Yeah,
I think we all did. Yeah. And we wanted a bit more of that. So did the fans.
And the first day of the season suggested there was going to be lots of it.
Well, that was the best game I have seen us play.
Yeah.
Over 90 minutes. That was the best. I know, okay, it was against a team that were all over the place, but you still got to play your football. And we were excellent. All across the park. It was like, wow, what a season we're going to have if that's the standard. But that was the last time we've seen it.
Yeah, and the problem that Ange Postecoglou's got is that regardless of what I've just said about today not feeling like a sort of sacking performance and the players putting in that effort and that level of performance today, they didn't create enough. They have lost again. It is another 2 goals conceded. And the question now is whether the owner is going to look at that and say, can I see this team turning around the way it's going? Because the next game is against Chelsea. The game after that is Porto in the Europa League. If I keep Ange Postecoglou in, and he's still not going to have a fortnight working with most of his players anyway because they're away on international duty. So what am I going to get in that game against Chelsea, who have gone and beaten Liverpool yesterday? And then what's going to happen in the Europa League? Am I risking damaging the hopes of qualifying then from the group stages of the Europa League, or am I best just to sort of cut my losses and make a change now? And that feels like a very real decision that he's thinking about.
Do you think it's a crossroads at the moment where we're at?
Kind of. It feels like an important window this now, because of, I mean, that decision's huge, because it could be that if you stick with Ange Postecoglou, then what he says about seeing long term, and after a few games after the international break, there's a run of a few more winnable ones, and maybe if they do get the first, they might get a few, and then maybe they'll be okay, and then maybe we'll be able to see Forest go on a run. But equally, if it doesn't, then the chances in the Europa League could be damaged by then. Then if he does make a change later on in the year, people will be looking at it and saying, well, if you'd made the change early enough, you could have got someone in to turn this around and save this season. It's whether Evangelos Marinakis, and it's him who's going to make this decision ultimately, can see enough in the team and see the things that Ange Postecoglou says he can see, that he can think, yeah, in 3 months I can see this working. And he must have been able to, because that's why he appointed Ange Postecoglou in the first place.
Absolutely.
So can he still see that, or is the weight of pressure from supporters who were calling for his head the other night, is the weight of looking at the league table and looking at the Europa League table as well and thinking, and also who else he can bring in, and if there's somebody he believes he can bring in to change it. I mean, it's a massive call, but these calls are always massive calls, aren't they?
They really are. And
it's how it looks as well. Bringing a manager in and sacking him a month later doesn't look great for him or the club.
I don't think that bothers him, to be honest with you. He's done it before, and he's, it's not a case of, well, we can't afford to do it. He can afford to do it if he thinks it's a mistake. And that's the question he's got to ask himself. Is it a mistake? Have I asked too much? Have I asked... I want us to be more attacking minded, but have I asked too much of that?
Well, I think...
Because we're all going from one extreme. You're going from...
Yeah. He hasn't made the decision on a footballing decision though to get rid of Nuno, has he? Nuno's gone because he fell out with Edu and his relationship with Evangelos Marinakis went, so it's a non-footballing decision that, and then he's sacked him, and then he's appointed the man, regardless of style, although I'm sure that will have played a part in it, but it's the man who won the Europa League last year, who has a track record of winning trophies. The statement that Forest released with the quotes from Evangelos Marinakis on the appointment of Ange Postecoglou mentioned trophies countless times. And it was about winning trophies. This is about taking the club onto the next level to win trophies. Ange Postecoglou's got a record of that. Well, what he's now seeing is 7 games in, no wins, and them averaging just over 2 goals a game.
Yeah.
And it's whether he thinks he can turn that round quickly enough, and whether he can take the supporters and the players on that journey. I think we've seen from today, if the players didn't want him in, I don't think we'd have seen that kind of performance today from them, would we?
I've never been involved, or I've never seen actually players down in tools on a manager, because that means your character is in question here if you are doing that. And I'm not questioning the character of the Forest players, not at all. In fact, they're irrelevant of who's in charge. They're doing it for themselves and for your fans, and if they're down tools, that's unforgivable. So I would never see a Forest player do that ever, or anybody, in my opinion. But it's there is certainly the players are working their socks off. There's no question about it. They're having a go. No one's thrown the towel in that sense. But it will definitely test a lot of the morale in the team and the confidence. You know, what did we see a lot of in the dressing room last season? We were always having snippets of players with videos coming out. The joy, the togetherness in that dressing room was fantastic, wasn't it? It was great to see.
Yeah.
You know, and that bubbliness that they had in the dressing room. And
but a lot of that was Anthony Elanga, who's gone, and Ola Aina, who's injured.
Yeah.
And they're missing that. And from a footballing point of view, Ange Postecoglou must be really missing Ola Aina, because if he wants to play high up the pitch as he does, Aina's perfect for that.
Yeah.
Because attacking wise, he's terrific, and he's got the pace to get back.
Yeah.
I mean, he's absolutely ideal for him. Missing him and Murillo, who again is a footballing centre half who can carry the ball forward in the way that Postecoglou would want, and he's got the pace and can recover and get back. The two players who would be so important and you think would thrive in an Ange Postecoglou way are two who are missing out at the moment, which is just more bad luck, isn't it, on his part?
It is, but yeah. But you can pull out lots of bad luck when people are on a bad run. We can name lots of different things, can't we?
Yeah.
You know, that was unlucky. That was unlucky. But there's too many unluckies at the moment, isn't there? That's it. But personally, I think he's got to stick with it. And there's got to be a time when I'm not sure we're at that crossroads yet. I know that the fans are calling. Newcastle fans just jump on the bandwagon of that, don't they? Because, you know, that's football, isn't it?
It was the Forest one against Midtjylland when the Forest fans were calling for it, which is the one that will turn Evangelos Marinakis' head and worry you.
That was the warning sign that will have hurt personally. You know, even if Ange just turned around and says, I get it and it doesn't affect me, but I understand it. I think that's nonsense. You know, you're a human being, you got feelings, and that will have hurt.
We were talking a moment ago about how it wasn't a footballing decision to make this change, and that's a problem for Ange Postecoglou, isn't it? Because he's trying to take supporters on a journey that they don't want to go on, because they were happy on the journey they were on before. And so Nuno's been sacked because of, as we've discussed lots of times on this programme and over the last few weeks, because he'd clearly fallen out with Edu, and therefore that had affected his relationship with Evangelos Marinakis, and he didn't want to be here under those circumstances, and then results started going wrong, and then they've decided to just go their separate ways. Evangelos Marinakis has made the decision to sack him and make a change. But the supporters were happy under Nuno, very happy with the way that last season had gone, of course, happy with the way that this season had started, with a good victory over Brentford and a decent draw away at Crystal Palace before the shambles of the West Ham game as well, of course. But then bringing in somebody else, pretty much whoever it was going to be unpopular from the start. So he's had to win them over from the start.
Yeah.
And I think he had done some, certainly those that we spoke to in Spain after the Real Betis performance. There were many who said, I'm on board with this. I can see where this is going. I'm on board with it. But two home defeats to Sunderland and Midtjylland that followed feel like they've been damaging. Today, a 2-0 defeat at Newcastle. In the course of a season, if you lose 2-0 at Newcastle 1 week, you wouldn't point at that and say that's a disaster.
No.
You know, that's just a 2-0 defeat at a good team who are better than the league table would have suggested before today, with only one Premier League win, but they're clearly better than that. A 2-0 defeat at Newcastle in isolation isn't a disaster, but it's just another one to add to it. But it's those two home defeats, isn't it, really? Forest fans waited a long time to get a home game. Ange Postecoglou waited a long time to get a home game. To then get them and lose them feels like that's the damaging bit. That period of a few days, those two games.
Yes. Him. Yeah, I think there's no question that the fans have turned very quickly. After all, they were on the fun bus and they've been told to get off and go on another journey. But they were quite happy, as you said, on the journey with Nuno. But now that's not possible. We've got to be patient and try and be patient, because to implement change because we're not going to be playing the same. That's not Ange's way, is it?
He said when he first came in, I'm not asking the players to do anything they can't do. They're footballers, but it does feel like a big change, a fundamental change, and considering the little amount of time he's had in between matches, midweeks every week, to try and actually implement it and teach it.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how many coaching sessions in all have you actually had.
Yeah.
Not a lot, because there's so many games, isn't there?
Let's hear from him. Ange Postecoglou, the Forest head coach. 2-0 defeat here to Newcastle. Here he is on BBC Radio Nottingham with Colin Fray.
Well, Ange, commiserations. It's defeat, but what did you make of it?
Yeah, obviously disappointed with the defeat, goes without saying, but look, I thought for large parts the lads did a really good job. It's not an easy place to come, with the environment, the atmosphere, and I thought we handled it really well for the majority of the game. Again, big moments we've kind of missed the opportunity to capitalise on, which allows then the opposition always, particularly when they're at home, to build some momentum into their pressure, and unfortunately we just didn't take those big moments.
Yeah, for an hour you sort of frustrated them, didn't they? While having your own moments in the game as well, but you could tell they were being a bit frustrated.
Yeah, I thought we had good control of the game. They weren't creating much. We were dealing with the set piece threat pretty well at times, and but we had our moments going forward, and you got to capitalise on those. You can't. It's been the story of our, this sort of window we've had that, we just haven't really converted for the opportunities we created, and that's allowed football games to get away from us.
Have you had a chance to look at the Newcastle first goal again? Because there's a lot of question marks about whether or not it was a foul on Morgan Gibbs-White.
It's just the world we've created, mate, where referees won't make decisions. They'll let VAR, so, pick up the slack. It's not refereed here anymore. You can tell that they just don't have authority anymore, or much authority anymore. And so decisions like that will invariably sort of go the way of wherever the momentum shift is. And, there wasn't any way we were going to get that, in the current environment today.
Yeah. And I wonder if it's almost a sign of things. It kind of happens when the team is down.
Yeah, it does. That's sometimes you go through those spells, but you kind of hope that. Anyway, my experience over the long run, it does even itself out. We just got to keep sort of believing in what we're doing, and it'll turn around.
After that first goal, it did lead to a good spell for Newcastle, didn't it? Matt Sells needed to make some good saves.
Yeah, and we had a great opportunity, mate. We had an unbelievable opportunity to go 1-1. So, it depends the way you want to look at games. I'd kind of look at games and just, from my perspective, at 1-0, we had a great opportunity to go 1-1 and get some momentum in the game. And, when you don't, then you open up, and obviously the opposition then get opportunities. I think that's only natural because we're trying to get a goal.
I get the impression that I know it's defeat, and obviously everybody wants points. That's what football's about. But I get the impression you're quite positive tonight about potentially about the way forward, perhaps.
There's no reason not to be. I mean, I've hated this week with the whole woe is me aspect. Don't fear for me. I'm fine. I love a fight. I've said to you during the week, I could have been sitting on the couch. It's not what drives me. So we've got a bit of a fight in our hands. Big deal. People aren't convinced. Big deal. Let's just. I firmly believe that's why I took the role on. What we can do, we can have success, and we will have success. And nothing I've seen in the last sort of 3.5 weeks changes my mind on that.
To continue the positive theme, Jair Cunha, a first Premier League start, first Premier League minutes for him today. How do you think he did?
Yeah, I thought he coped well. Him and Savona, they're both young guys, new to the Premier League, and Newcastle asked us some pretty difficult questions with their wingers and their front guys. So I thought both boys will come through that experience. Aren't many venues more difficult than up here, so thought both boys can acquitted themselves well.
Murillo on the bench today, is that an injury thing, or was it just a selection thing?
No, he's just not fit enough. We've seen that, but we've got 2 weeks with him now. We've got to get him fit. It's going to be a good 2 weeks for us. We've got him, we've got Douglas Luiz, Shevchenko, a couple of the other boys who haven't played a lot. We can do some real work with them so that when we get on the other side of the break, we've got everyone ready to go.
And obviously, as you've touched on it already, lots of speculation about whether you'll have the 2 weeks to work with the squad. But assuming you do, important 2 weeks coming up.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, important.
Isn't it just for time with the squad?
Well, it is, but I don't work on the assumptions that 2 weeks doesn't exist. If people think that 2 week doesn't exist, well, there's nothing I can say to that. Okay.
Thanks for joining us, Andrew.
Thanks, mate.
Ange Postecoglou speaking with Colin Fray, unhappy at the suggestion that maybe the idea that he might not be around for the next 2 weeks, but it has to be a very real possibility, doesn't it? I mean, 7 games, no win, and it's been talked about a lot over the last few days, and defeat today will mean that the speculation about his future, whether he likes it or not, is rife, isn't it, Brian Laws?
I don't like it at all. That it should be even in the air of a conversation after 3.5 weeks of a manager's tenure. I think it's wrong. I personally think it's wrong, but unfortunately that's the nature of the beast that we work in now. You know that whether it be social media, fans, they voice their opinions pretty quickly, and it turns what you think is a plan into a shredded plan, because you don't want to hear that. The players don't want to hear that, because they've got work to do. But it will start putting threads of doubt in your mind. Hence the reason why that conversations have come out, and then obviously the owner, the speculation is rife. That's because of the outbursts that we have after 3.5 weeks of his managerial career.
What did you make of what he said there? So people aren't convinced. Big deal. He said, "I love a fight." He wants it to be very clear that he's not really bothered about the detractors. What do you make of that?
I think we'll all agree that, listen, you've got to mask it in a way that he's not going to turn around and say, yeah, it's affecting me and blah blah blah. He has to put a front on it, I'm afraid, and he has to do that for the sake of his players, and to show that it's not affecting me, and I'll get on with it, and I'll work extremely hard to try and rectify it and get it and put it right, irrelevant of the noise, and I'll try and block the noise out. And that's what he's really trying to say. But deep down, he'll still be hurting. Like I said, it's human nature. He'll go out, and he'll have his moments. So he'll be disappointed to hear stuff like that, for sure. We all would.
Yeah. Colin Fray is back up at the commentary position with us on BBC Radio Nottingham after his conversation that you just heard there with an unhappy sounding Ange Postecoglou, as you can understand. 7 games now without a win. Some fighting talk in there, but also pretty unhappy at the very suggestion, Colin, that he might not be here for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was in what's the word? Pugnacious. That's the word, isn't it? Pugnacious kind of mood. He was ready to. Hang
on, let me just Google that. Find out what that means.
Yeah, it might be completely the wrong word. He was ready to spar with anybody who wants to be sparred with. Yeah. I think
that's what it means. Yeah.
I thought that's what it meant. Yeah. And I think there's nothing wrong really with how he's come out post match today. I think he's been criticised left, right and centre for everything he does just at the moment by the large majority of the Forest fan base. But one of the things he was criticised for after the game against Midtjylland was kind of like his demeanour, if you like, post-match, and the way he just sort of he seemed very down post-match. Now, of course he was down. They'd just lost at home in the Europa League. Of course he was going to be down. Today he's down as well, but he's kind of come out fighting a little bit, and that kind of, well, if it's a fight, then fine. I'm here for a fight. Let's start fighting. And as he said, if we are in a fight, then that's fine. I'm all right with a fight. So kind of bring it on, if you like. I guess he's sort of, he's perhaps given a little bit back. He's taken a few punches this week, and he's, as I say, he's come out fighting a little bit, albeit on the back of another defeat here, but also on the back of a performance where, under normal circumstances, even though it's a defeat, obviously, I think a manager would look at the performance and say, do you know what, that was better. That was a bit more solid. That was a bit more of a unit. That was a bit more cohesive, if you like. They've lost the game at the end of the day. A lot of teams will come here this season and lose to Newcastle. So it wasn't a particularly easy game to judge on. And obviously at the moment, you're not going to be thinking positive about losing 2-0 away from home again with, another blank, another week without a win.
I think, Colin,
performance-wise, I think he can take something from it, and I think that's so he's kind of come out fighting a little bit on the back of that. I think.
Yeah, I think it's generally the manner of the defeat that gets it.
Yeah,
it causes the problem, but there wasn't a manner of the defeat where you go, wow, we've got a problem here. There was 2 incidences that turned the game, and one was obviously was it a free kick? Was it Gibbs White, or was that just unlucky?
And he obviously thinks it was a free kick.
Yeah.
So he's feeling a bit hard done by that decision.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about that. And of course, Tonali's finish, left us no choice whatsoever. And the second one was a penalty. Anderson's has an impeccable touch, just goes away from him. He doesn't see Bruno. He doesn't see him, and he was just leaning, and then he sees him come really late, and he's lunged, and it was a penalty. There's no question about that. But then after that, there's no recovery, is there?
But if it's 0-0 at that point, I think this was Ange mentioned this in his post-match as well. If it's 0-0 at that point, then maybe the game is different, and so therefore it's not quite so stretched. So Forest is still more of a unit, and therefore that situation might not happen that leads to the penalty. That's ifs and buts and maybes, isn't it, by that stage? But I mean, clearly you go back to the game changing on the basis of the first goal, and he thinks that shouldn't have been given.
He might now have 2 weeks to work with his players before a home game against Chelsea. I'm wondering if this is a good thing or a bad thing, because actually he's not going to get to work with all of them. In fact, he's not going to get to work with many of them who will be relying on in that game against Chelsea. So is this break, they've not been getting results, so is it good to have a break anyway, or is this a nightmare because he's not going to get to work with enough of his players that he needs to, and they'll be back end of the second week ahead of a lunchtime kick-off on the Saturday against Chelsea? Is this international break going to do him any good?
Well, sometimes, when you're on a run, of results, as in positive results, do you want an international break? Not a chance. You want to keep the momentum going, and because you're winning games, and you want the next one to come next quickly, and because you've got a momentum going. But on the other hand, when things are like this, where we are struggling to find a win, and the players have gone through a period now of 7 games and not winning, mentally, this might be a good time to have a break, to give them, let's recharge, let's reflect, let's look back, and then let's kick on again. So when we come back, fresh start, let's start again, and hopefully with a bit more emphasis and try and get a win under our belts. It might be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
Also,
Brian Law's with us on BBC Radio Nottingham. 4:33 defeat for Forest here at Newcastle. Here are the highlights.
And here come Newcastle again with Anthony Gordon on his right foot, cutting in, lays it across to the right now for Trippier, low ball, and Joe Linton, first time side foot hit, is straight at the goalkeeper, and Sells is able to make the save. It's the first effort on goal for either side. It comes 10 minutes in, it remains 0-0. And Morgan Gibbs-White stands over the free kick, and Morgan Gibbs-White chips it, and Nick Pope has to punch it away. It's on target from Gibbs-White. Savona tucks it backwards for Jay Acuna, and he sends it back to halfway for Milenkovic. Milenkovic chips it away towards the left-hand side. He's looking for Williams. He chests it down towards Ndoye, who's just caught Bruno Guimaraes inside the Newcastle penalty area, and it'll be a free kick for Newcastle. 20 minutes played, Forest with an effort on target. And in towards Gordon, who's held up. Voltemada holds it up and feeds it back to Joe Linton. His shot is blocked, comes out for Tonali to drive from a corner of the penalty area, and Yates and Bruno Guimaraes just have a little bit of a coming together, chest to chest. Nikola Milenkovic wants a piece of Bruno Guimaraes as well. Now Anthony Gordon down the left-hand side, taking on Savona, fires over the cross, 6 yards out. Oh, and it's spun right into the path of Voltemada.
How was he saved that?
And that's a save, I think, from Matt Sells. Joel Linton from Chow. Chow now for Tonali down the right-hand side. Tonali with a little dinked cross through the penalty area, across the edge of the penalty area, and Savona with time to get it clear to Gibbs White. Gibbs White, oh, he's clattered. He's absolutely clattered, Gibbs White. And now it's Bruno Guimaraes to shoot, and that's in. And VAR will have to look at that to see if there was a foul on Gibbs White, which freed up the ball. Bruno Guimaraes from 25 yards, maybe a little bit less.
Surely VAR's going to look at that. They'll look at that build-up, I'm sure.
Dan Burn carried it forward, and then Bruno Guimaraes chipped it into the net from just the top of the D, and the goal's been given. But it's a very, very quick look from VAR. But Bruno Guimaraes has given Newcastle the lead. Yates ball backwards towards Jair Cunha, who crosses towards Chris.
Oh my word!
Goal, but he's kind of miskicked it. Still not clear yet. Savona has to leave that because he'd have been offside. He does leave it, and then the flag goes up anyway. It's well won by Williams, and then Wood lays it off nicely from Morato's through ball to Ndoye wide left. Ndoye's cross. Yates with the header from about 16 yards out is straight at Nick Pope, and it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. And then a long ball forward. Finds Tonali and a great save. Long ball over the top from Trippier. Tonali running onto it to volley it towards goal. Side foot just to steer it towards goal, and he thought over Matt Sells, and Sells jumped high to tip it over his crossbar. Here comes the corner from the right-hand side, nodded down, loose inside the penalty area. Voltemada's hit the underside of the bar, still loose, and now Forest can take it away from the penalty area with Omari Hutchinson running away with it. Voltemada close to a second goal. Now Anderson is bundled into yet another foul by Bruno Guimaraes. Now that's well done by Callum Hudson-Odoi. Skipped away from Kieran Trippier, and he's away down the left-hand side. Now what can he do with the ball? Into the penalty area he goes, still going, takes his man on the outside and then hits a shot near post, which is saved but not held, and Joel Linton heads it away, out for a throw on the far side. Gibbs White pings a ball out to backward down the right-hand side, into the penalty area he goes, stabs it back for Gibbs White, who hits a shot from the edge of the box but over the crossbar. And out for a goal kick. And it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. Forest best moments for some time. Here's Jacob Murphy crossing, back post, and a great save again from Sells to deny Malik Chow this time. Point blank range, Chow running onto the cross and just steering it towards goal. And again it's saved, and this is forward towards Harvey Barnes, who is inside left channel and saved again by Sells, and it hasn't even gone out for a corner. Byrne chips one down the left wing again. Voltemada going across to battle with Milenkovic. Milenkovic takes it away from him, gives it to Elliot Anderson. Oh dear, Anderson has slid in on Bruno Guimaraes, having lost control of the ball.
He's given a penalty.
And that's a penalty to Newcastle. And of all people, it's Elliot Anderson. Voltemada stands hands on hips, now moves up and strikes the ball right-footed and chips it towards the top corner. And he has scored a fourth goal for Newcastle and a second goal of the afternoon. It's Newcastle 2, Forest 0. Newcastle clear. Bruno Guimaraes held up by Gibbs White. Williams then with a challenge. Referee waves play on as Williams goes down. Jacob Murphy takes on two of them and gets through two of them, and then takes on Jair Cunha as well and shoots straight at Matt Sells. One of the more comfortable saves that Matt Sells has made all afternoon, but it ends in defeat for Forest at St James's Park.
Yep, another defeat for Forest. It's been a terrible week for them, really, with that defeat at home to Sunderland and then defeat at home to Midtjylland, and then a 2-0 defeat here. Colin Fray, Brian Laws and I were mentioning earlier Morgan Gibbs-White pulling over the players, including Callum Hudson-Odoi, who'd already been over to applaud the away fans, but he called him back for a show of unity to walk over to the Forest supporters away to that end, to pull everyone together as the man wearing the captain's armband at the end of the game. That felt very significant, that he wanted a show of everyone together. We're here together. We're not disparate. We're one. That felt significant on his part.
Yes, I know what you mean. I think Dylan Backwell was also heading off towards the tunnel, wasn't he? And that's, as
it's
you
nothing
say,
against them, by the way.
Not to say that they hadn't done their bit already. But they were definitely called back so that they could go and stand on the kind of edge of the penalty area, really, all in a line, and just applaud the fans for their efforts. But you're right, it was a bit of a show of unity. I thought within the game they looked more of a unit today, if we're going to use that word. I thought they seemed, and this may be this may be disparaging towards them in previous games. I don't know. I might have read it wrong, but they almost seemed more together today than perhaps they have done in some performances. As I say, that's only from the naked eye, and who knows what the actual situation is in the dressing room. We certainly don't. But I thought, just in terms of today, I thought they were, for the most part, they were strong and they were resolute with a brand new defender in at the back. Who I thought did very well on his Premier League debut, especially here, and I thought Morato had a largely very good game today. Made 1 or 2 errors in the second half and had to really atone for one of them with a fantastic block after he'd presented a very good chance to Newcastle. So Voltemada, I think it was. So I thought they looked together today. I thought they looked pretty unified. And that at the end was a good thing to see from Morgan Gibbs-White pulling them all together at the end.
Yeah, it felt significant, I guess, because of the pressure that the head coach is under. Do you think there was something deliberate in there to want to say to the supporters, we see you, we see the support that you're giving us, and we are all together? Did it feel significant to that extent?
Possibly. I mean, Morgan Gibbs-White's already taught very well, hasn't he? Just before the Midtjylland game, he was doing media duties and spoke very well about Ange Postecoglou and about the effect he's had, and the ideas that he's bringing in, and the fact that they're adapting to them. So I think he's been very positive about Ange Postecoglou and about the kind of team and the squad being behind him as well. Maybe it was another sign of that. I think probably just largely, I suspect, what was uppermost in his mind was to say thank you to those fans. They've been it's a long way to come up here and then to get home again afterwards, and they're a long way up. They don't have the best of views here, and they supported them throughout. They applauded them off at the end as well, despite another defeat. So
they saw what we were saying today. They saw a spirited effort today.
They saw a spirited effort. They're with the players. And they have been at the City Ground as well. To be fair, they're with the players, and even Ange Postecoglou said that after the Midtjylland night that they can say what they like about me, but they're behind the players, and that's the main thing. And I think that's Morgan Gibbs-White and the squad saying thank you for that, because it's a tough moment at the moment. Undoubtedly, it's a really difficult moment for the club and the players. It's one they didn't have really last season, but you always say, don't you, that it's when you need to be at your best is to dig yourself out of trouble when you're in a difficult position.
18 minutes to 5 on BBC Radio Nottingham. David Jackson here. A win for Forest women today. You might know they were promoted to the second tier last season, and a big win over Portsmouth today, 4-1. You can hear from their head coach Carly Davies now with BBC Radio Nottingham's Amy Sharp.
Carly, it was a 4-1 win here today at the City Ground. First win, home win of the WSL2. What did you make of the game?
I thought we started slow, which was disappointing when it was one of the key things that we talked about before the game. I thought we looked a little bit lethargic. We were off the press. We were sloppy with the ball. And when you do that in games in this league, you'll get punished, which is what's happened to us when we've played at home. So I was really frustrated and disappointed with that. But then the response afterwards, I think we settled into the game. We were probing a little bit more. We obviously had a few words at half time that we expect more and we demand more in a Nottingham Forest shirt, and what a brilliant response from the girls. I think when we come out in the second half, as we've seen in every game, to be honest, we dominate teams in the second half, and some of their play was brilliant, some of the play was exceptional. We got the balls in the pockets, little combinations around the box. Probably should have scored a few more goals. We had a few real clear-cut chances that, you know, I think we'll be disappointed when we review them. But then in the other side of that is some of the goals that we then scored were excellent. Holly Holding's goal, Shani's goal, wonderful finishes from them, and just delighted for the team to get the 3 points.
3 points today, and you did say you wanted to gain momentum early on in the game. How did that Portsmouth goal in the first half change the game for you?
I think it just kick-started us, but that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't have to concede a goal and go behind before we start with any intent, and I think that's the frustration from me at the moment is we speak about it, it's an important part of how we play, and it's something that we need to rectify, and we need to rectify quickly. But what I will say about this group is that they respond really positively. And how many games have we gone behind now and then showed a really positive response? And I know a couple of games we didn't get the result when really we look at the chances we should have, or we should have got something from the game. But then today we've showed a ruthless edge to us, which is something as well that we've spoke about, is we're dominating teams, we're creating chances, but we're not capitalising on that. So to score 4 goals is brilliant. Obviously second half, especially when we probably could have had 1 or 2 more as well. So we need to take that now. We need to take the learnings from first half performances, and we need to rectify that quickly. But ultimately it's 3 points on the board, and I think it finishes us this weekend in 3rd spot, which is a really great achievement for all involved.
And you did respond in the second half, you did get the goal in, so how did that change the momentum of the game, and did you think it was coming?
I think we were already on top of the game. I think even as the second half finished, we were on top of the game. I think you've seen them tire. They were collapsing deeper and deeper, and we were getting more of the ball in the areas that we want to, which is in front of the goal and in the half spaces where we can get our really creative players on the ball. And then it was just a matter of time. And I think once the first one went in, we knew we were going to get the second one, and then obviously the 3rd and 4th followed. So just delighted for everybody involved. The finishers coming off the bench and their impact in the game again. And yeah, like I say, just 3 points on the board and another step in the right direction.
It is a step in the right direction with 3 points. Why do you think you couldn't capitalise on the chance? Because the game was absolutely full of chances for Forest in a well-deserved 4-1 win. Why do you think you couldn't capitalise on more of them?
I think it's just we just need to relax in those moments. I think sometimes a little bit of excitement. There's some great build-up play to creating those chances, and then we're just not ruthless enough. I think we're trying to break the back of the net when actually it just needs a composed slide finish, or just slotting it to bottom corners. I just think at the minute we're getting overexcited in those moments, and sometimes then that skews your decision making. But it's something that we're working on, particularly with the forwards, of course. But the fact that we're getting into those areas and we're creating those chances is the most important thing. And the goals will come, like they have done today. We have some very good players in our front line, and the more that we're working together and the more we're creating those chances, the more you'll see us score. So it's something that we know we need to continue to build on. But if we were standing here having not created anything, I would be more concerned in that respect.
And is that how you're going to take the 3 points today into the next game?
Oh, well, listen, it's momentum. It's 3 points on the board, so it's going to be a really difficult test away to Durham next week. It's probably one of the most difficult places to go to in this league away from home. It's an AstroTurf pitch. It's tight. They know how to play their pitch really, really well. It's going to be a different type of game that's going to require a different side of us, I think. So we'll prepare for that this week and make sure that, we rectify the first half performances, because we have to, especially going to somewhere like Durham.
Brilliant, thank you, and you go and enjoy your win.
Thank you.
I think she will. Carly Davis, the Forest women head coach, speaking there to Amy Sharp for BBC Radio Nottingham this afternoon. 4-1 win over Portsmouth at the City Ground. Now, great day for Victoria Levitt in Delhi at the World Para Athletics Championships. You might remember she won gold in the 100 metres, the T44 category of the 100 metres the other day. She's works 2 jobs to support her athletics career, including a job at Tesco in Mansfield, and now she's won a silver medal as well in the T44 200 metres and has been speaking to Jamie Broughton.
You sat down. I'm not surprised the effort you put into these championships. Tell us about the race and obviously the performance.
Honestly, that was probably one of the best 200s I've ever run. I kind of said at the start line when I was just standing behind the blocks, just throw everything at it, leave nothing behind, and then you've got nothing to be ashamed of. And that's exactly what I did. I came into the bend and I just was like, right, I want to lead as I come out of it, and I did that. And then the last 50 metres, I just kind of said to myself, just relax, just keep it relaxed and keep going. And again, I did that. So yeah, absolutely just over the moon with that run.
Yeah, I mean, just sum up as well the medal success you've had here, because you came in, you're barely a year into your athletics career, but you've done it on the world stage.
Yeah, I know, it's absolutely crazy. I think if you would have told me at the start of this that I'd be walking away with medals, I probably would have laughed at you. To have two amazing runs, which is going to build a great kind of framework for next season, and also to come away with medals is it's a dream come true. Like, there's no other explanation for it.
And also as well, there's been a lot of interest back home, hasn't there, in your career, in the different jobs you do as well.
Yeah.
You're in the media spotlight now with those performances.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the plan, I've got to be honest, but I mean, it's one of those things. But what I will say is, Vicky as a worker, Vicky who works in Tesco, is the Vicky you see on the track. I am 100% my authentic self when I run, and if I didn't work at Tesco, I wouldn't be me. If I didn't run track, I wouldn't be me. So whenever you see me, that's who you see, just that completely authentic Vicky Levitt.
There'll be lots of headlines about gold medal in the bagging area and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's crazy. But like I say, it's just a dream come true.
Well done. It's been great watching.
Thank you.
Congratulations to her, Victoria Levitt from Mansfield. That's a gold and a silver. She's won at the World Para Athletics Championships. In the football yesterday, a good draw for Mansfield away at Reading. They had led early through Tyler Roberts, drew 1-1. Afterwards, the manager Nigel Clough spoke with Dave Bracegirdle.
Nigel, I would imagine that feels like 2 points dropped.
Yes, we should have got 3 points today. We should have either kept the clean sheet, or we should have gone on and got a second goal in the second half with the situations and chances that we had.
Dream start, lovely work down the left by Rhys Oates, and a lovely finish.
Yeah, there's not many. I said to turn around to Dom Dry on the bench, said probably only you and him could finish that. To be on the move and just a little deft touch over the goalkeeper, 2 in 2 for him, showed his quality again.
Strange end to the first half. They missed what can only go down as a sitter, then a brilliant save from your keeper from the free kick, and then I think the crossbar's still rattling at the other end.
We're half an inch from less than that from going in 2-0 up. Excuse me. But Oates, he looked a little bit off it today, and he got caught, played through him on the inside, and the lad has to score. That was one we certainly got away with. But apart from that, good save from the free kick for Liam. He's not had an awful lot to do today.
The Mariah Welsh one, it was almost ironic in the week where you were talking about the referees being connected to goal line technology. Yep. I don't think it crossed the line.
No, we don't know. It would have been nice to have it confirmed, but we don't think it did. The referee was very good today.
Half-time 1-up, and to be perfectly honest, the first 15 minutes you could have been out of sight.
That was it. I just said I wanted to be better. I didn't think we played that well in the first half. I just wanted to be better in the second half, and I thought for the first 10 or 15 minutes we certainly were. And as I say, the situations that we had and chances, you have to just finish one of them, and I think that would have been enough.
Steady injection of fresh legs all the way through. Yeah. Bar McLaughlin, was he injured?
Yes, yeah. He got a whack on the far side there, so we had to make that one. And the others, to be fair, Oates is cramping up, Will was cramping up. It's been a pretty intense first couple of months of the season, with lots of games. That's why we're pleased about the break now. And there's a few lads feeling it today. I thought James McDonald really felt it physically. Today it's catching up with him.
And as somebody once said, 1-0's always a dangerous scoreline.
Oh, definitely, and it's just the quality. That's all it was. Nathan should have done a bit better on the touchline, not gone on slid in. But then it's a good layoff, and Liam's a bit disappointed. I think it just sneaked through somebody's legs and crept into the corner. But I thought we were pretty comfortable up to that point.
And even then, you looked to be the side. I mean, Dickov added something down the left.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you get the fresh legs on with Joe and Max, and we looked a real threat again. And then if you can just get some quality into the box for Dom, he can finish.
Not you. Going back to 1931, Stags have never won away at Reading. I'm guessing the team, the club, will never have a better chance.
No, that was a great chance to do that today. We've had a rough time against them. We have over the last few years, actually. Every club we've been to, either Derby, Burton and everything, I don't think we've got much off them. And it was a great opportunity to break that today.
I can remember a month ago you were pretty unhappy that you weren't going to get an international break. You've got one this time.
Yeah, I think the lads are ready for it, and it gives the injured lads, there's 6 or 7 that are out today, a little bit more of a chance to get ready, a bit close to fitness. We've got the Newcastle game in 10 days, which will be good. I'm not sure how many we'll get back for then, we'll see. But I think the break has come at a good time for us.
Next league game's a fortnight. Luton, are you hoping that there might be 1 or 2 more of the so-called longer term ones out?
Yeah, we're hoping so. just purely depends. They'll obviously still be in, and most of them, and doing the work and the rehab and everything. Jordan Barry wasn't far off today. He should be available. Not sure about the others yet.
I think it's 5 weeks since Regan Hendry. I think you told me 6 weeks-ish.
Yeah, he's coming on. He's just started a little bit of work back on the grass, which is a good sign. But yeah, not quite sure how soon he'll be back.
Unlucky today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Nigel Clough, Mansfield manager, speaking with Dave Bracegirdle on BBC Radio Nottingham. So a draw for Mansfield, a win for Notts County in League 2 at home against Oldham. They beat them 3-1, going well at home. 5 wins and a draw out their last 6 matches there. Got started with an early own goal. Tyrese Hall then with his 4th goal of the season on loan from Spurs, and then he turned provider for Alassana Jatta, who got the 3rd in a 3-1 victory. You can hear from Jatta now. He spoke after the game with Adam Hassel.
AJ, good to see you. Back in the team, back in the goals. How was that today?
It's a really, really good feeling. I've been out for a while and tried to get my match fitness on the go, but it's really, really good to have been in the pitch and help the team.
That first goal, that is your goal, isn't it?
Of course, I was just lucky, but it is what it is. I will just take it all day.
The second goal as well. How important was that with the timing of it just after half time to make it 3-0 at the time? Just how important was that?
Because like you said, it's really, really important, and the gaffer was really pushing us to go and kill them, because that goal really actually make them feel like they actually lost it, but we conceded after like 2 or 3 minutes afterwards. But it's really, really important. We just killed the game on that goal.
Your goal's coming so close to the start of each half. Just how do you make it so that you just come out flying at the start of a half?
Of course, it's something that I always look up to games, because you can't let defenders be really, really comfortable, so you need to get the better of them on the goal.
Your celebration as well, that seems to be a trademark now, going and sitting on the advertising board. Talk us through that.
Yeah, of course, there are a lot of guys over there that I actually really like, so I actually feel like they're part of me, so I also have to make them feel like they're part of it, because they're actually in back of us, like they're number 12 of this team, so they're really, really important.
Do you like it when you see the photo of that celebration going around on social media in the coming days?
Yeah, it's iconic, and I will also do it. I will always do it all day.
So what's it like when you got 3 goals now? It must be frustrating at the start of the season, having to sort of sit out through suspension and injury. Do you feel like you're sort of flying now?
Yeah, it's really, really frustrating as a player, because you want to play every game and keep helping the team. But when I was on the sidelines, we got so many players helping the team, especially Matthew Dennis. It was really, really brilliant. So, and he's having some issues with his hamstring. So if he's really, really fit, it's going to be chaos here.
What's he like playing either with him or with him being here, because he's started the season so well that you must feel like there's competition up there?
Of course, I would like to have him in the pitch all day. It's gonna be like I will have a little bit break as well, because I will be the only one they have to look up to. So it's really, really nice to have like a killer beside you. So that's really nice.
What's it like being at Notts at the minute? Obviously a new manager compared to last season, a different way of working. He's very intense, is what we hear a lot of people say.
Yeah, of course it's really, really intense, but as a player, the only thing you have to do is just kind of adapt as quick as possible. So that's what I try to do.
Just how happy are you being here at Notts now? There was lots of talk in the summer, but you're here, you're playing well, you're scoring goals. How happy are you to be here?
Of course I'm really, really happy. As you know, there are some options, and as a player, whatever happens, you just have to make sure where you at, you put your heart and everything. So I always put my 100% in this club and see what happens.
Having missed the start of the season, you're sort of playing catch up a little bit with goals, because by the time you were playing again, Matthew Dennis had already got 6. Do you feel like you've got a bit of a competition to see who can score the most?
That's not my main objective. My main objective is to help the team, and at the end of the season, whoever gets the golden boot, it is what it is, but we will try to push each other to the limit.
What was it like being at Meadow Lane here today? A big crowd, it felt like a really good game of football. What was all that like to be a part of?
It's a really, really good feeling to play outside there. I knew you actually enjoyed the game, so we really enjoyed it as well.
Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Alassana Jatta speaking with Adam Hassel on BBC Radio Nottingham after he got a goal yesterday in that 3-1 win over Oldham. No game for Notts next week, no game for Mansfield either. International break, and both of those having their games called off, and no match for Forest. They go into this international break after a run of 9 games without a win, 7 of them under the new head coach Ange Postecoglou. The latest here at St James's Park today, losing 2-0 to Newcastle.
Gibbs White, he's clattered. He's absolutely clattered Gibbs White. And now it's Bruno Guimaraes to shoot, and that's in. And VAR will have to look at that to see if there was a foul on Gibbs White, which freed up the ball. Byrne chips one down the left wing again. Voltemada going across the battle with Milenkovic. Milenkovic takes it away from him, gives it to Elliot Anderson. Oh dear, Anderson has slid in on Bruno Guimaraes, having lost control of the ball.
Let's give a penalty.
And that's a penalty to Newcastle. Voltemada stands hands on hips, now moves up and strikes the ball right-footed and chips it towards the top corner. And he has scored a fourth goal for Newcastle and a second goal of the afternoon. It's Newcastle 2, Forest 0.
If you missed the interview with the pugnacious Ange Postecoglou, you can still find that on BBC Sound. So no game for Forest next week. We will bring you a Shutterman Show More Football podcast, though. You can find that on BBC Sound. Just search for Nottingham Forest on there. We'll be back with Matchday in a couple of weeks. There's In the Game every weeknight from 6 till 7 on BBC Radio Nottingham. And on this Sunday afternoon, we'll link up with the Make a Difference Awards next.
BBC News at 5 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. The Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood has written to Chief Constables in England and Wales, alerting them to new powers which will allow them to restrict repeated protests. The measures are a response to frequent pro-Palestinian demonstrations, including an event in London yesterday where almost 500 people were arrested. Speaking on Sunday with Laura Koonsberg, Shabana Mahmood said she was worried about community relations in the UK. She said the new rules wouldn't prevent peaceful protests, but would protect the rights of vulnerable communities.
It's always a balance, and I'm recognising that I think that balance has been not necessarily in the right place. I want to have more consistency of police practice when it comes to the conditions they put on these protests, and I have recognised that there is a gap in the law here. There is an inconsistency of practice, and that is why I want to make it absolutely explicit that cumulative disruption is a relevant factor for the police to take into account.
The Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has accused both Labour and Reform UK of sowing division. In a speech welcoming delegates to the party's conference in Manchester, she said the two parties were trying to separate the country into tribes and labels. President Trump says it will soon be clear whether Hamas is genuinely committed to peace. Speaking to CNN, the US president said the group would face complete obliteration if it refused to give up control of Gaza. Talks on the US peace plan will take place in Egypt tomorrow. Tal Schneider is a political correspondent for the Times of Israel newspaper. She says that Benjamin Netanyahu is likely to claim that the deal is a victory.
He hasn't been accurate on many issues and many fronts for so many years. So the Israeli people know that being trustworthy is not his strongest characteristic, I would say. He's always doing things in a political way, whether those are security issues, it turns them around, spinning them around. He's a master of that.
Efforts are underway to rescue nearly 1,000 people trapped on the eastern side of Mount Everest by a snowstorm. Chinese state media says hundreds of people have been sent to the area, which is at an altitude of 16,000 feet. Our China correspondent Laura Bicker reports.
There have been 2 days of heavy snow on the eastern slopes of Mount Everest in Tibet, which is an area popular with climbers and hikers. The blizzards have blocked roads, trapping almost 1,000 people in campsites, according to Chinese state media. The report added that Tibet's Blue Sky Rescue Team had received a call for help and claimed that tents had collapsed due to heavy snow and that some of the hikers were already suffering from hypothermia.
Formula One and the Singapore Grand Prix has been won by Britain's George Russell driving a Mercedes. Max Verstappen was second, with Lando Norris third. The McLaren team secured the constructors' title for the second year in a row. A quick look at the weather. Outbreaks of rain developing in Scotland, cloudy with light rain for other northern areas, dry and clear everywhere else. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 5.
Thank you very much. Let's get the travel now with James.
Thanks, Gabby. It'll start with the M6 in Cumbria. Still lane restrictions between junctions 44 Carlisle North and 45 Gretna Green. 2 lanes are closed northbound, say highways, and 1 lane's closed southbound whilst those emergency barrier repairs continue. Onto the West Yorkshire stretch of the M62. Now eastbound is down to 1 lane between junctions 24 Enley Top and 25 Brickhouse for recovery of 3 cars involved in a collision earlier. The A1 in Lincolnshire blocks southbound with a serious crash involving a car and a lorry Story. It's between Grantham South and the Eastern turn-off. Queues start at the Melton Mowbray turn. The M5 fully open now at the Avonmouth Bridge just west of Bristol. There was an overturned car on the bridge earlier on the southbound carriageway. Still queues though have yet to ease looking at the cameras. M23 in West Sussex, that shuts southbound until early tomorrow morning from 10 to 11. That's Crawley to Peace Pottage for the weekend works. Queues start at Junction 9 Gatwick Airport, and the northbound A12 in Essex is closed for weekend works at Junction 15 3 Mile Hill. Again, those works until early tomorrow. Moving on to the trains, and in Cheshire we're just being told no Merseyrail service between Chester and Hooton because of an incident on the line. Cumbria and Northern Rail in Cumbria replaced by buses Barrow and Furness to Corkicle because of the electrical supply problems, and Great Northern in London can't run Finsbury Park to Moorgate because of a trespasser on the tracks. James Worley, BBC Local.
Since I started, I have raised just over £380,000 and around £1.5 million in awareness.
I just love doing it, and when I'm counting the money at the end of the day, it just gives me that boost.
Hi, I'm Kylie Minogue. Thank you for making a difference.
The Make a Difference Show
with Gabby Roslin.